Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
When you name the option, because, yeah, I guess you're getting that maybe on a first-class flight somewhere, but what did you get?
So last time I believe was...
And Ivan, if you're listening, cross-examine him or cross-check him by texting me what's on that flight.
Beef medallions with garlic mashed potatoes and buttered asparagus, I believe, was the last meal that I had.
Medallions.
Before that, what is it? It's called tartar, I think, is what it is.
Oh,
they had some. No, I'm kidding. They didn't have that.
Oh my God,
Kristen,
you serve a tartar on spirit.
So I know nothing.
It's literally tar.
The only reason why I know, like, even to reference tartar, Kristen had that happen a couple months ago.
And you never would touch
No,
tartar.
I wouldn't. She went to a restaurant. Kristen went to a restaurant a couple months ago. A friend of ours runs it. And she had ordered it, her and her friend, and they didn't know what it was. They didn't understand. I guess it was raw or whatever it was. And so they ordered it.
Chopped up filet. Oh, my God.
Didn't eat it when they realized what it was. And then our friend had to come over to the table and be like, what happened? What was wrong with the meal?
Like, we're dumb.
And so I had gone the next night.
What did they comp dumb on the receipt? Just say comp stupid.
I went in there the next night. The next night they're reading off the menu to us, and they get to that. The waitress does, and when she gets to that, she goes, and tartar, by the way, that comes raw. Some people don't know that. I was like, oh, they
had
already
a
corrected
meeting.
the weight. She caused a wait staff correction.
Yes. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let us know that you're out there, and we're not just talking to each other for the next 4 hours here on the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. It's 877-881-1053 to text on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Luka versus the Freak. What's up with the Dak cast? And could the Texas Rangers get it done? I know Wyatt Langford did. Friday edition, just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us right here on Sean and RJ.
Coming up the next G-Bag Nation. Happy Independence Day, everybody. We're back for a Friday What You Drinking, What You Thinking edition. And we'll talk with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel at 5:20. Join the nation, 2 to 6:30 on The Fan.
A racetrack breakfast made fresh in store. They're the breakfast sandwich.
Sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
krld-fm to learn more. IT is about trust.
Padres team into the postseason. Here's a ball driven deep into right by Profar. That's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it does. First row of seats in right field. Profar yanks one down the line. It's his 12th home run of the season. It's career home run number 99. Profar touches them all to give San Diego a 2-0 lead.
Hixie with a call on this radio station. Some July 4th baseball has the Texas Rangers losing to the San Diego Padres. They lose the game, and they lose the series 3-1 with Max Scherzer looking pretty good out there on the mound again. But, Bob, 9 games under 500.
Yeah, 9 games under 500, and what is it now? It's 8.5 back of even the next wild card spot, like the last wild card spot.
That's the way
and
baseball
so,
goes.
no, not always. Last year was it was so much better, Peyton. But I mean, you're 8 back now in the division. It's just
they've lost 5 of their last 6 series.
Yeah, and it's one of those where, like, you take yesterday, you lose 3-1, and obviously the offense, they just get 1 extra base hit, so it doesn't look great on the surface. But I mean, defensively, they played well. They pitched well. Even on offense, they pick up their 6 hits. You get a 2-out RBI from Wyatt Langford. I think definitely their 2. I think their 3 hardest hit balls yesterday were outs, like a line out, a fly out, and so it was a little bit of bad luck. But there's been a lot of bad luck through what I mean. We're 3 full months into the season now, and you're heading into the All-Star break. So to me, I mean, it's getting to that critical point of the season where you say, all right, you're just going to have to, you're going to have to say it might be sell time and just say, pack it up, look ahead to 2025, because it's just, I don't know that this thing's going to turn around in a sharp enough way to justify going for it at the deadline.
And you get Tampa starting today. It feels like all the opponents the Rangers are running into start getting on a little bit of a hot streak. The Rays are 4th in the American League East, but that division is loaded. They're 1 game over 500. They're 7-3 in their last 10, and they've won 5 of their last 6 series, while I just said the Rangers have lost 5 of their last 6.
I hate that right now Texas is probably to a lot of these teams like a get-right series. Like, they're looking at it on their schedule and going like, well, we got Texas coming up.
Like, where's Reggie hitting?
It's like, well, I mean, our starting rotation.
Hopefully the other team gets allergies, like Blake Elliott says, and they just can't come up to the plate.
Dear God, that audio later is going to be, it's going to be something. I was definitely trying to determine how much I potentially wanted to see, how much trouble he could get himself into by expounding on those thoughts. But no, it sucks that right now Texas probably looks like to a lot of pitching staffs, like, hey, we got to find our rhythm a little bit. Well, okay, Texas is on the schedule. That's good. Like we know our pitching staff is going to be able to find a little bit of a rhythm there, but that has been, they just have not been able to find some consistency. I know right before I went on vacation, maybe I'm the good luck charm, right before I went on vacation, they had that stretch where, okay, finally 5 games in a row where they score at least 4 runs or more. First time they've had it all season. And then they end up, again, having a lot of the same sort of struggles offensively that they've had. Now, they had the 11-run game against Baltimore. Then they had that output against San Diego at the start of the series. But it's just, again, it's not consistent enough.
Wyatt was awesome, and he's showing star flashes. That's what he's doing. We know that he is the Rookie of the Month in the American League. He had the catch on the wall yesterday, and then the throw out at home plate. They went and matched that in left field. Profar gunning out a Ranger at home. I think it was Adolis Garcia, so they end up losing again. The Tolos, we asked for your roll call and your attendance to let us know that you're out and about. TJ, I am up and listening. The great Emilio, good morning to the fellas, minus Choppy. What else we got out there on the roads, Pepe?
Tolos all over, not just the Metroplex here, but the nation. We have Tolos in Virginia and California as well.
California.
469 Rebel driver here in Wiley. 817 says headed to work right now. Tolo, baby.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They were out. I don't know if it was the Tolos out yesterday, but driving home at around 4:30, holy crap. You ever drive home and you're like, let me just get to the side road. Let me just survive. I'm almost there. And it was these Mustangs. Everyone wanted to go out and race yesterday. This was on 30, basically, going home, which my father-in-law hates. But being out there with all the drunks It was not fun. My wife was hanging on for dear life.
So we went to Grapevine where the fireworks were going on, and we weren't in the actual area over there. So we were watching them kind of far away over by the Embassy Suites. And so a lot of people were parking their cars and then standing out on the sidewalk. And I was telling the girls over there, I was like, guys, just keep an eye on the street a little bit because of that exact concern that it's 9 o'clock at night on July 4th. Yeah. And my general panic thought is somebody's going to come ripping through here who's a drunk and pop up on the curb, and the girls are going to be sitting there and it's going to be awful. And so it is. The cops, I'll give them this. Cops were out in full force yesterday. They were doing all their checkpoints, and Kristen damn near got pulled over for speeding like 3 different times because she wasn't seeing the cops in time. And so
why'd you let her drive?
Because I was being deferential. I was very good during my time away. I was doing housework, Sean.
Whoa!
As Kristen stunningly told you when we were at dinner, she's like, he was sweeping today. He was doing dishes today.
Yes.
So I was doing housework and different things like that. And so I asked her what she wanted to do. So she drove out there. I drove back, and it was good.
Pepe, did you take any fireworks in Rockwall?
No, I did not, but my neighbors must have bought the $2,000 boombox thing or whatever, because as soon as 8:30 got here, and I was just now laying in bed. I was like, I'm getting an early night's sleep. Totally forgot the fireworks were going off in the neighborhood. And the city limits, too. I should have called the cops, but,
yeah,
I'm a good person.
That's what I would have done. What a contrast, as for about 8 years, I was dodging bullets and fireworks in East Dallas. And then I move a little bit further east, and it was a snooze fest. There was nothing going on. In fact, Sunnyvale is so old. They're like, nah, we're going to do our fireworks like last week. So there was some fireworks like last Friday, and I'm sitting there all set up. The sun is going down. Ollie is kind of getting ready, and nothing. I heard like 3 firecrackers and no bullets. That's all that matters. No bullets.
I mean, Peyton,
my wife's in heaven.
Peyton, you've been out to Sean Mahal. You've seen it. You see what it looks like.
20 minutes.
So I mean, part of it may just be that you're on that. It's like a 20-acre lot, right? And so you're just so far removed. I don't know that you're going to be able to hear things that far away from the different fireworks.
You'll see it in the distance, and it's like, is that a shooting star? What is it out there?
Yeah, it's like, I guess that's one of those fireworks out there.
Yeah, they launch them off like the castle. Bridges that drop down. So it's a better launching off point. But I can tell that Pepe is already mailing it in for Italy because there's no coffee in the back. No coffee this morning.
So what I did, yeah, you're right. I did not make any because I got.
Were you thinking that you maybe
did? You see how firm he was? Like, I've got an excuse that he was. Oh wait, no, I didn't.
So Mackenzie went to get her nails done, and they give away these free just free whatever, free treats and stuff to you. And these
wait. You mean like just champagne or white wine, like drinks?
No, just like random foods and stuff. It's ran just by some Asian ladies, and so that they have just some. Well, I'm getting to the point here. So they're giving away like
lead with the point, please.
Which one of my people drove you over in the cab?
And so they had this. It's coffee mix that you just dump into a cup, mix with hot water, and drink it. And you don't need sweetener or anything. It's just all right there.
Oh.
So that's what I did. That's why I didn't make the coffee this morning.
Because your girlfriend drank coffee yesterday at the nail salon that carried over to you, not needing it?
No, because she had the packets. I brought the packets to work.
Oh.
And so I poured in the cup, poured hot water, and stirred it. You're right. I should have made coffee for y'all. That's my bad.
And it comes with the sweetener and mixer in it?
Yes, I tried it. I was like, I'll just try it, see if it's just black coffee. It was sweet. It was actually really, really good. I'll have to bring you some back.
Yeah. It'd be nice to get something to drink and to sip on here. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. How much did you try to compare the hot dog eating contest with Joey Chestnut kicked out of it as he did his own one-on-one or pay-per-view thing with Kobayashi?
Yeah, it was disappointing. Like I don't care that what's the guy's name who won it? Patrick Bertoletti was his name, and he ate 58 hot dogs and he wins the contest. Joey Chestnut, by the way, is all the way over in Fort Bliss doing something with veterans and doing a contest there, and he ate 62. So it's another one of those things. It's like whenever
Tainted.
if you were winning a golf event where all these live golfers weren't allowed. And it's like, okay, who really cares? Like you've got an asterisk. You're Roger Maris in 162 compared to the 154 of Babe Ruth or whatever. But it was I don't know. I always feel like I'm going to throw up watching the highlights of those things.
They tried to hype this up. I thought there was like some type of news that Paige Spearnack, the female golfer, was going to participate. She tried to eat like 6 or 6.5 hot dogs, but I tuned in for Paige
take a little sip.
for a second and did not see her.
Will Chambers is in love with her.
A lot of people are.
Yeah, his was, though.
She's probably in love with herself.
I mean, he was talking about yesterday when she had come up. He'd said, I don't remember what he said. It was something really aggressive, like he would cut off a body part to like date her for a month or something.
She'd be the first one in the bar that Will would tell about his stomach inflammation, as I learned when we all went out for dinner and drinks. And he's like, "You got anything that won't inflame my stomach? I've had this for 2 months."
Bro, he is. He does. He does fine. He genuinely does.
Is that a palate cleanser over there?
We have seen, like, I've seen Will do good work at the bar when he goes out looking for the single ladies. That one girl at that bar we were at was not having it. And he came back over and goes, the vibes were not good.
Yeah.
The vibes were not good.
I thought Will was going to be shutting her down because she had braces, but no, only to be trumped by his stomach inflammation that he's had for a few months. And then he gets the largest tequila on the rocks that I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, it looked like the water they pour for you at the table.
Yeah, that was the only good thing about the restaurant. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. What a perfect day for Roberto to be back in place at Choppy, because we got a Dak Prescott photo and an injury update on the Cowboys quarterback right before training camp. That's next on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
No announcer guy. It is actually Sean and Bobby. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, in Choppy's chair. Happy July 4th week and weekend. Hopefully, you are still being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. I'm Sean Sharif. We got pay for another day before he takes off to Italy. And yesterday, you're trying to enjoy your hot dogs. You're trying to enjoy your sun. You're trying to dodge the psychopaths that are drunk racing out there on the highway. And then the picture hits. I should have Peyton read this, but I don't know if I want this to be his final day here at the Fan. But somebody out there on social media, do you have the picture? We should actually have you do it. But someone wrote in Spanish a description of what they're seeing. And it's Dak Prescott walking with his fiance with a walking boot. So he's not really walking. He's limping with the right leg with a still shot. What was the giveaway? He was in Mexico. One of the boats said La Paloma.
Ah, Kristen's drink.
That's right. One of the boats said La Paloma out there, and it's Dak walking amongst the boats with a walking boot on the right foot. Do you have it, Peyton Russell?
I do.
Let's go and show off the United Nations
Please be careful.
knowledge.
Dak Prescott. I got that right.
Yeah.
Estuvo este fin de semana en Los Cabos.
Okay, I think that's good so far.
En la Alberca. Camino.
Yeah, that's
normal.
Yeah.
I got normal. And then Piro. Esta foto de quarterback L. Muestra.
Oh.
Que tiene una lesión.
Yes, I think
En
I say lesbian.
Lesion.
En el tobillo. Derecho.
Hey!
#NFL.
The Los Hombres would be very, very proud.
Which what that translates to, according to Google Translate on Twitter, is Dak Prescott was in Los Cabos this weekend in the pool. He walked normally, but this photo of at quarterback L shows that he has an injury to his right ankle. And so that said, honestly, I was so thankful that this photo got tweeted out from the little Motorola Razr at the boat docks that took this photo. It actually isn't that bad. The photo quality's fine. But I was actually grateful because man, we don't have anything to talk about with the Cowboys. This gives us actual content. And I guess
What did you think when you first saw it? Were you like, oh my God?
So I've seen enough guys in walking boots before for things that I know are not that big a deal that I wasn't willing to jump to a freak out quite yet. And I had texted somebody. I was just like, what's the deal with Dak? And all I got back was somebody just said, he's fine. They're like, don't worry about it. He's fine. So I was like, okay, he's fine. I'll trust that. I don't blame any fan that's concerned with it though, because
or those celebrating. That's now Trey Lance time.
I sure, I'll say this. I don't blame anybody who believes there's something to it, because it's on that right ankle foot area where he's had problems in the past. It's something where each report yesterday was giving us, like, if it was totally nothing, I could see somebody saying, if it's supposed to be nothing, why did we get 3 different versions of this story really quickly? Like, where it's, oh, he's dealing with a foot sprain. And then it's, no, he's actually not. He's actually out of the boot now. He's not even wearing the boot anymore. And then it's, well, he's always been out of the boot. He only wears the boot when he's going on, like, fishing boats because he doesn't want to slip. And then it's
up.
Like, I mean, there are all these different, like, Clarence Hill, Todd Archer, Calvin Watkins, Ian Rappaport. They were all giving us different details about it. And that's good. That's, I mean, you want as much information as possible, but it was just
not good to get different stories.
No, but you want as much information as possible. So if it pushes the story forward, that's good. When it seems contradictory or it changes that quickly with something that's allegedly nothing, like nothing you wouldn't think would take 4 different follow-ups to explain it away. So I get people who are concerned with it, but the folks that I talked to, they were just like, yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
So Clarence sent Dak a text message.
Well,
and he said, I'm great. He also added he was wearing the boot for precautionary reasons because the last time he went deep sea fishing, his ankle swelled up. And you said Todd Archer said he was already out of it?
Yep.
So when was the photo taken?
I mean, this could have been, I mean, if it's the way
I assume if someone sent out the picture yesterday, it was yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, so it says on Archer's article, it says he recently suffered a minor right foot sprain that temporarily required a walking boot. Prescott was seen in a walking boot while on vacation in Cabo San Lucas. It was unclear when the picture was taken, and he is no longer wearing the boot, according to the source. So, and it says that the injury is not expected to impact him being available at the start of training camp on July 25th.
And now, the conspiracy theories. As the web was a-talking and conjuring up the different reasons that this could be happening, Dak is setting up the hold-in.
Ooh.
With Mike Florio joining us the other day, RJ Choppy's suggestion that Micah, CeeDee, and Dak should all not practice in Oxnard, a strength in numbers, in order to get their new contracts. And Dak is like, yeah, it's swelled up. It's a fishing injury, an old fishing injury. I can't go out there and throw. Conspiracy theory number 1 for the hold in.
Yeah, I would. He is so relentlessly competitive. I would just think he would. He's not one that I would think would have to say, "Oh, I need to be able to be there and collect my check, but not practice." Yeah. I think he would just say, "I'm not showing up." If he was going to do that, I don't think he would. Have to fake it injury to do that, because I don't think he's. I mean, gosh, you remember at the end of the 2019 season?
Now they've effed with us before. Go ahead.
No, at the end of the 2019 season, that game against the Eagles, where he'd hurt his shoulder. Again, remember the AC joint had gotten sprained, and everybody's like, he wasn't throwing at practice that week.
Yeah.
And then he went out there. I talked to somebody just last year who had brought that game up, and they were like, no one thought Dak should have played in that game. Like, everybody said, dude, you can't throw. Don't do it. And he was like, I'm playing. So, like, I would be stunned if he would, as a negotiating ploy, just fake an injury.
I'm going to side with all the insiders and trust what they're saying, that it's not a big deal and he'll be practicing day 1 out in Oxnard. But we have been misled and taken astray when it comes to Dak injuries before, specifically lower body.
Yes, I would say that typically, though, I mean, that's fair, because it is something where a lot of times it's Dak, I think, wanting to downplay, and Dak, we get Dak saying here, talking to Clarence Hill, saying, no, it's nothing. And so I get that aspect of it. It also could be one of those things where they just don't want to send panic out there for something they think will be better by then.
Yeah. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being worry level, you are at a
2.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, just in terms of folks that I were talking to yesterday were completely not. Normally somebody will say,
but
he should be fine.
People that are going to tell you, like, without trying to spin it for the Cowboys' purposes?
Normally I would think when I've had some hesitancy before, it's usually couched a little bit. It's not so just cut and dry, he's fine. Like, it's nothing. It's usually a little more, we're getting it checked out, but we think he'll be fine, or something along those lines. This doesn't have the same weird feeling to it that that lat muscle or whatever he had. Remember at the beginning of training camp a couple years ago that they had to go see the Rangers doctor, and we see Hard Knocks later on. It's like, oh, they were a lot more panicked about that than they publicly said.
Brought us tweets 8 hours ago. Ankle soreness, they don't see it as a problem going forward. Want to get your thoughts on a couple of other Cowboys stories that happened while you were out.
By the way, really quickly, does it concern you at all that they're saying right foot sprain, but Broadus is hearing ankle soreness, so they can't even get right what's wrong?
Oh. Concern might be a little bit strong. Eyebrow
because that just made me stop and think, like, well, that's a little weird.
We got 4 different stories, Al. 4 different stories. We need Chris Young in
Let's
here.
ask Ryan Garcia what he thinks.
No, Dak is black. So Ryan Garcia would not be the one to ask. That freaking moron, idiot, nut job. All right. We got CeeDee Lamb, according to Sexy Ricky.
I'm sexy.
Twitter account out there saying that CeeDee could demand a trade if he doesn't get $32 million. It's pretty Ricky, I guess, with the Twitter account that has scooped some NFL insiders, and then Malik Hooker, Micah Parsons about Micah's podcast.
Where would you like to start?
CeeDee.
You ever watch Remember the Titans?
Let's start with CeeDee. So I had tweeted this the other day when the story came out. I would never quote tweet Pretty Ricky and address a rumor like that, other than there's been a couple different stories where he's been ahead of it. Like, whether it be he's a guy who works in the league office, who it's a burner, and so he sees transactions come in a few minutes early, or what sort of things he does. There's something that guy's got, some sort of that guy's got. I don't know how consistent it is, and we haven't seen him do it with a Cowboys player yet. So that's, it's not like he's got a history doing that. But I will say that when he said that they want at least $32 million, it
makes total sense.
Well, and it's the number that, I've talked about with you guys during breaks that I've heard, is that 32 is the floor.
Yeah.
32 is A.J. Brown, which makes sense.
Yep.
A.J. Brown is represented by the same agent that CeeDee Lamb has, and so it would make a lot of sense that his agent would say, you got to at least get to A.J., because that's what A.J. got a couple months ago. That's what I just negotiated. And
is that awkward for the agent? If you're AJ and CeeDee gets 33 or 34 and you're AJ and you're like, what the heck? And he's like, well, CeeDee's better than you.
Yeah, maybe if it was done,
he can get away with it and blame the market.
I think that's
man, I got you the leapfrog, and now it's time for the other leapfrog.
I think that's what he probably does. I think a lot of these agents just do that, and I think a lot of these guys, these players, understand that context. I don't think AJ Brown would look sideways at it. I think he goes, yeah. We got to keep topping each other. That's how we get more money. But ultimately, 32, I think, is the absolute floor for them. I think they probably want closer to 34 is what they want. But again, a lot of these numbers, when you hear them, are kind of funny money, or you can tweak them to mean whatever you want. Like highest paid in terms of new money, highest paid in terms of total guarantees, in terms of average annual salary. You can do these different little tweaks to it. So, that is a floor for them that you can probably meet and still have it mean something else.
So the likelihood of him showing up at camp, holding in, not showing up to California, and then demanding a trade.
Man, the trade, I don't have a good feel on that at all. I have not heard that, that he would be willing to do that. You are starting to get the sense that he'll hold out if he's not hold in, he'll just hold out if he doesn't get his money. But I I'm really hopeful. When we had talked about, hey, what do the next few weeks hold when minicamp ended? We did it in Below the Belt, the day after minicamp or whatever it was. And I had said, just get like one of these done. Get them done. Get Dak done, Micah, CeeDee, somebody. Just get that so like you can get a victory for yourselves in the court of public opinion with your fan base and everything else. And CeeDee is the one that is the easiest to get done to me. That it should have already been done. And they're going to cost themselves more money the longer they wait. So my hope would be that gets done sometime in the next 3 weeks.
And Micah Malik?
I think Malik Hooker was completely right in what he said. I think it was taken a little bit out of context when the first clip was posted. Because when you hear the entirety of it, it's a lot softer.
Yep.
And I don't mean soft, but it's
He
not
backed off it.
It's not as harsh as it read
Yeah.
or as the initial clip showed. But I don't think he's wrong. And I thought that Micah's snap reaction that was deleted was the one that was really interesting to me. The tweet where he was like, Malik, you got my number. You can holler at me. You don't have to go say this on a podcast. But I mean, I think that whole situation was reflective of, for all the people who say, oh, it means nothing, nobody cares, it's all media driven or whatever else. I think it's reflective of there are probably people in that locker room who care that he's on a podcast the week of games, like gassing up Jordan Love and other people. Like, I don't think every teammate loves that. I'm not saying they all hate it, but I'm sure there's some people who are like, that's kind of annoying. I wish he didn't do that.
Bobby was also out for the Mavericks acquisition of their new number 3, a profile piece in the inside story of what Klay Thompson is really like. We got a special Friday edition of The Payload. And could the Rangers represent at all for the All-Star game in Arlington in just a few weeks? That's all on the way with Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
CollecticonUSA.com. That's CollecticonUSA.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bobby Belt is back. RJ Choppy is out. We still got Pay. I'm Sean Sharif here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Stan Fleming, listening on the Odyssey app from Clayton, New Mexico. Final day of my 23-day epic Alaska motorcycle trip. By the time I get home, I'll have approximately 11,500 miles on the trip. I'll be happy to be back in DFW, #Tolo.
So we're in like 4 states already this morning because the fan text had California, Virginia, and then you just threw out New Mexico. And then Byron, our Tarleton State buddy, he just texted me a little bit ago. He said, listening to you guys as I get ready to play golf in St. Louis. So we're on in St. Louis too.
Hell yeah.
Just
Love you guys.
taking over.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on as part of the 6 a.m. club. You were out for the Mavs acquisition of Klay Thompson.
Yeah, you guys, I was listening to the show the next day, though. It was very good. Very good show. I enjoyed it. When you guys got a chance to talk to Antonio Daniels and recap everything, it was really good. Got McMahon on, which was stunning. I was very impressed by that.
McMahon wrote back RJ once a year, man, not once a month. And RJ said, let's make it biannual. So nice job, RJ Choppy, booking the guests.
Yeah, get the it's a new quarter. We can throw in a request for a new quarter, but no, I love the acquisition. He's a genuine third scorer. Like even with he's not the Klay of old. He's not. And he does not shoot.
He kind of is the Klay of old.
Yeah, he is the old Klay. He's somebody who, if he's on the roster, if this current roster with, Najee Marshall and Klay Thompson, if those guys are on this roster instead of Derrick Jones when they're playing in the NBA Finals, and no disrespect to Derrick Jones, who did a lot of great stuff for the Mavericks last season, but
was not good in the finals offensively.
No, was not. If those guys are on the team, I think the finals are at the very least closer. I'm not saying they win it, but I don't think you're getting a lot of the same. Maybe they win game 2. Maybe they get it to 7 games. Like I think that having to
7 games because of Klay, Bobby.
Look,
man, a little bit of a leap here.
Here's where I'm going with it. If you win game 2,
and then FFL over here.
If it's enough to win game 2, then it's 3-2 going back to game 6. I'm just assuming at that point they may have won game 6 at home. Was all. And then that's how I look at it. But
maybe game 3, when Luka decides to be selfish, Klay kind of bails you out right there. But go ahead, keep adding your pieces together.
You ultimately, with Klay Thompson,
keep building that hypothetical ladder.
You have the threat.
You win game 2, and then Luka fouls out, and then you win game 3.
I'm just saying,
then you got a chance for 7, and bam, it's a coin flip. The series is a coin toss.
No, not a coin toss. I still think Boston wins it. I'm just saying maybe you're able to push
overtime again. Double overtime in game 7.
You definitely push it to 6. Maybe you push it to 7 is what I'm saying.
Okay.
But also it's because they would have to respect a third score that they didn't have to throughout the entire series. There was nobody who was threatening them. Derrick Jones couldn't knock down any of the. Nobody could. There was nobody knocking down open looks from the perimeter. And so I think that's a big benefit to you there. Najee Marshall, we've seen the analytics that say he was a more efficient shooter than Derrick Jones in a lot of situations last year. That's something that gives you a benefit. So ultimately, I really like those acquisitions. I like the pick of Melvin Ajinka. I think that's a good pick.
You want to watch Ajinka film?
I was not familiar with him. I was not familiar with your game, to quote Shaq. But then when I got a chance to watch a little bit of, after they picked him, I went on YouTube, looked at a couple of his games, and read some of the different scouting reports on him and the way that people are talking about his game. He seems like he's a genuine fit for the 3-and-D mold that the NBA has really gone to. And so length, the ability to project out as a really good three-point shooter, I think that's all really positive that they've done. They're big winners to me so far this offseason. I think Nico's done a great job.
There was a profile piece done on Klay from the great Ramona Shelbourne, frequent guest on the radio station, and I love to read these, especially for a player that you get, so you can find out more about them. 6 weeks ago, they went to this famous golf course, and there was an invite extended from the Warriors owner, Joe Lacob. invited Klay to play around to show him respect, to try to strengthen the frayed bond with the franchise legend, to make him feel like they definitely wanted him. It just had to be on the Warriors' timeline. And Klay Thompson went out there and played. But before we get to what was accomplished out on the golf course, I thought this was an awesome quote from their assistant coach, Bruce Frazier. Once said this of Klay: "If I was to choose my favorite book, it would be a book written by Klay Thompson when he's 60, because that's when you'll get everything that's in his soul articulated." Think about that. Someone who's been around that long, someone who is more transparent and forthright with the media than a lot of other athletes. And this assistant coach who's been there forever is still saying, I don't truly know. I don't really know. Over the past year, Thompson was relatively easy to read. He was miserable, as one person close to him said. Miserable with how negotiations with the team had gone on a new contract. Miserable at the thought he was not respected or valued by the franchise in the way that Steph and Draymond were. Miserable at his declining role on the team, and yes, miserable at the way his game and play had declined as well. The 2 years spent away from basketball had forced Klay to confront his basketball mortality, what his life was like without it, what his identity was. He bought a boat, not to escape all these thoughts, but to move through them even when his body could not. He read dozens of books, did sessions with motivational guru Tony Robbins. May have to be a bit that we do. Thompson went spearfishing and challenged himself to hold his breath for several minutes. We'll have Bobby do that particular exercise.
Oh, I can do it.
A really long time. Really, really long time. Klay's fight back to the court was one of the best stories in sports a few years ago. They won the championship in 2022. But everything since that title, awful. The joy had evaporated. The team wasn't winning, either going 90-74 the past 2 years and missing the playoffs this past season, and Klay felt disrespected. They did not offer him an extension the summer after they won the title. The disrespect deepened the following summer when Golden State was only willing to consider 2-year contracts in the range of 23 to 24 a year, instead of matching the 4 years Draymond got for $100 million. So they win the title. And look, I understand everything that the Warriors did, and I still agree with what Golden State has done here. Klay being mad that they didn't pony up to him for his declining game and declining body, they were trying to set the stage for Jordan Poole to be his replacement. They gave Jordan Poole his contract. They gave Draymond his money, and when he saw Draymond get 4 for $100, and they're like, 23, 2-year deal, he was ticked off. I understand Klay's side of it as well, but all these topics on the First Fake shows saying, did Golden State disrespect Klay Thompson? Did they screw him over? My answer to that is no. I would want my team to operate the same way.
I really understand, though, from Klay's perspective, like, you're not going to give Draymond Green, who's like punching teammates at practice and can't stay on the court to give us his triple single. Like, you're not going to give him 4 years and then just tell me, like, that's just a bridge too far to give you any more than 2. I absolutely think that that's a reasonable pushback, is to say. Now, Golden State could say, if Golden State is willing to say, we know we made a mistake.
Yeah, because they ended up making a mistake with the Draymond deal. And Jordan Poole.
If Golden State is willing to say, that was a mistake, we shouldn't have done it, then I would give them credit for that and say, okay, well,
then Draymond goes and beats up the front office,
right?
Like he did Jordan Poole,
and maybe they're scared of him, and so they don't want to do that. But I would say that for Klay, I think that that's a reasonable thing to push back. I don't know what your argument would be back to Klay if you're in the front office to say, well, Draymond needed to get 4 compared to your 2 because
at the time,
why?
Yeah,
and so,
but the argument back is you're coming off 2 ACLs.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, look, he had been back, and even though he had not played up to his normal level, and they could maybe point to certain decline, I think it's really easy for him to say, but I'm still better than Draymond. Even with 2 ACLs and declining, I'm better.
No, I think in the moment it's very hard to win that argument if you're the Warriors, but right now today, Klay ended up coming off the bench for them. They had to bench him, so they ended up being proven right, I think, about the financial restraint that they had to show while paying all the luxury taxes. We continue with Ramona's ESPN piece. And by the way, on Wednesday, we talked about a report from a California or a Golden State beat person who said Klay's pretty much like Draymond. It's just not covered the same way. I didn't know if that was a smear campaign, but they're like, imagine what he's like behind the scenes if he sulks and pouts on the bench like he does. And Ramona Shelbourne kind of connects that here. Klay did little to hide his feelings once the season started, and his actions increasingly became difficult to manage, exasperating even his loyalists in the locker room. He had several emotional meetings with Steve Kerr, a marked contrast from the days when Kerr dubbed him a zero-maintenance star. Now, is that a smear campaign justifying the Warriors' decision? Here, we'll give this to this reporter to go ahead and leak. Maybe. And more importantly, do we even have to worry about that here with the disrespect gone and a brand new fresh start? I would say no, unless Klay starts getting benched by Jason Kidd.
Which, that could potentially turn sideways pretty quickly. But this was, I talked to you about this while I was on vacation, when we were out at the restaurant that night, was that when Horst had gotten a lot of people curious right after the finals, when he said, essentially, there's a star out there who's wondered how he would fit in and thinks he's already kind of imagined it and feels like he would fit in really well in Dallas. And at the time, everybody assumed it was, oh, he's talking LeBron. He's basically saying LeBron is thinking this, and it's probably a leverage play, an attempt to push things. What it seems like from all the reports we've gotten since the Klay signing happened and hearing how long Klay had targeted Dallas, it sounds like he was probably talking about Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
And I think that's the most encouraging thing here, is that this isn't a situation where, yeah, look, I wish I could have. It's not Derrick Henry in Baltimore. I wish I could have stayed in Tennessee. I'm sad that it didn't work out. If it couldn't have been Tennessee, I wish it could have been Dallas. But since it's not Dallas, I guess I'm glad to be here in Baltimore. This sounds like Klay had already made up in his mind, I don't like it in Golden State anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe he was willing to salvage it to an extent, but ultimately the encouraging thing to me here is this.
And I hope that contributed a little bit to his season.
Yeah.
I hope. I'm trying to justify his game dropping off a little bit. If you are very few people, when you are unhappy, miserable, and feel disrespected at work, are going to perform the absolute same as the day when you get your brand new contract that you're happy with.
Yeah.
Except for me. I can perform the same all the time. I can overcome it.
I think that to me is what's really encouraging about this, is that Klay he doesn't view Dallas as a consolation prize. It seems like
he scouted them.
Yeah, this is absolutely where I wanted to be. There was, I don't remember if it was not in the Ramona Shelbourne piece, I don't think. I think it was in another one that I'd read this weekend, that Klay Thompson had already, before he walked into his meeting with the Mavericks, had studied film of the Mavericks offense last year and came into the meeting with ideas for them about, here's why I think I fit here in Dallas. This is where I could have helped you, which I love that. I love that he's that cerebral and is evaluating it that way.
July 4th is the only, well, Peyton can cancel Peyton as well, but July 4th canceled Peyton Russell yesterday. But we have a special Friday edition of The Payload to send you into your weekend. Do you have a safe word? And no longer can you have cell phones at a wedding. Friday edition of The Payload is next on The Fan.
Coming up the next G-Bag Nation. Happy Independence Day, everybody. We're back.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Friday, July 12th, we'll see you in Glen Heights with The Fan.
Tolos, our baseball coverage on 105.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Is the payload every Friday now? Thursday and Fridays?
Nope.
Okay. just once a week. It's all right.
Shut that down fast.
You give me an inch, I want a mile, but it's okay. I'll take an inch here. Thank you to all the Tolos listening and watching on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you're not watching or listening from South Padre Island because you might be without a calf.
You might be without calf.
That was bad. I've seen the pictures, Ryan. I think we can get this up on the FanCam there.
Ryan died.
Wow. R.I.P. Ryan. No, he might be. I think it's his first. No, I think Monday's his first.
How do you think Carter's been doing compared to Ryan? Not thrilled, and I don't think it's a coincidence that our in-studio television never shows us the day Ryan is gone. How has Carter been? He's not in today. You don't have to worry about his redhead rage. In terms of the clips, the interviews, the little highlights, the videos. What do you think?
He's been fine so far.
Fine.
Yeah. Now we do have a new software system. Since Ryan has left, we've upgraded new software system.
Ryan's glad he's missing that.
I've been told it's an upgrade. So Carter's been waking up and at least getting the FanCam started. Today it was all me. I did have to contact Carter because we had to restart a little bit. I'm sorry to the 12Os that we weren't on at 5:30 exactly, but I think by 5:34, 5:35 we were on.
Oh yeah, Andy was ready at 5:31. Was texting in, dogging you.
But yeah, everything's fine now. I will not be cutting up any videos, unfortunately. My contract does not have that specified. So I will take you to and from break. I even have my picture up there on the FanCam right now. I was able to change the camera.
Wish I could see it.
Yeah. We'll just go to Dallas FanCam on Twitch, Sean, and you got it right there.
All right.
But guys, the real question is, back to South Padre Island.
Yeah.
We saw the pictures and videos. Have you guys been before? I've been once, but I've never been in the water. I went just, it was during Christmas time. It was
So how far away is it?
Oh,
and how does this compare to Galveston, Charles Barkley?
I mean, South Padre Island is a popular spring break spot because this is not. I've never been. I don't believe it's similar to Galveston. It's that's down at the very south end of Texas. It's like Brownsville. And
that's about to get the hurricane.
Yeah. So it's, look, I don't like going in the ocean, period. I don't like going in water, period, as you're familiar with.
Pool.
But I definitely, I'm convinced there's sharks in shallow water in every spot of the ocean. So I just don't like going in there.
Do you think that picture was legit with this girl or person missing the calf that was bitten into?
Yes.
I think so.
4 shark attacks is what they said?
They said 4 different attacks in South Padre Island.
And RJ even said in the group text, he's like, someone from, his fiance from Sarah's work took a picture of it, was out there. So, it looked very legit.
I've seen a video before of somebody who had gotten their calf bit by a shark, and it looked exactly like that.
But this does not faze me from going in the ocean. I will
it
still
doesn't
go to the
faze
ocean.
you because you texted in the group chat, people really need to work on their calves. Man. Well, maybe they had worked on their calves. That's why it was so salacious.
Yeah, what would Chavi say? Those teeth would have broken right off of my calves.
Yeah, but stay safe out there if you're in any ocean now. So guys, I want to bring something up. Me and my girlfriend Mackenzie, we were talking about this because we've been going to more social gatherings and parties.
Except my house.
That's right. Well, I went. She didn't go.
That's right.
That's a different story. And I was wondering if couples still have these safe words on when to get out. Because me and Mackenzie, I'll usually just text her or she'll text me hey, you ready to go? Because I still feel guilty to bring it up because we're always around people and I don't want to bring it up, or have to, hey, come over here real quick. Let me talk to you. And then it seems suspicious. So I'll just text her, hey, I think I'm ready to go. But do you guys still use these safe words with your wives on social gatherings, parties, or do you just know when it's time to go?
I won't have a safe word to leave because, I do think that there are moments at the gathering when people aren't hearing everything you're saying. And I'll be like, you ready? I'm not texting back and forth. If I'm texting back and forth, I'm saying, hey, look, I'm making fun of you. I'm saying, hey, look at this person. If I have a code word, it's to make fun of you. Hey, I'm going to reference this. We've called this person this name or compared them to how they look to someone else behind the scenes, and I'll bring up this random word so that we can both start laughing. But in terms of getting out of there, no. I just say, okay, let's roll out of here.
So, but the only problem is if you say there's enough time for you to lean in and say something quietly and still be heard. Like if you're seen leaning in and then immediately bailing, that does then seem suspicious. So if you're leaning in, if you're seen doing that, don't you have to then wait around for a little bit? Just like, all right, let me give it like 10 minutes because we can't be seen instantly.
Yes.
I do like the idea of a code word. I don't like saying safe word. I do like the idea of a code word that I can say in the course of conversation that then tips off, I'm ready to go.
Or you don't really have to have any secrecy, judging by our last outing when you're like, no more drinks. We're out. I'm out of here. You just say it out loud. You don't have to have a code word. You don't have to have a safe word.
I'm leaving, Sean. See you.
I'm just like, here, I'm not even going to buy you a drink. Here's a Venmo. I think that's a pretty obvious sign.
No, that's because like the way you... First off, when I had told you initially we were going out for fireworks, which were going to be at 9:00, you told me, whoa, that's going to be too late. I'm not going to be out that late. You stayed out till 2 a.m.
That's true.
So
that was not planned by me. I got caught in the moment because you stayed. But when I wanted to, have fun with all my friends.
When it was 10:30 and you're like, one more drink over here, that was like, okay, one more drink. I'm not going to have one.
Right.
And so
I bought you one.
You did, and I drank it. But that was, by the way, that was
$30 shot.
That was at the third spot. That was not at the second.
True.
So when we were at that spot, I was like, okay, Will left. It sounded like you were going to be leaving pretty soon. So I was like, all right,
and then my wife kicked it into.
She did not want to go
never
back.
been out gear. Her and Kristen. Our wives left us and went to the bar next door to scout it out. Now imagine two guys doing that. Imagine two guys ever being like, hey, you stay here. We're going to go see if it's bumping.
We're going to go scout the talent.
We're going to scout the talent, and we'll text you. Of course, every guy at the table was like, go. See ya. Bye-bye. See you later. So do you have the safe for it? And Tolos, what is it on the Franklin Franco text line?
So we're more of a safe code phrase. She'll say, I think we need to go let the dog out. We have a dog at our house. So even though sometimes
it sounds like that's a pretty obvious tell, like we're leaving.
Yeah, we have to leave.
So what I'll do, though, and I've done this
before. Did I leave the AC on 93?
That was just broken.
Yeah.
Still broken, by the way.
Reference. Is it? Oh, when's our call-out segment of your landlord?
I'm gonna have to Venmo in, or not Venmo, video in from Italy because I was told Wednesday afternoon it'll be Monday. He said the AC companies, they're booked holiday weekend. I was like, there's one holiday this week. One day's a holiday.
Did you hit up the Tolo that reached out and gave his information?
I did not because with me renting, it says in my lease, I can't get a contractor out there to fix it.
Oh!
It'll break the lease if I pay someone else to fix something.
Gosh,
and so
what a joke.
Yeah, and so I text the landlord, the property manager, and I text him Wednesday after he told me it was going to be Monday before he could get a guy out there. I said that would be 10 days without AC upstairs. I said I want money off my rent, and then he fights back and says I'm trying my best here, Peyton. I go,
well, the contract isn't about trying your best.
Yeah,
no.
Bro. Get it done or take the money off.
It's 92 upstairs. I'm just waiting for something to be ruined up there. The TV's still up here. Mackenzie has thousands of dollars worth of makeup up there.
Well, tell us that as you're leaving town and leaving the country.
Move it downstairs. Like, just move the TV.
Well, there's only so much. You
have a TV downstairs?
I do, but it's a smaller one.
But just move the TV downstairs if you're worried about it getting destroyed.
Well, but the upstairs one, 55-inch TV.
Oh my gosh!
The makeup's all on a desk, so we just.
You can't pick up makeup.
We already have our
makeup's just as
mattress
heavy
downstairs. Like we're living downstairs. Our closet and everything is downstairs. It's atrocious. So
instead of like we need to let the dog out, shouldn't your code phrase be something that's not a reference to leaving at all? Like, for instance, Amanda was talking about Bridgerton a lot. Shouldn't it be like you should say like, have you guys watched Bridgerton lately? Like, shouldn't that be the code phrase? Something that's
crooked teeth. Crooked teeth.
Penelope.
It's time to go.
Yeah. So, that's just something I'm thinking about. Tolo's weighing in on their safe words on the fan text. But, it's something. I didn't know if safe words were still a thing, but that's just my thing.
Well, they are in a different way.
Okay.
RJ's got them.
Yeah.
No, I will say that there was no need for a safe word. I was not trying to leave. That night that we were out, I was actively getting texts from Kristen where she would say,
it's Peyton's segment. We'll talk about you in an hour. Back to the payload.
It was tying it in.
Guys, so you guys have had, you're married. You guys have had the weddings, the all the drama that comes with that and everything. And this one kind of got me thinking a little bit. We've heard the term the unplugged weddings. They don't want, the brides don't want any cameras, at the ceremony, but they're okay, at the reception for some, pictures and cameras. But this wife, this bride, is saying no camera phones, no phones at all for the entire wedding. You know, she wants the moment to be about her, which I get that.
And you want to justify the price of your photographer. What a win for me. As my wife was like, what about the videographer? Who's going to video this? And I'm like, no one, because I'm not going to pay for a videographer. I'm not going to go back and watch that. Only someone as vain as my brother has gone back and watched his wedding video 15 different times. No, I don't want to see people sweating because my mom didn't get AC at the wedding venue that we were supposed to have. So I was not paying the exorbitant price. But if you get rid of everyone else taking pictures, you got the exclusive photos that you can put out.
Well, and then she also put in this article, the bride she doesn't want pictures of her like, you know, off guard and like looking ugly because, you know, if you're at the ceremony, you're taking pictures of the wife and groom thinking, oh, it's just a picture, but she might be, you know, looking the wrong way or he might be picking his nose and it's out there on social media for everyone to see. So
like, can I check my phone according to this wife or just no cell phones? Like I'm dropping it in something as I walk into the venue.
Yeah, I think if you like had it under the table, you know, check, you know, whatever on your phone, text someone back. But I think she doesn't want you to be taking pictures of them. And this is not just a ceremony. This is the entire wedding. I didn't know if y'all
I don't care about
weddings
that.
were like.
I don't. Dude, there's enough crap to worry about.
Yeah.
Than other people bringing out their phones and taking pictures.
Yeah, I don't know. This is.
I have no problem with it.
You have no problem not using the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
if someone told me that, I wouldn't have a problem with it either. You're there, you're catching up with people you're not going to see, you haven't seen for a long time, and probably not going to see again for a long time. You're partying it up. I would check my phone to see Dak in a walking boot. That's it.
I wouldn't need to check it. That's fine. But just
and unless it's my family member, I don't care to take pictures of you or video you. I don't need, you know, I do have a video of Sandler in a high chair getting picked up by all his friends and doing all that, but I don't think I have any other wedding photos in.
But I wouldn't have a problem looking at it, but as an edict from the bride, I might just on principle be like, that's a little bridezilla.
Yeah.
And I might now want to take a picture.
And send out the first photo of them up there at the
yeah, like
altar.
I mean, it's you're not
ruin it like first look.
You're not
Bobby's first look.
You're not as
on his zoomed in Samsung.
You're not a celebrity. It's not like you had an exclusive deal with InStyle for the wedding photos or people. Like I can send it out, and I might just do it if you're going to ban me from doing it.
Has Mackenzie already talked about wedding details or what she would want, or have you gotten the sense that she would be a bridezilla?
Yep, and she was straightforward with me. She said, "I'm going to take care of everything. You just agree to everything."
Yeah.
You know, so and I was like, that's fine. That takes so much stress off me. Just tell me when to show up.
Absolutely. That is the dream setup. RJ was a bridezilla.
I don't buy that he is just going to let things go. Peyton strikes me as though he would be a little bit of groomzilla. I don't think he just totally lets it go.
The only thing Peyton I could see challenge is like, I don't think that the option for the food, honey, shouldn't be chicken nuggets or fish sticks. That's the only thing I can see him challenging.
Surf and turf, baby.
Friday edition of The Payload. What's steak and seafood?
Yeah.
What's steak and seafood?
We'll go filet mignon and then we'll go lobster.
Oh! And of course, you know who's supposed to be paying for the wedding.
It's the wife, right? Or
the wife,
bride, right?
exactly.
Right, yeah.
The wife's parents. The wife's parents. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Rangers lose again, and they lose for the All-Star game in their backyard. We'll talk about it on the Home of the Champs right after this. But I don't want you to lose today at work or when you go back to work with that job that you cannot stand. Head on over to mycomputercareer.edu. Get started and get ahead in your IT professional career. What path is right for you? New to IT? You can start the new career in months, not years, with a free career evaluation. Or are you already an IT professional? Well, you can upskill and advance your career, and you can do it for yourself or for your business. Why MyCC? It's simple. My Computer Career is not just another school. They think of themselves as your lifelong IT career development partner. In-demand IT certifications tailored for you.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Scherzer fires the 3-1 pitch, and this one is cranked deep down the left field line. Sailing toward the wall, a leaping catch is made by Wyatt Langford. Are you kidding me, Wyatt Langford? The American League Rookie of the Month in June scales the wall, brings one back, and ends this top half of the second.
Good morning, Metroplex. Matt Hicks with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. We are also your home for the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, back from vacay. Choppy is out today. We got Peyton Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Wyatt Langford at the wall. Wyatt Langford showing off the arm, gunning out a Padre at home plate, but Bobby, it was not enough. They lose another series, 3-1 to San Diego. They have lost 5 of their last 6. They'll pick it up against the Rays tonight at 6:30 on this station. And Tampa, of course, has won 5 of their last 6 series.
Yeah, you're just at a point right now where it feels like any bit of momentum that you're starting to pick up, when you feel like, okay, we pick up a couple victories here, okay, maybe this is where the offense is turning around, it really quickly is getting humbled at every turn. And, I mean, that's been the case for the last month and a half, really. I mean, if you look over it, like they win those 4 in a row where they beat New York in the final game of the series, then they sweep Kansas City. So then since then, they're 2-8 in the follow-up. And before that 4-game sweep, they had lost 5 in a row, and that was coming off after winning 3 out of 4. They go in these waves where it feels like, okay, here's, you take 2 steps forward, 1 step back consistently. Or in this case, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. And you go on these runs where you just cannot hit. And it was another one of those outings yesterday where they get just a single extra base hit. They get the Seager double. And outside of that, some of their hardest hit balls just end up right in the glove of somebody. And it's been a year of bad luck. And it feels more and more like we're getting to the point where you're going to need to make the decision pretty quickly if things don't turn around to sell.
And insult added to all the injuries as the Philadelphia Phillies basically become the Rangers of last year, sending 3 infielders to the All-Star game in Arlington. The Rangers get blanked with Marcus Semien losing out to Jose Altuve. Here are the American League starters in their hideous, ugly uniforms. Rai would have had the uniforms up already. Adley Rutschman, catcher. Vlad Jr. catching a lot of heat this year at first. Altuve at second. Jose Ramirez at third. Gunnar at short. Judge, Soto, Steven Kwan in the outfield. Yordan Alvarez is your designated hitter. No Rangers.
Yeah, that's obviously.
And Profar in the National League outfield.
Yeah, I mean, that's your one claim for the Rangers is going to be that Jerks and Profar makes it. But look, I mean, I'm not stunned that ultimately, because we were heading into this vote, it was just going to be Semien was the only one that really had the shot at the end. And there just wasn't going to be any chance that he was going to beat out Altuve. I didn't feel like, despite the best efforts of Jared and everybody else to try and get him there, and Josh Smith.
How about the Josh Smith play yesterday?
Yeah, no,
that was sick,
dude. He has been, he's baseball's version of Terrence Steele for me. Where I was throwing dirt on his grave.
So he'll be a bum next year?
No. Only if he, I guess, has an injury in between. But he was one that I just was certain, like, that dude's never going to hit at a major league level. There's no way you can have him in there. It's just a black hole. And that's why I'm an idiot. And that's why Jared Sandler covers the team and, gasses them up, because he knows. He knows about Josh Smith. But, I mean, Josh Smith has a strong case. I'm going to be interested to see, where things happen in terms of like the reserves. That was interested. That's not interesting. That doesn't count.
We have a Bobby Crutch Bell in studio for every time he says it's interesting or it's funny. It's interesting. It's funny. It's funny. It's interesting. 900 words in the next 9 seconds. I have the Bobby Bell.
My daughter Laura would not stop hitting that bell while it was out the house over the last couple of days. She would just walk by and ding, and so it was starting to get irritating.
Did you teach her this is what she's supposed to listen for when the man rings it?
That's good. That's good. See,
where's my midnight dram?
Well, we'll get into the dram later.
Yeah.
But no,
like you did.
No, I did.
Sure.
I did. I'm sipping it. I'm taking it casual with the dram.
Good.
But no, I think that Josh Smith has a strong case for it. We'll see what happens with Marcus Simeon as a reserve or whatever else, but it is one where there's not anything that feels like any sort of a slight right now. Like you feel like, yeah, this has been a disappointing year for the Rangers, and so you're not going to see them flooding the starting roster.
How about these AL jerseys? Have you seen them?
I saw them last night. I saw you tweeted them, and you were, they're not good.
They're hideous.
Yeah.
Disgustingly.
They are disgustingly. Mike McCarthy. The internet saying these are awful. Just go back to them wearing their team's jerseys. They look like celebrity Little League jerseys. It looks like the human version of barf all over a T-shirt. These are some of the comments.
Yeah, I was trying to think of it looks like a shirt that you would get at
it looks like a softball beer league jersey.
Yeah, or just like it just looks like honestly, I think this looks like a shirt you would get at Guess or something, like a T-shirt, some random
Guess.
Yeah, here's a
Guess T-shirt.
I'm just throwing out.
When's the last time you've been in a Guess?
Probably
Abercrombie ran out,
12
Bobby.
years. Fine, PacSun. What do you want me to throw out there?
Stussy. Looks like a Stussy jersey.
To me, it just looks like a regular old dingy T-shirt that's some faded.
What color is this? That's my question. Is it red? Is it orange? Is it orange?
Red. It's red on the sleeve, and then, I don't know, it looks like it hasn't been washed. The white looks like it got dirty and they didn't wash it.
Yes.
It looks pretty good. But, they're awful. Yeah, they're not good. And just the awful, what is that? Comic Sans? What's the font there?
Yeah.
It looks like they grabbed font off of whatever the default Word font was for the jerseys.
All right, Bobby, calm down the Cowboy Tolos with Dak Prescott in a walking boot yesterday on the internet.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of freaking out, or in some cases, a lot of people saying, is Trey Lance going to finally be able to get his shot during training camp? But Dak Prescott was seen wearing a boot while he was on vacation in Cabo. Something about Cowboys players in Cabo. It's not a good mix. We get too many bad headlines coming out of there. But Dak Prescott was seen in a walking boot. And the concerning thing here is just the number of updates we're getting as to why he's in one or how much he's been in one, or whether he's still in one or whether he isn't. And basically what this comes down to is the report is that it's a foot sprain, or that he suffered a foot sprain recently. Dak had texted Clarence Hill, told him, I'm fine. My foot had gotten swollen, or my ankle got swollen the last time that I had gone in the water, and so I wasn't risking that again. I wear it just as a precaution. But the report is a right foot sprain. I know Broadus said that he was dealing with ankle soreness. I had asked somebody, I was told he's fine, don't worry about it. Todd Archer saying that he'll be ready for training camp on July 25th. So it's something that I think is okay. I don't think it's a major concern, but it's never a good look when it has to come out with a social media photo instead of just being discussed.
I want to know from the Tolos the times you've been in a walking boot. And was it for something as small as, if you sprain your ankle, crutches? I've been on crutches after stepping on a nail, a very minor foot sprain. They're going to put your foot and leg in the walking boot. I wonder what Dak's thought process was while being in Cabo, thinking whether he would be photographed or not. I'm dying to know that.
Zero. I bet he just thought there in that area.
We don't have any Cowboy fans in Mexico.
No, but
we don't have any Mexican Hispanic Cowboy fans at all.
I'm sure he just thought even if somebody saw it, he's probably not thinking somebody's going to take a photo of it as he's walking away and tweet it. That's probably not high on the list of things that he thought was possible. But I do think that I've seen J-Ron Curse, for instance, have a walking boot on leaving a game, and then the next week he played. I know he missed a game, but when Dak had the calf injury, I'm pretty sure Dak was in a boot leaving the game that night. And so it's happened before where you don't miss much time while you're in a boot.
Dak injury history: 2022 missed 5 games with a fractured right thumb. 2020 suffered season-ending compound fracture of the right ankle. Missed 11 games from 16 to 19. Started every game in all 4 seasons and started every game last season. ESPN not taking us to the other lower level body injuries.
469 says got gout and was in a boot, so painful. 682 tore a ligament in my foot, was in a walking boot for 3 months.
Justified.
Another 682 says
look what Luka's doing for Slovenia while basically having 2 legs in a boot. judging off the NBA Finals.
Yeah, Luka wears walking boots all the way up to like tip off to like show you like, hey, I don't feel good. But 682 does bring up a good point. I think they're gonna put your foot in a boot if you work for $65 million. Like if you're making as much money as he is, I could see them saying, please just wear it. Like don't take any chances with it.
What is Luka doing?
Luka is trying to rally Slovenia after they gotten beat by Croatia in the first round. So they didn't qualify. Slovenia didn't for the Olympics. So they're having to play in this basically wild card round qualifier to get the last spot into the Olympics. But they had lost to Croatia, so they were pretty much had no more room for error. He put up a 36-point triple-double in their last game, and now he heads for a Saturday matchup with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Greece. And so if they're able to win that game, they're then likely moving on to play Croatia for the right to get into the get into the Olympics. And I am just rooting for Giannis and Greece to shut this down fast because I don't need Luka playing any more than he has to this point. He played 700 more minutes last year than he ever had in his career.
Oh,
and that's 700. That's 20 games. If you're talking about 35 minutes a game, that's 20 games. And to go 20 games, and then if he's to play in this qualifier, like not even get the rest leading up to the Olympics, but he gets the qualifier, then they're in the Olympics, then he's rolling right into the next season. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'd like this to just end Saturday.
Let's
please.
go Freak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go Freak.
I am going to be rooting for Giannis to end
Not that Freak. That one is already dead, but the basketball player Freak.
I would watch. I think I'm going to watch this on Saturday. If I don't know where it's going to be on, if I got to find a bootleg stream, I'll do it. But this is actually something that I am kind of interested in watching.
The WBC expelled Ryan Garcia from any activity with the organization after he used racial slurs against black people, disparaged Muslims, and comments while live streamed on social media. He talked about digging up George Floyd and killing him again, repeatedly dropping the N-word. Get this piece of crap out of here and get him some help. Holy mackerel.
Is he crazy or is he
He's
just
crazy.
a D?
He's crazy.
I'm down to the fact
He
that I
might
think
be a
he's
D
nuts.
too, but he's crazy.
Because his whole as they say in the ESPN story, Garcia posted an apology of sorts on X. I was trolling. I want all the killing to stop. I love everyone. Sorry if I offended you. That's the thing is that I think he's a crazy person who believes he's trolling, like because he doesn't have a grasp on what's going on. Some of the stuff he said is wild. Like leading up to, a couple months ago when he was leading up to his fight and he was talking about being taken into the woods and all this Illuminati stuff that he was forced to watch. I mean, the dude's he does not seem stable at all.
His dad gave an interview where he was hoping that his son would get help for his drinking.
Spoken to Ryan in a long time. I'm being real. What I'm seeing is that I would love for him to get some type of therapy when it comes to his drinking. He says he can control it. Well, I hope he can. But if he doesn't, that's what I'm talking about. Get that therapy so that he can stop.
And then Ryan responded, like, I haven't talked to my dad in a long time. Or he eventually realized that he was wrong, and he apologized to me. So that is that dip-ass nut job, Ryan Garcia, up out of there after what he did on social media. That's everything you need to know for your Friday heading into the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out until Monday. We got Bobby Roberto Belt back with us. Winners and losers of the NBA offseason. How many people are absolutely loving what your Dallas Mavericks did? And the Bronny contract, I think, to make you roll your eyes. Plus an absolutely loaded junk drawer you cannot afford to miss. The Expressway is commercial free right after this. But yesterday, of course, hopefully you had a fantastic
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
champion and all-star week coverage. It's right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Thank you, Phil Russell. This is the Expressway, and we are commercial-free up until 8 o'clock. Sean Sharif with Bobby Belt. Hopefully, you are checking us out somehow, some way, because it doesn't look like it's out there on the roads. Happy July 4th weekend.
It's a little light. So Kristen, when she drops Jacob off.
I'm so pissed off at myself for not catching this. I'm so ticked off that RJ got the day off. I'm not mad at RJ. I'm envying that he was quicker than I was, because every year, Peyton, July 4th changes. So I didn't even think that I'd be working when July 4th came around. And as Corey Majors found out, the schedule can trick you up a little bit. So I'm sitting there. I was so bitter at the party I was at yesterday in Arlington. They're like, why aren't you cutting loose? Why aren't you doing anything? Da, da, da. And I'm like, I have to go home and work. I gave ourselves a 3-hour maximum time limit. I woke up and did like 3 hours worth of work. Fortunately, we had Dak content in a walking boot. Still got a lot of Klay Thompson stuff. But man, was I bitter having to sit here and do this show today. I'm not going to lie. I can't.
Well, and it's
I was like, it was a little, not excited. What would be less than excited to see Bobby and work with Bobby again.
Oh, do you guys hear that? He missed me.
Man, this sucks.
No, well, and the other thing is, like,
except for you guys listening,
the content creators take off July 4th too. So, like, anybody like stories, there's not a lot of stories being written. So it's like we're coming.
So do doctors, as I found out. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Jacobs. Appreciate it. Emergency callback. I think my phone was on. Thank you.
I know Kristen was on the road this morning taking Jacob back from work. She dropped him off, and she was driving back, and she said normally it's 42 minutes, and she just sent me a screenshot of the map, and it was like 29. So it's a little light out there, but I know because we saw it on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line that there's a lot of people working today still. A lot of people tuning in and listening all over the country, as a matter of fact. So we're still here.
Okay.
We're still working.
It's okay, Sean. Next year, you're saved. If you're still here, July 4th. July 4th is on a Friday.
It is?
So you get the long weekend.
Okay, so we going to get the Thursday or the Monday off? Because that's how it normally works in my brain. Wait. You said it's on a Friday?
It's on a Friday.
Okay,
so,
my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I mean, we got paid on Wednesday because there's like a lot of.
Is that what you call it? I looked at my phone. I was like, oh, I got paid. That sucks. I look at my bank account. And I'm like, there was no payment. And then I like check one of the accounts and it's there. And I was like, oh, it didn't even make a dent. That's not good. Not good for me.
So like when Kristen had texted me, she's like, you got paid? I was like, I don't think so. And now I'm starting to really question because this holiday has screwed some things up.
All up in your business.
She just logged into the app and saw it. So it's weird because I had paid rent on the 1st and I saw it in our bank account, come out of our bank account. So yesterday when she's like, you got paid, I was like, oh, okay, let me go look. And I looked and I was like, yeah, I did, but there's more in there than the deposit and what was in the checking account. I was like, that's like significantly more. And I went and looked and I was like, that charge for rent is gone. It's not listed in my bank account anywhere. Like in the transaction, I was like, I saw it in there. It's gone now. And that
they should have, Peyton's landlord should have the same conscience as your people.
And that money is in my bank account now. The money for rent is in there. And I was like, okay, let me go check with our resident portal. So I look, they still listed as it's been paid, and I did it. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't know what's going on. Screw with the holiday that the bank is now.
Stop talking. Stop talking on 100,000 watts. All right, NBA winners and losers. Is there any way that someone doesn't have the Mavs with a W next to their name? But before we get to that, how about the Bronny contract?
Dude, I texted to you that night, or maybe it was the day after. I am, probably to no surprise, I'm really exhausted with Bronny. And he's already
And
reaching,
he seems like a good
yeah,
kid.
He seems like a great kid with like a really solid head on his shoulders.
Here's the rookie contract. 4 years, $8 million. Team option in the 4th season. He'll make 1.1 this year, and the report from Woj is that they're going to start him off in the NBA so they can get LeBron his selfish moment. and LeBron can play with him, and then they'll send him down to the G League basically for the rest of the year. But everyone went and compared other number 55 picks and the money that they got. Remember, 4 years, $8 million guaranteed. Last year's number 55 pick, Isaiah Wong, got a 1-year, 2-way deal with the Pacers that got him at most just under $600,000. The same pick in 2022 got a 3-year deal with the Warriors worth up to $5.1 million, much better, but only a fifth of that money was guaranteed. And then my brother, shout out on the Odyssey app use, just sent me other 55 overall pick money. Kyle Guy, 2-way contract. Jay Scrub, 2-way contract. Aaron Wiggins, not Andrew, 2-way contract. Bronny James, 7.9.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's the benefit of being LeBron James' kid, no doubt about it. But I will say, as much as I'm rolling my eyes at it and everything else, that first game they play, I'm gonna
it'll be cool.
I'm gonna smile the first time LeBron throws an alley-oop to Bronny. Or Bronny throws it to LeBron, whatever it is.
Not to Bronny.
Whatever it would be. I mean, he can dunk. He can
yeah.
dunk. And LeBron's, I would guess LeBron would feel more comfortable making that pass. But it's one of those where when that happens, I'm going to think it's cool. As much as LeBron kind of grates on me and now Bronny's getting there just by proxy, it's going to be a cool moment. I'm going to like it. It's interesting you mentioned. Damn it. It's fascinating that you mention the angle of what feels like a privileged existence for Bronny, even related to the NBA contract scale. Because as I was doing show prep yesterday, the most viral post on July 4th over on Reddit that I saw was in the NBA section. And it was somebody arguing that Bronny is the biggest example, and an underrated part of the discourse surrounding Bronny is the idea that basketball is no longer a game of getting it out of the mud, of the hoop dreams, kids. Like, it's the AAU... It's basically become a rich man's sport. And all youth sports at a high level have become a rich man's sport in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. And so, but that they were talking about how, look, I mean, basketball for years has prided itself on came from nothing, came up, succeeded, and it was the getting it out of the mud sport. And it's obviously a meritocracy and it's a spectrum, but basketball is moving further away from it feels like. And I don't think it's fair to just pin that on Bronny as the example, but it's an example of it that allows you to
and again,
look
it's
at
a
it.
double-sided argument. It is, what would you do if you were LeBron versus us as sports fans rolling our eyes like, look at the scrutiny you set this kid up for. Mm-hmm. But you also got him an $8 million contract. So which one do you side on? Like, what would you have done if you were LeBron James? Get him drafted, get him $8 million guaranteed with the scrutiny and all the nepotism that comes with it, or you got to go ahead and be on your way. If you're undrafted, you got to work your way into the league. That is the $8 million question.
Has recent history been kinder to LeVar Ball? Like, do we look at that and say ultimately, like,
I think LeVar Ball shutting up has been kinder.
That's true. But
what happened to LeVar?
Do we look at it and say that LeVar has done, like, do we ultimately say, like, LeVar probably did some things right? Or do we look at it and say, no, he still cost his kids money or had no net impact? Like, I think if you look at his middle son, LiAngelo, he absolutely probably made him more money than he would have normally. And so from that perspective, you could say, as annoying as it was, LeVar did what was right for his kids. And ultimately, I think when you see the way he's interacted with his kids and stuff, I have a better view of LeVar Ball than I did in the moment. Like, I look at him further away and I go, that's a guy who he really did love his kids and wanted to try and see them succeed. And I think it's probably similar with LeBron. I'll probably have a better view of it when we're past the moment.
NBA offseason winners and losers from two different lists. I'll start with CBS Sports. Losers, the LA Lakers. Klay Thompson told them no, had his dad crying as the Laker radio commentator.
That was the whining that he was like. I mean, it was almost like somebody ripping it. It sounded like me talking about like McCarthy after the Cowboys season ends or something. Like he was talking about his own kid that way.
And then Buddy Hield spurned them over the weekend, signing with the Warriors. I think I read the only player in the NBA or the second most made threes in the NBA since 2017 was Buddy Hield. And Buddy told the Lakers no. Winner, Philadelphia 76ers with Paul George.
Well, I mean, not just with Paul George, but I mean, everything that they've been able to do. It's been really impressive the way that they've been able to, get another star with, because what all was it? They got Kelly Oubre over there. They were able to get Eric Gordon. They've got Andre Drummond. Like they've made a bunch of different moves with what a lot of people I don't think felt like was they had the resources to make those moves. And to add Paul George to the mix, Tim Bontemps said this the other day on the Hoop Collective, and it kind of caught me off guard for a second. I was like, no. But then when I thought about it, I was like, it's probably true, which is Philadelphia probably has the best trio in the NBA now.
Bontemps is in love with the 76ers.
He is. And he's a hater of the Clippers. And so him getting Paul George out of there into the Sixers is probably good. But I mean, you think about Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid. That's you're going to have a tough time finding a better three.
Does a big three matter in the NBA anymore with the way the Celtics have set up a blueprint? Clippers, loser. According to CBS, winner, New York Knicks. Even though they overpaid for Bridges, they are deep. They are long, and their chemistry may push them over the top. Winner, Oklahoma City Thunder with Hartenstein and Caruso. Winner, Golden State Warriors from CBS. After losing Klay, striking out on Paul George, they get DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and now Buddy Hield. Everyone keeps trying to stir up Lauri Markkanen reports out there. Winner, Cleveland Cavaliers, Donovan Mitchell staying 3 years for $150. Winner, Jason Tatum. Oh, I was thinking of you when he got the richest contract in NBA history, $315 over 5.
Yeah, good for Jason Tatum. He's awesome. I love it. It's a good thing they don't pay people for originality in the NBA because otherwise he would never have gotten paid.
Winner, Dallas Mavericks. Here's the write-up. So far, the Mavs have exchanged essentially Derrick Jones Jr. for Najee Marshall and Josh Green and Tim Hardaway for Klay Thompson. I think those are all upgrades. For all the talk of Thompson's decline, and it's definitely true he is not the all-star or even a penciled-in all-star anymore. He shot 39% on 9 threes per game last season. On that alone, he's going to really help Dallas, which could look a lot different if Jason Kidd allows Klay to run around as he's accustomed to doing rather than stand at the arc and space the floor for Luka and Kyrie ISOs. Thompson is not going to be a featured guy, but trying to keep track of all his movement while paying the necessary amount of attention to the superstars could be a nightmare. Luka, who is the best inside-out passer in the world, has never played with a shooter like Thompson. Don't underestimate this addition just because the perception of Klay is not that he was what he used to be. He's still a pretty damn good player on most nights. As for Marshall, argument that Jones Jr. is the better or at least more athletic defender, but Marshall is a stout 6'7" chaos agent. Oh, I love that phrase. A chaos agent with a 7'1" wingspan. Generally speaking, both these guys are 3-and-D, but while Jones doesn't really bring much of the three part, Marshall's coming off a career year of 39% nearly from beyond the arc. That number includes 40% on wide open threes, which he'll get plenty of, and 42% on corner threes, which Luka creates better than anyone. I like both the additions Dallas has made.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a big victory for them. I like the draft pick of Ajinka. I think that was a positive, another one, a good developmental prospect. And yeah, Klay is not what he once was, but I mean, when we were sitting out there in Irving at the golf course for the remote a couple months ago, when it was brought up about the idea of Klay Thompson replacing Tim Hardaway Jr. here in Dallas, I had said it then that it's like I would take Klay Thompson in any circumstances at like the age of 39, past all of his injuries and everything else, and give him double minutes than I gave Tim Hardaway Jr. because Tim Hardaway Jr. was bad. He just wasn't good. Now it's. I didn't say it. I did not say it. What's just really compelling if you look at
because everything can't be fascinating either.
I know
We're a bunch of dummies.
I know. I'm gonna have to have a thesaurus up.
Yes.
When you talked about how Golden State had to have him come off the bench at times last year, so he played 77 games. He came off the bench for 14 of them. I was curious what the splits looked like. Like, was he impacted by having to come off the bench? Was he any different? Was he rustier? He was much more efficient coming off the bench last year than starting.
Oh.
So during the games he started,
Yeah,
he
people
shot.
said he played better second half of the season.
He shot 42. Well, and it wasn't even consistent.
When he got benched.
It wasn't even consistent. It was like he was coming off the bench for 4 game stretches, and then he'd start a few, and then coming off the bench for a couple. But he had shot 42% in games he started, 46% when he was coming off the bench. His 3-point shooting was 5 percentage points better. He averaged 2.5 points more per game in 3 fewer minutes coming off of the bench. And so much more efficient coming off the bench. I obviously don't think that that's going to be the play here. I think that he's coming here to start and be your third scorer, but it's something that I think is worth noting, that maybe as things progress, maybe by the end of this contract, he is, just a bench player, a 6th man.
Another winner from CBS Sports NBA offseason, Klay Thompson. Thompson may not feel like he won in this deal. He feels slighted by the Warriors. He ends up taking less money on an annual basis from the Mavs than the Warriors were reportedly offering at one point last year. But $50 million for a guy who was rightfully removed from starting and closing lineups for parts of last season is not chump change. More importantly, he gets a fresh start. With Golden State, he was always being compared to the player he used to be. In Dallas, he can just be the player he is now, which is still pretty good when measured against proper expectations, with a legit shot at a 5th title. Other winners and losers. Winner, James Harden. Winner, New Orleans Pelicans. They picked up DeJounte Murray with the Hawks trade that did not work out with Trae Young. Winner, Brooklyn Nets. They turned Kevin Durant into 9 first-round picks. 9. Loser, Denver Nuggets. People are talking. The Hoops Collective is talking about Contavious Caldwell-Pope leaving them, and is something going to happen with Aaron Gordon as well? Man, I loved Aaron Gordon in Denver. I don't think he's officially gone yet. Winner, San Antonio Spurs. Winners, young players getting big extensions. Winners, Orlando Magic. Loser, Atlanta Hawks. So there we go.
I think all of that I generally agree with. The only one that ESPN, Chris Herring over at ESPN, when he was doing his winners and losers, the only one that's a deviation from what CBS has, he has Golden State as losers. He says that he said you let Klay Thompson and Chris Paul leave for basically minimal return, and you missed out on your big target, Paul George. And so you've got all these different areas where they've struck out. Even if you feel like Buddy Hield is a nice fit and you like what you're getting there, they say that ultimately, Chris Herring says that if you look at it, the fact that they weren't able to accomplish their goals and what they had set out before them is enough to say, well, this ultimately is not a success for Golden State.
Winners and losers of the NBA offseason. This is the Expressway, where you always win because there are no commercials here on DFW Sports Station. What did Bobby learn about himself while on vacation? That starts the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Yeah, it was a nice, 8 days off, essentially.
You feel refreshed?
No. I think I slept about as much as I typically do. And that's not just because I was waking up early. It's because I was having trouble winding down, going to sleep, or we were doing different things. We were still having to get up, take Jacob to work each morning, stuff like that. And so I got maybe a little more sleep because I was able to take a couple naps over the course of it. But I learned a few things while I was out. Number one was exactly that. My sleep cycle is ruined forever. Yep. It's done. And I blame this.
A lot of people will say, oh, don't you get used to it? You just get used to it in morning radio. I don't think RJ, because he's Mr. Productive and, the couch is for lazy people and air conditioning's for lazy people versus going out and torching and tearing up his yard. I always ask people in the building, what time slot would you prefer the most? The number one answer is midday hours. But RJ would pick the mornings, and there'd be some other people that pick the mornings. And then the other thing people always ask about this shift is, don't you just get used to it? What would you say to that, Pepe? Doesn't your body just eventually...
Hell no.
Doesn't it adjust? I agree with you. Totally agree.
Because now if I could...
Yeah, I adjust to being a half a zombie every single day of my life and wanting to go to sleep early on Friday night.
Because with the games, I can't force myself to go to sleep at like 8 o'clock and get a full, 7-8 hours of sleep. I'm going to sleep at 10:30 still.
Yes.
It's basically a nap I'm taking that when usually people, will sleep in.
Here's the thing that I learned is that I know I've slept in before, Missed the start of the show a couple times. It's not been frequent. And obviously everybody likes to say that when I get in here at 6, that's me oversleeping. It's not. That's what time I'm here. But here's what you can
that'll be part of my contract.
Here's what you can take comfort in, Sean. I will never be here later than 6:40. That'll never happen. The most I will ever miss is going to be...
Well, thank God for that.
Is to 6:40.
Thank you, Bobby.
Because I kept waking up between 5:45 and 6:15 every morning without an alarm going off.
Really?
And it didn't matter what time I went to bed, anything. It's just like, get up. You got to get up. And I woke up in a panic on like 3 different days thinking, oh, crap, I overslept. I got to get to work.
Yes.
And so that internal fear exists. I woke up this morning without the alarm going off. I woke up like 2 minutes before it. And
Roy always believed he no longer ever needed the morning alarm. That his body clock would wake him up exactly when he needed to.
I'm not comfortable enough to do that yet.
Well, Roy shouldn't have been either. The theory was not correct.
Because my alarm is supposed to go off at 5. I didn't wake up at 5 any day while I was out. But I did wake up on my own around 5:45, 6 o'clock, something like that each time. So
because my people will be like, why don't you just sleep in Saturday? Oh, why don't you just sleep in? Why are you tired on Saturday and Sunday at like 1 or 2? I'm like, because Monday through Friday, 1 or 2 hits me as my usual fatigue time, waking up at 4, and then my sleep schedule doesn't just, I can't flip the switch on a weekend to sleep until 10 a.m., which I wish I could.
Well, I mean, I got up yesterday, for instance, at 6 or so, and Kristen was trying to tell me, she's like, you got to sleep in. Like, go back to bed, sleep in tomorrow. I was like, okay, I'm about to go back to work on Friday. I need to get back to as close to waking up on time as I need to. And even still,
that's pretty dumb.
6 a.m. is sleeping in for me. That's an hour extra than I normally get.
Yeah.
So I do feel like that is sleeping in.
All right, so lesson number 1 from Bobby, vacay, sleep schedule, screwed.
Number 2, there is no winning with Sean Sharif. So I'm listening to the Expressway on Wednesday, and I hear you guys talking about weddings from Chopping It Up, where he's talking about the invitation to not come to the wedding or whatever it was.
The invite.
And you were talking about on-site weddings, like people who are all at the same location and in the same hotel. And you said that's great because then you won't get people like Bobby who are trying to make it about themselves.
I didn't say making it. Well, maybe I did. Yeah.
Peyton, if you will go look in your folder, it is in your folder, Peyton. Search it. It's called,
I'll believe it. You don't have to look.
It's
I believe
Sean_Wednesday. Look for that clip. It's in there.
I love being in a spot where I know everyone's going to get messed up.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to have Bobby try to make it about him and bail, not have a drink. Yeah. I'm going to go to the big wedding. I'm not going to get drunk and do anything. I'm going to try to ruin everyone's time by leaving early, or maybe that would make everyone's time better.
So,
okay.
I feel like...
Ring one up for Bobby.
I've been criticized routinely around here for making it about myself by drinking and by trying to stay out so late.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, where is the winning with you? Where am I able to win about not making it about me? What doesn't make it about me?
My issue with the other night, which was, by the way, a blast. I think your wife was texting my wife how much fun she had.
She was.
Because it was a freaking blast.
And I was being very amenable. She was saying, are you sure you don't want to go?
Oh my gosh, like Amanda, she's like, why was Bobby so cool? Like, what was the big difference? And she's like, I hope, we haven't gotten to him too. Well, I said that. She wouldn't have that sympathy or thought.
No, she wants me to change.
Yeah, she was. I said, well, I hope it didn't scar him by busting his balls too much about when he drinks and he just went to the other side. But man, he was so chill. He was so cool and chill. But you wanting to leave is what irritated and scared me. You kept trying to leave and go after the next drink, and that's what I threw a fit over.
I felt guilt.
But you stayed till all 2:30.
I didn't. I was.
Doesn't it make you feel good that I didn't want you to go anywhere?
Yes.
And I was like, Will, you can go. Go ahead. Bye. See you later.
And it was my preference at that time to go back because I felt bad about leaving the babysitter there.
Yep.
And
Kristen's like, they're there till we get home.
And Jacob came home and he ended up just letting the babysitter off. And so by the end, I was tired. I was not anticipating going out that night. So I'd not prepped for it, taking a nap during the day or anything.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. Mm-hmm. Being as sober as you were, did that make you crave being drunk with the rest of us, or were you like, this is kind of a refreshing change? Did it make you rethink at all, like your level of wastedness in a moment like that?
I don't know, because you guys were all, I could definitely tell by the number of drinks you consumed. Y'all were all drunk. But none of you were like sloppy.
Right.
And so
even Kristen.
Yeah, no, I mean I was genuinely impressed with how well Kristen handled her liquor.
And I was trying to get shots too. I was making everyone take shots.
But man, it wasn't like y'all were sloppy. If everybody's sloppy and I'm not, I'm going to be sitting there going like, this
like Amanda would be annoyed. She'd like not be able to be around drunk people.
I'd be like, this is miserable.
Yeah.
Like being the only sober person
Yeah.
here. But I mean, it's not like I didn't have, I had 3 drinks
Yeah.
over the course of 6 hours.
Yes.
But I mean, I had 2 at the dinner table. So I had like a slight buzz early. The last 3 hours or so, nothing.
Yeah.
But overall, no, it was
I think
fun.
you were around, a big difference is being around professional drunks, which John is a pro. I can be a pro back in my days. Will is a pro. And then you got the wild cards with the girls, and they were loving life with each other, so it was all good.
Will came over on Wednesday night and continued his professional drinking. So he had some of the dram.
I saw like a saltine cracker.
He did. I told him, I was like, I've got your palate cleanser here. And he's like, that was so overblown. I did
really
not.
wasn't. It really wasn't. As Bobby's wife got like a sample drink, and Will thought it was a palate cleanser, and he scolded the waitress or the waiter, saying, "Where's my palate cleanser? Where's my little palate cleanser? Where's my ginger?"
Yeah, that's what. And so I told him, I was like, I've got saltines here. He's like, well, that actually is a palate cleanser. I will take one. And so he did take it because he was consuming all of the liquors you got me. So he tried each one of them.
Okay.
So we have broken into those. The Belfour's almost gone.
Okay.
That's almost out. I'm taking my time.
Is that the one
with the dram.
Choppy said was the best?
No, that was the other one. The Belfour is the.
I think I may have stumbled upon a great deal, and this liquor store doesn't know it, for what I paid for all 3 bottles, because I had to buy them in that gift wrap basket. And RJ's like, no, the best one is not what Bobby wanted, which you told me was.
Will tried that one. Will said it was really good.
Okay.
I haven't tried that one yet, but we had the dram. He thought that he's like, yeah, dram's incredible.
What else did you learn?
So I need to get the hell out of our apartment. That's what I need to do.
Peyton, you're living at the Ritz compared to this, bro.
So Wednesday night was the first time in the entire week that I was out that I slept in my own bed. Thanks to the power going out for a 3rd time in the last month. And by the way, this is not like a complex-wide thing. It's like the first 4 buildings of our complex. It's the same transformer.
Now, you moved apartments within the same complex.
Uh-huh.
Is that last apartment going out?
No.
And Kristen, didn't she pick this unit?
Yes, which I brought up at dinner to her face.
Yeah.
I was like, so Kristen, it's your fault.
It's ultimately
along with your ski slope floor that you can do slalom races down.
She's still glad we switched because the other one had more windows than the current one, and it faced.
Oh God!
Listen!
More windows.
Listen!
Holy crap!
It was.
I want less windows.
It was ridiculously difficult to cool in the summer because it was like.
Are you paying the monthly AC bill or the apartment?
No,
complex?
I am.
Okay.
Like it's the electric bill, and so I mean we used to in the summer.
But it's collective for the building, right?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not split up. It's for your unit.
Oh.
And so with the sun beating down on that, we would regularly get $400 electric bills in a 900 square foot apartment.
Just get a curtain.
No, because that's
curtain.
it. You can put it on the inside, but they won't let you put anything on the outside window.
Right.
So that's the best way to keep it.
Still got HOAs.
So yeah, essentially. But the power went out for a 3rd time in a month, and so to me, it's like, okay, Encore's clearly not fixing this. This is they're patching something, and so I'm like this close to just going Karen. And going to the
Sharon,
public
the Twitch calls me
Shania, the Public Utilities Commission of Texas, and just lodging a complaint. Like they're not fixing this, or like, would you check on this and make sure they are? Because we ended up having to stay at a hotel the first couple nights, and then when we came back, there was an ant pile outside one of the windows, and a bunch of like fire ants had been able to get in.
No,
yeah, and so
my gosh,
we took care of that.
Not bed bugs, but fire. So how did you take care of it?
So she just had to spray it and stuff like that. And
but you saw ants in your place.
Yeah, they had like gotten in, and so that was something where they had to come through and figure. It was like there was a window. The window sill was off or something. But ultimately, that ruined. And then we spent a couple days in Fort Worth for Stockyards, which was already planned. So those days I wasn't sleeping in our bed, and so it was a pretty rough stretch from that point. So I'm gonna have to go about figuring out how to get the hell out of this particular unit at the very least, because I'm sick of it.
Third one in the same complex.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'd like to get a house, Sean.
Do you?
Yeah.
Peyton's got 92 degrees at his house.
Yeah, that's true.
He's leasing.
And he's not even owning it. He's
Not
just
even owning
he's
it.
just throwing it away. The fourth thing I learned: if I ever win the lottery, I'm gonna continue to work in some capacity, because I can't. I need to stay busy, because Kristen was like concerned about me yesterday. She was like, "You seem down about everything. You're not like, you don't have your normal.
You missed us.
Like joy. Like, I'm not that I'm an overly joyous person,
No,
but,
you're not.
but she's like, you seem like not even angry. She said you just seem like dead." And she was like, it's just a little. And as she told you over the weekend, I was doing housework while I was off. Because I was busy. Like, I felt like I had to.
I couldn't believe it.
I had to do something to fill up my time.
Daddy does work, and you just do housework.
Not anymore, honey. Kristen was getting mad. She told me yesterday, she's like, "You're pissing me off." She's like, because she'd be up doing the dishes. I'd be like, "Go sit down, I'll do it." Or like, Jacob needs to get takeaway. I was like, "I'll get up, I'll take him. I'll pick him up." And it's like,
Just
I'll
to
do the
stay
dishes.
busy. You came to the radio station to do your prep work on a day off.
Yeah, on a holiday.
No one what did Kristen say to that? When you're like, I have to get out of here, I'm going to work.
She was fine. She understood, like, I needed to just, because I knew it was going to be a prep where I was going to have to really dig in because of what was going to be available out there in the news cycle. And so I was going to focus, lock down, do it. But I was sitting down doing dishes. I need something to occupy my time. I can't lounge around and rest up. As much as I tried, I can't do it. And so I would continue to work even if we hit that Powerball eventually.
A long way of saying he missed us, Pepe. He missed us like we missed him. All right, enough of all that. Expressway, commercial free, junk drawer. Ooh, is it going to rain? Watch, it'll rain right for Ollie's damn pool party tomorrow. Screw me over. I'll be stuck inside with all you idiots. All right.
Be great.
The moron on TV is reporting again that Jerry Jones is closer to selling than a Super Bowl. See if you buy it and see how much you would celebrate next on the home of the Cowboys. But did you celebrate with Hurtado yesterday? Are you going to do it this weekend? And which of the awesome barbecue platters are you getting from the home?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, Friday edition. What are those clouds? What is the darkness out there? As maybe we're going to get some 30% chance of showers today, 20% tomorrow. Hopefully you enjoyed your July 4th and you're enjoying today while listening to Sean and Bobby. Roberto is back. Choppy is out today. We got Pepe running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. All right, an update on our boy Howard Eskin. What?
You good?
Did you hear that over the radio?
I heard it in my headphones.
I tried to internal burp it. Did you hear it?
I didn't hear it.
No, I did a good job. You saw my face.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't hear
I
that.
heard it.
Yeah, you saw me. It was. I
thought it was a hiccup.
Well, whatever. Howard Eskin, while you were out, got himself in some trouble. Who we bring on to preview the Philadelphia Eagles, the Burger King, the troll from Filthy, long time, huge name in that market. And he apparently kissed or made an inappropriate pass at a concession stand worker at a Phillies game. Our company verified it, Odyssey, also in charge of WIP in Filthy, and suggested, why do we not have him go to any more Phillies games this year? Phillies like, yep, we agree. Well, the Philadelphia 76ers have followed suit, and old Howie is now banned for the upcoming season. I think Daryl Morey was more than happy to agree or sign off on that, if that even made it up to Morey. So the Burger King, banned from the Phillies, banned from the 76ers. And I tried to tell Choppy he'd be banned from the morning show. And, of course, RJ, if it's a free segment, he fights me on it. No. Why wouldn't Howard still be able to come on? And I was like, well, because, and that would make a lot of Tolos happy who were
You got to give me love and kisses.
And I was like, because we'd have to bring it up. Like, we'd lose credibility if we didn't bring it up or bust his balls over this. And that's not something, I mean, Howard would just hang up the phone and never come back on again anyway.
I was listening to the segment. I was surprised you had said that.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't think you were going to say.
Well, we have to always address an elephant in the room, whether it's with Jerry Jones or Howard Eskin, like, because that segment is just about insulting each other.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take all these cheap shots, you're telling me we're just going to leave aside like what he did at a concession stand? No, we're not. And he's not going to be cool playing back and forth with that, I don't think.
I think it would
harassment. That's like having his career in jeopardy.
That's what
You think I'm off on this?
No, I don't think you're off. I was just surprised that you were willing to just say definitively, like, that's the end of Howard.
Well,
probably.
I'm not saying it's 100%. That's the way I think that we'd be leaning.
I mean, he's interesting. Damn it. He is
Bobby Bell.
He's one that he likes to take his shots.
Yeah.
But then when you bring up certain things with him, like, remember when we were bringing up his Super Bowl ring?
Yes.
And he got very embarrassed. I was just like, guys, come on. I don't know. Like, the bit ended for him. So I think it'd be funny if we just brought him on for the
funny or interesting Bell.
If we just brought him on and then we ended up, just surprising him with those were some of our jabs back.
Oh, okay. So
I think that'd be entertaining.
You want to have him on to insult back. I think I'd have to text him and be like, just so you know, Howard, like, once we start taking shots, the nacho is going to have to be brought up. Okay? What you attempted to do as a creepy 73-year-old man would have to be brought up.
Once we start taking shots, we're going to do like you do when you take shots, and that's kiss concession stand workers.
Yeah, we're probably not going to have him. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm the one who wants to keep doing dark roast. So.
Okay, Craig Carton, like Howard Eskin, legend in Philadelphia. I don't know how Craig Carton became so big in New York for two different shows. Number one in the morning. I guess it's when you work for WFAN, you're just going to be number one. Then he gets out of jail and he goes into the afternoons, and I think they were number one there to the point that FS1 put him on TV with a morning national show. And he had said in the past, throwing out this theory that he thought, Jerry Jones, I think he could be. I might be hearing some whispers that Jerry Jones is ready to sell the Cowboys. He did it again the other day.
To me, I think they're going to sell the team. I think they are streamlining finances. I think they are shedding salaries. And I think they're preparing themselves for what would be the largest sale in the history of North American sports. I don't think they're in it to win it anymore. I don't think they're committed to put a championship product on the field. And I think Jerry Jones, at 80-something years old, would rather give his kids a check for a couple of $2 billion and wish them well than deal with a failing football team that he's going to leave to them to make it even worse. I would not be surprised if we start hearing rumblings that Jerry Jones is going out to hedge funds and Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi and trying to find a suitor to give him the largest check ever given to the owner of a North American sports franchise. That would not shock me.
Is that what you had to do, Craig? You had to go to Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia to present to ticket buyers that's where you had the access to face value concert tickets when you defrauded people of $5 million and went to prison for wire fraud and securities fraud. Is that what you did, Craig?
Let me really take you behind the scenes here, behind the curtain. I don't think Jerry likes this topic. I've kind of been told. And he really, I've been told as fact, did not like the suggestion when Carton first brought this up that Jerry Jones would need money or was cheap because he had money problems. He was not too fond of that discussion. And it's like, we're just playing audio. That's all. Someone else said it. We got to bring up every angle to justify what has not been happening this offseason with you not improving your football team. But I don't think Jerry loves this discussion. Don't think so. But it is what it is.
I don't think anybody likes any discussion that Craig Carton brings up because he is a
New Yorkers did.
He is like
that just made me disqualify the New York sports fan, which is supposed to be a legendary diehard, that they had this guy number one.
He's Craig Carton is he's Skip Bayless with a teardrop tattoo. That's Craig Carton. He is a total loser and he knows what he's doing. Nothing he says is a real take. It's all just BS. It's firing off takes to fire off takes. It's wild speculation with nothing behind it most of the time. Whenever I see a story pop up that gets aggregated by whoever, whatever.
ML football.
Whatever is out there. Yeah, whenever I see a headline as I'm doing research, I'm like, oh, analyst suggests Cowboys could do XYZ, and then I click on it and I see it's a Carton segment. I'm like, oh, this isn't real crap. And so this dude is just...
no way to better call chop, justify this even 1%.
Zero. And there's zero chance it's accurate. It's not happening. Yeah, he doesn't... Jerry doesn't have financial problems. The Cowboys don't have financial problems. It's not like, that's why Cowboys fans are so frustrated with how the offseason went. It's because they feel like you don't have financial problems. Why are you not paying things?
Let me throw out a stupid hypothetical. Just a July 5th dumb hypothetical. If I set up as a poll question, Tolos could have one happen. Jerry sells or Trey Lance is the quarterback next season. What would the poll result be?
Oh, I think that there's probably... I think Jerry's approval ratings right now with fans are probably lower than Dak's.
I agree.
And
I think it would be about 85-15 for choosing Jerry to sell. Do you think it'd be that high? 80-20.
Probably, because I think fans are going to have a...
Because yesterday when Dak was in the walking boot, people were like, get Trey Lance, let's go. Let's go, Trey.
I think people have an intense reaction to it right now. Look, here's the reality to me, is that Jerry, that people are still holding him, in my opinion, to the way he ran the team 23 years ago. And they're treating it as if that's what he does now. Jerry is, in general right now, Jerry builds consensus and then approves or disapproves, and that's sort of how they operate. I don't think that that's an unhealthy way to run a team. And so I don't think that that inherently is the problem. Now, if you want to say that you have issues with why don't they do this in free agency, why don't they do this or that, I don't think it's just Jerry going rogue. I think that Jerry set up a brain trust and a group that he takes these opinions into consideration, builds the consensus. A lot of times unanimous, like he wants to get unanimous opinion on something, and that's their process of going about it. So I don't think that Jerry's just this rogue, Wild West, do whatever I want type of owner and general manager like he may have been 23 years ago.
Hey, man.
It's a full process that you may disagree with the process, but I don't think it's a naturally bad way to run a team, unless, of course, people who would have this criticism might say, okay, but the people that he's listening to and building consensus with, those need to be changed out. Like, you may have somebody argue that. But ultimately, I don't think the actual process they go about doing things is really flawed. I think it's a generally good way to try and make decisions as a team.
Let's keep it in the NFC East. Did you see any Hard Knocks fallout from the New York Giants as Saquon Barkley has turned into this big topic?
I saw, how people were basically mocking the quote about, we threw Daniel Jones $40 million, didn't do that to have him hand off. I loved, and I know y'all played the audio, I loved the interaction with Dan Morgan of the Panthers, where you see the Brian
GM.
Burns trade come to fruition. Just like, it's the initial moment of it that ultimately, led to the trade. That's the kind of stuff that I love about Hard Knocks. When the Cowboys, we referenced it earlier, when Dak had that shoulder injury in training camp, it was great in retrospect to watch and go, oh, this is how they really felt about it. This is internally how they were clearly kind of concerned about it.
So A.J. Brown is trying to use this as motivation. This is firing up the Philadelphia Eagles, as the Giants GM was seen multiple times debating what to do with Saquon. And he said, what are we really going to get unless it got down to $7 million? I don't want to offer that because I don't want to be like we disrespected him. Okay? He said there's 31 teams. It only takes one to maybe be open to doing something. If it doesn't get to that, then, hey, we're going to let you hit free agency, find out your market, come back, let us know if we can match it. If we can, we'll have those discussions. So did not want to get into a bidding war to retain Saquon, which we all agree with. Philadelphia stepped in, and then A.J. Brown tweeted, the Saquon video fired me up. It wasn't even about me. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you get yours, fam.
I will mock that specific line of thinking from the Giants, though, because that's the same line of thinking that we mocked the Cowboys for with Derrick Henry. Well, I don't even want to insult him. I don't want to, we wouldn't even want to insult him with the offer. That's how much respect we have for him.
But they also have a new school thinking saying even Pat Mahomes could not win behind this line. So we're not going to hand off to a $12 million back behind this offensive line. That's what the GM said, which is the right decision.
Yeah, which I think is fair. And I know, again, I'm sad that I was not here last week.
This is an example, I think, where Hard Knocks hurts a team. Like, really, I love it as a consumer of the sport, but hey, you're airing this stuff and it's going to tick off our division rival. That'd be the argument I was making if I didn't want those cameras around my facility.
Yeah, I mean that's a
like now you have now every running back in the league is maybe going to look at this. You're going to hurt us in free agency. I'm stretching some of this. I'm exaggerating.
Sure,
but that's what I would do. I'd be like, you cost us in the running back market. You got the Eagles fired up. Like, we don't need to be airing these inside discussions.
Yeah, which is, I think, part of what McCarthy, for instance, seemed a little put off by having Hard Knocks around with. I don't think he loved... McCarthy likes to keep everything very walled up and tight, and that kind of thing being exposed is why a lot of people don't like it. Robert Saleh had a lot of those same sort of complaints when they got him with the Jets. But I will say that ultimately I think that thought process is not wrong from the Giants, though, about the offensive line. And that's where I was sad that I was not here last week, where he said Patrick Mahomes couldn't even win behind this line. And then Choppy was like, well, yeah, Patrick Mahomes wins behind anything. That's a lie. That's not true. It's like, well, I mean, the Chiefs told you after they lost to the Buccaneers, we can't win even with Patrick Mahomes behind this offensive line. Let's go get a bunch of them.
Yeah, and if the Chiefs lost every offensive lineman, Choppy would still pick them in the Super Bowl because he's like, they have Mahomes.
Yeah.
He wouldn't knock them and eliminate them because of the offensive line.
He treats it like the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's pointless. Like why are we even debating it? There's no debate. This is just the way it is.
Have a good day off, Ralph James Choppy. I even texted RJ. I said, stop texting us about the show. Go drink and have fun. As this guy was doing in Arlington as the Rangers were losing another series. Did this Ranger fan deserve to be ejected? And the actual return of Below the Belt as we continue right here on The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen anytime on our Odyssey app. Presented by...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333, with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Padres team into the postseason. Here's a ball driven deep into right by Profar. That's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it does. First row of seats in right field. Profar yanks one down the line. It's his 12th home run of the season. It's career home run number 99. Profar touches them all to give San Diego a 2-0 lead.
Matt Hicks with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. They lose another series. They've lost 5 out of 6. Max Scherzer and the Rangers drop the finale against the Padres 3-1. 8 games back in the West, 6 games behind Houston now. The Astros are 2 games back of the Mariners. They're 8-2 in their last 10. So I'm getting close. I'm getting close to throwing it in. Getting close for the towel.
Did you see the Jeff Passan headline up there on Get Up a second ago?
No.
He called.
What? I'm an idiotic text messenger who has bipolar and dementia thoughts when I'm going back and forth with someone I used to work with.
Seriously, bro? No, he threw.
He's
up
a good baseball insider, though.
He is. And they asked
Bad texter.
They asked him most disappointing team in Major League Baseball, and he said Texas, which is he's been generally in the stuff that he's written. He's tried to slow play Texas disappointment. He said, look, they've been hit by injuries. Some of their peripherals still look good. They'll catch up to this. So for Passan to kind of hit there, that to me.
Who else could qualify even? Look at the standings. I'll take it from the teams that are third place and lower. Boston, they're 8 games over.
That was a surprise.
Yes. Then you have the Rays, 1 game over. Are they like a little Toronto?
Rays would be one that are disappointing.
Okay. It's not Kansas City. It's not Detroit. It's not the White Sox. It's not the Angels. It's not the Athletics. It's not the Mets. It's not the Nats. It's not the Marlins. It's not the Reds. It's not the Pirates. It's not the Cubs. It's not the, Diamondbacks, 1 game under, and then the Giants and the Rockies. Like, everyone is kind of where they usually are.
Yeah. The Braves obviously have not been as good as they were last year, but Acuna was not playing well even before he got hurt. Everybody always has big expectations for the Mets in general. They're one of those teams who, even when they don't deserve it, they're bigger expectations, and they've played a lot better lately. But this year, there is no, like last year it was the Padres. That's who everybody's talking about, is just like the Padres were this massive disappointment. This year, probably Tampa. Like they've had guys who, Arozarena has had a bad year. They were a 99-win team last year. They're just a game above 500 now. It's a really tough division, though. But ultimately, that's probably the one that would compete for it. But Texas, I find it odd that anybody's listing them nationally as a disappointment, because it felt like everybody was talking about them like they were a 500 team heading into this year anyway. Like, there were a lot of different outlets that were projecting they're going to struggle because they've got all these injuries to pitching where they're not going to get. Now, it's for different reasons. It's been the batting, but there's been a lot of discussion before the year where people are saying, this is a team that's not going to win 90 games.
Wyatt Langford was a highlight. Probably the number one highlight from yesterday. You had Max Scherzer pitching well. Of course, he can't get the win. But the highlights, not the Rangers all-star selections, 0 when it came to the starters. And it's certainly not the all-star uniforms for the American League. I would have to say that this was the highlight. This was the big talking point at our July 4th party yesterday in Arlington.
Popped up. Foul ground. Long run for Heim. Nobody's going to get there. Whoa. That fan. What is he doing? What is that clown doing? After the foul ball ended up on the screen, lost most of his beverage.
Yeah, time for Cha-Cha to go. We got an unruly fan here, and let's take a look at this. This guy's on top of the dugout and then loses it, does the big tuna, and then loses the 24-ouncer.
He will be leaving.
That's obviously Padres TV with the call. So this fan runs on out to the top of the dugout to try to get this foul ball. I didn't realize the top of the dugouts had the trampoline. He bounced off that thing back onto the dugout. He's a hero in the crowd. Security comes over. I think he thought, oh, they're gonna come and shake my hand and give me a ball. And they're like, no, take your ass up out of here. And security gets booed loudly there at the Globe for this fan trying to go on top of the dugout. They're like, get this idiot out of here on Padres TV.
And they reversed it. They allowed him to come back.
They did?
They reversed it. He was allowed to be brought. Now, I don't know if it's accurate, but I saw one of the things that said Padres players told security guys it's fine because it was their dugout. And so Padres players had told them, guys, it's fine, let him come sit back down. But security actually reversed it. They started walking him out, and then upon further review, walked him back down to his seat. He was allowed to sit there. I get it because it's like when you're talking about on the dugout that you're entering the field to play. Like if you jump onto the field, they throw you out. And that dugout is still part of that. So I get why you would have to get thrown out for that. And I mean, but it's July 4th. They're probably like, guys, just let the guy sit here and enjoy. I do like that they ultimately reversed the decision. They had a little bit of grace.
They're like, have you seen the way we're playing? We can't be losing fans. We can't just be throwing them out.
No, gosh, they need all that they can get right now. By the way, I just was looking this up because do you know what the Rangers are on track for their record to be this year?
16 games under 500?
71 and 91. That's what they're on pace for right now, which is pretty brutal. And that's so yeah, you don't want to lose anybody, no matter how many beers they're throwing into the Padres dugout or anybody. He showed more effort than a lot of other people have shown this season.
Last Rangers note, why was Jared Sandler on our show email last night?
Okay, so
As he included? He's coming in here to guest host.
Not part of the show.
Yeah.
As we mentioned,
they don't need to bring in a third like when I'm out.
As we mentioned, I had. What? Why aren't we doing high low again? As we mentioned,
that has nothing to do with my
point.
point.
I'm just making a joke about a third.
It's
even,
just a joke. Not even connected.
I have nothing to say back to it other than that.
Let it breathe.
It makes me look bad.
Just shut up. Let my joke go.
Because
you freaking he had to say something. Freaking
it's not a joke. It's about trying to defend my honor. Anyway.
Yeah, the high low has nothing to do with what I said.
It's a bad running joke.
We're literally a man down. We don't have enough people to run high low.
When what was I talking about? Sandler.
Choppy chair.
So when I came,
again.
I just got distracted. I forgot where we were.
The choppy chair strikes again.
I'm sitting across from there next time Choppy's out. No, this is Jared. So I came up here to do my prep email. I guess Chris Strong, who's running Rangers baseball and then Rangers extra innings, which becomes a crosstalk with Will and Blake that was on from 5 to 9. When they had crosstalk, I guess Chris had expected, since I was here and I told Will when I got done with my email, I'd come in here and do a segment or two with them. I think Chris thought I was going to be sitting in here, like at the start of it. And so he told Jared, hey, Bobby's there. And so Jared, in the middle of getting asked a question 4 minutes into Rangers extra innings by Will, Jared just interrupts and goes, by the way, I was told Bobby was there. Is he just showing up whenever he wants, like he does with the morning show? Is that what this is? And Will said, no, he's here. He's doing his prep email. And Jared goes, oh, I hope I can be copied on that. I'd love to see it. And so I was like, all right, I'm copying Jared on our email then. And then he texted me after the segment was done because nobody corrected him that I wasn't physically in the studio. And he was like, thanks for participating. It texted me. I was like, dude, I'm literally not sitting in the studio. I'm off in another room and I'm listening, but I was doing my prep email. I wasn't like hosting.
Do you think he read the email?
Yeah. I mean, he replied to it. I could definitely.
That doesn't mean anything.
Do you think there's
You guys reply to my emails all the time. I know you didn't read it. I know Choppy's not reading it.
I read your emails. How do you think I pretend like I'm just guessing on the odds when you do that game? Now, when Jared gets something like that, there's zero chance Jared's going to let it go because Jared's going to go, what's a way I can critique and talk about how, like, he's going to look for a way to do shots.
Yes.
So I'm certain he went through there, especially if he was looking for Rangers takes. Like, all right, what dumb stuff did they have to say about the Rangers? Let's show them how stupid they are. So,
all right, we got one more leftover story from the payload, which Pepe had today since we were out yesterday.
More Hawk to a Girl news. By the way, are we fed up with her? Are we pushing her to the side? Are we still?
Great question. I am not. I think Bobby
Still like it.
is. I think Choppy was inching towards being fed up. Are you not? All right, it was Choppy.
No, I'm thrilled with Hawk Tua girl. She has done more to.
She's not. I don't find her annoying personally right now. She seems shy. She seems like she didn't really want the attention.
She had the video and then disappeared for 3 weeks. We didn't hear from her.
Yeah.
And so people had to go find her in order to even put her back in our face. But no, she's done a lot to move the game forward. So I have a lot of respect for her.
So here's some audio she wrote. She put out there a couple days ago. She's laying down the law of there's a bunch of impersonators out there using her image and likeness for her stuff.
I'm
basically.
glad people are impersonating.
And she's also in this audio clip. She breaks thousands of dudes' heart by giving the message that she will not be doing OnlyFans.
Here are 3 things that have not been so great here lately. Number 1, I have to convince my pawpaw not to shoot the paparazzi outside of our house every day because they've been camped out here for like 2 weeks. Oh. Number 2, stop asking me for the link in bio for my OnlyFans. I don't have an OnlyFans and there will never be an OnlyFans. I just make funny jokes. That's all I do. And number 3, I'm tired of the imposters and all the fake accounts. I don't have any kind of social media just yet besides Snapchat, but when I have the rest of it, you guys will be the first to know when I launch it. And by the way, there's one more thing that's really pissing me off. Any of you selling or purchasing merchandise online, it's not from me. It's not approved by me, and it's counterfeit, and I'm not making a damn dime off of any of it. But I just hired a manager, and I hired an attorney, so we're coming for you.
She's likable. Her her accent is really likable. The 2 things I've not heard discussed with her, at least amongst my friend group, is we haven't actually talked about her looks. And I haven't heard anyone bring up has anyone asked if she's got a boyfriend or not? Do we have any idea if she's single? I'm assuming not.
She's not single.
She's
she's
not single.
No, that video always gets clipped.
So we don't know who the boyfriend is? We don't know Hawk. No. What should be his nickname? Tua?
The Hockey Hawk Tua?
Mr. Tua.
So she had said that.
And she's too white.
They were talking about what's the key to a man's heart or whatever. What should they do with guys or whatever? And so she was talking about that. And then right after that, she goes, "I love you, baby," or something like that. And so that's the part that always gets cut off.
How do we not have this dude? How is his name not out there? I know no one wants to bring up the dude with something like this.
It took us forever to find her. So finding him, you've now got to have a full-on investigation, I would think. But no, she's...
And looks-wise, you would have single Peyton would have signed up for the OnlyFans?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
I might still do it, but...
Slow down.
Yeah, if it was actually... Because what's her management? It's Penthouse, isn't it?
I have no idea. How hilarious would that be? What, Larry Flint is repping her?
I'm serious. It's Penthouse management. That's why people thought she was getting involved.
I don't know. How funny would it be if Peyton's flight to Italy tomorrow is dead silent because... Mackenzie heard him say he was going to subscribe to Hawk Tua's OnlyFans. They have a 10-hour silent flight. That's something you and Kristen would do.
Could you imagine the reverse of that, too? If there was some guy going viral for that and Mackenzie said something like that, he would give her the cold shoulder. He would have no time for that. Yeah. She was talking about subscribing to somebody's OnlyFans.
It is the actual return of Below the Belt with our Cowboys insider. And Bobby says, give CeeDee his damn money. Next on Sean and RJ.
Hey, Tolos, if you are on that endless cycle of never being able to keep weight off, never being able to lose weight in the first place,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Nation and Stella this Monday afternoon at Moxie's in Dallas. Get your HG bag glass and enjoy some fellowship with the Tolos right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Tattletale, go to jail. Especially if you tattled on Brett Favre. More on that in just a second. CeeDee Lamb.
Were you proud of RJ's below the belt teases and execution of your segment?
Yeah, look, I think that RJ...
We kept alive. What an honor. I mean, I was even debating, I'm like, should we just keep doing this? The ratings last time we checked weren't even that good for it. So we should have probably just turned it over to Peyton again. Now those ratings were probably like 5 months ago. So
no, it was a year ago. I was looking at that sheet yesterday. More than a year ago.
Oh. Yeah, I was like, all this $2 million $2 million. Yeah, right. These 2 million downloads for You and Brought Us. I was like, we should do a football segment, and it didn't carry over like I thought it would.
It's been fantastic.
Which
it's
means
been
it's
great.
all Brought Us.
That's exactly what it means.
That's why he sat in the meeting the other day and I didn't. All right, so CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, Peyton doesn't like that joke. He's put his head down now. CeeDee Lamb needs to get paid. And this is something that I know has been a big topic of discussion ever since the report from Calvin Watkins that CeeDee Lamb is not going to show up to training camp if he doesn't have a new deal. And then the rumors that are out there that if things drag on too long, he's going to ask for a trade. Now, that's not anything Calvin reported. Just to be clear, that's more rumors and social media speculation, but the discussion that he could ask for a trade if they don't meet his demands of minimum $32 million annually. So while he's out here making these sort of demands. There's been a lot of coverage and analysis recently as we've hit this point in June and July where people start looking back and trying to project forward, and this is where they fill with content that's more research-based. And a lot of the research is showing that CeeDee Lamb is pretty damn close to the best receiver in football. So over at FTN Fantasy,
Same stats. If I see one more, and I know everyone's going to tweet it to me now, Dak Mahomes side-by-side comparison. That's all I have seen in the last week.
Yeah.
Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers between the two of them.
I mean,
okay. Stop putting it out there on the internet, you aggregators.
Mahomes should be honored to be in the same breath as Dak Prescott. FTN Fantasy, which is RJ Choppy loves Football Guys and Football Outsiders. Those were two of his favorite websites. A lot of the people in Football Outsiders went over to FTN Fantasy, which is analytical research that helps you win your fantasy football matchups. But there's a lot you can take away from it in terms of actual analysis of how good guys are for our own discussions. And FTN Fantasy had a look at what they call receiving plus minus. And this is essentially reception percentage over expectation. So what was your reception percentage supposed to be given down and distance, where you were targeted, time of game? What would the expected completion percentage be to you? And then were you above or below that? And they looked at who had the greatest gap. What?
Bassick just texted me.
What?
He loves waiting for your segments and your Cowboy topics.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote, "We have the best quarterback and the best receiver in the NFL!" All exclamations.
We do.
And that's exactly the way that he would say it. We have the best QB, the best receiver. Yes, yeah.
I mean, we do. I'm glad that Mike agrees, especially after Trevor Lawrence has just not panned out the way that he's supposed to. So they looked at the 81 qualifying wide receivers in the NFL last year to see who had the best receiving plus minus. And would you like to guess who it was?
A.J. Brown.
C.
Michael Gallup.
D. Lamb had the best plus minus of any receiver in the league, and not close. He had a 77% receiving percentage. That was 17.7 percentage points above expectation. The next closest is another guy who wants to get paid, and is another guy who's trying to fight with his team right now, and that's Brandon Ayuk at 14.8%, and then it's a steep drop to DJ Moore at 11.3%. So CeeDee Lamb was far and away high above really the rest of the league, because there's a cluster there after that. DJ Moore, Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen, they're all at like within a 0.1 percentage point of each other below that. So Ayuk was above the league average by quite a bit, and then CD was significantly above him. So it's a good way to look at it and say, all right, where does that rank among the rest of the league? Brandon Cooks, for what it's worth, by the way, was plus 4.7. That was 15th best in the league. And so you got two top 15 receivers in that sense. CeeDee Lamb's is actually one of the highest figures that they've ever been able to find. It's the second highest figure in the history of their tracking, which goes back about 17 years. So CeeDee had a fantastic year last year from that perspective. Pro Football Focus did a ranking the other day of the top wide receivers against man and zone coverage. So how were guys performing against those different coverages? And on PFF's ranking, they say that the best receiver against man coverage in the entire NFL is CeeDee Lamb. That nobody's better at beating the guy across from them than CeeDee. He led the NFL in catches, yards, touchdowns, at missed tackles forced, and first downs gained against man coverage. Nobody else even close in those numbers.
What do you think is his next area of improvement?
It's a good question.
Didn't say interesting question.
No, I knew it. No, you don't get to ding it for yourself.
Bobby Bell.
Fake quoting me. I still think that at times he allows himself to be taken out of games because he's frustrated. So not to this extent, but you remember when Odell Beckham, it used to be like Odell Beckham can only beat himself. If Odell Beckham gets frustrated and distracted, he'll take himself out of the game, and then we don't have to worry about it. That's why Josh Norman was so effective against him. He'd get in his head. If CeeDee's frustrated early and kind of gets upset, that can work against him at times.
Okay.
So getting
maturity.
Yeah, getting.
But what about his game on the field? What would it be?
I think overall he's pretty strong across the board.
Yeah, he's pretty strong, but
there's really nothing that the only thing that I could say is the yards after catch, the run after the catch stuff, taking smoke routes, and
the yards after catch stuff was like the number one thing people talked about him in college.
Yeah, that was the big thing. People thought of him as being like a guy who you throw him a screen pass and he's going to go 30 yards because of the way that he weaves through traffic. What does Mike got to say?
Green Bay is in trouble come playoff time against our quarterback and wide receiver. I give the coaching staff all the credit. Great play calling. And he's still typing. I got the 3 dots.
I mean, that sounds just like his praise for the Rangers when they're losing 10-1 when he's on the TV broadcast. So, when I think CeeDee
is there anyone as real? Is anyone as real as this show? No one is off limits. No one is off limits. When someone on Facebook, Mike is, yeah, maybe the station. But when someone on Facebook was like talking about, oh, Bobby and Sean, they hate each other. Sean wants him gone. He's jealous of the blah, 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 blah. Out of top Tolo, Chris Navarre, he's like, these people don't have siblings. These people don't have brothers.
Mm-hmm.
This is the way it is, man. Ball busting nonstop.
Yeah, it's
way too much truth.
Only child thinking. That's exactly what it is. I will say that's probably the area where CeeDee could still has room to grow. I don't even think he's bad at it necessarily, but some of that stuff he does in the open field, they just talked about how he forced more missed tackles against man coverage than anybody in the NFL. But when you're talking about just taking a screen pass and turning a throw behind the line of scrimmage into 30 yards, he doesn't do a lot of that. But he showed the ability to do it in college. So maybe a little bit of that. But I mean, every year the thing I really respect about him as not just a player, but as a person and as a competitor is the way that he clearly finds things that he wants to get better at and attacks it. To the extent that when we talked to him in training camp last year and you had complimented him on, hey, Bobby told us you've, really improved in front of the camera and man, you're so much better sitting here doing this interview than you were your rookie year. And he told us, he's like, I worked on it. Like I legitimately saw it as something that I wanted to be better at and I forced myself to work on it and become better. And I think that thought process has served him well across the board. Even the accountability he took at the end of the year when he was on Micah's podcast. And he said, I gotta mature. I gotta grow up in some areas. Like just having an awareness of it and being willing to recognize it and attack it. That's what I have so much respect for. Nothing lingers as an issue with him. Anything we've brought up.
Even Mike Leslie?
Anything we've brought up, he addresses, he improves, and he gets better. And so, to me, I think he's made his game really tight and well-rounded. I think there's still room for him to get better. Not that he's bad at it. I think there's just room for him to continue to get better in what he does. I think his releases will get better. I think his routes will get tighter, but it's not even a requirement. If he stays the same, he's one of the best receivers in football. That's why I think Justin Jefferson is not Patrick Mahomes to me. Justin Jefferson, like CeeDee Lamb has the capacity for us to be saying in 3 years that he's better than Justin Jefferson. And I think that's the encouraging thing, especially given the work ethic. And that's why they need to just pay him. Take care of it. That's the perfect guy for the locker room.
What if he is asking for, what if he's not moving right now off of 34?
Pay it. Like, I don't even think about it. He's not asking you for even Jefferson. Just pay it.
Well, Jefferson's 35.
I know, but even if he wanted 35-1, I wouldn't dispute with him. If you wanted to say, receiver, we're going to treat it like the quarterback market because they're integral to the way you pay the quarterback, so you need to start treating us the same way, I wouldn't even hate that. But 32 to 34, get it done.
You want some final basic?
Yeah, hit me.
Bobby won't do this positive talk with the coaching. I respect how these guys are at their best in January. They focus and do or die games. It's respectable. And I think Tolo is trying to come to your defense. I don't know. Maybe it's just an observation. Tolo, Jason Morrow at the MLB All-Star Village. They have Mike Bassick Jr. as making an appearance as a legend. Is that a fair and accurate title for the great Mike Bassick? What's your answer to that, Bob?
Mike Bassick is a legend. I mean, first off, obviously Mike Bassick.
In what capacity? A legend how?
I'm going to be genuine
No
here.
comprende.
I won't even be sarcastic, especially because I know Mike's listening and I could have the opportunity to be very sarcastic, but I'll be genuine. I think Mike is sincerely one of the most talented radio people I've ever been around. Like, wow. I think Mike's funny, and I think he thinks of things from a really analytical viewpoint and comes up with really unique takes and angles on topics that are not just baseball or anything else.
Wow.
And so, no, I really do think, like,
Mike, the dots are, you're dotting me again with a text. It better be a nice one after Bobby just said that.
No, I genuinely do think Mike is one of the more talented broadcasters I've ever run into. Really quickly.
He said a legend in the 756, so still conceited, arrogant person. Even self-legend.
Really quickly, Pro Football Talk, the reporter who exposed the Mississippi welfare fraud case, she is now facing prison time if she doesn't out her sources for who tattled on Brett Favre and the rest of the people in the Mississippi fraud case. So,
why is he still walking amongst us? How has he gotten away with this? Why is Brett Favre not in jail?
Because it's Favre privilege, I guess. But Anna Wolf, who won the Pulitzer for exposing the fraud case, is being sued, a civil lawsuit by former Governor Phil Bryant, and a court order has ordered her to produce internal documents, including the names of confidential sources. If she defies this order, which she intends to, it could result in a contempt finding and incarceration. So she may go to jail for not outing her sources on who tattled on Brett Favre.
Can you do that with sources? Like, if you don't go ahead and tell the police or the justice system something that you know that could be illegal, and you withhold that, like where a body's buried, can you do that with sources?
I guess in order to settle this lawsuit, they need to know how it came about.
What Klay Thompson saw in scouting and picking the Dallas Mavericks. Final hour Friday edition with Sean and Roberto next. Bassick said, I'm burnt out texting D-Law style. All right, let me get down to business here. This is about...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Hopefully your final hour of the week was not 9 o'clock on Wednesday, and you're still sticking with us as a total. That stands. Return it on, leave it on. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt back from vacay. RJ Choppy out, and Peyton Russell about to hit the cobblestone streets of Italy this weekend and next week.
Yeah, if you're out there listening right now, show us that you're out there. Send us a text, 877-881-1053. Tell us what you're doing today. If you're working or if you're off and you're still listening to us while you're off. I see 623 here saying they went to Hurtado in Mansfield yesterday.
Ooh.
Sean says really impressed with the burrito tacos.
Thank you.
Thought it was fantastic. So we got that from Leroy in Grand Prairie.
Birria, as Atola was saying, stop pronouncing it. Sounds about white. That's what y'all sound like. Birria.
Do you have
tacos.
trouble rolling your R's? Okay, you got it there. All right.
Ask your mom.
Necrophilia. That's weird.
877-881-1053. I feel like I want Peyton to give us a tour of Italy like he's an Olive Garden waiter. I want the tour of Italy at 9:20 from Peyton Russell.
Oh, my gosh.
After he read the Spanish tweet about Dak Prescott. I want some more culture with everything that he's about to experience.
Boy, they are all checking in, by the way. We got everybody out there. 682 listening, meeting realtors with the old ball and chain today. 619 just got back from Maui this morning. No complaints here. Missed y'all. 682 working. OG Rudy from Fort Worth. So we got a lot of people checking in with us.
All right, so let's finish up this Ramona Shelbourne profile on Klay Thompson. And the first part of it was the divorce from Golden State and basically how this started. After the championship won in 2022, they gave Draymond money, they gave Wiggins money, they gave Jordan Poole money, and they weren't giving Klay the same. So the disrespect started. And the Warriors owner invited him out to play Riviera, legendary golf course.
Love it.
In mid-May. Shut up. There was no set agenda. Joe Lacob just wanted to connect with Thompson and to play. The invitation alone conveyed respect. But in this case, it was just golf. No discussion of contracts or the team. No exploration of why Thompson had been so miserable all year. No drink out by Bogey's tree. If either man had something to say that might have saved what would have been one of the best basketball marriages in recent history, this would have been the time. But sometimes there's nothing left to say. The marriage is already over, and it's time to move on. In some ways, the Warriors had been moving on from Thompson since he blew out his knee in the 2019 NBA Finals. They didn't want to, but they had to find replacements while he missed 2 years with the ACL and the Achilles. So they paid everyone else. Klay felt disrespected. Draymond felt disrespected. And Green's frustrations and actions, ultimately, he played out the year and played well enough to get his 4-year deal in 2023. Klay tried to do the same. He averaged 22 a game and shot 41% from 3 2 seasons ago. But when it came time to discuss his new deal, the organization wasn't ready to offer him the same years of salary it had given Green. Surprised that they prioritized Draymond Green over Klay Thompson?
100%. Because, I mean,
injuries are a huge factor in this.
Injuries are a huge factor in this, but so is...
But I wonder, like, if you ask Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Joe Lacob behind the scenes, list the importance of the big three during your dynasty. Would they put Draymond too? That's what it's sounding like.
Prime Draymond was an incredible defender and was a big time difference maker. And a lot of people, obviously, it's Splash Brothers gets the headlines for that Golden State dynasty, but I mean they were pretty much the best defensive team in the NBA too. Like that's what made them so unique and so good. And Draymond was at the center of that. And so, yeah, I mean, if you were to look at that during their prime, I absolutely get it. But again, you pay people contracts for what they're going to do for you. It's generally not a reward for what they've done.
Right.
And by that point,
unless you're the Lakers.
Yeah. By that point, you're talking about Draymond being a massive PR headache and questions about his availability and the questions about chemistry fits. We've heard consistently Draymond has been the most like threatened as an old guard member of just, we don't need these new guys coming in here and change it. Like that
You
sounds
could
to me.
argue everything spiraled for them after he punched Jordan Poole.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could argue that was the beginning of the end. I think Nick Wright said that on FS1.
Yeah, and so when you've got that angle and that dynamic existing within your locker room, and you're talking about a guy who's not the same defender that he once was, and he really doesn't do much for you offensively. I mean, he's a decent passer, but ultimately he's not a big-time offensive contributor. Then it does surprise me that they would go in that direction of really being more favorable in Draymond's direction than Klay Thompson, who can still put up 20 points a night.
This was Draymond on his podcast talking about his son nearly breaking down when he shared the Klay news.
By the way, Klay not going to be on our team no more. And he's like, what? I'm like, he going to the Dallas with Luka. And he's like, well, why can't we get Luka? And I'm like, it don't work that way. And I'll need to teach you about the salary cap. Luka make way too much money for us to get Luka. And he just was like sitting there sad, like about to cry.
I had a Tolo dad hit me up and said, one of the things I was not prepared for in fatherhood is explaining to my kid when their favorite player leaves. And I was like, oh, I'll have to ask the other dads in the room.
I have the...
How did Jacob respond when his favorite welder left town?
I'm sure one of the most devastated moments of my childhood was
when your mom died.
Was Juan Gonzalez getting traded to the Tigers. That was pretty... Like, I was upset for a few days. And, I mean, I was 10 when he got traded.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, that's... When you lose, especially in this day and age, I mean, that's why I think Choppy talks about this all the time, that kids...
This is actually a great text topic of what was it for your kid or what was it for you? The devastating departure. Where you weren't, like, understanding free agency or you're like, I'm going to support... Because nowadays, right, kids will just root for the next team. But... Before that, what was it? Like the devastating departure for you or your kid?
My brother, and he wasn't even present for the heyday of it. My brother bawled when my dad came in and told him Aikman had been cut. And he was 8, but he just he watched 2 years of football. Troy Aikman was not Troy Aikman at that point, but he loved Aikman. That was his player. And so, Aikman for my brother, Juan Gonzalez for me. I mean, Pudge was pretty upsetting when he ended up leaving. But, I mean, it's
Emmett,
just...
I'm sure.
Man, Emmett had... I think a lot of people had gotten to a Zeke point with Emmett. Like, I mean, it was just kind of, end of an era, but it was also like, man, Emmett's not very productive anymore. Like how much longer can we keep this going? But Michael Irvin, I remember being in the car. I was driving to a camp out, and we heard the Michael Irvin injury. We were listening on the radio. We heard Brad Sham calling it. And I could tell right then it just sounded like it was incredibly serious. And I was really upset when Irvin was done. But, I mean, that's the kind of thing, I think that's why Choppy talks about kids these days seem to follow players rather than teams.
Yeah, on the Tolos are weighing in. Sean on the fan text 469 says, my grandma literally cried when Pudge left. You're getting a bunch of Romo texts coming in when he got hurt for the last time. You're getting Josh Hamilton, Steve Nash when he left Dallas. For me, it was Mark Teixeira. I grew up playing first base baseball. Favorite number 23. That was because of him. So, around that time, 07, 08, I was like, we're so close, man. We're so close of getting a competitive team, and then we trade him away, which happened to be one of the best trades the Rangers have ever made.
Did you have one? You really sad when Eddie Jones got traded?
No. I'm trying to think. Rifkin never went anywhere, like who I grew up around. No one cared about any of the Bullets. I didn't, cry when Calbert Chaney was done. Major bonus points if you can tell me where Calbert Chaney played, or did you fake laugh me?
No, I think that's funny to me because Calbert Chaney leaving, I don't even know who that is. That's hilarious. That made you cry.
He fake
That's not
me.
a fake laugh.
I finally aged Bobby.
That is not a fake laugh.
I finally got him with the why didn't you say who? I don't even know who that is.
Because
that would have been the real
That was
response.
the joke to me. Just like if I say, I cried when Luis Alicea left.
And I would have been like, who's that?
That's it. Well, then I don't know. You should have. It's interesting. I don't know what to tell you.
Ramona Shelbourne continues. The Warriors always told Klay they wanted him back, but they wanted him to wait so they could make other moves first. By the time this offseason arrived, Klay's reps had proposed at least 4 contracts to the team. 4 different times they went to them. Each time, the Warriors said, we got to wait while we try to improve in other deals. They tried to trade for LeBron. They tried for Mikal Bridges, Paul George, Lauri Markkanen. The Warriors didn't know how much or how long they could re-sign Thompson for until they had answers for the other business. It was obvious. Klay Thompson was not the priority. They wanted him to stay, but he'd be a wise veteran if he came back, like an Andre Iguodala type of player, not a leading man. That was told to Klay, and even though he was not thrilled, it was not a deal breaker. So about a month after the golf round with the Warriors owner, the future increasingly uncertain, he had a revelation. After almost a year of despair, he needed an entirely new experience. Out of the fishbowl, away from all the history and people he had always known. 2 weeks prior, Thompson's camp had made one final offer to the Warriors, a 2-year deal for roughly $20 million per season. They gave the same response they did for nearly a year. We just can't do it yet. So, why Dallas? Past 2 years have been miserable. And Klay Thompson, he started scouting. He loved watching the Mavs through their playoff run this year. He was intrigued by the young Thunder, had always wanted to play for the Lakers in the uniform of his childhood idol, not Calbert Cheaney, Kobe Bryant.
Calbert Cheaney.
In the final... In the final week before free agency started, Thompson met with Kerr in L.A. and told him everything. He called Draymond and Steph, said he wanted a fresh start, and asked them not to use their clout. This was a topic from Kendrick Perkins calling out Dre and Steph, saying if they went to ownership and said, you better do it, Klay would be back. This is why they didn't. Klay asked Draymond and Steph not to get involved and don't interfere. Then he called the owner and GM and said, help me get me to a team of my choosing. They all agreed it would be an amicable separation, and Dallas was the top choice. He loved the way the Mavericks played and believed he'd be an ideal fit alongside Luka and Kyrie. Came into a dinner meeting with the Mavs front office, having studied tape of the team and already projecting out how he could help them. The Mavs were thrilled to get a player of Thompson's ability and experience on such a reasonably priced contract. And they also felt after the finals they needed more veteran leadership to build off that performance. OKC interested, but ended up prioritizing Hartenstein with their cap space. That left the Lakers, his dad's team, his idol's team, LeBron's team. They were willing to offer more years and more money than he got here. LeBron was willing to take less. Lakers were trying to make trades that would have cleared 4 for $80 for Thompson. LeBron had several deep conversations with Klay about playing together, but he said it was just something too similar playing for the Lakers than it would have been playing for the Warriors. And as one source said, wouldn't this be like trading one fishbowl for another? And Klay, he said, look, I got to back up what I've been thinking and talking the past year. New experiences and a fresh start. Dallas was the place to do it. Ramona Shelbourne, awesome piece, I thought, for ESPN.
And I think that's one of the best parts about this is that closing line you were just reading about, is the idea of one fishbowl for another. That's the exact thing you've talked about as to why you think Kyrie's been successful here, because he got out of the fishbowl and how he's had success here.
Kyrie talked to Klay about coming.
Yeah.
And, you know, we guessed and hypothesized that it was like, yo, man, it's not crazy here.
Yeah, I would.
Nuts.
I'm guessing same sort. If those were his concerns in Golden State, then Kyrie could probably relate to him on a really deep level that somebody like LeBron can't. LeBron's always had it follow him regardless. He is the fishbowl.
Yes,
and that's something where if Klay wants to get away from that, there's probably no better spokesman than Kyrie. I also think it's interesting that they mentioned there that Dallas really wanted more veteran leadership. So did they feel like by the end of this thing, was it just Kyrie and there wasn't enough after that they need somebody else to work in tandem with Kyrie? If that's the case, then that may be somewhere where Kyrie's going to have to cede a little bit, is make room for that.
Bobby wants to go out with a bang to end the week. I never want to get in trouble on a Friday. He wants to go out with some fireworks. Are we about to have a new president of the United States? And someone at the fan says, stop your faking. Allergies aren't real. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This evening's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Choppy out, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is back. Reset us on the status of Dak Prescott in or out of the walking boot, please.
He is out of it unless he's in it. Unless he's out of it, which is only when he's in the water.
On the line
or when he's only on the boat.
The real answer.
And it's the ankle. It's the foot. No, honestly, there's confusion about what exactly it is. What we know is he was using a boot while he was on vacation in Mexico. What's not clear is whether it was something that he had to wear at all times or whether it was a precaution that he chose. That's not been made clear. But what has been made clear across the board from everybody who has talked to people, including the people that I've talked to, is no one is concerned about it. That is at least what people are presenting, is that Not concerned about it. Dak is perfectly fine. It's not going to affect him at all heading into training camp. So while the details, specifics of it in terms of why does he have the boot, why does he need to wear it, or does he need to wear it, that kind of stuff has been a little murky. The reality is it's unanimous across the board. Everybody is hearing it's not serious. It's not a thing that anybody's concerned with.
All right, Bob, you've been out. You missed a lot of things. You missed the Klay trade. You missed Micah versus Malik. You missed CeeDee Lamb. Is he going to hold out? Is he going to demand a trade? And you also missed the presidential debate. And you sent Biden prep yesterday. So would you prefer that or 105 through the fan allergies?
Ooh, do I get the chance to do both, or do I have to pick one?
You can do both.
Yes. Okay. All right. We'll lead off with this story from CNN then. Yeah, CNN. Yeah, well, I mean, it's CNN
left
talking about President Joe Biden. And this is the headline. Biden tells Democratic governors he needs more sleep and plans to stop scheduling events after 8 p.m. So Joe Biden, speaking to the nation's Democratic governors during a meeting at the White House on Wednesday, said that part of his plan going forward is to stop scheduling events after 8 p.m. so he can get more sleep, according to 3 sources briefed on his comments. The remarks, first reported by the New York Times, came as the 81-year-old Biden sought to reassure a group of more than 20 state leaders about his ability to defeat former President Donald Trump in November and govern effectively for another 4 years. Now, I am not, and by the way, it mentions here, Biden's comment left several of the governors in the room frustrated and is one of the reasons that some of the participants have been rankled by the statement of loyalty and enthusiasm from them distributed by the Biden campaign.
I think you made a bad joke in that, like, hey, I'm all good, except for my brain, right? Was that it?
That's one of the ones that's been floated around. Not specifically the CNN story, but like that kind of a quote has been out there is just him trying to make a lighthearted joke.
Yeah. And then I've seen conflicting reports that he has told people close to him he's considering pulling out and not running. And then I hear that he's telling I'm not going anywhere, so conflicting.
He did say he was told by his staff not to like load up his schedule so much leading up to the debate, and that he had kind of ignored that, and he was crossing time zones, and man, I was a dummy. I shouldn't have done that. I should have listened to him. That's kind of been the standard line from
I'm like Peyton Russell back from Italy.
So ignoring any question of, politics themselves or political positions or policy positions, I just think that...
Were you bitter that you weren't here the next day?
Yes, I would have had so much fun talking about both of the people that were up there and the things that they were saying. I heard y'all did like it for Below the Belt. Like y'all did Below the Belt as just
like 3 segments.
Debate.
Yeah.
And so...
Everyone was talking about it.
Here's the thing.
I want to see what the numbers were for that. How many watched?
Well, regardless of who this was, whether this was Trump or Biden, if either of them were to say, bro, I gotta be in bed by 8. If you want me to do this president job, I got to be in bed by 8. All right, well, hopefully North Korea doesn't look at the schedule and go, all right, let's get that nuclear attack ready for 5:15 Los Angeles time, because that's 8:15 White House time. That's in D.C. He's not even up then. We're good to go. Y'all would give me so much hell if I told y'all, guys, I'm going to have to stop doing everything after 8 o'clock every night because I need proper sleep for the show. So if a game's
You're not 81.
If a game's going past, I'm also not the president. you that's a sleepless job.
Yeah.
To me, it's like that's the expectation.
That's when the nukes are going to be launched.
Yeah, they're just like, all right, like just schedule everything for 9 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be good. Schedule at the same time they
put it like your Keurig. Just set like your Keurig for like 2 minutes after Biden goes to bed.
They're like, what time are they scheduling the Stars to play a playoff game? Let's put the attack then, because the president will be in bed.
51 million viewers tuned in. Says it's actually down. What?
No way.
Down from recent events. While still a sizable TV audience, represents a sharp drop in viewership from the first Biden-Trump debate in 2020. Okay, that drew 73. What? 22 million more viewers for their first debate?
Like Caitlin Clark numbers. Could you imagine if Caitlin Clark was running for President, Peyton? How big the ratings would be? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I missed that 700,000 votes for the All-Star game, by the way. Those are Julius Randle numbers that she's putting up there on the ballot. But I just, in general, come on. You need to expect you're not going to get much sleep, all right? You're going to be running on fumes for 4 to 8 years. That should be your expectation.
Yes.
So ultimately, that was the hilarious line. It was like, how are you trying to reassure people of another 4 years if you're like, Guys.
So can someone knock on his door at like 8:30 or 8:45? Like, is there someone assigned for the presidential knock? Like, Mr. President,
He has one of the like you think he's got one of those little things they have in the hotel, like resting, don't disturb or whatever. He's got those out there. I would imagine somebody can knock on the door and tell him, hey, you got to do something.
Yeah,
like there's been an issue.
Yes,
you would think so, but. Look, a lot of governors were apparently not reassured by the comments and felt a little bit frustrated by it. But I cannot wait for the next debate, and hopefully we're all going to be here for it because that would be.
Hopefully Joe's there.
Hopefully
too.
he's there. For
well, I
it
don't
too.
know. Hopefully, we'll see if he's there. I'm not going one side or the other.
I would like him to be there. I think that'd be fun. I'd like both of them.
Swing. I know you swing.
It's going to be great regardless. All right.
You swing, I know you swing.
Would you like to get into allergy talk now? Since we go to politics, would you like to go to the myths of allergies?
You know, first, I would like to give Peyton the opportunity to take us on a tour of Italy with all the homework that you've been doing for your trip with the family and the girlfriend this weekend as you're leaving for about a week plus.
Look, the wine is gonna come and go. You know, lots of wine out there. That's all I want to drink. But I found out.
Do you know any types of wine? How it's different from here?
Red and white wine. That's all I care about. We are going to a
as opposed to
we are going to a wine wall. Sean, have you ever heard of those?
A wine wall?
So you go up to these little windows just in random walls, and you knock on the door. A hand comes out with wine. You just take it and drink it and go. That's unique. You don't see that everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah,
but
just hope it's a glass of wine coming out.
I found out ice water is not a thing there.
The Cosby wall.
Ice water is not a thing there. It's just water.
No ice?
No ice. You ask for ice water, it's just water.
London, same thing. That's my first reason that I hated London. Weather, way too much cricket on, and no ice. Yeah, I can't live with no ice. I can't.
Why are we the only ones to do that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, and it's like middle of the summer. Like, what are we doing? It's gonna. Yeah, check the temperature. By 2:00 in the afternoon, it's gonna be 95 there.
Oh, no, it's your upstairs.
Same thing as your house. Maybe your landlord. He's probably in Italy enjoying it.
Yeah,
he's not doing anything for your place. You bum.
We will be going to the Coliseum out there.
Okay.
Now, no, not that. Just the Coliseum, the Roman Coliseum.
Okay.
Let's see. What else will we be doing there? There's a whole itinerary.
Did you check out the food on how that's going to be different?
Oh, just straight pasta. Straight pasta. Now, I know they don't have. It's not like, American pasta where you can just get, can I get some chicken Alfredo? It's just Alfredo, man. No
Will
meat in the
you
pasta.
record asking at least one waiter, can I have chicken Alfredo? What are they? What are the Americanized Italian dishes he could ask or order? Like, say, do you guys have free breadsticks here?
Can I
get a soup and salad, please?
3 questions.
Ask him. Just say can you break the pasta before you put it in the water? I like my pasta broken. Or ask him when you say, can you make chicken Alfredo, and say, can you put dino nuggets in the Alfredo? That's the chicken that you want.
Yeah,
that's what I need. Yeah, but pasta will be a main meal for sure.
Okay.
What is Mackenzie's how is she planning on approaching the food?
She told me just order her something. She said she's not going to look at the menu and look up, what's in it. She just said, just order me food and I'll eat it.
She's so chill.
This is all paid for her and me. So she doesn't want to, cause a scene or anything. She's like, I'll just eat whatever, do whatever y'all do. I'm not going to complain.
And you dressing, how many fancy outfits you taking? What's the general attire?
I should send you a picture of what I bought at the mall. I got a few more outfits, a few button downs I'm going to wear out there too. It's going to be a little hot, but it's like, it's Italy. I'm not going to wear, a t-shirt and shorts out there like Bobby would.
Okay. Well, Pepe.
Yeah, you're going to show up in your Earl K sneak vest. Good for you.
Have a good trip. No one knows who that is, and we don't need to talk about him at all to give him any type of public play. Allergies.
Okay, so yesterday, as I've mentioned, I stopped in for a segment with Will and Blake, and while we were talking about Will's tummy issues again, and we were talking about how he had been put on a specific diet for right now to kind of combat the inflammation.
Yeah, I'm sure the doctor's happy and thinks that straight full glasses of tequila are going to help the stomach issues.
Well, he told me when he came over and drank some of that rye over the week, he had said that was the first time he's had any in 2 months.
Any what?
Any dark liquor at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying. It's clear. He's trying to behave.
Okay.
So Blake Elliott was here and listening to our conversation, heard us talking about gluten sensitivities and things like that. And when we were discussing it, it triggered a thought in Blake's brain. And, man, we've learned already from Denver, Colorado to when he was telling us earlier he didn't know which song he was supposed to put his hand over his heart for, the national anthem or God Bless America. It can be a scary place sometimes to be in Blake's brain, it seems like. And so Blake decided to walk us down his conspiracy theory about allergies.
Do y'all think that allergies are like a real thing or a placebo? Because you were talking about gluten and
Do I
stuff
think
like that.
allergies are real?
I think a lot of them are placebo.
Maybe some of them. I think allergies in general are real, though.
But not to the fullest extent that you think you see every time people are, I'm allergic to grass, I'm allergic to water, I'm allergic to...
Well, there's a reason why they come to that conclusion.
This is interesting.
Can't you trick your mind into believing yourself?
I don't know. I definitely want to dive into this theory you have that allergies aren't real.
No, I think they are real to an extent. I just don't think they're as real as people make them.
I'm trying to think how dig a hole I want him to...
I know.
Or how deep a hole I want him to dig.
I mean, but I know people have had traumatic injuries and stuff from allergies, but I think a lot of it...
Give me your top fake allergy.
Oh, man, there's a lot of them.
It sounded like grass was in there.
Power rank the top 5 allergies.
Tree nut is made up.
Okay.
A dust, another one made up. That's just people who aren't around a lot, and then you get around it. I'm allergic to dust. A lot of the stuff is your parents tell you can't eat it, and then your body reacts different to it because it's not used to it and it rejects it. Not saying you have an actual allergy to it. Now, some are that way. I just think a lot are not.
You know what? I don't appreciate how you and Blake, I got you, bro. I got you against Tweedledee and Tweedledumbass.
I told him I was going to be doing this.
And of all people, and I'm not 100% agreeing with him, there are many people, and you're the main culprit, so you should be the last one laughing at him who create crap in their mind that they have.
Yes.
So that's part of his...
Psychosomatic symptoms are a real thing.
That's part of his point.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of his point. And then you'd have the old school, like Chop and I, who were like, there's no peanut allergies when we were kids. So it either developed, people were either dying, and I wasn't noticing Johnny missing from math class, or, things evolve, which they do. But I think maybe he's talking a little bit more about hypochondriacs. Like some people, anxiety is a thing. But so is someone thinking they have way more anxiety than they actually do. So I'm going to defend him from that standpoint, and you're the last one that should be talking about imagining ailments. Because you are a nut job.
I wasn't talking about
a peanut job.
I was not talking about imagining ailments. I was saying they were real ailments. Here's the thing. That's all good cover. You're right. That's a generally good argument until when I said rank your top one, he went, tree nut allergies aren't a thing.
Yeah.
That's when it is like, well, that kind of exposes everything. Like Ross was back there running the board, and when he's like, dust, grass, these things, and then Ross was like, I had to do an allergy test, and they said I was allergic to all of the. They just did
put
it.
Like 30 needles in your back. I haven't had an allergy test done.
So I do think psychosomatic symptoms are a thing. Like that's a clinically.
No, but you tried to embarrass him. You and Will give him a little tone. I gotta take up for him. I can't defend his geography, and I can't defend his knowledge of the national anthem. I actually can defend that. You know what? I can defend him not knowing what hand to put up.
No, not which song he was supposed to do it to.
Which song?
He wasn't sure if it was God Bless America or the national anthem.
Okay, that's really bad. You know what my defense was going to try to be?
What?
How old is he? I don't know what they...
24, 25?
I didn't know what they eliminated from schools from when he was young.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't know if they had them stand up anymore for the... wasn't there a fight about Pledge of Allegiance? You can or you can't. So I was going to try to defend him a little bit there.
Cursive and the national anthem. That's what they're not teaching in schools anymore.
All right.
But what's he? So he's saying like whenever somebody's having a peanut allergy reaction when they're going to anaphylaxis, he's like, bro, this EpiPen's not going to help your placebo.
Yeah, just give him the creamy peanut butter. He had the
Man
nuts. All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. It's Mike and Reggie out on the road. Find out where you can go, say what's up to the fellas next on The Fan. But I know where you can go for lunch today, and the sun just came out. So go and hit up, the hiccup place. No, that's a made-up placebo hiccups right there.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and they had a repeating CD, and so he heard this song like 10 to 15 times a day.
Yeah.
And he just said it finally drove him insane. And he said he found the CD player where they were playing it over the Halloween store, threw the CD out, and then realized that they have 1,000 of those that they are selling for like $5 a CD. So then they just opened up a new package and then put the CD back, or the CD back in.
But how about the balls?
This song just makes him sick.
For Corey Majors, who said, "Oh, you're not giving me off. I'm taking it."
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna intentionally get COVID. I didn't even know you could intentionally get COVID anymore.
He's sick of showing
Who's he getting COVID from?
I'm taking off myself. So he said, I'm taking all the days. And Corey Majors out again today. Ooh, what a power move.
Now, I will tell you this. He did send us a test.
A COVID test?
Well, I guess so. It had a blue line and a pink line. I congratulated him on getting his wife pregnant and them having babies. But he said that was a COVID test. And I'm like, I don't know the difference, honestly.
Wow.
But it did look like a stick that you had to pee on.
I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that group text.
Okay.
I think
when
that he
you're
figured
checking
that I
for
didn't need to know
COVID,
that.
like you go to CVS or Walgreens, do you stick it in your mouth like a thermometer for it to tell you? I don't know how you test for COVID.
It's a swab typically,
Okay.
and then it goes into a little cardboard thing, or it'll you swirl it around some like solution, and then you put the drops in there.
Yeah.
But are we on COVID 23 right now? Because COVID-19 was the one that was bad, but COVID-18 was just fine.
It's just another Corey power move. He's like, I'm gonna come up with something that the majority of people would not take as serious right now, and I'm gonna say I have that. Yes, I have that. Tuberculosis was next on his list.
Yeah, he was going to start just listing through the diseases and the
That feels
sicknesses.
like it's too high of stakes. I think you can't go to TB, right? Like that's putting you out of commission for too long.
Reggie, do you know Corey to be like petty like this, as Mike and Kevin were suggesting he was on Wednesday? For him to say, "Screw that! You're not going to give me what I want. I'm going to go ahead and I'm bailing on the show." Does that surprise you?
I mean, if he does it, it's usually as a bit, and I think that's why this is going to work. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's just a bit.
It's a curveball.
Cool.
Well,
Yeah.
No, this is the thing. I'm not sure this is the bit, but usually if he is any semblance of petty, it's because he's doing a bit, and you can see the wink in there. Or he might even say wink. In this instance, I think that he's getting away with it because he is being petty, but it's not typically in his nature.
What's their anger level on the show? 1, 2, 3, Reggie, that you've seen.
Well, Mike is clearly the runaway winner there.
Okay.
Kevin is a low-key, really angry
gosh.
dude. Yeah,
Kevin might get more angry than me at times.
He bottles it for a long time, so you only get it in spurts.
And he
when it's
doesn't
over.
ever do it on the air, right? He's like,
he's done it on the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he has.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
He usually, anytime we end a segment with 3 to 4 minutes left, he is furious and has decided to quit the segment and go to commercial break, and then he walks out of the room furious. And he just gives you a look.
What do you mean with 3 or
show.
4 minutes left?
So let's say our first segment is supposed to end at approximately 10:15, 10:16.
Yeah.
He'll just end the segment at 10:11.
Yep.
Why?
He just goes to commercial
Because
he's mad.
he needs to go for a walk.
Oh,
he's upset with the people in the room.
But he comes back on and you can feel it, or he does the no, even
No, we
It
just
depends
like
on how
ignore
angry he
it
is.
for the rest of his life.
Yeah, it depends on how
That's
angry.
we do
If he's still angry,
we do it like men. We
he'll
just ignore
grimace.
it.
But if he's not angry, you're like, he'll take his 5 minutes, he'll get his walk, and then he'll come back and get back to the show.
So then Corey's 3.
Corey is 3, but that is not to say that he does not have anger within him. He just he hides it better.
He gets sad. His anger is sad.
Yeah.
He gets
Yeah.
like, oh, and you're just
So you
like-
think he's just sad that Spittle and Tim said, no, you can't take off the day that you want?
I honestly don't know. At this point, maybe he does have COVID. I'm being honest here. I have not heard of, and maybe I'm wrong, I just haven't heard of people having bad COVID illnesses lately. Like, you can get COVID. I'm not saying COVID isn't real. COVID is real. COVID-19 was deadly. COVID-23 or COVID-24, I have not heard much about because it's been a disease for hundreds of years.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the
a
variation.
virus,
but
sorry.
Yeah, and I think the numbers are, I believe, spiking again. It's just we're not tapped into those numbers. Like, that's not going to be on the news. But yeah, no, the numbers are spiking again. So like, to give Corey, like, I know we're kidding and everything, but I mean, it's out there. So I don't. What's funny though is that Gavin walked into the studio, into the production room, and was like, do we know what the game plan is for this? Like, obviously everybody knew that if you got COVID for a point in time, it was like 14 days, and at one point you walked it back to 10 days or whatever. Like, do we know what you're supposed to do when you get COVID?
Mike,
now? Is there an isolation time?
Dude, Mike, this was your
ivermectin,
ticket.
right?
This was your ticket to days off, Mike. You were exposed.
That I should have got COVID?
No, but you were around Corey when he probably had it. So then you shouldn't have been in there. You shouldn't be next to Reggie right now. You could have been off work too.
I hear
You're not
you,
thinking, Mike. You're not playing chess, Mike.
I'm sorry, but here's going to be my excuse. We are at the Dallas Card Show in Allen right now at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. It's off of I-75. I believe you can kind of take Bethany as one of the exits, but it's been here now for 5 years, I believe, as a really big show. There's 700 tables. So I was going to be here no matter what. I've had to miss the last 2 Dallas Card shows because I've had Rangers responsibilities. I don't have Rangers responsibilities this weekend. So I am here, haven't been here in about half a year to one of these shows. So I am pumped up to be here. So I could have played that card if we were in studio today, and maybe I would have.
The real cards.
But I'm here to see the real cards.
I'm curious, Mike. So I was reading a thread. We're actually probably going to do it next Thursday during Neighborhood Watch. And it was a Reddit post in the Dallas community that says, if you're not from here, what's the giveaway that you say something and Texans know you're not from here? Like, what is your thing that you have? And somebody said referring to highways as the 635 or the 35. And they also said I'm interested that you called it I-75 instead of 75. Why did you do it? Because you're from here, so why did you do that?
I do not know what highways are called. When somebody tells me to take Woodall Rogers, I have no clue what they're talking about. Now, I do say probably people that are smarter than me, and most people are, they live in Texas. When you start saying the name of the highway, they know which one you're talking about. But I'm like, to be honest, is Woodall Rogers 635?
No, that's Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yeah, so they take the LBJ, and I'm like, crap, I don't know. He's dead.
No, 75. I didn't have a problem with 75. I was interested that you called it I-75.
I don't know. I guess I say I-75 or I-35. Maybe I shouldn't anymore.
Imposter.
Yeah, that's what that I stands for.
No, I think the number one indicator is you nut jobs saying that everything is a Coke.
Oh, okay. I mean that's our thing. That's what we call it.
Okay, and then you also said that people here say sherbet ice cream when they don't.
I didn't say they say it. I didn't say they say it. I said it I said it legitimately is sherbet. It does not matter where you're from or anything else. That's what it's called.
Hey,
I'm sorry, you can't just make it up and put an extra R in there.
What's on it, Mike?
Do you feel like during my crosstalk it's been taken over by Sean?
Yeah, I don't feel like you.
I feel like Sean's taken over this crosstalk.
Yeah. Bobby's
Sean,
done a little
did
bit
somebody
of that
tell
work,
you to stop letting me do a crosstalk again?
No.
Okay.
Here you go, Mike.
One hour ago, I was giving you all this praise.
I know. Well, this is where I'm going to.
Okay.
Legend.
You ever seen the Sewell commercial where the guy goes, "They treat me better than my wife," and I was like, I don't think you should say that on a commercial. I feel like, Bobby, you complimented me more than my wife.
I meant it. I think you're very good. Yeah.
Do you ever say those types of things about like other people that you work with? Like I've called you Luca in the past. I've given you all this praise and props. Do you ever say any of that stuff publicly or privately?
I hope so. Has anybody ever come up to you and said, "Man, Bassick was ripping you guys a new one"?
No,
right?
but I mean the compliment part.
The compliment of
there's a difference between complimenting and not insulting.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like I have.
Okay.
Don't ask me for specific examples lately, but yeah, I feel like I have.
Okay.
So obviously everybody has people that they like stylistically or their personality, and then vice versa. There's people that are listening right now who go, "Oh, great, Kevin and Corey aren't on, and I have to listen to that Nimrod for 4 hours." You know, Reggie. I'm just, just kidding.
Honestly, that's the way that I felt yesterday.
But
Mike, let me ask you this honest question.
Yes.
Do you feel like you are a better broadcaster or player?
I think broadcaster.
Okay.
I think that. Gosh, now you're gonna make my ego go crazy.
Nah, do it.
We all have an ego. I do feel like I am one of the best at this, and obviously, I was not one of the best at pitching. I was great. I was top 1% to make the major leagues, but in that 1%, I was in the bottom 10% of the 1%.
Yeah. Like as a human being, what you did as a baseball player is more impressive. But if you want to take it to the top level, you would say broadcasting.
Yeah, and I thought you were going to ask, and I'll be honest about this. I'm probably better at radio right now than I am at the game, but I've been doing this now for over a decade.
Yeah.
So if I say, hey, what were you better at in year one, radio or calling a Ranger game, I might go, well, I think I'm better at calling a Ranger game because I have so many years of experience in radio and doing some broadcast, whether it's Frisco or TCU or whatever. So I feel pretty good there, but I think I can improve tremendously in my television broadcasting, but I'm enjoying doing it. And then I guess, Reggie, before we go, we probably need to say what's on the show today. So people, I'm
a great broadcaster, one of the best.
There was
one of the best about that. I've heard your teases, I've seen your teases.
Hey, Bobby, on 75.
I-75.
There were not many people driving today.
No.
It was very holiday-ish, which was great. Reggie, if you are on the road today and you're going to listen more to our radio show, what do we have on our radio show?
Well, we happened to bump into Nick Eatman out here.
Nick Eatman has a table here. You want to buy Nick Eatman cards?
What?
He's out here with a table.
Well, I think they're Nick Eatman's cards. I don't know if they're Nick Eatman cards. I don't know if he's on the card themselves. Although, hey, come out and find out, We're in Allen. The Marriott Dallas Allen.
You're sounding great so far.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That helps my confidence for the Dallas Card Show. And at 12:20, we'll talk to Nick Eatman about the Cowboys and about his cards. We'll do all of that.
All right, hey, it's Klay Thompson. He's on our team.
He's there?
Yeah, he's going to – no, he's not. But there's a whole bunch of people that will be here tomorrow.
Oh.
Like Gino Petralli.
But for today, Mike Bassett.
Calvert Cheney.
Calvert Cheney, Indiana left-hander, I believe 6th overall pick. He was a star in Blue Chips, as in he was on the opposite team with Bobby Hurley when they took on the team that decided when they lost to Bobby Hurley and Calvert Cheney, they were like, we need to cheat to win. How about that?
Good stuff.
Good job, Mike.
All right, guys, coming up next, the KNC masterpiece without the KNC.
Rock lobster.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. The Odyssey app is a guarantee to be there. Listen to the boys anytime. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Sean Levine with an...
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Today, I am Reginald Atatula. Actually, every day I'm Reginald Atatula, but I'm not Kevin or Corey. Both of those guys are out. You still have famous Mike Bassick here, and it might sound a little different because we are not at the studios. We are actually at the Dallas Card Show. We are in Allen, Texas, at the Marriott Dallas Allen and Convention Center. On 75. Come join us. It is what is the address again? 777
Waters Creek Boulevard.
There we go.
Off of 75. Bethany's the exit. Especially if you have off today, and I get it. There could be family in town or whatever, but a lot of times, Friday, this is a school day while we're doing this, stuff like that. But it feels like driving the highways, a lot of people aren't working today. So if you're not working, come on out here. If you love sports, you don't even have to love sports cards. But if you kind of love sports, just to take a look at all the history of just kind of what people have put on paper, Topps and other companies and stuff, it's just really fun to come out here. You get to meet a whole new group of sports fans, and how, in a weird way, I'm part of this community is we sport at times through our cards. So maybe, I mean, I'm sure there's people out here that gamble on games, but kind of sports cards at times is a little bit of having fun and gambling on a player that you've decided in the future possibly is going to be a great player, and their card values aren't at what you think they are.
Right. I have a Tolo friend that I was talking to yesterday on the 4th. His name is Hong. Shout out to Hong. And he was like, look, Omax is going to be a player, believe me. And I mean, in what you're saying, if you wanted to really put your money where your mouth is, you'd go get a rookie card and say, this is going to be valuable. So I think in that way, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You did say that, it's a school day. It is in the middle of July, or I guess.
Well, I'm saying it's not a school day, but usually it is on a day. So we've been out at the Dallas Card Show on Friday, but it'd be tough in April because kids are in school. So, but if you're obviously not in school today, unless you really have a kid that struggles with discipline or they can't pass second grade.
And sometimes they need it.
Yeah, then they're in summer school. But as long as they're not in summer school, they have the day off today. Instead of them playing video games, why don't you take your kid out here and show them some history of sports cards, and maybe they'll really get into it, and maybe they like Pokemon or something.
Yeah.
And you can find Pokemon or anime cards or whatever those people collect on those things.
And Mike, I'm sure for you, like, these are the types of things that you had quality time with your father and now with your sons as well. Like, I mean, this is how you pass the game on, I imagine, in some ways as well.
86 was the first year I got into sports cards, so I was 8 years old. And I smartly bought all of the baseball cards you could possibly buy because they made literally, and I'm not making this number up, 1 million or more of each card of baseball cards. Well, they didn't make a whole bunch of basketball cards because everybody thought basketball was stupid.
Right.
And cards were the dumbest thing ever on a basketball player. So Fleer was like, look, literally nobody was making cards for the most part. There was a company making them, but it was weird. It's called Star. From 1981, Topps was like, basketball cards are the dumbest, worthless thing in the world. Let's quit basketball.
Sure.
And all the other companies at the time, Fleer and Donruss, are like, we're not picking up stupid basketball. Everybody thinks it's stupid and nobody likes it. And so in 1986, Fleer said, all right, you know what? We'll take this stupid thing called basketball because Larry Bird and Magic Johnson seem to be pretty damn good at this, and people are watching, and we're going to take the NBA Finals games, and instead of playing them in the middle of the day in the summertime, we're going to play them at night and put them on primetime television. This was after 84, so in 86, Fleer jumps in. But the cards didn't sell well.
Mm-hmm.
Still, people weren't into basketball cards at all. So those cards are worth a lot more than baseball cards in 1986 or even in 1987 because Fleer was probably making, I'm guesstimating here, and it sounds like a lot, but they probably out in the marketplace, and a lot of them are ruined, but probably made $250,000. Michael Jordan rookie cards.
And that's a completely different population.
Over $1 million.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, in 1989, I think like Griffey's rookie card, there might be 3 million upper deck, and I'm not making that number up, like literally 3 million upper deck Griffey cards. So anyways, if I would have been like, you know what, I love basketball too, I should buy a whole bunch of these 1986 Fleer basketball cards, that would have been a much better decision as a kid.
Well, you can make some great decisions today. Again, we are at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Come out and say hello to famous Mike Bassett, but also you have an opportunity over the course of this weekend to maybe see Gino Petralli. He's going to be out here later today at 6 p.m. Over the weekend, such names as Bob Lilly, great Cowboy, Ian Kinsler, Kevin Mensch, Patrick Mahomes Sr. will be out here.
Yeah, if we just leave the senior off, people will be like, whoa, I'm coming out
here.
Yeah,
I could do the Dallas Card Show aside, but I also don't want our Tolos to be disappointed. You know, although, look, Patrick Mahomes Sr. is a character. I think you want to meet that man. He's a good dude. And it was a solid baseball player in his own right as well.
10 years, I believe, of service.
And then Saturday, tomorrow, is going to be a big-time Texas Rangers Day. If you're a Rangers fan and a card collector, you can have your fill as Dane Dunning, Leody Taveras, Josh Sborz, and Travis Jankowski will all be out here. So, I mean, look, a lot of great names will be here over the course of this weekend, including Mike. You're going to be out here not just today, but also.
I'll be out here all day today. I'll be out here pretty much all day tomorrow. Sunday's 50-50 for me. I'll kind of see what we have family-wise and stuff like that. But if you're wondering about the Texas Rangers, like, aren't they playing tomorrow? They are. So after the game is over, they're kind of getting a caravan and coming over here. So the 4 current Texas Rangers on the team after the game will come out here. I'm going to guess around 8 p.m. If the game's at 3, I think Saturday's Ranger game is at 3. But if it's at 1, then they'll be out here about 6. If it's 3, they'll be here about at 8 p.m. So you can meet some of your world champion Texas Rangers who are struggling to win baseball games.
Yeah, I thought for a moment, Mike, that this team had found a little bit of a glimpse of what was last year's 2023 World Series champion. And hopefully they can get back to that. We'll have an opportunity to talk about your Rangers. We'll talk Cowboys, of course. I know some people are excited because both me and you love basketball. We will talk about these Mavericks. But right now, because we're at the Dallas Card Show, I wanted to go here. On Instagram, for me, I tried not to get into the Reels thing, but unfortunately it drew me in because that's how social media works. And one of the Reels that I'll see from time to time is a gentleman who will take a baseball card and look at the moment on the card and find that moment in the actual game that it happened in by looking at the surroundings and things of that nature. And that got me thinking, Mike, if you could have one card, a card commemorating one single moment in sports history, what moment would you choose? That's the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, to let us know what moment you would choose. But, Mike, I mean, you are a lover of sports, in particular moments. I think they stick with you really well. And you also love these baseball, and these, not just baseball cards, but all these sports cards. Is there a moment that you think of that comes to mind? And I think we also talked about this a little bit. It feels like that's not necessarily the way that cards are made as of right now, thinking about the moments over the player.
There's a lot of moments that are captured through photographs, and somehow Topps and Panini's the other company that make basketball and football cards, that they do such a bad job at capturing the major moments in sports and then putting them on a card, especially, let's just say, a limited edition, or we can call it in this industry a short printed card. So I have no clue how Corey Seager's home run in Game 1 of the World Series wasn't his short printed Topps 2024 card.
Right.
Him screaming or the follow through of his swing, you could get either one of those.
I think it has to be the yell.
You make those cards would sell, like, there's not enough cards for Ranger fans, and so they'd be so premium and so wanted, so they would be printed to, their short printed cards are like 200 to 300 cards. So I don't want it to be the card that they make 150,000 of. I want it to be a card that's sought after, like, that's the moment.
Yeah.
Not that there's just one of them, but there's like 200 to 1,000 of them.
Right.
And so all of a sudden, every Ranger fan, and they did the research on this. I was in a meeting a month or so ago with the Rangers. Approximately around the world, there's 14.3 Ranger fans. 14.3 million. Sorry, not just 14.3.
It's weird to have a 14.3
million Ranger fans in this world that at least in some way, shape, or form on social media or some way have a Ranger logo, Ranger fan, and so they're counted as a Ranger fan, which is the 7th most in the major leagues starting the 2024 season. And yet they don't capture these moments. And so I'll go back in history. how a company like Upper Deck, who had somewhat of an exclusive with Michael Jordan back in 1998-99, how they don't get his final shot against the Utah Jazz on a card, and it be the card that everybody looks at as like, yeah, there's the rookie cards and everything, but that card that is short printed to 1,000, let's just say, everybody who's a Michael Jordan fan would be like, I want that card of him shooting the shot over Byron Russell.
Yeah.
And yet none of the card companies could figure out how to put that card or how to put that picture on a card and make it something special. So I do love cards. I think the people at Topps and then the people at Panini really struggle with this, that they can't figure out moments on cards. Every card can't have a moment, but there are moments that need to be captured on a card that people would want those moments more. Now, they do have things called Topps now. I won't get into that, but anyways, that is, they do a very bad job, but I would want the Michael Jordan over Byron Russell shot.
That absolutely came to mind, and it came to us on the fan text, the Franklin injury attorney text line. But this also got me thinking, because the text came in from the I must have lost it at this point, but basically pointing to the idea of the 2-4 Mike Vick when he made a couple of Vikings players run into each other. And so for me, I immediately thought, like you, the Corey Seager moment where he hits the home run and the emotion that he typically does not show in a big way just floods out of him. And I think it makes a great picture, but there's also a moment. But those two things don't always have to be aligned. Sometimes the moment and the stakes of the moment are huge, but then in other instances, it's just like this moment was picturesque. And I feel like Mike Vick having a couple of Vikings run together is more about the picture, the image of it than, hey, there's some other moments where people talk about, the idea of Barry Bonds breaking the home run record, which I anticipated coming in because obviously you happened to be in the stadium during that.
I will say with Barry Bonds, the tough thing about him at the time is Barry Bonds was not part of the Players Association. So you could not have a picture of another player in any card or any photograph with him. So that would have made it a little bit more difficult. I think you could have, but the shot would have had to be so up close. It would have be tough to see that this is the moment because he refused to sign the players agreement because he felt like he deserved more than just – it's thrown into a pot, and a lot of the superstars say, hey, this is great for people like me.
Right.
I'm already making millions of dollars on my contract. This pot, instead of getting $1 million for my name and likeness, I'll take the $75K that everybody gets. But Barry didn't feel that way. In fact, at one point, Michael Jordan didn't feel that way. That's why he wasn't on any of the video games.
Right. And, I mean, there was didn't they print out a separate video game with just his likeness at one point?
And then you had to take out – it would say, like, Chicago on it, or whatever, because they couldn't put the team name. I mean, I would love a portrait card of this, like in 2015 as LeBron left the Heat, and it just says not 3. As you have Wade, Bosch, and LeBron on the stage for not 1, not 2, not 3.
I hadn't even thought about vindictive cards.
Like just fun cards, right?
That's hilarious.
Because if you're kind of a hater, like you could Panini could put out like almost anti-Cowboy cards.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that non-Cowboy fans, and there's plenty of them, it would be funny for them to have a picture of, Dak throwing another interception in the first half of a playoff game.
Some other ones that come up, the Josh Bohr's glove spike at the end when
that
you
should
clinch
be his short
the World
card.
Series.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan versus Robin Ventura on a card.
Yeah.
That'd be really fun. I know someone else mentioned a few baseball cards. I feel like obviously baseball lines up.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned Joe Carter walk-off home run.
Yeah.
But
there is a card, and it wasn't even a completed pass. Do you remember the pass in the Super Bowl where Patrick Mahomes is almost
like horizontal?
Yeah, and he's like about 6 inches away from the ground, and he's just releasing the ball. There actually is a card of that, and it's such a cool looking card.
Oh my! Like I would want that.
It's not a moment in history that's like a great touchdown pass. It's just a moment of how did he throw this ball? How did he get this off? So I don't know why. I would love to talk to people at Topps. Topps is taking over the world when it comes to cards. Panini. I know people there at Panini. They're nice people, but for the most part, they're going to be out of the sports game here pretty soon. And I would love to know why over a 70-plus year history you guys have struggled so much to capture great moments in sports.
All right, so, Mike, you are a huge Dallas Mavericks fan, and so there's a few that have come in for Dallas Mavericks. From the 817, they say Dirk hitting the lefty layup with his tongue out in the finals.
Yeah.
And then there was another one, which was Luka Doncic in the bubble hitting that step back three. That
bang,
you
bang.
Get, exactly. What Mavericks moment, is there one Mavericks moment that stands above the rest for you that you'd want on a card?
I would only do this because of as a kid is when Rolando Blackman is screaming confidence, baby confidence, when he made the free throw in 87 in Seattle to send the All-Star game into overtime. Believe it or not, kids and young men and women, the NBA players used to really care about the All-Star game and play really hard in it, and it meant a lot to them. And that was a big moment for me as a kid, as Rolando was my favorite player at that point because they had traded my first ever favorite player, Del Ellis, for a future NBA referee, Al Wood.
Yes, they did do that, Mike. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I've been slacking them on pimping as I am filling in for Kevin and Corey. Kevin is out of town. Corey is allegedly sick. We don't necessarily have very much on that. I'll do some reporting there. However, it's also a Friday, which means it's a shout-out Friday. So go ahead and text those in as well on the text line, 877-881-1053. I'll do my best to shout you out as we are live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Come out and see us, say hello, get a look at some fantastic selection of cards out here. I've been impressed and amazed. We'll talk more about that as well as we go along this afternoon. But let's go here with the Cowboys. Dak Prescott has been seen in a walking boot. Should we be concerned? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
convention is returning to the DFW Collecticon this Saturday and Sunday at the Fort Worth Convention Center with more than 900 vendors and dealers. Get your tickets now at collecticonusa.com. That's collecticonusa.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 5 at the Detroit 8. 7.5 minutes in the game. Snap to Prescott, standing and looking and throwing right to the end zone. Brandon Cooks, touchdown Cowboys. Perfect route, perfect throw. Cowboys regain the lead.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick always here with you as always. Happy Friday wherever you are. We are at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Trail or Boulevard.
I think it's Waters.
I always do that.
You've messed me up now by saying that. But I will say if you go to DallasCardShow.com.
Waters Creek Boulevard.
You're going to find a whole bunch of information there. But come on out, say hi to us. I'll be out here all day, but we'd love for you to come out from some point from 10 to 2 while we're doing the show. But if not, I'll be walking around the show till probably like 6 p.m. tonight.
A lot of fantastic folks getting involved with the program on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We were just talking about, what moments in sports we would like to see commemorated on a card. Willie Mays, the catch, obviously comes up. And then also the Rugnet Odor, maybe the best right hand that I've ever seen thrown in sports outside of combat sports.
That would be a very cool one.
I would absolutely love to see that. But, yeah, remember, it's a shout-out Friday. You can text in, and I will do my best to shout you out. This was kind of trending. I know Sean and RJ talked about it, or Sean and Bobby, to be specific, talked about it quite a bit. As over the holiday, I guess I was going to say holiday weekend, but not quite. But
it is the holiday weekend. I saw the traffic. It's definitely a holiday.
Yeah, you guys are definitely out of work. That's one thing I definitely say. But Dak Prescott, the quarterback of the Cowboys, has been spotted wearing a protective boot on his right foot. This kind of just popped up on Twitter, I want to say either yesterday or maybe the day before, possibly. And, I mean, the question that needs to be asked is how concerned should we be? Because, look, Dak Prescott, star of this team. He is the quarterback of this team, the most important position. And he's taken some knocks, right? He's had some injuries. We've talked a lot about his mobility and what that means to this team. And there was no primer for seeing this. It wasn't like we knew that Dak Prescott was dealing with something or other. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we just see a picture of the quarterback of this team on vacation with a walking boot on. I think he was like at a marina of some sorts.
Why? Let me ask you this question.
Yes,
now,
sir.
I think it's tough because being a celebrity, and he is, you have to watch yourself every time you step out of your house, which stinks. It really does for the people that are that famous. If Dak
like
is
you,
telling
right?
the truth and it's just because of the deep sea fishing thing, because he's saying, well, I mean, it swelled up last time I went deep sea fishing, so I put on a boot. Now, my whole thing is putting on a boot does not help out with swelling. I am not a doctor. I am married to one, and I don't even need to ask her that question. If I have on a boot, it's not going to make it not swell.
Yeah, that's more structural typically, right?
Yeah, and so...
Or at least protective of what could be an injury.
My next thing is when he walked out of the house, why didn't he have on... He had on a boating shoe or whatever you call the... You know what I'm saying? Like he had on one of those kind of what we call boat shoes or whatever on the other.
Yeah, it looked like a little loafer on the left foot. And
why didn't he wear his loafers to the boat and then put on the boot when he gets out into the ocean and so nobody sees him in the boot? To me, it's not like, oh, he's not going to play this year, anything like that. He's been dealing with this major ankle injury and playing great. In fact, probably, from what I understand, exceeded expectations on how he's played on that ankle. But this is concerning that he felt like, or a doctor told him, you need to be wearing a boot right now.
Yeah, so Dallas Morning News reporting that this is dealing with a sprained ankle of some sorts, which, look, if you've existed and if you've maybe even been any level of active, you've probably sprained an ankle at some point. But we've gotten all sorts of different reporting. I know that Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram got direct confirmation from Dak Prescott that he's fine, right? That it's just, like you were mentioning earlier, that when he goes on the boat, he feels like they're swelling, and this was maybe a preventative measure. It feels like we've gotten a lot of different answers.
Yeah.
None of them necessarily exactly the same, but all of them going to the idea of this isn't a big deal.
Right.
And so I wonder if people are in that place or inclined to be in that place. And, Mike, I'm going to be completely honest. I have a little bit of skepticism with it because, not necessarily because I believe that Dak Prescott is some level of liar or what have you, but the Cowboys organization hasn't always been the most forthcoming with us when it comes to some of these injuries, particularly with Dak Prescott. And, I mean, look, I understand why you wouldn't, right? You're not necessarily going to want everything put out on Front Street for yourself.
Right.
But I go back to when he originally had the foot injury and, they had a surgery. And then we come back around and we find out that after a whole bunch of, hubbub about the foot, right, we come back around and, oh, no, there was a second surgery that was done after there was a lot of shooing that idea away, right? Like, we've had information, particularly about Dak Prescott, withheld from us before.
100%.
And so I'm wondering, is this more cause for concern than people inside the Cowboys organization would want us to believe?
The correct answer here is we'll find out.
Sure.
I know that sounds obviously like Mickey, but it is
We'll find
the
out.
right answer. We'll find out in 3 weeks. On July 25th, I believe, is their first mini workout.
Yes.
If everything looks like he has been, he's never been the same since that. He's been good. Don't get me wrong. He almost won the MVP last year. I'm not taking a shot at Dak right now. Dak has shown he can play on that ankle and play well on that ankle, yet he's not the same. He doesn't move the same since that injury. Here we are approximately 4 years later, and you wonder how much maybe that is. It was 2 major surgeries. They had to redo it. So you look at it and you go, how much more does that ankle have? And I think it's different, but from what I understand from that surgery he had on his ankle is, I'm just going to compare it to, it's not the same, but compare it to Tommy John surgery. And Tommy John surgery, they'll tell you have about 3 to 7 years. They thought 7, but it's getting worse, and that's why they're coming up with a new surgery, Dr. Meister, to hope that they can make it a longer-lasting situation. I'm just throwing out a number. We think it has 5 years, or we think it has 8 years until, we don't know if he does play on this, how much pressure it can take. And so it's bugging him. There's no way. If it wasn't bugging him at all, he wouldn't be wearing a boot. So it is bugging him. But in 3 to 4 weeks, we'll really know where he's at. They can hide the truth from us right now, or they really are telling the truth.
Sure, that's all.
But you can't hide it on July 25th.
And, I mean, look, all of the reports that we've gotten from very trusted sources around Cowboys media are pointing to the idea that, whatever the reasoning that's being thrown out of there, ultimately the belief is that he will absolutely be ready to go when they get to training camp. And so that is, as you mentioned, what we are getting to. But someone here on the text line is linking this a little bit further, Mike, and I'm interested to see your thought process on it. From the 214, they said maybe they, meaning the Cowboys, knew something about his foot prior to this, and that's why they haven't extended him yet. And, I mean, look, you don't have to get to that place to find reasons as to why that extension hasn't been done. I mean, Dak Prescott has all the leverage in the world. The Cowboys have notoriously not been the best in these negotiations, and they've often drug things out. If you can always lean on the idea of Jerry Jones using the phrase deadlines make deals, right? And so you can get to the reasons why Dak Prescott has not been signed without even going to this place. But if there is the idea that maybe there's an additional level of injury that maybe we don't understand, is that feasible in your mind that could factor into why there hasn't been a deal done with Dak Prescott yet?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with the person texting in, but then I think they gave him that huge contract when they didn't know if he could really play football.
Right.
And he did. He was able to play it at a very high level. And so they've done it before where they didn't care at all about the ankle. They just believed it was going to be good, and they were right. They bet on it, and they were right. But I do wonder, this is where I'm wondering too, is if the Cowboys are looking at this going, why should we commit 3 more years to, let's say, Dak Prescott at the highest number in the NFL, which no matter what, he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL after he signs his contract.
Yeah.
Like, whether it's for 2 months, whether it's for 1 year, he will be the highest paid quarterback, whether it's with the Cowboys or without the Cowboys. But, yeah, I do wonder if the Cowboys are like, why commit if we know how jacked up that ankle was, what the recovery has been, how he's overcome it, but yet, and I don't know this, but he still has to wear a boot at times because of how bothersome it is in just real life. And just walking from wherever he was staying at to the boat dock, to having that boot while he's on the boat, something's up. But maybe it's just so minor that he deals with this all the time. It's just one of the first times somebody publicly captured him wearing a boot in the middle of the day in the off season.
Right. And I think that one of the, contextual things that it's worth noting, because I want to be as responsible as possible while talking about this, is remembering just how much physical, rehabilitation is necessary for athletes in their off season. Like these guys are pushing themselves to the max. In football in particular, I like to call it the car crash sport because it's, everybody's literally trading on their bodies in a way that's different. But you are a former professional athlete, Mike. I mean, just from your experience, like what are the types of things that you can think of? Or is there anything that is kind of akin to this that you would see maybe in baseball of like, if people had seen more of this, they would be more concerned than probably they need and be?
Probably if you got to go into, let's just take today, for example. Now we're in the season, but I'm going to use in season, for example. If you got to be in the training room from about now 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and see everything that the Rangers go through to get ready for a game, you'd be like, I don't know if that guy's going to play, or I don't know this and that. But it's just like, hey, whatever I need to do, to a point to be able to play. In the offseason, guys dealing with rehabbing injuries, you're kind of like, well, okay, I can see him rehabbing. But I will say this, it's for the most part, you get the elbow brace off. I'm going to call it an elbow brace after a while after Tommy John surgery, not 4 years after Tommy John surgery.
We saw our friend Derek Holland.
Yeah, you don't have to wear that in the offseason, just to make sure that it stays stable in the offseason here and there. So I do think the reason that this really is a story, if people, and I get it, some Cowboy fans are probably like, oh, it's nothing. And hopefully it is kind of nothing, but it is something. We're not taking pictures right now of Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, whoever you think is the great quarterbacks. They're not all wearing a boot on a foot right now. They're all, in their off season, getting prepared for 2 to 3 weeks from now to start training camp, and they're not all in an arm sling or a boot just to make sure they don't have swelling in a certain area of their body.
Maybe we found an answer here from the 903. He was probably drinking and just put the wrong shoe on. Happens all the time.
I was like, man, he's confused on what a Cowboy boot is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece on this Friday here at the Dallas Card Show on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. It is a shout-out Friday where someone was asking, should we call this the Mr. piece, as in MR, because Mike and Reggie?
Yeah, sure.
It's a possibility. I'll think about that. I'll see if I like the way that sounds. Again, you can come out and hang out with us at the Dallas Card Show. We're out here in Allen. I'm here till 2. Mike hanging around. He wants to do a little wheeling and dealing with the cards. But coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for a little baseball nuggets.
We thought we had some hopium with the Texas Rangers, and then we had a little vacation, and we're back to where we started next.
Colo's Eric Giafalo here for Platinum.
Registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here, live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen. I'm Reginald Atatula filling in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick, of course, still here being famous. In fact, right now, I believe he is opening a box.
I'm trying to, but Tops did a great job of cellophaning it, but I just got it open. But
you know,
we have from our friends at RJ Dukes. We've been out at their shop before,
Mm-hmm.
and RJ Dukes, they're in McKinney, right? McKinney is the city. I always get confused because it's a little bit past Allen there, but we've done shows at their shop. They're amazing. They donate a lot to Peace-a-thon, which is the day before Thanksgiving, where we raise a lot of money for help me out here. Why am I?
My possibilities. Absolutely,
yeah. So he gave me a box of Topps Tier 1 that just came out this week. So I'm going to open it up right now. So if you're on YouTube or Twitch right
That's
now.
right. Always join us.
Usually it can be like an unbelievably great card. These are expensive. Oh, and so it's now packed again. It's like pack,
all right.
Pack upon pack. But we do need to get into baseball nuggets.
Let's do that right now.
Is it brought to you by Twin Peaks? Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views?
I believe so.
Even if it isn't, it is now.
Yes, that's right.
Twin Peaks, you just got free
Shout out
advertising,
to Twin
or you
Peaks,
did
baby.
pay for it, and I rightfully said it.
Woo!
Okay, so in this Topps Tier 1 pack, real quick, we'll see congratulations autograph card of J.J. Bleday.
Okay.
An autograph card of J.T. Real Muto. These are like all unbelievable cards because here is a patch of Cody Bellinger, and then the last card is a card numbered 4 of 25 of our own Corey Seager.
There you go.
So very cool pack right there. Let me get into
Did we
baseball
win?
nuggets.
Did we win?
It's a solid pack, but these are expensive. Topps Tier 1 are expensive for 4 cards.
They look like quality cards. They've got a certain thickness to them.
So we wanted hopium after beating Baltimore on the road, and then you win against San Diego 7-0 their first game. You're like, this is it. This is our championship team. We're about to make the turnaround that you need because you got to get to close to 500 by the All-Star break. And then July 3rd and July 4th, you don't win. Yesterday, I thought Max Scherzer had a really good game. But it's amazing because when you lose 3-1, I had a couple questions. I was at my in-laws in Glen Rose. Shout out to Squaw Valley Golf Course. I played on July 3rd, the afternoon out there. It was super hot, but really the course was in good shape. I don't know what Max Scherzer could have done better, except he had to throw a no-hitter. Like, what could have Max done? Because they were like, oh, how is Max? And I was like, well, he gave up a few runs, but, he pitched into the 7th inning, this and that, and it's like, dang. And I'm like, well, you have to, a lot of times right now at the Rangers, we thought they were coming out of an offensive slump. And it was yesterday was just one game. Today could be a new game, and maybe offensively they get going in. But this has been all year. You kind of expect 1 to 3 runs from the Rangers. That's my expectation, is if they score over 3, they've had a good offensive game. I'm just being honest with watching the Rangers this year. If they get to 4 runs, I feel like they've had a above average 2024 offensive game.
And that's frustrating because I thought that maybe you had broken out of it. I mean, some of this was just like various folks having slumps, but when you have the Orioles in Baltimore and you put up 11 runs, scoring multiple runs in multiple innings, it's not like you had one giant inning. It's not like it was just home runs. You ran the gamut, and then you backed it back up, after a day off. You start off against the Padres. And you give them, you get some runs there as well in a similar fashion. So it felt like they were finding something that ultimately just didn't carry on, and that was really frustrating for me.
We want it so bad as fans right now. We want this team to play like we saw them play last year. And when we get that 2 days in a row of them playing like it, we think we're about to see it for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And then you get the next 2 games, you lose another series. Like, this is a constant when you look at what is happening. The Padres are a solid team. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. I think the Padres will fight for a playoff spot. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. They won't win that division. But you just look at it and you go, dang, like, at what point are they going to turn it around? Because I know I'm going to Yogi Berra here, but it's getting late early.
Yeah.
We're running out of time. At this point, I know, hey, there's more games. I can talk like a baseball player too, but I'm going to talk like a fan here. you're running out of time. Time is not on your side anymore. In fact, I was shocked when Kevin 2 days ago had the article from Evan Grant that this is the third worst kind of defense of a
third worst record for a championship team. Yeah,
in baseball, and I didn't know it was that bad.
In the last 120 years of the World Series, this is the third worst record of a team in the next year. And so, that's the frustrating part, is that you've seen them play at a high level with largely the same guys. And, I mean, some of the guys that you trust to be, kind of your stable foundation pieces aren't even having a good time. Marcus Semien got the night off, which is something that he rarely does. But if you look at some of the what he's slashing, especially if you use as a particular point May 18th. What happened May 18th? Semien goes out into shallow right field and happens to kind of collide with Adolis Garcia. Since then, he's been batting 179. On base percentage 262, slugging 258. Like, that's a guy that you lead off with and that you depend on to be part of that offense, and he hasn't been all that great of late.
Yeah, and this reminds me of this Marcus Semien we've been watching for a month now. It was about 2 months when he signed with the Texas Rangers that this was the Marcus Semien saw for his first 2 months as a Texas Ranger. Now, he ended up breaking out of that and ended up still having a pretty good year in the end, but right now it's just, if this team doesn't get hot, I hate saying this, they're pretty much going to be dead by the All-Star break. If they cannot, you just can't. Right now, they're lucky because of the division. They are very lucky because the Mariners are 7 games over 500, and leading the division.
They've been leaking a little bit here recently, too.
Now, the Astros are 3 games over 500. You're 6 behind the Astros. You're 8 behind the Mariners. Now, if I just stop there, this is where we can fool people. This is where you can make numbers do what they want to do. And it's a basic number. I'm not making up their 8 behind and 6 behind these two teams. But when you say you can make up 6 games, you can make up 8 games with, 70-something to go, that is correct, 100%. When you're 39 and 48, you can't. You have to start winning.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you're 48 and 39, if you're having a year, let's say like the Boston Red Sox. Now, do I think the Red Sox are going to catch Baltimore or the Yankees? I do not. But when you're 47 and 39 and you're the Boston Red Sox and you're in third place and you are 5.5 back of the Yankees and you're 7.5 back of the Orioles, there's a lot more confidence in that clubhouse with the Boston Red Sox because they've won 8 more games than they've lost. When you're the Texas Rangers and you've lost 9 more games than you've won, there's a different confidence level. And so the Rangers are struggling. The way I watch them play right now, I think, gosh, are they struggling to believe that they can do it? Is there too much pressure? In a weird way, do they feel almost too much pressure to defend the title? And I will say it this way. I remember Mike Piazza got on a plane. We had just played the Montreal Expos in early to mid-September, and we won the series, and the guys were getting on the plane happy, and Piazza was pissed because he had just been in the World Series in 2000, and they had made moves for Mo Vaughn and Robbie Alomar, and it wasn't working out. We were under 500, not playing well, and then all of a sudden we had about a 5-game stretch where we played well. We were pretty much eliminated from the playoffs. It was impossible to make the playoffs. And he's like, he got on the plane and he got mad and he yelled at the team. He said, "Where were you when it mattered? Anybody can hit when nothing's on the line.
Yeah.
Anybody can put up zeros when nothing's on the line. When everything was on the line in August, you guys sucked." And so I'm talking about Mike Piazza there. And I remember being I say a kid. I was a rookie pretty much on that plane and taking it all in and like seeing our team leader or one of our team leaders really ticked off that all of a sudden the pressure was off.
Yeah.
Nobody cared anymore about our season. Football season was happening. We were out of the playoff race. We weren't going to win a division. We weren't going to win at the time the 1 wild card spot. And he was just mad that why couldn't you guys played like this when it mattered? And it was amazing to me when especially veteran guys know the pressure's off.
Yeah.
There's no playoff position on the line. There's no defense of anything, defending a title or a division or anything. He felt like all of a sudden the guys finally started playing like they played, and he wanted to call them out on like, hey, you needed to play this way in August when we had a chance. And because we played so bad in August, we had no chance in September. So I look at the Rangers and I wonder, I don't know. I'm not part of the team. I get to see the guys. I'm rooting for the Texas Rangers tremendously. I want them to get out of this funk. I want to have important September baseball. But I just wonder, is there too much pressure on – are they putting so much pressure on themselves that they can't get out of their own way at times and have the at-bats that I know they're capable of having?
I'd also be super interested to hear what this friend of ours would think as he texted in. His name is Derek Holland. I think you're familiar with him.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know how much he's joking with this because I know that it's something that we talk about, but the idea of the Bochy effect, right? Winning one year, losing the next. But
he did play over 500 2 out of those 3 years, his team, not himself. But his teams – because I wanted to look that up a month or so ago to be like, is this common? Because I knew they didn't make the World Series the next year.
Right.
But one year they did play like 6 games. I'm going off the top of my head, like 6 or 7 games under 500. And then the other 2 years they were over 500. They just didn't have enough wins to make the playoffs or to make the run at the World Series.
Yeah, going back, you were mentioning like, the idea of being able to chase down the lead in your division, and you likened it or you kind of compared it to the Red Sox, who are currently, playing what? Their win percentage is 54%, 55% in there.
54.7.
With the Rangers, or with the Red Sox in that instance, right? You know that you're playing good baseball, that the field can fall to you.
Yeah, if we keep playing this way, we got a chance.
Right. The Rangers are playing .448 baseball right now. I mean, I did a little quick math, and I'm not Kevin Hagelin, so give me a little bit of leeway if I'm wrong here, but on this pace with this win percentage, the Rangers would win 73 games this year. And so like that doesn't even feel befitting of the team that they are. And what's even more frustrating about this, Mike, for me is, and someone on the text line pointed to this, the bullpen has been pretty solid for you. I mean, all things considered, compare it to last year. Your starting pitching has been good. Some of the places where you had issues last year are not the same places where you had issue, and the strength that you had last year is now the thing that's plaguing you. That's the thing that almost makes me pull out my hair at times.
You saying that, I was thinking about this the other day, so now I get to say it on the air because I have a lot of things that I think about and then forget to say on the air. Is if you would have told me all of these things were to happen in the first 3 months of the season, offense, just specifically on the offense, I'd say, all right, so that's the floor. That's the absolute floor. And they're not going to hit the absolute floor.
Right.
It'd be like, hey, the Cowboys could go 5-12, and we'll get to this later in the show, but I'm kind of teasing this. Their offensive line stinks. They can't run the ball worth a darn, and they only win 5 games. I'd be like, look, that's the absolute floor, the worst of the worst. They're not going to hit the worst of the worst. Just like I don't think the Cowboys are going to go 15-2 and hit the best of everything. Every draft pick works out. Everything, the chemistry is unbelievable. All of these things. I'm like, these are the ceilings and the floors. And for the offense, if you'd have told me all of these things would be happening approximately on July 4th, I would say, all right, fine. That's the floor. The likelihood of this team being a below average, being very nice with my words there, offensive team, I would say, fine, you can say that, and I will agree with you, that's the floor. What's the likelihood they hit the floor? And I would say very low. Just like the likelihood of this year, the Rangers were going to be the best offensive team in Major League Baseball history. I'd say, fine, I get it. I saw how great they were last year and what they did in the playoffs. And maybe that's likely, but like a 1 to 5% chance of likely that we're going to see the greatest offense in baseball history in 2024. But we are hitting about the floor. Like when you look at it, just to give you an example, and I know that my son has Marcus Semien on his fantasy team, and I'll be out of this here, and I have Corey Seager on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
They're not – I need to go check out Marcus Semien again. But the last I looked, Corey Seager for qualified shortstops, getting points in fantasy baseball. So Josh Smith counts as a qualified shortstop just because he's played it. So it's not every shortstop. It's qualified shortstops. Corey Seager is 18th in fantasy points this year at shortstop. Last year he was, I believe, number 1. I need to go back and check, but I think he was number 1. Even though he missed a lot of time, he just accumulated so many awesome stats. This year, right now, I know the top ones are Bobby Witt Jr. actually is number 1 in fantasy points. Gunnar Henderson's number 2. Mookie Betts is 3 and keeps falling.
That's interesting.
Being out. But like Corey Seager the other day, and he's not having a bad year, but to Corey Seager's standards, last year top 1 or 2 in fantasy points, this year 18th. Marcus Semien last year led second baseman in fantasy points. This year, I don't know. I need to go check and see if he's in the top 10.
Oof, that's not the happy broadcasting that we typically like in baseball.
And maybe they
nuggets.
can turn it around, but it's getting late early.
If
they
really
don't
is.
turn it around in the next couple of weeks, I don't think there's enough time for them to turn it around.
And I mean, they've got to start tonight, facing off against the Rays.
Yeah,
and so
all righties too. Like they didn't have they're not facing lefties. Like there's so many things. I thought, man, this could be a really positive homestand, and they lose the first series. Today's a new day. But, man, do they have to start figuring it out.
Yeah, we're running out of excuses. I know that we could talk about injuries, lefties, all those, but ultimately it's just got to win. Got to win games. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. A shout-out Friday out here at the Dallas Card Show. Not a lot of people asking for shout-outs. More people are trying to give us a new name for the show. Where from the 214 they mentioned we can go with the A and B Masterpiece is Atatula and Bassett.
Okay.
So that's another one. So I guess if you guys want to rename the show, go ahead and text those in as well. 877-881-1053. The Fan, and then the Fan threw that on at the end. Coming up next here on the Fan, let's talk about your Dallas Mavericks. Right? We know I think what the starting lineup will look like, but in those minutes where there's no Luka or where there's no Kyrie. What could those lineups look at? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on The Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Rich Schreier with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Today is the anniversary of baseball's Gettysburg Address.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula, filling in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick still here with you, though, and we are broadcasting live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen. We're having a blast early on. I mean, we're seeing people set. I mean, there's some folks set up, some folks still walking in.
Yeah, people are getting set up. About noonish is when it'll start looking a lot more full. I want to get right into this segment, Reggie. I want to ask you this question about the Dallas Mavericks. How much do you go to the websites that say these 5 guys have a plus minus of this? These 5 guys have. So, because we're about to get into the topic of how we see the Mavericks with the depth that they have in their rotation. I was just wondering, you know, sometimes people call this the death lineup, or because of the numbers that these 5 guys put up in the limited amount of minutes they play together as a 5-man on the court.
That's a good question. I don't know that I frequently go and look at like the plus minuses of lineups, but I know where to go if I need to find them. So if you want me to search something up, I can be your impromptu research team here.
I know this isn't right. Maybe this is very Randy Galloway-ish of me, where I just go, I'm watching the game. I know who looks good as these 5 guys on the court. And
the eye test.
I know who struggles, or it feels like they struggle. When these 5 guys are on the court, or when this guy's playing with Luka, I know that he is not playing his best basketball. So I get more of a feel there, but there are obviously some stats that can back up that these 5 guys really work well on a court together, and this group of guys don't work well on a court together.
Yeah, and on the more philosophical level, I think that's largely the way that I'll come at with all the sports, really, is I want to be able to see it. I want to be able to justify it, and then we'll use stats to either confirm or maybe even, like, you know, find a little bit of a dissonance there with your thought and then expand into it further. But I think you definitely start with, you know, knowing the game and what you see. And with you knowing the game, let's talk about these Mavericks, because we were having a conversation last night, and I was very intrigued by this. And you asked, or you said that you have some intrigue into, like, the non-Luka or non-Kyrie minutes. When one of those guys is out there, because it feels like we know what the starting lineup will largely be, right?
Go ahead and say it, just if people don't know.
Luka Doncic will be your point guard. Kyrie Irving will be your other guard, right? We know that one of your centers will be on the floor, Gafford or Lively. I think, for these purposes and for our excitement, let's say Lively. P.J. Washington will be a starter. And I think Klay Thompson starts. I think that, especially coming off of his time with the Warriors, with the wanting to feel respected, I think that you start him at the very beginning and then you'll work from there. Does that feel fair?
I believe that will be the starting lineup, yes.
Okay, so you largely know what that is, but when Kyrie is not on the floor or when Luke is not on the floor, what do those possibly look like? And I want you to explain, like, why did this question come to mind for you?
Well, I just think of, let's go to a little bit of a negative of getting Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Is everybody is talking about, and rightfully so, whether it's Tim McMahon, whether it's people on ESPN, hey, the Mavericks might have sacrificed some defense for offense. So when you look at Luka and Kyrie, we know that teams, especially playoffs, liked trying to attack those guys one-on-one, especially in the Boston Celtics were the most, advantageous, took advantage of it. They were the best at it out of the 4 series that the Mavericks played.
Right.
But people have said, hey, Klay Thompson isn't the same Klay Thompson. Totally get it, totally agree. If he's, let's just say, average at best at defense and a little more slow-footed than we'd like to believe,
sure,
then you have 3 guys that are average to below average on the court starting the game on defense, and then P.J. Washington and whichever center above average. And so you could sacrifice some defense those first 5 minutes in the game because your defensive players or more defensive-minded players are on the bench starting the game.
Yeah.
So then it makes, all right, after the first 4 or 5 minutes, the Mavericks are going to start bringing in guys. And the first 4 or 5 minutes, the first guy to go off the court we know is Kyrie Irving. Like, he plays about the first 5 minutes in regular season basketball and then goes off the court for the next approximately 5 minutes, and then he subs in for Luka. So in those 5 minutes, who do you think, Reggie, would fit really well with offensive and defensive opportunities for Luka Doncic?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting because, I mean, when you're building these things out, it feels like when you have – let's start with Luka, right?
Yeah.
With Luka, it feels like he works best when you have two of those kind of strong wing guys, those dirty work wings. And so as of right now, with the starting lineup that we kind of set up, it feels like your sixth man in that moment. I mean, I guess just next man up, Najee Marshall.
Okay.
I feel like he absolutely has to get involved here. He's a guy that you brought in for a level of shooting, right? And that's another thing that you absolutely have to consider. I know that defense is the thing that you're thinking about, but putting that shooting around Luka matters. But I think also like having that strength defensively matters as well. And I mean, he's probably your next best guy outside of like the center pairing, right? I guess maybe seventh man is how we look at this. I think that he matters. But then the question that I think ultimately you're trying to get to, I do wonder like which guard do you pair? Because I think that also matters a good amount. When you're taking one of these guards out, which one do you pair with them? And with Luka, do you want Jaden Hardy in there? Jaden Hardy is starting to play a lot like Kyrie. However, I feel like Jaden Hardy plays better when he plays with Kyrie at times.
I'm with you.
And so is it Hardy? Is there another guard that you go to, maybe like Quentin Grimes, who he supposedly has some defensive acumen to him, but he's not necessarily a ball handler. So you're putting this all back on Luka in those moments, right? I think that's one of the big questions is which guard are you bringing in that moment, particularly for Kyrie?
I like your question, and in my perfect world, and he's only 21. In fact, happy birthday. He turned 22 today. Jaden Hardy turns 22 today. So happy birthday if he's in the Metroplex. He might not be, but I think that Jaden Hardy needs to become a better player with Luka because I know that Hardy likes playing at a much faster pace than Luka does, and that's why I think he plays better with Kyrie.
Yeah.
The problem is Kyrie's 6'2", Hardy's 6'3". They're both slender guys. So now if you have a guy who's a little bit of a bullier with the basketball, then you're like, well, which one do we put on the bully guy? Because neither one of them have the size to really play with them. But Luka and Hardy together, it's like, hey, it's okay. We got a 6'7", 245-pound guy, hopefully only 245, in Luka out there. And then you have Hardy, who's 6'3". I can live with 6'7" and 6'3" on the court, but 6'2" and 6'3" on the court can make it at times difficult, even though offensively it seems better. Defensively, it's not great. And I do think Jason Kidd and the coaching staff, they want to continue the defensive excellence that they showed at the end of the season and then for most of the playoffs. I don't like that Gilbert Arenas is taking a shot that, and I get where he's coming from, he's just watching basketball casually, as in like he's watching it, but not from like, hey, dude, if you really watch the last part of the season and a lot of the playoffs, the Mavericks were a good defensive team. I don't want to say the best, but they were really good. But he's looking at what the Boston Celtics did to Luka and did to Kyrie, and then it's like, yeah, they're trash. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA. Don't tell me they were number one. He's like, you can make any numbers dance to make anybody number one in the NBA. And I'm like, I get where you're coming from, Gilbert, but it's not that simple. So I do look at Jaden Hardy as being more of a good combination with Luka when Kyrie's off the court because of their size. Jaden Hardy is a great catch-and-shoot three-point shooter, in my opinion, at 21 years old, and that can keep improving. He is a guy who can get hot off of the bench and give you 15 to 20 points. He's not as consistent as you like, but his minutes aren't really that consistent to be consistent off the bench.
Right.
So I'm hoping he gets consistently 20 minutes a night off of the bench to give us an idea on how consistent he can be as kind of an offensive player off of the bench. And I do think he wants to play good defense. And that's part of being a defensive player, is wanting to. Because I think with the depth of the Mavs, I think he knows if he does not give effort on defense, he does not have a contract or a situation where he needs to play. You can just sit him on the bench and say, you can watch 48 minutes if you're not going to give me your best effort on defense.
Yeah, he absolutely wants to be on. And I think you need him to be on the floor. Like, one of the things that this team has looked for is another ball handler. He seems to have some of that, and I was impressed during the playoff run, seeing him find his teammates in a way that it felt like he didn't very well. I mean, this time last year, when you're headed to Summer League, they're putting him in, and they're like, hey, can we make him a true point guard that runs the offense? And it felt like for Summer League, the answer was more no than anything else. So seeing him develop that, I think, makes him more viable because you still need another guy to help move the ball. And I think that's one of the things that you talk about when one of those guys, Luka or Kyrie, is off the ball. or off the court rather, that brings me to, does Dante Exum factor in here for you? Because I think Dante Exum, one of the things that you came to this with was maybe the less defense, and you need somebody on the perimeter that you feel comfortable with, especially in those moments where you're going to the bench. Does Dante Exum feel like that for you in some ways?
Yes, in a way, but I'm going to ask you this because nothing's perfect in an NBA basketball game. You'll have foul trouble, you have people out with injuries or rest time where guys just have to have the night off. When Kyrie comes off the court, you name the starting five. When Kyrie comes off the court, I'm in agreement with you with Najee Marshall being one of the first guys off the bench. We do know it seems like they want to, after 4 or 5 minutes of the center playing, almost keep them so fresh that, hey, I want you to give me 4 or 5 minutes of great energy, and I'm going to keep switching you guys as long as you guys aren't in foul trouble to keep you guys' energy super high. So we know in the first 4 or 5 minutes they're going to switch the center, that the center is going to come out.
Yeah.
And then we know with about 5 minutes into the game in regular season, they're going to take Kyrie Irving out of the game because they want him to, when they take Luka out with, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes left in the first quarter, to then lead the pack at the end of the first quarter in regular season basketball. I'm with you with Najee being one of the first guys in, center being one of the first guys in, and then I would say Hardy.
Before we move on from that, I do find this interesting because it feels like that 4 spot, I think we think of P.J. Washington, we're like, he's there. He can't play all of the minutes.
Right.
And I don't think we've talked a lot necessarily about, like, who is his, I guess, backup, for lack of a better term. I know basketball isn't quite one-to-one like that. But who takes those kind of 4 minutes when he's off the floor? Like, is Najee Marshall there? Because I know he has the long wingspan. He has the strength there. Or do you feel comfortable with Maxi Kleber still playing in those big lineups with some time there? Because, I mean, you do need somebody to do that. And then I think the additional question that might filter in is if Najee Marshall's playing down at the 4, are you playing 3 guard lineups in those moments where maybe you're even a little bit smaller with someone like Quentin Grimes or Klay Thompson if he's still on playing the 3?
Yeah, I think these are fun and great questions. God, this segment went so fast
really
because we didn't even get to Kyrie. Yeah, I'm comfortable with Kleber. I am. He's going to be hurt. He's going to miss 20 to 40 games. He just does every year. His body cannot handle an NBA season. But he is going to be a guy there. I think Najee at times. The thing that we didn't even get to is, is Omax Prosper in his second year? Is he going to see some of those minutes? That's what they drafted him for. They traded to get that pick to be like, we think Omax Prosper is the type of player who can succeed as kind of one of those big wings, kind of playing that 4 spot at times maybe playing the 3 spot. We didn't even get to Klay Thompson, and does he come out with Kyrie? Let me ask you that question. Do you think after 5 minutes into a game, Klay starting, do you take Klay off the court with Kyrie and bring him back in like for the final 2 to 3 minutes, or do you leave him out with Luka for the first 9 to 10 minutes and then take him out and have him sit the end of the first and the beginning of the second?
That's such an interesting question. I'd be interested in seeing what was more of that rotation like in Golden State. I think they're going to do a lot of trying to appease him, not necessarily because he's difficult, but because you want to make the transition feel as comfortable as possible. But one thing I know is no matter where it starts, it'll move around a bit. One thing about Jason Kidd, he loves trying things out during the course of the regular season. So all of this, I think we'll get answers to it once we get it a couple of months into the season, I think, for sure.
For another topic, another day is, man, nobody has really put out there Klay Thompson's motivation. As in, like, we've seen players do this and be so ticked that their motivation takes them back to a level that we thought wasn't there. Everybody's talking about how he's regressed, and I agree with that. Nobody's talked about, man, I think he has so much to prove. His energy level and what he's going to bring to the table could be like, whoa, how did Klay Thompson take a little bit of step back in time possibly?
Okay, I'm interested to maybe talk about that as we continue here. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's a Friday, so it's a shout-out Friday, but also it's Forgiveness Friday. So a Mississippi newspaper, the Paris Olympic organizers, and a Florida man, do they deserve forgiveness? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Series tonight in Arlington. Hi, everyone. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of this evening's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula filling in for Kevin and Corey. Kevin, a little bit of vacation time. Corey, we'll talk about in just a moment. Mike Bassick here with me. We are at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen, the exact address. Having fun. Mike just got a chance to thumb through a few cards
I did.
a second ago.
There's a guy over there with a cool Bud Light Cowboy hat on from Missouri. He's a big St. Louis Cardinals fan. So, look, there's a lot of people from Dallas-Fort Worth that are in the show, but there's a lot of people from around the country who have tables out here too. So you want to see people that you're like, well, my local card shop, and I like going to this one or that one. Well, this is like having 600 or 700 local card shops in one room.
It really is a ton of them. My first time out here, and I am wide-eyed at just how much is going on, the hustle and bustle out here. It is indeed a shout-out Friday still from the 817. Can I get a shout-out to my son, Joe Grimaldo, who is the third, in fact. I don't want to forget that.
Okay.
He's 10 years old. Dorian Diaz is 23, and nephew Alex Sanchez is 25 today. So happy birthday to all those fine folks. You can always get involved with us on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. But right now, it is indeed Forgiveness Friday. Thank you, Alec Medford. Alec, how you doing today, by the way?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Going pretty good. I wanted to make sure that I heard your voice because I realized I've just been here enjoying talking to Mike, but we got Medford in the building as well. And Medford, I need your help here because you know how Forgiveness Friday works. We'll go through various things and various Tolos if they text in. Again, 877-881-1053 and ask if they need and or deserve forgiveness on this Friday. And I would like to go to the text line for my first Forgiveness Friday, where from the 817, they said, hey, guys, just saw Corey on the golf course.
I don't believe that's true. I really do believe that he's sick. I don't know if it's like COVID-19 sick or COVID-23 sick.
Does Corey deserve forgiveness for getting sick and missing this? He knew Kevin was going to be out of town.
It's so crazy to me. Like, where did he get COVID from?
Well, did somebody else have COVID around the building recently?
I don't know.
I feel like someone might have. So I feel like I probably should have been more careful, honestly.
Are you embarrassed?
I think he is, honestly. I think he might be.
Oh, he's like, he has a crack in his voice there.
He was
when
scared.
He says, yeah, because when he asked that, he's like, I'm going to ask it. I wasn't around for that one, I don't think. But when he asked it, you could tell, like, he's like, I'm going to ask this
We're pushing Jerry Jones today, baby.
But he's like, I'm scared to ask it. But he did get it out of there, and then Jerry, wielded his power and did what he did. But I would just like to say forgive me for the last segment because, man, I feel like now that we did that segment, like that was more of a podcast 45-minute segment to try to get into rotations and stuff like that and what we could possibly see
You're
from
forgiven.
the Mavericks.
I think I also could have helped steer the conversation. And, we could circle back to it because I think the closing lineup situation is something that we want to talk about at some point as well. But, Mike, do the Paris Olympic organizers deserve forgiveness? Obviously, we know 2024, this year, the Olympics are going to be in Paris, France, and they have intention to do some swimming activities and things of that nature in the water of the Seine River. I don't even know. I never remember if I say that correctly. Apologies if I said that incorrectly, but it's so dirty that a recent report published in June said that the river still contained high amounts of fecal bacteria. And so there's a swimmer, Ivan Puskovich, and yes, it is not good.
This is not a good. He might really like this, according to his last name.
Well, yeah, I guess that is fair, right? He's along with Albert Pujols in that way, where maybe you could take some things away from the name. But he said, quote, "My biggest concern, honestly, is just whether the race is going to be held or not. He's a 10,000-meter open water swimmer, so that he's going to be in that if things go the way. And he said, obviously, health and safety has to come first. It's pretty disappointing that the Olympic organizers have really not looked into cleaning this venue up as far in advance as they should have.
How easy is it to clean a river?
I don't know,
and
that's why I wanted
like
to
an
ask.
easy thing to do. I feel like once a river gets super dirty, I don't know how to make it clean 3 months later. I feel like it takes a lot of time for the water and for whatever to get out of there.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, obviously, like pools have filtration systems.
Yeah.
I don't know what naturally happens with pools or with rivers, because apparently the report said that the mayor said that there's been heavy rain and little sunshine and below average temperatures, and that's what degraded the water quality. And I was like, how does that work?
Does the sun somehow, if it hits it strong enough, take the bacteria,
I could see
kill
that.
the bacteria?
I can see that. Maybe that. Okay.
I'm throwing out things that I have no clue about.
Alec, do you feel like the Paris Olympics organizers deserve forgiveness for having people get into poopy water?
No, not at all, and I really don't think that they deserve forgiveness for many things. I feel like the Olympic Committee has always been under fire for something. So
and for having somebody at the head of it named Dick Pound? Is that also one of the things?
Yeah, that goes very hand in hand with the bathroom conversation here. So I don't think they deserve forgiveness on any front, much less this one.
Well, I will say this, Alec. You're a big track and field guy. Watching somebody swim 10,000 meters in a river, I don't care how clean it is, I do not want to watch that.
I'm right there with you. Like the shorter races, like the 100-meter, I can do that. But other than that, no.
Yeah, I think the, in the swimming pool races are awesome. Ledecky, that's her name,
Yeah,
right?
Katie Ledecky. It's so fun watching her swim because on the TV broadcast, she's so much better than everyone else that she's the only one on the screen. They're on the other end of the pool fighting for their lives, and she's like, I'm done, guys. Come on.
And I get that when you're in open water and you're swimming and how difficult that is and the accomplishment that those people that have made the Olympics have, I just don't care to watch it on television or in person either.
Fair enough.
Because then I feel like I'm just a lifeguard, seeing if any of them are accidentally going to drown.
I feel like this has added more intrigue, oddly, to this event. I just kind of want to see, like...
Yeah, they're going to come out of the river all brown and everything.
That would be very odd and very disappointing, honestly. From the 469.
They all have nose
clips?
The nose
but not
clips.
because of breathing, just because they don't want to smell the river that they're in. For the 469, Forgiveness Friday, school district in Texas for not having maternity pay for mother and wifey won't be paid for off time. Yeah, I don't know if they deserve forgiveness there. Like that, is it because it's the summer and it's like, well, I mean, you're not in school anyways? Is that what's happening?
I don't know. Maybe they're saying they're pregnant and then going to have the baby to start the year.
I guess,
I don't know. But
I mean, maybe to start the year.
That doesn't sound like a good school district.
Yeah, that sounds like that stinks.
I feel like there's plenty of teacher jobs available. From what I understand, we have a shortage of teachers.
Yeah.
But then would you get hired? I know this is kind of
while you're pregnant?
Yeah,
that's I feel like that's against the rules.
Yeah, they're going to miss like 6 to 8 weeks for this. Like, do we want to hire them or just say, oh, we don't have any available, we'll just hire you next
year? And at that point you sit down and you go, how bad do you want it?
Yeah. That's it for me.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to move this along then. Forgiveness Friday, we continue going on with that. And Mike, I know that you keep up with all these Rangers games. Did you happen to see the Rangers game not yesterday? I was going to say last night, but it's during the day. But 2 nights ago when
the 7-0 win? Or are you saying the loss?
The loss. Because, I mean, they lost the last 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where apparently a Ranger fan was on the Padres dugout trying to catch a foul ball.
I did not see this.
Well, let me give you a little audio here, Alec, if you could help me out, because there was a Rangers fan trying to catch a foul ball in the dugout, and it didn't go very well. This is courtesy of Padres TV, mind you.
Popped up. Foul ground. Long run for Heim. Nobody's going to get there. Whoa. That fan, what is he doing? What is that clown doing? And after the foul ball ended up on the screen, lost most of his beverage.
Yeah, time for Cha-Cha to go. We got an unruly fan here, and let's take a look at this. This guy's on top of the dugout, and then loses it. Does the big tuna, and then loses the 24-ouncer.
Yeah, he will be leaving.
Yeah, so this gentleman, he's sitting right in front of the dugout. Like, he's got really good seats. And then He tries to, go for a foul ball, and he just trips, falls into the netting.
Oh, wow.
His beer
Wow.
flings back,
Wow.
and security promptly makes their way over there like, hey, buddy,
Dang.
you got to go. Apparently, Bobby was saying earlier, though, that he did not ultimately get thrown out.
Okay.
He got to sit back down. Apparently, the Padres players were like, no, it's okay. Does he deserve forgiveness for, basically, if that net wasn't there, he'd have been in the dugout.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if he knew that. Because that would have hurt. Like, he could have broken his leg.
Falling into the net there?
If the net wasn't there to save him.
Yeah.
And he falls into the dugout. That's an 8-foot fall, at least.
Yeah, it doesn't look that high necessarily, but it is.
I know, but I mean, the players are clearing it with
Right.
their head very easily. So that's not going to be an easy landing, especially, I'm going to assume this, only an assumption, that he might have been drinking a few more before that one beer he spilled, because to do what he did, you might not be of perfect sound in mind at that point doing that.
Yes.
The other thing, too, is that ticket, I'm assuming this, don't know this, those are premium season tickets. That might be like a premium season ticket holder.
Ooh.
And
maybe that power.
Maybe like it's like, hey, like, I mean, this is a premium ticket, and that dude, like, has 4 tickets there. I'm just throwing this out. Like, you do probably have to think about that as an organization a little bit, that he wasn't berating a player. He wasn't getting into a fight. He made a mistake.
Yeah.
He definitely made a mistake. But you might want to take it a little bit easy on a premium season ticket holder who made that mistake versus if he started swearing and cussing or berating a player in the Padres dugout.
What's the biggest faux pas that you can make out there at the park? Like, obviously, I mean, without starting a fight or whatever. Because I mean, I don't think that this is the highest up there, but it
running on the field.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because then you're getting arrested. You're going to jail, not prison. You're going to jail. And that's at that point the Rangers have to make tough decisions on if you are kind of banned from coming to the stadium because you've gone on to the field to play.
This is from the 682. They say they're in ironwork and most deaths occur from 6 feet or lower. I did not.
Like falls?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing, too, is you have those steps there. It's concrete, then it's kind of rubber because you have spikes, so they're trying to keep it where obviously you're not going to slip being on spikes coming into or out of the dugout. But, you hit it wrong with those steps in your
There's
head.
some bad angles in there.
It's not good. It is not something that I would recommend, falling from and being like, you're going to be just okay from it.
And finally, from the 817 Forgiveness Friday, should the Padres forgive Wyatt for robbing his home run?
Man, Wyatt had that was one thing lost in yesterday's loss, is Wyatt had a great defensive day, and I didn't get this into Nuggets. Maybe I'll get it into Mike Likes It more, but I'll get it in right now. Wyatt is turning into an above-average left fielder.
Yes.
So then now when Evan Carter comes back,
he might be able to play center?
We have a little bit of a question. Now, probably not happening anytime soon.
Sure.
Evan Carter's back is not doing great from what I understand in a quick recovery. So, but when this, I think you found your left fielder. I know you would say that about Evan Carter after the World Series, but I know Evan can move, or maybe Wyatt Langford moves to another outfield position. But I don't think Wyatt Langford should be DHing anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
only on days that you need rest,
right.
But not like, he's our designated hitter. He can fly out there. He is working his butt off. He's getting better and better every day. I don't think that athlete needs to be DHing.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's found a lot of confidence playing consistently in the field. And, I mean, the Rangers are better for it. You just hope that the whole thing, the collective, comes together and can get some wins. Because, as you said, it's getting late early at this point. Yeah. For the Texas Rangers. There you go. A little Forgiveness Friday here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. You heard it here first. Mike doesn't recommend falling on your head into the dugout. That's right. That's a PSA from the KNC Masterpiece.
Or on your back, or, I think if you try to land that one at that person's age, I would say he's around my age. I don't think we're good at falling from 8 to 10 feet and landing on our feet without hurting ourselves tremendously.
Oh, wow. And Mike, I feel like I'm going to sneak in one more Forgiveness Friday from the 770, your friend. I believe that's Frisco Matt, who said, I need forgiveness. I couldn't send cronuts today because I wasn't sure it would get to you.
Thank you so much for the cronuts.
Is Frisco Matt going to do this all the time? Is that what's going to happen now?
I don't know.
Are you afraid of getting?
I have to get cronuts to Bruce Bochy. I can't
that's
eat
true.
donuts every day, but I got to bring a cronut to Bruce Bochy one of these days.
Yeah, we're gonna make that happen as well. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's do a little gridiron gravy. We'll do it next on the Fan.
This is Zach Wolchuk sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth.
By Field, our fan all-star coverage is proudly presented by Whataburger and Bogey Bros Golf. You know where to go for your world champion and all-star week coverage. It's right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick, of course, still along with me as we're hanging out at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. It's a shout-out Friday. And
well, we just had a father-son who's Tolo, Shane, and Keller came over to say hello. They're at the Card Show. I don't know if they're checking out baseball, football, basketball. We were just talking about our faith. Yeah, they're here and enjoying the Card Show and father-son. This is a really fun thing. I really do believe to get into if you are a father and you collected cards and maybe you stopped doing it. I'm not saying you have to do it, but this could be really something for a really nice kind of connection with your son if you're into that.
Yeah, I've been amazed at just how many young folks are in here. A lot of kiddos walking around and checking out various cards. And I mean, it's still early.
I'll tell you what, a lot of kids, this is a way for them to understand a little bit in a way of business and stocks.
Sure.
Is to figure out what's hot, what's not, why, how do I get my money out of this? Why did it lose money? Why is it making money? To talk to adults. And to have a conversation with an adult in also kind of in a somewhat of a fun business setting.
Yeah, and if you're looking for any other reason to come to the Dallas Card Show, that will be here all weekend. Later today, Gino Petralli will be here. David Holtz will be here as well. 6 p.m. But over the course of the weekend, Saturday, Bob Lilly, Ian Kinsler, Kevin Minch.
I coached with that guy, Kevin Minch.
You did?
We got to do a better – well, we're coaching right now together.
Okay.
Both of our sons play on the Arlington A's.
Is it going well? Or
it's going okay. We're getting better. We're improving.
All right. As coaches or as a team?
But hopefully both.
Excellent. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes,
we like
senior.
the kids to improve. As in, if we don't improve as coaches, okay. But hopefully the kids that are improving keep improving.
And on Saturday or tomorrow after the game, Dane Dunny, Leody Taveras, Josh Spores, and Travis Jankowski will all be available for photo op or signing an item. So, yeah, you want to be out here. If any of those names interest you, if you are interested in sports cards, this is one of the places to be. This is the place to be, in fact, this weekend. Let's go ahead and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go. Oh, that snap.
I think this is my first time that I've actually been here for one of the Here We Go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, excellent.
With hopefully a fine ankle in 2024.
Yeah, let's start there as obviously we talked about it earlier, but Dak Prescott popped up on the Twitter machine or X.com if you choose to view it that way. And there was a picture from somebody in Mexico. And it happened to be Dak Prescott at the marina where he had a nice loafer boat shoe on his left foot and a nice big boot on his right foot. Clarence Hill has talked to Dak. Dak says that there's nothing doing. He just, when he gets on the boat, last time his foot swelled up. So this is a precautionary measure is basically what he's heard. A lot of different people reporting and a lot of people basically coming to the conclusion of he'll be ready to go when he needs to go. There was a sprained ankle. Everything will be fine. And so, Mike, we talked about, levels of concern. I don't know that I flat out asked you, are you concerned about this?
I'm not super concerned about it. I do think there's a lot of maintenance with the surgery that he had. And so I'm just looking at this as maintenance, but he's had a flare-up. Mm-hmm. But not bad that they've done probably a lot behind the scenes of getting him ready for games, getting him ready for seasons that we don't see. And I think, unfortunately, for Dak and the Cowboys, we see possibly part of that maintenance is that is not a great ankle. And at times, he just has to wear a boot as a normal person. He can at times. They're like, hey, let's not have that thing flex at all for a week and see if it kind of calms back down to where we need it to be to start the preseason off, start training camp off.
I know that there's some people that jumped immediately to the idea of, all right, here we go, Trey Lance in there. I'm interested in seeing what he'll do in training camp, Trey Lance, but I'm amazed that people feel so confident that you could just jump into a season with Trey Lance and that it'll be all good.
I mean, most likely, I don't like saying this, but most likely Trey Lance is not an NFL quarterback. Like, never really will be. He had that small opportunity. Unfortunately, he got hurt, and that was it and done. That's life as a professional athlete.
That's what made the Geno Smith thing so big. Like, he had capabilities in there, but when you don't take advantage of that first opportunity, there's not a lot of incentive to bring it back around and try and make it work necessarily. And so
I am interested in Trey Lance. I'm hoping he gets a lot of snaps in preseason.
Absolutely.
I kind of like for preseason football, I don't care much, but if Trey Lance is getting a lot of reps, I know who Cooper Rush is. He's a solid backup quarterback in the NFL. Trey Lance, to this point, I don't know if he's ever going to get another opportunity, but he needs to shine in those moments, those preseason games. If he can shine, all of a sudden, I'm not saying for the Cowboys, but all of a sudden other teams or maybe the Cowboys in the future would go, maybe he can live up to a first-round pick.
Mike, have you ever heard of the 4th and 1 pod?
Who does it?
Cam Newton.
For sure. I didn't know the name of it.
Yeah, I know. I kind of deceptively misled you there, but I'm going to a little bit of audio here because Cam Newton was asked if he was the best dual threat quarterback ever on his podcast, and this is what he had to say.
Do you see or think of yourself as the greatest dual threat to ever play the game?
No, Lamar Jackson.
What? Why so? Why Lamar?
Well, Lamar's style is a little different than mine. He got big play. Any play.
Yeah.
Yes. He got speed that I never had. Mm-hmm. And he's just electric. And then, I play the game more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
You're going to run through you. They might run around you.
Yeah, I can run, but I might probably get caught. Vic, Lamar, they ain't getting caught.
So first of all, do you agree with his assessment that Lamar and maybe Michael Vick are those guys that would be the greatest dual threat quarterbacks in NFL history?
I think so. Lamar Jackson has 2 MVPs. I understand he hasn't had the playoff success that you would like for him to have, but he does have 2 MVPs, and he's not even 27 yet, is he?
I think that he might
just be 27, but I mean, he's still.
Or he is 27.
The tough thing about players like Lamar Jackson, he probably won't be a quarterback at 36 or 37 years old.
Yeah.
Because at that point, his athleticism will deteriorate to the point that he would have to be a much more kind of prototypical quarterback.
Yeah.
He could still move around and everything, but then it would be more on arm. So he is having a great career. Needs playoff success, more of it. He has had some. I don't want to say he's never won a playoff game or anything like that, but, yeah, he is so fun to watch, and he is such a threat, yet he's the best. I'll leave it at that. He's the best because I don't want to get into critiquing Lamar Jackson. I think he's really, really good, but greatness only happens in the playoffs.
Right, and I thought that to be interesting and along those lines because Lamar Jackson has the accolades of the MVPs. He mentioned Vic, and Vic, I mean, has been an incredible cultural player, especially. I mean, he stands out in memories, and we were talking about big moments. Michael Vick is one of those guys who's had those big moments. I was interested that Steve Young didn't come up, and obviously we just took a snippet there. I do wonder if that. But
Roger Staubach, in a way, back in the day, right? But
Roger the Dodger, as they called
him.
I've
been watching a lot of football history, so there's part of me that I'm getting ready for football, but I'm watching a lot of history of it than current play of it, and man, the game was so very different.
Yeah.
Back in the day. But, if you go back in the day, Roger Staubach. If you go back in the day, Steve Young. But it's tough to compare when I watch Roger take off running versus Lamar Jackson or Michael Vick take off running. Cam Newton's different because he was such a big guy running.
Absolutely.
That he's not like Michael Vick and Lamar Jackson. He's different because he's like this powerful runner, where those guys are fast runners.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's one of the things for me personally, I think I've already laid my cards on the table that I like it when somebody's really fast. And it's amazing watching guys like Vic, guys like Lamar who amongst a class of guys that are really fast themselves, it's easy to forget that like even the big guys on those fields are incredibly fast, and he makes them look slow. Those are the things that make my mind explode.
And the tough thing for, let's just take Lamar Jackson because he's in the game today, is the tough thing for him is the game is moving too slow because he gets to his drop back so fast because his feet are so quick that he's like, nobody's open. It's like, you got back a second faster than everybody else does. You have to, and it's good, but also not good, but you have the patience now right now. Give us one more second to get close to completing our route where we might be open, and where he's like, well, they're not open, but it's like you haven't given us a chance to get open yet because you got back there too fast.
That's an interesting way of thinking of that because I know this past season he took some sacks because he was standing back there a long time moving around. I do wonder how much
it's just that timing is probably different from when he hits his back foot. He's got to his back foot quicker than other people have, so now you can maybe get flat-footed waiting on the guys and going, it just doesn't feel natural to me.
That's an interesting perspective. Before we wrap up here on Gridiron Gravy, CBS Sports put out a list of the most underrated players for each NFL team. We don't have time to go through all of them. However, I'm interested in your assessment, Mike Bassett. Who would you maybe look to as possibly the most undervalued or underrated player on these Dallas Cowboys?
I will go with right now, and it goes to like a person who's solid. I'll go to Ferguson because I think that there's a possibility when he gets to like his time for contract negotiations, and believe me, I get really tired of this, but I do think that he might get to his contract negotiations and be like, I should be a top 5 paid tight end.
Yeah.
And we're going to be like right on the borderline of, is he a top 5 tight end? He's really good, you know? So I think that he's underrated. I think we have a very good tight end.
Yeah, I think he's your second best pass catcher on this team right now. But yeah, thinking about the contract situation, and I don't know that he's an elite tight end, but he absolutely plays incredibly well.
He has 2 more years under his rookie deal.
The name that CBS Sports throws out there, Tyler Smith. Right?
Okay.
I mean,
that's a good one.
You can look at this guard combination as one of the best in the league, and you got Tyler Smith on a rookie deal playing like what feels like a top tier guard in this league. A lot of strength there as well.
I'll throw out another one, but he might go in the overrated category because of the stat
contract?
of interception. Is Bland.
Deron Bland. Yeah.
But I think he's good. He's going to get beat some. He's a gambler. But, I think that it'll be interesting with Zimmerman, how he works with Bland and how he wants him to play the game. And does he change him so much that he becomes below average where you got to work with what you have? We drafted a dude who's a gambler. And if you don't want a gambler out there, it's tough for him to maybe go back to like, hey, I don't want you to gamble as a cornerback. I want you to try to keep stuff in front of you.
There you go. A little bit of Gridiron Gravy here on a Friday. It's indeed a shout-out Friday. There's some other people bringing up like Malik Hooker, a solid player as well.
Good podcaster, too.
Yeah, that definitely got the people going here recently, didn't it? It's also a shout-out Friday. Make sure you hit us up on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We're out here at the Dallas Card Show in Allen. Come out and say what's up to Mike and myself. We're having a blast. In fact, I think we might walk around here soon. And don't forget, at 12:20, we're actually going to sit down with Nick Eatman because he's out here. He's a big card guy as well. So we'll talk to him. But coming up next, let's talk about your Rangers a little bit. We talked about how it's getting late early. With Bruce Bochy and with this team, would it be better to maybe project strength and confidence at the trade deadline than maybe selling? Let's discuss that next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey, but Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick Jr., still sitting next to me here at the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard for the Dallas Card Show. Day 2 of 4 days here at the Dallas Card Show. We're having fun. Mike is, I think he's about chest deep in cards at this point. He's looking them up. He's researching them. He's running during breaks and looking. Are you having a blast right now? Is this your happy place?
Yeah, and what's great is that I'm already out here. I'd usually drive out here after the show is over, and we've done the show live here before here in Allen at the Marriott, but after the show's over, I get to see a whole bunch of people that I haven't seen in a while, say hello to, check out their tables, see what stuff is going on, and how hot things are. I was just looking up, how hot are Jaylen Brown cards after winning Eastern Conference MVP, Finals MVP, and being an NBA champion for Boston. And I'll be honest, I'm surprised that they have not gone up more.
Yeah.
They've gone up a little bit. I'm not saying they haven't gone up, but I'm surprised that didn't really shoot him up more than I thought it would.
And if you want to find some of those types of things out, this feels like the place to be. There's, you said somewhere like 700 tables?
Yeah, about 7. There's multiple rooms. So if you've never been here, we'd love to see you. There's a huge room. You might walk by when you first park and go, oh, there's the huge room. That's the second room. That's not the big room. But there's a lot of great stuff in there. There's just so much to see. It's kind of like going to Six Flags in a way for me. If you're like a kid, like all of these rides in only one day.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at today.
And that's why there isn't only one day.
There's till Sunday afternoon. But come on out today. Come say hi to us. And you want me to walk around with you some of the stuff and meet some people and get to know good people in this industry, because there are some people that I've met in this industry that weren't that good.
I feel like that's any industry, but definitely finding the good ones is always, and it seems like there's a lot of good ones here. It's also Shout Out Friday.
Okay.
From the 214, they want to shout out Nico Harris. I don't know why this Nico Harrison is the name that we're looking for, but
okay. I guess you got close.
Yeah, we're close enough, and of course he deserves that shout out for always looking to improve the Mavs. And from the 817, they said they want to shout out their son for completing Marine boot camp in San Diego. Salute to him, and thank him for his service, I guess. Ultimately, let's talk about these Texas Rangers, because we are just barreling towards the trade deadline in the MLB, and we've talked a lot. For the last few weeks about will they be buyers, will they be sellers, and some of that is on the record as where are they currently? They're playing .448 ball. Clearly below 500. But when we were talking to Bruce Bochy on Wednesday, Mike, you asked him a particular question that I found to be interesting. You asked him if he had ever had to ask or talk to his general manager before to maybe talk about maybe waiting to sell before the deadline, maybe buying his team more time. Alec, this is what Bochy said.
No, I haven't had that conversation. I'll tell you why, because I can see why. He's not one to say uncle and not believe that we can still get there. It's an insult for him. So anyway, and he has talked about that. You mentioned it to the club, and that's not on his mind at all, and it won't be unless something just drastically happens. The rest of the way here. But I feel good about where we're at, how we're playing, and how we're throwing the ball. So, no, I would not do that.
And, Mike, it's good to know that this team, CY is very aggressive. Bochy, also aggressive. However, as it's going, it's looking like it's harder and harder for this team to be able to climb themselves up in that place. And so maybe you go and you talk about how you've got some pitchers that are going to be free agents. Maybe it is analytically and academically it would make sense to sell. But I think you had an interesting idea or point about maybe possibly the benefits of not selling just from a confidence standpoint, just from a positioning standpoint.
Yeah, and when I asked that question, Bochy took it specifically to this year. I was just wondering in his San Francisco years or possibly San Diego years if he's like, I really believe in this team. I know our record isn't where it needs to be or we're not where we want to be in the standings, but give this team the 2 more months or the 2.5 more months, and I really believe they're going to play well above 500 and make a run at this playoff thing. And then I was thinking about specifically on this team, as Bochy took it specifically to Chris Young this year, specifically to the 2024 Texas Rangers, is I thought the Rangers needed to send a message in 2022 going into the 22 offseason to get ready for 22.
Yeah.
They wanted to send a message, and they signed Simeon, Seager, John Gray. Those are the 3 that come to mind. And then the next year they go out and obviously they sign Jacob deGrom, and they sign Eovaldi, and they're working very hard to prove that, a Will Smith at the time, and he was a big player in last year's team for the first half of the season. They wanted to prove to agents and the players that we're not here to rebuild. We're not here to develop a team. We're here to win now.
Yeah.
And then I thought, gosh, if Chris Young were in a position where the team just doesn't look like they're going to compete for a playoff spot, it's July 25th and they're 10 games back and 8 games back of the 2 teams ahead of them, and they're still well below 500. If they sell players, as in Yates, for example, I'm sure tons of teams would love Kirby Yates right now in their bullpen as either their setup guy or their closer. Is he then signaling a message to agents and players, we're not really back into this winning thing. We won and we're out of the winning thing. We're into the selling thing and budget thing. And so I thought maybe the Rangers, the best thing that they could do is to not sell anybody on this team, even though from a standing standpoint and getting something back from a free agent standpoint, because Kirby Yates is a free agent, Robertson's a free agent, maybe you say, no, we're going to believe in this team till the end, and we're sending a message to current players and agents. We are still trying to win it all at all costs. We are not, I shouldn't say at all costs, but we're still trying to win it all because obviously there was a budget this offseason. But we're trying to win it all. We're not here to sell off because the first 4 months of the season have gone bad. And so I was like, maybe that's a message the Rangers are going to send to the free agent class of 2025 coming up is, hey, we're still players in this. We're not out of trying to win. Because if you do trade, let's just say the guy that I think you get the most for that is tradable is Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah.
He has a mutual option or something to like if he gets to 150-plus innings, I think he qualifies for this option, but I don't know if Eovaldi would even want that option picked up or not. Is teams would be like, we really want Eovaldi. A team you just recently played, like the Brewers might go, we really want Eovaldi. Or maybe the Orioles, we really want Eovaldi. To teams that you've just recently played. And they would probably give you pretty good pieces for it. But maybe the Rangers are like, no, we do not want anybody believing, agents and players, that we're now into selling rather than they might not be buying, but they don't want to be considered like we're now a selling team and not a team competing for stuff.
And I think that you started to highlight this, but yeah, it's come to my mind that it could be easy, and I guess let me illustrate this by looking at the text line from the 682. They said, could they think that this year is a fluke or a hangover and keep the team for next year? And I think that is something that you have to consider. Like, this has not been a team, unfortunately, of late that has been in, like, the winning mindset, and they have not been in that place consistently. If you have that kind of recent culture, because I don't want to make it seem like this is a losing organization. I don't think it is, but over the last little bit of time, like, they had not been in that upswing of things. And I don't think that you necessarily want to then, like, I can easily see how selling would make people say, oh, okay, well, that was just a one-year kind of fluke thing, where you want to project confidence. And as you mentioned, like, this has been an organization that has projected confidence time and time again. They went and they started buying in a way that we actually had some trepidation on. It was like, hey, are you putting cart before horse? And then they went and won a World Series and shut us up. But, like, they projected confidence, and I imagine that matters to them. The question that I then have is, how much does that matter? Because the things that we're talking about as considerations, they're not insignificant. They matter, right? Like, losing some of these free agents for nothing, that you don't want to have that asset drip. And then also, like, I mean, well, I'll let you talk on that. But, yeah, you don't want to lose some of those things. Those things matter. So, like, how do you balance those things with also continuing to project confidence in this team?
I think this is a really tough time for the Texas Rangers. They didn't think they would be in a situation where they would be 9 games under 500 with approximately a week to go until the All-Star break. And so I think that they have to consider a lot of different things here. And maybe they do consider we are not selling any players. We do not want people to think that we are going into this mode. The other thing that I would need to know, if I was Chris Young, that I would want to know from Ray Davis and the ownership group, can I, if Evaldi hits free agency, can I get him back at any cost? I don't know if they're going to want Max Scherzer back or not. He's a free agent. But, like, hey, can I try to bring – if Max Scherzer stays healthy and keeps pitching the way that he can I get him on a 1 or 2 year deal to bring him back? Because we do not have – right now, Chris Young realistically cannot look at the farm system and say, in AAA, I have 2 or 3 really quality guys in their young 20s pitching well in AAA to take their positions in the rotation. You do have John Gray under 1 more year. DeGrom hopefully is – fully healthy for 2025 season. Same thing for Malley, who's under a 2-year deal. Dunning, I don't know what they think of Dunning like long-term as a starter reliever. I think they like him in their organization.
Yeah.
I know they like him in their organization, but what is his role in 2025? Cody Bradford, did 3 games make you believe that he's a starter for the next 5 or 6 years, or was that enough? And hopefully he comes back and is able to keep proving what he did early on in the year. But if I have no money to spend in the offseason to bring Yates back, to bring Robertson back, to possibly bring Leclerc back. Leclerc has not been consistent enough to be like, we need him back. I would like him back, but he hasn't been consistent enough to know, like, he's a guy right now. I would just look at it and go, man, I need to know a lot before July 30th if I'm Chris Young from my ownership group, so I know which direction I need to look in the next 3 years. We hear about this. Nico Harrison just talked about for the next 3 years, I think I have a championship team, a championship caliber team. And that's what I've built this team for the next 3-year run, or at least 2 more years in this run. And so I'm looking at the Rangers going, if they believe there's another run, they're going to have to spend a lot of money in this offseason because they're going to have to retain players. And then you have to look at the team and go, if we don't make the playoffs this year, or if we play under 500 for a season, I have to add to this team. I can't bring back a team that went under 500 and say, don't worry, everything's going to be fine in 2025.
And oddly enough, like, I do wonder how much, the monetary portions of this, because, I mean, the regional sports network deal still factors into all of this. Like, if you are not certain on the ability to spend going forward, it almost means that if you want to have continued success and, like, rebuild a farm system that you have utilized to get to this place, it might behoove you to, be sellers, get those guys in so that you can stay in a place where you're an elevated team, even if there's a half step back for a moment, so you can continue to contend. Because one thing that would definitely get you in a place where you're not contending is depleting your farm system.
Today, I get that we have more conversation to go, as in what's going to happen in July, August, and September will dictate a lot of what Chris Young feels like and what they're going to do in the offseason. But as of today, I'm looking at it, and there's 3 weeks left until the trade deadline. Bruce Bochy said, hey, we're going for it. But then after we had that conversation, they lost their next 2 games again and lost another series. And I'm not saying now they're sellers today. They're not. But it's going to be interesting how Chris Young sees this, and then what he wants to put out into the baseball world to agents and players, that we are still trying to compete for a championship, even in 2024 and then in 2025. There's going to be a lot of budget things that we're going to figure out and what they can bring back if they want to make another run at it in 25.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan, talking to you live from the Dallas Card Show out here in Allen. It's a shout-out Friday where thank you, the very kind, to the 214 that said shout-out to you, Reggie, for doing a hell of a job while Corey and Kevin are out. And you know I love my Mikey B. Shout-out to Tolo Coop. Thanks for hanging out with us. Keep it locked here and come out actually and visit us out here at the Dallas Card Show. But coming up next, we will enter the Expressway. We'll do a little Mike Likes It, but also we'll talk to our friend Nick Eatman at DallasCowboys.com. That comes up next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Fort Worth Convention Center with more than 900 vendors and dealers. Get your tickets now at KollecticonUSA.com. That's KollecticonUSA.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
That's right. It is the Expressway. KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through The Fan. Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey. Of course, Mike Bassick still here with you, as always, at the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Come out and say what's up. It's the Marriott. We're hanging out. It is really starting to hustle and bustle in here. I can only imagine what it looks like once we get into the evening and once the weekend kicks off. All of that's still going on Saturday, Sunday. All sorts of folks going to be out here. Ian Kinsler, Bob Lilly, Kevin Mensch. Look, I thought Rocket Ismail, who I did not mention, they're all going to be here at various points during the course of this weekend, available for photo ops and signings. And so
I was going through random cards, and I found 2 Rocket Ismail rookie cards when he was with the Raiders, and I was like, I might bring those out tomorrow and get them signed by Rocket.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You should definitely do that. And you listening, you should definitely do that. Again, Dallas Card Show here in Allen.
Really quick shout-out.
Yes.
Tolo, if you're watching on YouTube, they know that my first ever favorite player in basketball was Del Ellis for the Mavericks, and this is a Del Ellis autographed Nuggets card that they gave me.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, that's awesome. I think I have a couple Del Ellis autographed cards. I've never met him. I've wanted to interview him.
Okay, yeah. So we got to work on that then. Okay, that's going to be in the next of the Mavericks series. We've gotten to talk to a lot of really cool former Mavs on this program, and we get to talk to a lot of great people around the Cowboys on this program as well. Today, no different, as just happened to be hanging out here at the Dallas Card Show and ran up on a fellow card enthusiast, Nick Eatman at DallasCowboys.com. Nick, how's it going, man?
It's good, man. How are you guys doing?
We're doing
What have you sold
quite
so
well.
far?
What have we sold? Well, we sold. We just sold some Bo Jackson cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good thing
some
Kevin's
older
not
ones.
here. He thinks Bo Jackson is overrated.
Well, I mean, he's not.
Yeah.
Well, who's rating? Like what's the rating? I
Apparently
always
Kevin.
think that's funny, but about overrated, underrated. But yeah, if you just want like freak of nature football / basketball or baseball players, because it's funny. Like when you're trying to put them in. Where does Bo Jackson go? Does he go in our football set? Does he go in the baseball? He could go anywhere he wanted to, really. But no, we've sold some stuff. Sold some Troy Aikman rookies today. Trying to think of some others. I mean, like it's funny because I'm doing this show. This is the first time I've ever done a show. I'm not really a vendor. Like we're just here to sell our collection. I say we, me and my dad, and my brother, and we sold an error card. That it was I've never seen it. You've seen error cards, but I'm talking about split right down the middle, 2 different guys. So I don't know who was cutting these cards, but it was right down the middle, 2 different guys, and you just never see it. There's a guy that offered me $5 for it. We're like, fine, do it. It's just funny. You never know what people are gonna. The first card that I sold yesterday was an autographed Tony Gwynn.
Oh,
autographed Tony Gwynn card, and it was like, hey, people love. The cards like that, and you never know what they're going to get. That's why I can't wait for the general admission to come in because you don't know what they're what their favorite player. Like perfect example. Who's your favorite player? Like, I'm expecting Mahomes and Aaron Judge, but somebody like a Mike Bassick is going to tell you Dale Ellis. And you're like, oh crap, do I have a Dale Ellis?
All right, so before we get going even deeper on this conversation, because I would like to explore more of your fascination with cards. Mike, you're still holding on to some cards that RJ Dukes brought for us. Do you want to? Do you want to open this next
it
pack?
while you guys are having a Cowboys or NFL conversation, and then I'll show it on YouTube.
Cowboys.
Okay, well,
or whatever, Twitch.
July.
It's everything.
What's going on, Cowboys?
Well, yeah, okay. Let's talk about the news of the day. I don't know if you've heard this, but Dak has been spotted out on his vacation, and he happens to be wearing a boot. And the question that we've been asking is, like, how concerned should we be about this?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been a lot of reporting that has gone in a lot of different areas, it feels like. But ultimately, the conclusion for a lot of people has been it'll be fine once training camp comes, when the actual time for him to get on the gridiron happens. Should we be concerned about this? That's a guy who's had a number of issues, particularly with that foot.
Yeah, I think that you don't ever like to see a walking boot on your quarterback like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I wouldn't get concerned until we get to Oxnard. You start, you see it where football fans and us that cover the team, if we see Dak in a walking boot, he's missing time, then I think that's one thing. But I don't know. I don't think I think it's too early, honestly, to be concerned about anything.
I have a random question because you're around the Cowboys a lot. Does he randomly just wear a boot?
No.
No. I didn't know if, you kind of see him walking to a meeting and he just has a boot on just to.
No, but I'll tell you this, and I might have told some of you guys this before. Like, my history with walking boots, and knock on wood, I've never actually worn one, but that's the kiss of death right there. Off the stage. No, but I'll never forget Jason Witten in a Monday. It was probably like 2011 or 12. Jason Witten had 2 walking boots on a Monday before the Thanksgiving Day game. And he hadn't missed a game like in 10 years at that point. And it was like he has 2 high ankle sprains, left and right, and he's in a walking boot on Monday. And I'm like, well, he's not playing.
Right.
He's not going to play. No, he played. He had 8 catches, 112 yards or whatever, and played. And so my thought right there was, okay, there's different reasons for it.
Sure.
You know, you're swelling here and there. Let's just get it down, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I don't like to dismiss the starting quarterback with any kind of injury, but at the same time, I've seen that play out before. I doubt it's going to be a serious thing.
I have a Cowboys question based off of Dak.
Okay.
I think the running game looks below average at best, like on a piece of paper. Maybe it'll be better than I think. But it just seems like if you don't have a running game, that throws off Dak's offense pretty – like it changes the offense.
Yeah.
Do you see it being better than what I see it on a piece of paper?
I start in the trenches there.
Yeah.
Because I think if you fix that offensive line, and that's what kind of worries me a little bit, it's just that you're counting on the center. Is it Beebe? Is it Hoffman? Whoever it is, Bass. Somebody's got to be better than Biotish, and then they're banking on that. They're banking on Tyler Guyton being ready to play, and he's not going to be better than Tyron Smith, but can he be better than Chuma? He better be. I mean, he better be. If not, then I think we're all going to see some issues there. But I think the way that they run the football starts at the offensive line. If they get that offensive line fixed, then I do think Zeke and Rico and those guys will be able to kind of carry the load. But you're right, Mike. In the playoffs, that's where you have to run it. The game changes.
Yeah.
It's just like any sport. I think basketball, I think hockey, I think things change in the playoffs. It definitely changes in baseball just because of rotations and all
For
that.
sure.
And I know I'm not talking baseball in front of Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm just saying playoffs for football is the same. You have to run it. You have to stop it. And Green Bay exploited them for both areas, and that's why they blew them out. And they were the better team that day.
Along those lines with the offensive line, I mean, obviously Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton, we haven't seen them a lot. We've seen them kind of mini camp, but this training camp is when we'll see them. Brock Hoffman continues to be an interesting thing because everybody talks about him as though he is a real viability at center here. Like, can you give us a better impression of, like, what is it that makes folks keep bringing him up what is it that, fascinates this coaching staff?
Well, no discredit to him as an NFL player because he certainly is. But if he wasn't doing that and there was really good money in it, he'd be wearing one of those black shirts that say staff on the back outside of a club. Him and TJ Bass could do that. And they would kick people's ass.
Yeah.
And I say that because that's how he plays football. He's a brawler.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him that he can't make it. Tell him that they're going to start BB over him and just see what happens. I think Hoffman's got something to him. That he only played 2 games. One of them against the Cardinals, they got a lot of yards, but they couldn't run it down in there, and that's why they lost. And then the Washington game at the end of the year, they put up a lot of yards. Of course, that's Washington. Payne and I think Allen were both out. So hard to tell. Just that 2 of their top 5 games in offensive output, he started. Small sample size, but it's something.
Do you expect Ezekiel Elliott to play 1 snap in the preseason?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't think so. What does he need to do? I mean, don't put any more hits on him. I mean, he knows how to play. He knows what to do. And I think the way they're going to use him, I don't think they want to do any of that. There's enough running backs that just want to see. I want to see Rico Dowdle. I've kind of seen him. I think you need to see more Deuce. How about play Deuce in the first half of games?
Yeah.
Because they played him in the second half of games against guys that probably didn't make NFL rosters, and he looked pretty good. But once guys got faster, bigger, stronger, he wasn't the same.
And they also didn't give him a lot once guys got faster, bigger, and stronger.
Yeah, I mean,
really quick, and then they really put him on the shelf.
I think he got enough reps to be like, I don't know if he's ready for this.
Okay.
But in the preseason, let's start him out of a game. Let's see what he can do. I mean, Snoop Connor, I think's got something to see. Malik Davis it's been there. You know, there are guys. To answer your question, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And I've changed my tune. I changed my tune in 2016 in Seattle. I changed my tune on what I see in the preseason, because when Romo got crunched over like that in that game, I'm just like, this is worth it. Like, was it? You know, now it changed the whole course of the franchise. And
right.
Dak comes in and all that, but I just. For running backs like that, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think it's weird because I agree with you and disagree with you, because I agree with, like, hey, at this point, but then you let him go going, I don't think he has much left. You bring him back going, hey, you know, watch this.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know if Zeke has anything left. And I don't know if there's anything, this is where I'm with you on this, I don't know if there's anything to prove. If he goes out and has 8 carries in preseason game 2 for 80 yards, I don't think, well, Zeke 2016 is back.
Right.
So then, but then you kind of want to know, like, after 2 weeks into the season, I guess we'll have a good idea if Zeke can be a guy who carries the ball 15 times a game, or you're like, hey, he literally can't. He's just a blocking back at this point.
Yeah. You know, the fact that your commissioner of the league is even saying he doesn't really like preseason games, and eventually we'll get down to 2 preseason games and 18, I think, regular season games. They're saying right then and there that you know, these games don't matter as much, and they don't matter as much to veterans. That's one thing that I hate, is when the veterans come in and say, we don't want any preseason games. There's been guys on the NFLPA, players like that, which I think is short-sighted, because it's like, tell this a rookie, you know, John, who's our Nathan Thomas from the 7th round pick, Louisiana. Tell him that we don't need preseason games. That's why what Terrence Steele did in 2020 was amazing. He made the team as an undrafted free agent, started, and didn't play any preseason games because of COVID. So preseason games matter, but I don't think they matter for – I mean, I don't think it would change your opinion if he had 4 carries for 9 yards or 4 carries for 50 yards. You'd be like, you know, cool. Who's blocking for him? That's a big thing, you know. But I'll say this, not to talk out of both sides of my mouth, but if they're going to say these 5 linemen, Zach Martin, whoever the center is, Tyler Smith, we're going to play them a series, then I could see maybe your starter a little bit, just because let's see what this offense might look like.
We're talking to Nick Eatman here at the Dallas Card Show on the KNC Masterpiece, and I mean, we're 3 weeks out basically from training camp getting going in Oxnard. Just as an overarching perspective, what are you most excited for, whether on the field or off of headed into Oxnard?
Well, I mean, for me, what am I most excited about going to Oxnard? I mean, it's definitely the weather. It's always the weather, okay? That's why I said that. You know, now today is actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
but,
it's working out all right.
No, but I obviously, it's just you want to see how they've gotten better, and it's real easy to look at it and go, well, did they? And they lost a lot of players. Did they add a lot? I think for me, I want to see, because I know him, and I've been here when I first started. Zimmer was the defensive backs coach. I want to see what Zimmer's defense is, and I want to see how Eric Kendricks kind of comes in here. I think Eric Kendricks is like the new Brandon Cooks. I think he's the new guy that knows the system, knows things. They're going to lean on the new guy because he's still the veteran linebacker that knows this system, and I think he has a chance to kind of really help them. I want to see what Micah Parsons does with this defense. What Zimmer does with Micah. I think this is getting overblown a little bit about not speaking and talking. Micah hasn't been here. Micah hasn't been here, but he will be. It's not going to be that hard. Hey, Micah, rush the quarterback.
Right.
Get to the guy and bring him down. And preferably do it all year long, not just at the end of at the first of the season. We need some sacks in December.
Do you think the Cowboys players find it weird that we're talking like face-to-face? I know we're on public air right now, but it seems like they only do their conversations through podcast and through tweeting about what they would like to have a conversation about.
Because I'm going to tweet at you later, Mike, and just say, why didn't you ask me this? Instead of just asking in front of them.
That was the most fun thing I think the whole offseason for me was that, Micah got upset that he went on a podcast because he was upset that he has a podcast. He's like, I wish you would have just called me. And I'm like, I don't think you should be tweeting that. I think you should actually just call him himself.
Yeah.
Like, it was weird.
Yeah, and Malik could have come back and said, well, I did try to call you, but you were on a podcast. And
Yeah.
so
Right, yeah.
Like, yeah. That is weird. Honestly, the tweeting, people like that tweet each other when you know they have each other's cell phone. Like, I know that's old school, but I still think that's strange. It's
very
just,
performative, ain't it?
Well, right. It's just like, what are you really trying to
Right.
say, and who are you trying to see this? Yeah, at the end of the day, the whole podcast stuff, it's like, just go make a play. I mean, honestly, just go do your job for Micah, and I think everybody understands that. But let's be honest. I mean, some of the stuff. I mean, do you have to interview the quarterback that just beat you bad?
Yeah.
And then ask him kind of how he did it? I mean, that one was a little weird. So that whole thing is interesting. Hopefully, Micah kind of learns from some of that stuff a little bit. But he is who he is, and he's a great player. Like, he really is a great player. And so I think of, like, people think of that podcast stuff. I think of the Seattle game, 4th and 6, and Geno Smith is driving, and they have a chance to beat you. And it's 4th and 6, and he looks open, and then all of a sudden Micah Parsons is right in his face.
Yeah.
He throws it into the ground. The game's over. What kind of stat is that? A pressure? Cool, but he just won the game.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing about Micah that I still think is a difference maker. I do believe he'll, think about when you were 21, 22, 23. I still think he's going to mature to the point where he's going to be I think he's a dynamic player right now, but I think he'll be even better.
Nick, what are we looking to sell
today?
Yes, sir. And you're here for the weekend, correct?
I'm here for the weekend. We have an interesting collection. It's me and my dad. And when I see a 10-year-old with his dad walking around, and it reminds me of me when I was in Joplin, Missouri, which was a big town. When you lived in a small Oklahoma town like we did, Joplin, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa. Oh my God, big towns. But anyways, we would go to shows like that, and we would buying cards in the late '80s and some early '90s. And so, just look at today. We're actually, this weekend we're selling most of our collection. I don't think it's going to be a fire sale on Sunday, but we've got a wide range of stuff. We've got some vintage cards. We've got some newer stuff too. Mahomes, Ohtani, stuff like that. But we also have in Luka. We got some Lucas, but we have some. Late '80s McGuire. We have Jordan. I have a Jordan second-year card.
Oh.
That Don't ask me about the Jordan rookie that I decided to sell. Had it.
You're hoping that one makes it past the weekend?
I had the whole.
Oh no.
The Jordan rookie, 86, 87.
Yeah.
I had it. I sold it for $1,000 about 10 years ago,
Ah.
ungraded. But I would have gotten it graded, and it would have been probably a 6. Did have a little dot on it, but it would have probably been a 6 range. But still, that would have been more than $1,000. That makes me hurt. But the whole collection started because of the same type of thing. My dad, when I was 10 years old, came across a Beckett and saw some Mickey Mantles and hear what they were selling for, and he had them all. And he gave them his mom gave them to the kid down the street when he went to college. So he was going through all of that, like had that card, had 5 of those, had 4 of those, And so that kind of got us going, got him going back into the collection, and we've done this together. And the time is now to see what we can get. So we're not really like the straight vendors. I said this is our first show, probably our last, but we got a lot of stuff. I'm selling books, the Cowboys book that I wrote. I'm selling some of those. We got some memorabilia. We got all kinds of stuff.
Well, best of luck in doing that.
All
I
right.
hope you have a blast this weekend, as it seems like a lot of people are, and we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time.
Appreciate it. Love to talk Cowboy. It's going to be here. It's here before you know it. You guys are going to Oxnard?
Mike will.
I'm not.
You're not?
I have
that's
a
right.
Rangers responsibility.
I forgot about
so
that.
With
So
my new Rangers
the answer is
job,
then no at this
I
point.
have, yeah, but KNC will be there.
That's right.
Everybody will literally everybody will be there doing the show,
Doing their stuff.
Yeah,
that's right.
And
I'll be
Broadus
zooming.
will be there the whole time as well.
Oh,
so
I know.
We keep it locked here.
He's let me know. He's going to be there.
The
You're doing
whole
some
time.
stuff with us too. I think,
Yes.
like in the second part of it.
Yeah, he's not coming back when the station comes back. He's staying out there
gets to
until
stay.
until literally the Cowboys are done with Oxnard. He's not done with Oxnard.
Nice.
Well, Nick, we appreciate you spending a little time with us. Enjoy and keep selling those cars.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, Mike.
Mike likes it?
Time for a little Mike likes it. Let's do
Okay,
it.
so I'm going to go into a Mike likes it first, and I mentioned this, but let's just get a little bit more into it. Wyatt Langford is carrying his June into July. He was just named Rookie of the Month in the month of June for the American League. Now, yesterday, the Rangers only score one run, but Langford has the RBI, and he had two great defensive plays. So talking to him, I remember just a month ago, he played center field, and Eric Nadel asked him as he was getting ready for batting practice, he said, hey, how much center field did you play at the University of Florida? And Wyatt goes, like a few games, and he's like, really, with your athleticism? He goes, I've only played out. This is only my third year in my life to play outfield.
Right.
Like, he was a catcher out of high school and going to University of Florida. He was a catcher. He's only played, and he didn't play his freshman year. He was not good enough to be on Florida's team as a freshman and play. So I think he got in like 4 or 5 games, and they transitioned him to like, hey, we want you to be an outfielder. So then he goes off to summer ball, plays great. He's an awesome sophomore, great junior, 4th overall pick. And so this is his 3rd year to play outfield. Yesterday, I believe it was the 3rd inning. It might have been the 4th, but he makes a great play at the wall. It might have not been a home run, but he leaps and makes a great play at the wall. There's a big, great photo of him, like, hitting the wall with the UTA sign in the background. And they're like, UTA should be the backdrop. Like, that should be somehow how UTA promotes their baseball program.
Gotta
or
do it.
UTA's college. And then he makes another play, which was an outstanding play. I thought Dave Valley did a great job of explaining this. He charges the ball so hard from left field that he makes it such a short throw. Langford has an average outfield arm. It's not a premium outfield arm. It's an average outfield arm. But he charges it so hard, he makes it a shorter throw and aggressively came up on it. I thought for sure he was going to be safe. I'm like, oh, well, should we be throwing this ball to home? But he charged it so hard, gets rid of it quickly. Perfect one-hop throw to Kisner catching yesterday and gets the guy out. Langford is turning into remember that this is only his 3rd year in the outfield.
Right.
And he is improving at such a high rate. His offense was very slow in April and May, to be nice. It turned around to Rookie of the Month in the American League.
That's right. It feels so good to hear that.
And so he is continuing this in the month of July with overall play. Because when we look at players of the month in any way, rookie or player, we only look at their offensive stats. We're not looking at what they're doing defensively.
Right.
But defensively, he's getting way better. Offensively, he has been getting better, and that's continuing. So one of the positives through this June and July, which overall for the Rangers has been a negative, is Wyatt Langford is improving tremendously. And so my Mike Likes It conversation is Wyatt Langford looks like he's proving himself to be a really good left fielder. I guess now my Mike Likes It question is if Evan Carter comes back this year, and I think he will, I think it'll be well past the All-Star break. It's only a guess. I really don't know. I'm guessing, let's just say it's August 1st. I'm throwing out a guesstimate date and have no clue on that date. But I have to throw it out as a broadcaster. I wouldn't do this on the game.
Sure.
I could never say, hey, let's guesstimate when these guys are coming back.
That's
You don't
speculation.
do that.
You're not supposed to do it.
Sports Talk Radio, we can speculate. Let's just speculate it's August 1st. Wyatt Langford is playing a great left field. He's Rookie of the Month again. He's back-to-back Rookie of the Month in the American League being a left fielder. What do you do with Evan Carter?
I think he might end up in a center field platoon, right? Like center field, you're already kind of in that place where you brought up Derek Hill to find some juice there. And, I mean, he produced, thankfully. But I think you're in that place where you're already like, hey, somebody needs to grab it. And I would love to be like, hey, Evan Carter, center field is yours. But as we know, like when he gets up against the lefty, that's been problematic. And so I think that –
So you're saying he platoons with Derek Hill or he platoons with Leody Taveras? Because Leody, they don't want hitting anymore against left-handed pitching.
That's true as well.
So if you're like, Leody, you're not play. If there's a left-handed starting pitcher, Leody, you don't play anymore until like that person gets taken out and maybe you come in for defensive purposes or maybe a pinch hitting situation.
I thought I had a great answer, but you're right.
You can't really platoon him with Leody because they've determined this year in 2024 Leody is a switch hitter who's not doing well from the right side.
Yeah, that is really tough. And look, Wyatt Langford is producing in such a way, And, I mean, again, knock on wood that, like, it remains this and it does not go back into a place where he's having a little bit of issues. Hopefully that was simply just the circumstances there. But, like, yeah, I don't know that you want to take him out of the lineup at all to have Carter in a platoon with him there at left field. So, I mean, it feels like – and I think that's what he came up. That's what he learned by trade, center field for Evan Carter. That's what he played in the minors. That seems like that could be the future of it. If you can find that bat to be comfortable, that'd be great. But – I know that Leote, they had some trust in him, but it feels like that has waned a little bit. It feels like they might be moving away from Leote as the center fielder, the everyday center fielder.
Yeah, so I'm leaning your way. Is that when Evan Carter comes back, he's your everyday center fielder. Sure, you give him off days against lefties here and there. In fact, it matters where they're at in the standings. If they're still 10 games under 500 and it's August 1st, I'm playing Evan Carter against everybody. The only way he's going to get better against left-handers is to hit against them. And if you're kind of like not pushing for a playoff spot, what better time to be like, you're literally playing against every lefty. We're going to give you, even if your numbers are really bad and your numbers overall for the season are really bad against lefties, I don't care. The only way you're going to get better against lefties is hitting against all these major league left-handed pitchers. So in a way, I think that the future is the way Langford has played left field is that when Evan Carter comes back, Evan Carter is your everyday center fielder who gets time off against some lefties if you're in a playoff race, and Wyatt Langford's your everyday left fielder. And then he would, if he needs a day off here and there, he needs a day off here and there. But, yeah, that would push, I think, Leote out of your everyday lineup, and he would be your backup defensive outfielder. He would be a pinch runner in situations that you need a pinch runner.
I mean, how odd is it, just going back to the team construction in general, that you have this many outfielders pretty consistently involved? Because, I mean, how many? 5, 6 is what we're looking at here that are frequently getting it, with Travis Jankowski also being involved in the mix.
Robbie Grossman's kind of an outfielder, not really anymore. They use him as just primarily DH pinch hitter. But yeah,
I think that's added to the difficulty of trying to find the place for these guys in theory in this hypothetical we're setting up.
Yeah, and so it's just a very big positive. Wyatt Langford's turning into an everyday left fielder and a good defensive player. And then the question is when Evan Carter comes back, he was playing left field in your playoff run to the championship. I don't think left field's available anymore. So now you have to look at Evan Carter as your spot on the team center field. And I do think Evan Carter has a lot more potential than, let's say, Derek Hill and, let's say, Leote Taveras. I'm not taking anything away from Leote. He's a championship center fielder. But that's just the direction I'm going. The other Mike likes it is this. There are a lot of people who, I guess, not a lot. I still think it's a minority. I don't get on that text line. Mm-hmm. But there are some people that were not happy with Klay Thompson becoming a Dallas Maverick fan. So I guess here's my question, Reggie, to push the conversation. Buddy Hield just signed with the Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Traded to the Golden State Warriors. So they decided Buddy Hield, not over Klay Thompson, but they decided their replacement for Klay Thompson is somewhat Buddy Hield. Maverick fans, would you rather have Buddy Hield over Klay Thompson? And you can kind of answer that and then give me your opinion why or why not.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like Klay Thompson at this point is probably still a really good look because of, a high level volume, still getting that high that high amount of or high percentage rather is what I was looking for. Percentage of 3-point shooting. Buddy Hield has been an incredible 3-point shooter. I think that the differentiator is Buddy Hield has never been looked at as a defender. And I think the question that has come up, and I think the people that have had some doubt when it comes to Klay Thompson has been like, what does the defense still look like? Because as I think we mentioned and you mentioned on the show earlier this week, the 3-point shooting is one of the last things to go with a player.
They last a long time. They get to play into their late 30s because of their shooting ability.
But that defense is what degrades. But I mean, at the very least, you're starting with a guy who has been very good at defense relatively recently. And so the question isn't like, what are we going to do when he can't play defense? The idea is, what does the defense still look like? What can we still wring out of him defensively? And I think that's a better option than, hey, now we have to figure out how to play this guy because you have Luka, you have Kyrie, you have these guys that you already have to consider when you're doing defensive figurings. adding a third guy to that you have to figure out what to do defensively, I think would be too much to ask.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think it's close. I would much rather have Klay Thompson over the next 2 to 3 years than Buddy Hield, and I've always liked Buddy Hield. Nice player. He lives in the Metroplex.
Huge three-point shooter. I mean, I think that he's like one of the top guys active in the league right now.
Career 40% three-point shooter. Last year, shot 38.9%.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same percentage as Klay Thompson. But I look at Buddy Hield, and his best year of his career offensively from points per game was 20.7 in 2018-2019.
What team was he on?
Sacramento.
And that they were maybe a solid team, but they didn't make
the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so I look at the last few years in Indiana and then in Philadelphia, he averaged 16.8 in 22-23. Last year he averaged 12 for Indiana, 12.2 for Philadelphia. And when you look at what Klay Thompson's done the last 2 years, to me, it's really not close. Golden State had to find a replacement after Klay Thompson decided, I'm not playing for you guys anymore.
After they swung
out
multiple
if you don't
times.
like Klay Thompson, I'm just asking, do you think Golden State got better by adding Buddy Hield and getting rid of Klay Thompson? And not getting rid's not the right word, but replacing.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did. I think they got worse. I think the Mavericks got better. And if you said the Mavericks have Buddy Hield, I'd be excited about that. I'd be happy about that as a player coming off the bench as a three-point shooter. But I think Klay Thompson is a better player overall than Buddy Hield still today. And there's not a huge age difference. I thought there would be more.
Right.
Buddy Hield's 31 and Klay Thompson's 34.
Right.
So it's not a huge age difference, but there is an age difference.
Right. And I think 972 here on the text line highlights something that I think is additional in this. Klay Thompson has championship pedigree and leadership that's needed. Still better defense probably. And I think that institutional knowledge of like being a consistent playoff team and knowing, hey, this is what's necessary. I think that is added because now Markieff Morris goes, and I know it's weird to have to talk about him as a leader, but he was a leader guy on this team. Him and Kyrie were leader guys. I think Klay Thompson has the opportunity to come in and add to that kind of leadership council. And, of course, Luka has to be part of that, but I think Klay Thompson has the opportunity to come in and give you some of that as well. So there you go.
That's Mike Likes It.
Appreciate you, Mike.
We're at the Dallas Card Show here in
That's
LA.
exactly where we are. Absolutely. Come and say hi to us. But one more hour of the actual program to go. And coming up next, we got Alec Medford, so we're going to do a little AM on the FM.
Yeah, we got the question of the day. Plus, we are 2 weeks away from NCAA 25. This might be the best sports game of all time. We're going to talk about it next here on The Fan.
Tolos, it's another one-of-a-kind G-Bag item to give you this Monday. While they last, one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula filling in for Kevin and Corey on this Friday in the Metroplex. Mike Bassick, famous Mike Bassick, still hanging out with me. He has not left me yet to go digging in cards and talking to people. I mean, well, he is talking to people.
It is fun. I just went into another little room and met a couple Tolos who are big-time Ranger fans and had Ranger questions and trade ideas and thoughts. I think it is fun that for this year I know it's not going well for the Rangers, and I know that last year was perfect for the Rangers in the end, is that people are still really into the Rangers.
Yeah.
And they were obviously like, should we trade this person or that person? And I'm like, well, let's wait a little bit on that. You'll have a better answer, like let's say on July 20th, on who to trade or who not to trade.
Well, I mean, look, I just looked outside the window. Sorry, I was trying to pay attention, but then I saw, hey, look, it's kind of raining. So
that's good. We need that.
We do need the rain. That makes me feel old whenever I say something like that. Yeah. Man, we really need this rain. However, if you're looking for a place to get out of the rain, Marriott here right off of 75, 777, Waters Creek Boulevard, it's really even just picking up. You can tell that this place is going to be packed with folks looking to buy, sell, and appreciate sports cards and other memorabilia. So, yeah, come out to the Dallas Card Show. There you go.
DallasCardShow.com.
That's
it's
right.
a very easy website to go to find all the information about out here in Allen.
All right. Too much jibber jabber for me. Let's send it back to the studio for my guy Alec Medford. It's a little AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Now, reality can be whatever I want.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. You know what time it is. You heard it yesterday in this time slot. You hear it today. It's AM on the FM. Got a lot of stuff that I didn't have time for yesterday. We're out at the ballpark at Globe Life Field. Had a great time chatting it up with the Tolos, and now we're going to continue the conversation. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053, as well as Twitch and YouTube. I joined the Zoom for one time and one time only.
Look at
it's a special occasion, so I will be out of here Zoom-wise after this segment ends. So you can get your perfect view for the next about 10 minutes or so. But the question of the day today is going to be food-themed for a very specific reason. Then we're going to talk about NCAA college football. We are 14 days away from the release, the highly touted, the highly anticipated release and return of NCAA football on video game consoles. We'll get to that here in just a second. But 100 years ago yesterday, gents, the Caesar salad was created.
That's what I was celebrating yesterday. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Like Julius Caesar?
Wait, what? Huh? Who do you think invented the Caesar salad?
Julius.
Okay, that's a good guess.
And the orange.
Okay, yeah, Orange Julius. That's yep. I think you're right.
Totally
you're
right.
100% correct.
Totally
That's
right.
absolutely how that
Give
is.
me a little bit of history. Obviously, I'm joking. People don't think I'm that dumb. I'm dumb, but not that dumb.
That's what they said.
So 100 years ago, where was it? Was it created in the United States?
At Two Crouton?
Yeah, so it was an Italian immigrant that created the dish on July 4th, 1924 at his restaurant Caesar's Place in Tijuana, Mexico. So
got you.
Did it have anchovies back in 1924?
Wait, have you eaten a Caesar with anchovies?
Yeah.
What?
That's not cool.
I feel like the whole point of the Caesar salad is that this is the most basic salad you can get. Like,
so
it's
minimal.
Just lettuce, some croutons, Caesar sauce. Salad dressing. That was sauce.
Caesar
sauce.
Hey, you got some Caesar sauce? No.
That sounds
The
so
answer's
weird.
No.
I regretted it immediately as soon as it left my lips.
You got some Caesar dip?
I've never heard of that one. That's a new one. I like that. Thanks, Reggie. We're inventing new things here on the KNC Masterpiece.
That's what we do here, man.
The question of the day for you and for the Tolos is going to be, what is your favorite side/side dish? 877-881-1053. The Caesar salad is strong. I always get that whenever I go to like a steak restaurant or something. But but I'd say my favorite of all time has to be mac and cheese. A really well done mac and cheese, a really well executed mac and cheese. I will have with any kind of entree. I don't care what the pairing is. If I know that place or maybe that family member, that person's house that I'm going to, if they do it really well, I'm going to have it with whatever the main course is. I do not care.
You know ball. I've often said that.
What's tough, Alec, is you were with us at Nick and Sam's.
Yes.
For the charity dinner where we got a whole bunch of sides. And it's tough, man, when people like, you know, Mr. Nick and Mr. Sam, even though I know they're not the people making the food, when they make sides like that, it feels impossible to choose. I hear you on mac and cheese. I think almost every human likes mac and cheese.
And the humans that don't are not to be trusted.
Yeah, but
just letting you know
man, there's so many
or lactose
sides.
intolerant, to be fair.
Because I'll tell you what, man, if somebody makes a great like sweet potato side.
Look, you also know ball. Like, literally, when you started talking about sides, my brain immediately went to food's birthday, a.k.a. Thanksgiving, you know? And so when I think about that, my favorite side, you're appreciating that? That is absolutely, if there was a food's birthday, what would it be? It'd be Thanksgiving. Right? We're definitely celebrating food.
This is true.
And so my favorite is absolutely some candied yams. Like, 100%, right? Like, back when I could actually put down, like, 4 plates, right? One of those plates might just be candy yams, period, right? So, like, that's an incredible dish, but it's also not one that I eat all the time because, Alec, you went to a place where you were like, I can eat mac and cheese with any dish.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do that with yams with every dish, but I really do love it.
Now,
and
the question is
that scarcity.
Yeah, the question is, do you let the yams touch anything else on the plate?
Buddy, they all go into the same place.
I appreciate that. I hate people that have to be tribalistic with their sides and their entrees and everything else that's on the plate. Like you said, it's all going to the same place. Why do we have to do this?
Mike, do you think Kevin's favorite side dish is?
Rolls.
Yep.
He likes mac and cheese, but just make sure to don't like put like pepper jack cheese in the mix.
Oh, not like a. But those are the best cheese. Like you get like a nice 4-cheese mac or something like that.
I think like Oprah's favorite mac and cheese was from like Philadelphia, and I found the recipe, and everybody loves it. It's like it's a lot of butter and it's a lot of cream, and there's like 7 different cheeses, and I'm like, there's no way Kevin would like this if I told him everything that's in it.
But that's why you don't tell him. Right, just like I'm learning today, thanks to many people on the text line, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, that apparently Caesar sauce, as we have deemed it, is made with anchovies. I didn't know that.
Yes,
I didn't realize. See, in my brain, I was thinking like anchovies, like whole in the Caesar salad.
Sometimes, I won't say like, but some places might be like with or without anchovies, not the dressing, but like on the salad.
Didn't realize that. See,
yeah.
and
I feel like if it's in the dressing, we're okay with it because it just adds a saltiness to it. But I think anchovies are too fishy.
But I wonder. First of all, I don't even know if Kevin likes Caesar salad.
There's no way he doesn't like. He doesn't like. Like I don't know how to say
wet things.
He doesn't like white sauces.
Ah, yes, excellent. I understand your trepidation. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Let's
Alec,
see.
back to you.
From the 817 on the Franklin Injury Attorney's text line. Onion strings all the way, not onion rings, but the tiny straws. Thoughts, gentlemen, from Adam in Arlington.
Those are good.
Like them on a good burger. Like you get a burger with some onion strings on them.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know why this just came into my head, but I haven't had Outback Steakhouse in forever, and I love their bloomin' onion.
I think I've eaten at Outback Steakhouse once in my entire life.
Twice for me.
That in the 90s, that was such a premium place. And as we've gone into the 2000s, I feel like Outbacks have gone away. But I know there's one like in DeSoto, Lancaster, Cedar Hill area. That's like the closest one, I think, to me.
Yep. That's the one I've been to most recently. That's out in my neck of the woods, too. Let's see, from the 469, mac and cheese without the 18 other ingredients in it, so just basic.
You just want some craft? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheap, budget-friendly. Sometimes you got a ball on a budget. But let's see, from the 601, we have favorite side is mashed potatoes with butter and sour cream and a ton of black pepper.
Okay.
Let's see, mashed potatoes and fried okra from the 214.
I love
That's
fried
strong.
okra.
Fried okra's good. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite, but it's definitely one where I'll always say yes to some fried okra.
Sure. From the 817, bacon-wrapped jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese. Texas
That's an
Twinkies is what I'm
appetizer.
hearing. Yeah. That's more of an appetizer.
That's not a side.
Yeah, I want to see what your plate looks like if that's your sides.
Yeah, that's on the. If you go to a restaurant, that's on the appetizer part of the menu, not the side part of the menu.
Let's see, from the 940, baked potato soup. This is a popular one. Every time I go to
potato soup.
Yeah, anytime I go to like a Chili's or one of those, like fast casual places with friends, that is everybody's go-to side.
I'll do a baked potato. What is baked potato? What does that mean?
They
just put soup in the baked potato.
You never had? Well, no. It's like it's going to be a potato soup. Like, it's going to be creamier than obviously a potato, but a lot of it is potato, but it's very soupy. And then they're putting in what you would have like on a baked potato. They're putting in chives, bacon bits.
Got you.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, just go ahead and give me the potato. Like, I don't think we need to do necessarily all that. From the 817, they said lobster on the side of my filet mignon. shout out to Richie Rich out there. Okay.
Rich people.
Yeah, I want to see
Even
your
though
bankroll.
When I've driven to the airport a few times, left field, I can't remember the place of it. It's better I don't say what the place is. They'll be like filet mignon with baked potato and salad for like $14.95, and I'm like, that I don't know where you're getting your food from, but there's no way. You can't even go to Costco and make money and Costco is good. I'm saying good,
right.
But like where in the world are you getting this filet mignon and putting a baked potato and let's say a Caesar salad on the side of it and charging $14.95?
Like, is there a filet mignon cut on raccoons? Is that what that's?
Yeah,
is that what's
I don't know
there?
where they're getting this meat from, but I do not want to try it out.
Yeah, the thought of that is just terrifying. You can't even get like a raw filet from your local grocery store for anything less than like $15.
Right.
That's just
even let's just say it's $10. But I'm also the $10 filet, the 50-cent potato, but then I have to put stuff on it.
Sure.
And then the salad is costing me, let's say, as a restaurant, 50 cents. I've gotten this for $11. I still have to pay the cook. I have to pay the server. There's no way I'm doing this unless the meat is costing me like $4 for this steak, and that would not be a filet.
Ooh, I like what we're doing here from the 972. Red beans and rice. Or broccoli and rice casserole, but the red beans and rice, especially let's put some Cajun sides in here. That's a good way of going about things. Them folks know how to cook.
I can get on board with that. And before I talk about NCAA 25 real quick, Mike, you might be interested in this. When we were live at Globe Life Field yesterday, we ran into Melissa Tolo, one of the staffers there that always hooks it up for us when we're out there in center field. And she was rocking a custom pair of Nike Air Force Ones that were All-Star Game themed. And they were incredible to see in person.
Did you ask, does she have like a person that she goes to that is a artist for shoes?
So I actually know this person. I went to college with her. Her name is Hannah Lemke, and she has an Instagram page, Lemke's Creations. And you can get these commissioned for yourself in any size as well. She's doing like the same design that she's commissioning to anybody who wants them. And I reached out to her and talked to her about them. Might get myself a pair of those if we're being honest. They're incredible, and support some small businesses. But she's a UTA grad, went to school with her, and that's something you might want to check out if you're interested in any All-Star Game custom apparel. You can get some Air Force Ones, and she does custom commissions as well for anything you want. Cool. But she's selling those off, and they are incredible. Go check them out on Instagram. But Reginald,
yes,
are you as excited as everybody else for NCAA 25?
Weirdly, yes, and I say weirdly not because I love college football, as I'm sure you know. I think, Mike, I'm more on your side of things now, where I look around, I'm like, where am I going to find the time to play this? I remember the time that I used to put into the college football game back in the day, and I don't have that. And if I start doing that, things will fall, and I feel like those are the things that pay my rent.
Last time I played it, UT had Chris Sims on the game.
So it's been a minute. And it's been a minute since the game's been around, and it's making its long-awaited return here in just 14 days, 2 weeks from today. And this might be the most detailed sports video game of all time. We're getting more and more details as we get closer to the release date, and they're fine-tuning the recruiting system to a T. This is incredible. Each season will have more than 3,500 recruits that are generated from across the country, just like the real world. Every class is different. Some years will have a plethora of great quarterback talent, while others will have fewer great prospects in general, according to EA, as they released in a statement earlier this week. But they said it's going to be super detailed based on real life, like what areas of the country produce great talent.
That's right.
For example, Southern California, what are they known for? Really good quarterback talent. What is East Texas known for? Some of the best wide receivers in the country. So
you're telling me I need to just go ahead and put up camp in South Florida is what you're telling me?
Pretty much.
Really big shot at Patrick Mahomes in East Texas, huh?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yes.
Is he a wide receiver playing quarterback, Alex?
Yeah, and some people's books. Yeah. So they wanted to go deeper to ensure that they're capturing that like authenticity rather of high school talent. So you're going to find more 5-star wide receiver recruits in East Texas.
Do they give you an NIL for each school? Like if you're UT, you have $50 million NIL dollars, but if you're like nothing against the University of North Texas, but you have like 200,000 of NIL money.
Yeah, the NIL factor is going to be fun to see how they actually navigate that. But the recruiting process itself, like back in the old games, you know, you could find Montana as a haven for 5-star defensive ends or something, which isn't true in real life. But now you're going to be able to find, you know, like your smaller, speedier receivers in Florida. And you're going to find the bigger framed receivers in East Texas, and you're going to find the really good quarterbacks in California. So it's going to be really cool to see how detailed this is, but you're not going to find 5-star recruits in just random remote areas of the country anymore.
Okay, all right.
So there you have it. That's my time.
Appreciate you for giving us a little AM on the FM, Medford. Always good seeing your face, and I imagine you will now go back.
We ran late.
Zoom.
We're just going to have to get right into my favorite segment of the day.
Oh, my goodness. That's right. We're running up on some Masterpiece of the Week coming up next. And also, what is Omax going to have to do to get some burn next season? We'll do all of that. And what is the fastest segment in radio comes up next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get mad.
Mavericks team as they're looking forward to next season and trying to go back to the NBA Finals. And what we landed on is, like, you don't have a lot of those big guys that could play that 4 position. Maxi Kleber is one of those guys, and one of the things that we know is Maxi Kleber is not always going to be healthy. And so Olivier Maxence Prosper, Omax, he gives you an opportunity, or he fits the body type of that type of player to maybe play behind P.J. Washington, but is he ready for that? What does he have to do to prove and show that he's ready for that?
I think Summer League is huge for him, and I'm not saying Summer League proves anything, but at this point he struggled his rookie year that he needs to, in that the Mavericks don't have like a talent, say this, they don't have a first-round pick.
Yeah.
He's the guy. Omax is the one guy who can make an impact where, hey, maybe we should try him in the rotation, because this rotation is already 11 deep, and it's tough enough to play 11 players in an NBA basketball game and give everybody deserved minutes. So he's coming in, best case scenario, if you're healthy, the 12th guy on the team. So he really needs to show in training camp, or sorry, not in training camp too, but in the summer league, that he can play at this level or play close to this level.
And, I mean, what are the things that we're looking for? Because, I mean, one of the things for him is, like, you see the energy for him, but sometimes I wonder if it's, like, focused. And specifically, I think if we want to make it really easy, the first thing he's got to do is knock down shots. That feels like that's going to be the necessity for anybody to get on the floor with this team. They clearly prioritize trying to get some more shooting. And I know Omax, is kind of profiles as a 3-and-D player. That three-point shot has to at least be passable for him to be on the floor, for you to get that length and that energy that he gives you. Like, he has to be able to knock down open shots when they get to him, I think.
He did show this. I'm just looking at box score. I didn't watch these games, to be honest. The 2 games the Mavericks quit at the end of the year against Detroit and Oklahoma City, because they already had the 5th seed locked up. There's nothing they could do.
Yeah.
He had 16 points on 6 of 12 shooting, and he had 15 points on 5 of 14 shooting. He was in those games 4 of 10 from the 3-point line. I'm not going to remember where in the world he shot those balls from.
Right.
But it does go to show, if he played on the Detroit Pistons and got 30 minutes a night, maybe he would be 15 points his rookie year. I'm using those 2 games as an example. It's going to be really tough for him to find minutes, but it starts in the summer league. If he can really impress in the summer league, maybe the Mavericks would go, well, maybe he could be, instead of our 12th guy, maybe he could be our 10th guy.
And, I mean, if he does impress in that way, like, I mean, you mentioned, I guess, 10th guy there. Does it feel like is that the ceiling, do you think? Or do you think that maybe he could even jump up higher into that
For
rotation
second
possibly?
year, I do. I just look at how good this team is. The team's trying to win a championship, and I look at P.J. Washington. I know that it's just a wing. It's not necessarily the 4, but let's just try to do it there. P.J. Washington's going to play 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So there's 18 minutes available. To your point, so maximum amount of minutes would be 18, but if Maxi Kleber is healthy, it's going to be really tough to get into like the 10-minute range. But if
then
he's
don't
hurt
forget,
and he uses those 18 minutes and takes advantage of it, maybe.
Right, Derrick Jones Jr. moving out of that 3 spot, so now you have Klay. Is Klay going to be exclusively a 3, or is he going to slide into some of those guard minutes
I think he has
as well?
to exclusively be a 3 for the most part, because if I look at what Luka and Kyrie play minutes-wise, if I look at Dante Exum, I look at Jaden Hardy, I look at Quentin Grimes, I just start eating up those extra available minutes from Luka and Kyrie, start getting eaten up right there. And then is Najee Marshall eating into 4 minutes, or is he just exclusively a 3? It just goes to show right now the Mavericks are in a great position depth-wise that Omax Prosper might not be bad, but it's going to be really tough for him to get out of the 12th man rotation spot.
Well, I mean, best case scenarios, you're right in that regard, but I still want to see him progress in that way, so that if you need to go to him, because one of the things we're not considering if someone's having a bad go of it in that rotation, and that's when you definitely need someone like him to be ready to go.
I mean, I have not a rookie card, but I have a card here signed by Dell Ellis. His issue was he ran into Ro Blackman and Mark Aguirre.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're like, dude, we think he's pretty good, and we spent a lottery pick on you, but we're trading you because we really don't have the minutes available. And then he went to Seattle and then became an all-star. I'm not saying Omax is going to go be an all-star.
I don't know. That's what I heard.
But he might end up just being squeezed where you use him in a trade, going, we're going to use these 2 or 3 guys to get one guy. And I do think at the trade deadline that will be what Nico uses, possibly Omax, possibly Hardy, possibly whoever, Maxi Kleber, to like tighten up and go like, I want a great 8 or 9 guys for a playoff rotation.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and as I look at the clock, it's about that time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
So, boys.
What's happening, my man?
Long time no speak.
That's right.
Thought you could get rid of me. The rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. You guys know it. You guys love it. It is the segment where we revisit some of the wild, wacky, and sometimes alarming things that are said on this very program, and oftentimes by Mike Bassick. But this is the first time ever that I've seen Reggie's name pop up in my list 3 times.
Oh,
3 times.
Oh, what a week.
No. So this might be a record-breaking week for us here, Reginald.
No.
But I do want to start with the celebrity shot. I was listening to you guys' fantastic conversation with Bruce Bochy, as happens every week here on the KNC Masterpiece, and he's just like one of us.
A good glazed donut's like crack for me.
Yeah.
He's a man of donuts.
And now you have to go and get you haven't even purchased cronuts before.
I've never purchased a cronut. I've brought it up for 4th of July. I was at my in-laws. I brought up the cronut.
Oh,
Nobody heard of a cronut.
These are like crack to you, too, because you brought them up on the 4th of July.
I thought it was a good conversation piece, and I'm telling you, even though supposedly it was created in the late 70s and they've been around forever, I think 95% of the population have no clue what a cronut is, and they need to know.
Now you're evangelizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let's go with Reggie. You said this earlier today, actually.
Oh, God. They got a certain thickness to them. Oh, no, I stand by that. I'm always looking for the thickness.
Who are you talking about?
I know what I was talking about, funny enough. I'm interested if you know what I was talking about in that instance.
Thickness.
That's right.
We've talked all the sports that I care about.
And some of them that you don't.
Yeah.
True.
I don't know. I cannot remember who it was.
That wasn't a who. It was more a what. It was about these cards that you opened up.
Oh, yeah. The
Speaking
top
of
tier one, thanks to R.J. Dukes and McKinney for dropping these off. Because I opened it up. I didn't say anything because we were having a Nick Eatman conversation.
Yeah, what was the second pack looking like?
It was a Jeff McNeil autograph card. It was a from Dallas Jesuit numbered to 25 Jordan Lawler rookie card.
Nice.
That was really cool. And then we have an Aaron Judge numbered to 149 jersey card. And the last one was a Indy Rodriguez rookie card. I'm going to be honest. I don't know too much about Indy Rodriguez.
I was going to say Hoomst.
The catcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, or a catcher.
Shout out to that man.
So there you go, Pirates.
I'm actually planning on stopping out
working out at all there.
Oh, shout out to our guy DJ Pridemore, apparently listening as he rolls around in the Metroplex. He texted me saying, my Tolo T-shirt says, always looking for the thickness. Okay, let's get those printed up.
Okay.
Post-haste.
Yeah, sales, let's get on that. I'm thinking about stopping out there tomorrow, Mike. I might bump into you.
Sweet.
I'm trying to get back into the card game because during the pandemic, I really got into it. And then, things kind of picked back up again and kind of fell off. I need to get back into the game. But, Mike, you did say this earlier this week.
So slick fingers versus the stickiest fingers you can get. And to see the difference in speed or rotation. Talking about that stickum. Talking about the spider tack. But I just want guys to be able to, getting to talk to the pitchers, they have to watch how much rosin and dirt they put on their fingers now, which is just crazy that not too much rosin.
Yeah, because that feels like you should be able to just go crazy with rosin, right?
The hitters do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just shows what they like. Oh, no, your bat's too sticky. You have too good of a grip on the bat. Yeah. They know that that's necessary, but they're like, we need offense to pick up. And so they're just like, make it a little bit tougher on the pitchers.
Which is crazy because offense, even this year, is a little bit down, all things considered.
I know. Maybe they need to go back to the juiced ball.
Yeah, let's do it. I also want to just focus on the fact that not only did you say slick versus sticky fingers, you went the stickiest that you could find. Which
I do want to. I do want to have a person who starts off with nothing. Let's just say, best Paul Skeens. Take Paul Skeens and let him throw 5 or 10 pitches with nothing, like just like how our fingers are right now, and then add just rosin and a little bit of sweat.
The stickiest
and then
things you can
add
find.
a little bit of pine tar. Then add the spider tack, and I want to see what happens, like what the pitch difference is and the breaks and all the stuff that we can judge by the stickiest of fingers.
By the way, before we move on at Medford, I am using my tablet to take notes on which candidates we have.
Mhm.
Mike, would you like to judge my handwriting?
It says, I'll say Bochy, but and then it says, well, I would say it says Cronot.
That's right. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being terrible, 10 being good.
6, I can read it.
Oh, that's crazy. There's no way that's a 6.
It
Anyways,
looks like sliced fingers, but I get it. Sticky fingers.
Anyways, back to you.
You know how sticky it get or whatever Drake said. But
all right,
Reggie, you know one of your favorite traditions is to pick on people that can't defend themselves because they're
Yeah,
not here.
But
So-
I never thought that would come back on me.
Well, I mean, you're here to defend yourself. Corey Majors is not.
Man, that's big. That's impressive.
You know what? He always has been one that was impressed by size, you know?
And now he's a COVID guy.
That's right. That's right.
Allegedly. Respectfully.
Yeah, he might
didn't
be
get
on the
his
golf
shots.
course. You never know.
He wasn't listening to Travis Kelce, I guess.
Oh, yeah? I don't know. Does he like Travis Kelce?
I think he loves him because
Okay.
he's such a huge Taylor Swift.
Yeah, he's a
fan.
Swiftie.
That is
He has
true.
to.
So
That's true.
why? How did he get COVID then? I'm just trying to put 1 and 2 together, or 2 and 2 together, I guess.
How did you think to say this, Reginald?
So
That's a weird thing that you needed to put in there.
I just saw that.
No,
in the-
not for you. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
for the show. Like, why did you have to do it that way in particular?
I have no defense. I don't. Honestly, I didn't even hear it. I didn't hear it until Kevin was like, "Yeah, you need to go and mark that." And I was like, "Mark what?" And no, that's actually I don't think even Kevin said. I think it was the text line that was like, "Yeah, Reggie, you got to mark that." And yeah, I guess I did because that was crazy. that was crazy. My bad, y'all. But yeah, he did need to try to not put it in that way.
Was it as crazy as this?
How many balls did guys get on average last year?
It's the emphasis that he put. Can you one more time, please?
How many balls did guys get on average last year?
Why'd you say it that strong?
I don't know. I was looking for the right word, and I hit it.
I wish you could see the waveform for this, Reggie. You can see exactly where he says balls. That's great.
Gosh. All right. Okay.
Another one from Mike Bassick.
They're not framing. I don't want to say framing, but
Like a
they're
ketchup.
not grabbing the meat, the raw meat, and making their own patty.
Right.
Wow, Kevin agreed very much.
Yeah, they're pre-made. That's why the thickness, going
Right.
to the thickness
That's
of a
right.
burger,
Of course.
you're not going to have different variations at like a fast food place because they're already pre-made.
Mike, how much has this show made you just think about the things that you say when you say them?
Yeah, I think about it, but I don't care enough to change. Does that make sense? I'm
I
like, look,
respect
I know
that.
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about baseball, or I'm talking about the thickness of a hamburger. But if you want to take it in another way, then you can. It's fine. It makes it fun.
Okay.
I
All right.
like it.
Any other fun that we can have here?
Yeah, this is the last one. I think there's only one way you could take this.
That over there? Yeah, that looks like something.
Yeah, she's hot.
I
Wow.
stand by that.
What were you guys talking
I say that
about?
all the time. Mermaids and walruses.
Oh, yeah, not walruses, manatees.
Manatees, damn it. That's right.
Yeah,
Oh,
nobody
same
would ever
difference.
think a walrus looks like a woman.
But they think, like, apparently sailors back in the day were so bad out at sea.
I didn't even know that till you said that.
That
the
they were
other
like,
day.
yo, I think that's a woman with a fishtail.
Okay.
Weirdos out there, man. I'm guessing it's vote time now?
It is vote time.
I am a very big child, and so I am very much going to vote for the funny way that Mike said the word balls.
Balls did guys get on average last year? I'm voting for that too. Before you said that, I was like, I don't know why I said it that way, but I was talking probably about like, I don't know, the pitch count situation that the Rangers are in. Like,
It was
how many
about the home run derby. I remember
Oh,
this.
home run derby. That's right, because now you only get 40 balls in the first round.
That's right, only 40.
27 in the final round. I think
Yes.
that's right.
You know what? I'm going to make it a clean sweep. It's
Yeah.
Mike and his. I shouldn't say that.
How many balls did guys get on average last year? I was guessing like 60.
Mm-hmm. Just an appropriate number.
Why not
of
69?
balls. That's right. All right. Okay.
That's it. We did
That
our
is
show.
nice, though.
Time to go home.
We did. Well, one more thing that we have to do. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. Coming up next, it's time to chit chat with the G-Bag Nation. Next on the Fan.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is a partial nosebleed seats takeover.
On 105 through the Fan, we've been broadcasting live from the Dallas Card Show all day long. Myself, Reginald Datula, and of course, Mike Bassick hanging out with you. And although our show is about to be done, of course, the Dallas Card Show rolls on all the way through Sunday afternoon. I mean, folks like Gino Petralli and David Holtz here today, Bob Lilly, Ian Kinsler, Kevin Mensch, Rocket Ismail will be here, and then, of course,
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes will be here.
Senior.
That's right. Got to add that part as well. And then tomorrow, after their duties at the game, Dane Dunning, Leody Taveras, Josh Spores, Travis Jankowski should all be here at the Marriott just off 75 in Allen, 777
Waters Creek
Boulevard in Allen. So definitely come out, see what's happening with the festivities at the Dallas Card Show. But right now we turn our attention it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Fellas, how is you today?
Man, we are absolutely fantastic. How the hell are you doing, Reginald? Are you doing okay? Are your sense and your nose is doing all right over there? How's your nose?
Doing all right, man. I'm making it. We're doing pretty well. How many glizzies each did you have to celebrate our nation's birthday?
I was very tame yesterday. I just had one glizzy for America. I made sure to get one in. I feel like you have to.
Yeah.
It's your patriotic duty.
Do your part.
So I did that. You know, I did not go and do a contest like we did several years back where I punished the 9.5.
We'll get redemption at some point.
I just got one in, boys.
Well, I'm proud of you for that. I was, let's see, can I include today in that? Because there's a leftover situation that I'm obviously going to take advantage of. So I think I'm total at about 7, and then about 4, make it 5 if you include today the beef patties.
Okay,
so,
all right.
5 burgers, 7 dogs. That's a pretty standard.
Pretty damn stout.
Yeah, solid. Not my best effort, but
yeah, I didn't have any. I didn't have any hot
you
dogs.
didn't have one?
Not one. I lost money gambling though. If that, that's
okay.
what I did. I mean, so if you want to count, like,
did you go up to WinStar?
I went to WinStar. Yeah,
you might start a new 4th of July trend.
I'll tell you what, man. America's finest is at WinStar.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not that far of a drive, by the way.
Do they have fireworks out there?
No, I didn't see.
No,
WinStar's not that far.
Not that far. If you're talking about doing gambling things,
yeah.
I'm down. I'm talking about it.
You got to avoid the smoky areas, though. You got to know.
Was
where
it
to gamble.
smelly there? Or is
Borderline
that
impossible.
Not so much.
It was smelly and smoky at both. Yeah, a little bit of both.
I only just realized, Zach, I'm guessing you asked me that question because I was seen smoking a cigar yesterday. Is that why?
Yes, it was an awesome picture, dude. You look badass, and
Wait,
I was a little
this?
bit jealous that I didn't get. I should have gotten a stogie. Honestly,
You put
in
this on
honor
the
of
gram,
you,
Reg?
I might
put it on
stop and
Instagram.
buy a cigar.
I might tweet it. I might tweet it out just now that
Wow.
this has gone to the general public. I don't know why I view Instagram as if it's some level of private. It's not. But yeah, I'll put that on Twitter so you can see what ended up being like a really tough photo. I did not anticipate it being that cool.
Wow, dude.
Let's see what we got.
That's got to be. I'm thinking maybe if that's not an album cover, that's at least an actual profile pic.
Jeez, it's very much. That looks like LeBron James doing some work there with that cigar.
Yes,
huh?
LeBron and Jalen.
Yeah,
It's really hard to not look cool smoking a cigar.
yeah.
Dude, you did, but no.
Until
Brian's
you talk
also,
to people, and then they're like, "Oh, you've been smoking cigars again." Right?
Yeah, it does. It does have a lingering pungent smell. But Brian's also pointed out when it comes to these card shows,
Yeah.
maybe not the best sense.
No.
That's fair. I honestly didn't even consider that. Mike, have you noticed? Did you notice like kind of a faint cigar, like kind of smoky smell?
No, he's
Sweaty.
just talking about a whole bunch of guys being in one room.
Yeah.
I mean,
But we're not.
It's
in
almost
that.
like the card show might as well be a submarine.
No, man,
We're
it's
outside of that
fantastic
room.
here.
Oh
I mean,
no,
but we've been in
this
the room.
Card
It's-
show's
it's
great.
nice here.
Yeah. But some
I
submarine
feel like
vibes.
you're falsely putting stereotypes on these fine folks.
No, I'm just saying, man. My experience. You know, I went out there.
Well, I can't invalidate your experience.
Yeah,
What
it's
if
his
Broadus, you bought a table and put different deodorants?
Good God.
It ends up being a big sell.
I have a feeling that people
He
would
wouldn't make $1.
I think people would walk right by.
Yeah, they would not.
I think they'd walk
happy
right
about
by
the
and just say, you know what? Hey, we're not interested
Are
in
these
your
signed by
yeah,
anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like that insinuation.
Are you trying to
don't
say that Mickey Mantle used this deodorant or something like that?
Oh, what deodorant was Mickey Mantle rocking in
something
the 50s
with arsenic,
and 60s?
probably?
Was it
Come
Old
on,
Spice?
there's no way
was
that this.
it,
Yeah, it
was
probably
it Old
was Old
Spice?
Spice, honestly.
I don't know, man.
I'm
That's
on
a
this
good,
right now.
Let
me see.
I wish
Yeah, doing the work.
I think I could maybe figure this out, but I don't know right off the top of my head.
I wonder how many deodorant brands there were in the 50s.
There's probably I bet there was
more than 5.
Like
Yeah, I
right
think there
guard.
were.
I think
I
right
go over,
guard was
actually.
probably a player, right? That was
Old Spice?
Old Spice is a player.
I think Gillette's right guard.
Yeah.
Seems
okay.
like it might have been the
Okay.
first.
Somebody figured it out. Like, hey, you kind of stink. Put this on.
But they didn't really figure it out because, I mean, have you guys, like, if I'm using like a normal, just run-of-the-mill deodorant, I will get a red, itchy under armpit situation of a lifetime. Just a disaster. I have to have there's some type of like aluminum or something that's in there that literally my entire armpit, if I go like 3 or 4 days using normal deodorant, I will have like a red, itchy, kind of just awful armpit situation.
I can't
So
say
you're
that.
allergic to deodorant.
Yeah,
huh?
I have that. I mean,
It's just the regular ones.
Sometimes some itchiness, but no like reaction.
I'll tell you, the other day though, I was sitting here in the station and I like, man, what is that smell? And it was me, and I went, my gosh,
That's the worst feeling.
So I had to go reevaluate my deodorant.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
did.
your body will adjust to some of those scents, and you have
Yeah,
to pivot.
I literally was doing it, like I turned to look at Dawson or something like back a couple weeks ago.
Smelt your
and I went, gosh, dang, what am I doing here?
Hey, will you take a whiff of this?
Yeah.
Did we get on the trade wire and get a new deodorant in the house?
Yeah, I actually researched like the top ones is what I did. And I found out that Secret works the best.
Oh,
Do you guys like the white, like soapy looking one, or do you like the slick, like blue, sort of jellier
The
one,
soap-
or do you like the spray?
I used to use the gel,
Yeah. I
and,
don't
then,
trust the
and, then,
spray.
and then all of a sudden became Stinkville.
Yeah.
And then now I went to the like the white chocolate.
Yeah, I go with like the
kind of
white stick, but it's got to be antiperspirant. I don't know why they sell anything but antiperspirant.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we go,
pro
gentlemen.
sweating.
Hard left turn, but I need to get this in because you guys are culinary experts in some way. This is audio from Tracy McGrady, NBA legend of sorts, and this is what he orders at McDonald's.
About to put you on a meal at McDonald's that's gonna freaking change your life. I promise you.
Welcome back. Can you use your mobile app today?
Yes, let me get the McGrady, please.
I'm sorry, which one?
Huh? The McGrady. Been eating this since a child. So first, yes, tartar sauce on there. And you take one of these barbecue sauces. You gotta go. Hit the corners, baby. Hit the corners. Hit the corners. See that? Hit the corners now. Working in so you get all of the fish covered. I know what it tastes like, but please, guys.
There you go.
So barbecue sauce and tartar sauce on his fish fillet?
Yes. And
Yeah,
it's the McGrady meal that he's trying to sell, but it's really just, can I get a side of barbecue with the fish fillet sandwich?
I like ketchup and tartar sauce together.
It might be
Like a
good.
remoulade.
I'm not knocking it till I try it, but
Yeah.
it is funny. It's literally just I'm adding barbecue sauce to the fish sandwich. That's it.
I know. I thought he was about to revolutionize the sport. Of,
didn't he?
Of fast food. I don't know. I've never seen. It is the first I've seen it where someone's putting barbecue sauce on top of their tartar sauce, which is laid over a McDonald's fish fillet. And I use the term fish extremely loosely here. So I don't know. Would I try it? Sure, but come on. I thought he was going to be. I thought he was doing like a fish fillet McGangbang situation or something. Where he was taking like a total
surf and
like
turf deal.
Yeah, like what are we doing?
Let's
we got
add
a
some
McDouble.
tomato
We got
and lettuce or pickles
Here's
or
a
something
chicken
funny.
tender that's in the middle of it or something. But
And on that, I will be sending you guys into your show. What are we looking forward to, gentlemen?
Pure gold as always, Reg. Thank you so much for asking. We will indeed have Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer, coming up in the Expressway at 5:20 for some What You Drinking and What You Thinking.
Have a wonderful show, my boys.
Thank you.
See you,
There
fellas.
you go. Look, man, Dallas Card Show keeps rocking all the way till Sunday. But for Mike, I'm Reginald Danatula for Alec Medford. It's been the KNC Masterpiece. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Until then, y'all be masterpieced. They got a certain thickness to them.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fans KNC Masterpiece. Always.
true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, we've got one new member who's decided he's joining the Home Run Derby, and it is somebody from Philadelphia. We've got a lot of people that are not wanting to participate in this, but Alec Boehm has just said he will participate in the 2024 Home Run Derby.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was RJ Choppy saying, I'm going to step up here locally. I'm going to get over to the yard, and he's a wiffle ball monster. We know that about him. He's got an absolute dynamite bat. And so I thought maybe you were about to break the news that Gaylord Choppy himself was going to get there in the box.
And look, that's still open. We've only got 2 spots filled. Alec Boehm and, of course, Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles. Juan Soto said, sorry, not going to participate this year. How you feeling? Where's your Rangers hopium right now? Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and you. The Tolos, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. The General Gavin Dawson back on Monday as he's having a phenomenal family vacation. Hopefully everybody had a very, very good July 4th. Sounds like you tore it up there with the food scene, the hot dogs, the burgers. We went out, did the pool deal with some friends. It was an outstanding afternoon. Eliza was hanging out in the pool. She was loving it.
First Independence Day.
It was awesome, man. It really, really was. We got to dress her up in the red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
She was festive, and I think
killer.
she enjoyed it.
I heard
she was showing off her patriotism.
Heard she dominated the Glizzies. She's her father's child.
She's well on her way.
How did
I think she's more of a Brock girl, though.
Was she? Hey, kudos. Was she up late enough for the fireworks? Did she see any? And did she get scared? Because it wasn't until my kids were probably 2 years old that they were no longer scared of the sound and everything that involves the fireworks.
You know, it was one of those where I was considering should we go check some out, but as soon as we got home from the day party, the good old Darty, I realized I can't do it like I used to, man. I was like ready to just go straight to bed.
I hear you.
So I don't think I even made it for the fireworks. So she certainly did not either.
What time do fireworks normally start?
Well, I would say once the sun goes down.
So it's after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's about 9:15 when they really start getting cranked up. After the show on Wednesday, we did the Roanoke one, and that was a grind. I mean, trying to park, trying to figure it out. You're doing a lot of walking. You got the kids. They don't want to walk. You're carrying them. Kind of a disaster. Still was a good time, though. I'll tell you what. Confession. I've always been kind of like, hey, fireworks, you've seen them once. You've seen it.
Yeah, you used to
poo-poo
on the fireworks.
Hey, shout out to Brooks Eye Associates. Now with these basic eyeballs, see in 2015, it was a completely different experience.
I love them. I've always, and like once a year, it's a blast. It's a lot of fun. Especially if you're able to kind of schedule it to some music and you got the music playing and it's timed right with the fireworks. It ends up being a hell of an event.
I'm with Chief on this one. Did it one year we went out to FC Dallas.
FC Dallas is a great job.
Heck of a show.
Okay, but we didn't go to the stadium. We went to a parking lot.
Yeah, just
like up the road,
Yeah.
up the road a little
Yeah.
bit. Nah.
You didn't like it?
No, I like the fireworks show.
Uh-huh.
I don't like the fact that there's like 1,000 other people thinking the same thing I am. Oh,
yes.
Just go up the road and you can hang out, you can park. And so, yeah, there's the part about getting settled and parking and all that.
The traffic afterwards, too, is a nightmare. Like Kaboom Town, it sounds fun. I'd like to do it, but I don't know that I ever will again.
I just don't think it's when you know what? I've kind of gotten pretty good over the years of adjusting and knowing when the last bit of fireworks is going up.
So you can beat it?
Yeah. But that's and then here's Wolchuk looking right at me. Of course you're going to leave early. Of course you're going to leave the fireworks early.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to leave the finale's the best part.
Yeah. But you could also
come on.
Right when Corey
what else
Seager
is new, damn
is
it?
about to win a huge game for you, you're going to leave.
That thing's going to haunt me forever.
You know what?
Well, it doesn't haunt you.
No,
haunts
it
him.
haunts me.
He's the decision maker here. You
Look,
were collateral damage.
What was the Rangers' record?
We feel bad for you.
Seriously,
they hadn't won a game.
No. The Rangers had not. They were like
in that situation. They had not won.
0-62.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the Rangers right now. I think are 3-38 in games they're not leading after the 7th inning.
Well, I mean, I was feeling great the last time we were on the air to start the show. You know, you end up getting 7-0 game 1 against the Padres, start July. I'm like, okay, here we go. I get home Wednesday night and I'm watching with my brother-in-law. Rangers are up 4-2. I'm like, oh, we are so back. Yeah. Next thing you know, they lose the game 6-4. Yesterday, they lose 3-1. Scherzer pitched pretty darn well. Wyatt Langford continues to be an absolute star. He is a bright spot. But the longer this thing goes, it's like, man, I know Evan Grant had an article that came out that was a little depressing last week. Like the likelihood, the stats tell you the defending champions run is over. They're not going to be able to do it. Statistically, there's no team ever that's been able to overcome where they are right now, a losing record this deep into the season, and be able to end up making a run at the World Series. But I'm just thinking, man, at some point this thing's got to turn around. But as Chris Young said with us, the time is now, and it just doesn't seem like as much hope and positivity as I'm trying to throw out there. It's like, no, there's always something.
Does it matter if you're sellers?
No, I don't think so. Because
are you going to get anything back? I mean, maybe you will. Maybe you will.
Like a Kirby Yates, maybe a Max Scherzer, and these are all guys on 1-year deals too.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're in a situation where you get something back, but I'm not thinking you're going to get if it's Kirby Yates or something like that that's actually done pretty well this year. Maybe you get a little bit more for that. But I just, if you're a seller, I just kind of feel like you're not going to get value back. Am I wrong about this, guys?
It's hard, because it's probably going to be a prospect, and we've seen it's so hard to know. Like, will that prospect?
I think it's harder in baseball
something?
to know when you trade for somebody whether they're going to be any good or not.
I think it absolutely is.
I think there's other sports where you could trade for a guy and you're kind of like, man, this guy's going to help us in the future. And then now you're kind of like with baseball, I'm like,
well, how about the Rangers trading Cole Reagans last year?
Yeah,
I think we were at the time we were all like, we get it. Cole Reagans had his chance, and then now he's one of the better pitchers in all Major League Baseball.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's what I would, man. You brought up a great one right there but he wasn't doing very well here. I mean, that's
the change of scenery. I think was the best thing for him.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It is.
Clase.
Yeah, Manuel Clase for who was it? Corey Kluber.
Yeah.
And he did get suspended, but he's one of the best closers in all of baseball. It's so hard to assess.
But I'm talking about like prospects.
Yeah, the prospects, you never know. I mean, Luis Angel Acuna, who they ended up trading last year, the Mets, I don't think he's still come up and played yet.
Yeah.
So maybe he ends up being badass for them. Maybe he doesn't. You don't know. But this thing is you're sitting at 39-48, almost 10 games under 500. Michael Lorenzen on the bump tonight. These are becoming must wins. You cannot continue to lose. You've got to find a way to snap out of this. But hey, at least Wyatt Langford continues to be an absolute badass offensively and defensively.
Okay, as we get to the halfway point, maybe we'll do another show with that in mind. What was if you could put your finger on one thing that went wrong? Was it all the injuries?
I think the injuries played a factor into it,
or is it just a lack of hitting?
I think it's both right there. But
that we were pumping up.
I think the lack of hitting's been,
but that's like across Major League Baseball right now, which is really interesting. Like the offensive numbers are just down, but absolutely from the Rangers' perspective, their pitching has been there. They just have had no consistent offense whatsoever. Like Marcus Simeon's numbers are down, Nathaniel Lowe's numbers are down, Jonah Heim's numbers
Corey
are down.
Seager for what he's been,
right? Adolis Garcia, Josh Smith has stepped up,
right.
But you've just had no consistency 1 through 9, and that's really been a big problem.
I just was kind of sitting there. I just felt like that they were in some series where they just did not score enough runs. Where last year it seemed like all they did was score runs, and and then you had guys your bullpen and your starting pitching was kind of pieced together, and all of a sudden some guys showed up. I mean, you got some guys that pitched well, but it was kind of like, man, there's a lot of questions about this bullpen.
Yep,
a lot of questions about the starting pitching right now. And the hitting kind of maybe masked a little of that. Right now, man, I think you're getting good enough pitching.
You are.
The hitting has just been.
I mean, Scherzer, that was a winnable game yesterday.
If you say point the finger, I would say that it would be the hitting. The
I'm
lack of.
Well, yesterday I opened up the timeline and everyone's freaking out because there's a picture of Dak Prescott in a walking boot. And I know immediately my guy Brian Broaddus is going to be digging to find out what's going on. My initial thought was like, we just saw him a week or two ago at the tight ends camp with Jake Ferguson throwing, and he looked fine. So I was not overly concerned. I mean, anytime you see the starting quarterback in a walking boot, it's like, I'm not going to say that there was no concern. Maybe you can throw 5% out there, but you're 3 weeks away from your first practice in Oxnard. If he's got a walking boot there, then it would be an issue for me. But what did you find out, Brian Broaddus, our Cowboys source of record?
I asked. I mean, there were people that know. And listen, I'm doing my best to try and help everybody out there. Because when I saw it myself, when I saw it pop up, I went, okay, I got to find out what's going on here. And then you find out there's like, hey, listen, this, it's nothing serious, nothing going on, nothing you're going to need to worry about. And so you put that out there, and then everybody's like, oh, yeah, all this team does is BS you. You got lied to. You got lied to, Broaddus. And you're like, okay, I'd ask somebody here that I've known for 14 years that would know what's going on.
Pretty reliable source.
I would say this guy's pretty reliable.
And I'd say one that I don't think has lied to us.
I don't think
I think he'll tell us if it's good or bad.
Not at all. Not at all. He has told us when it's good and bad. And so, you get it out there, but nobody trusts this front office anymore. That's what I learned. And hey, good for you. If you feel like that this organization has let you down and that's how you're going the path about it, I felt it yesterday.
Well, especially when it comes to injuries, because it's not just the Cowboys. We see it with the Rangers all the time. I mean, all these teams are trying to
mask.
They want to have as much information comes out about those injuries as possible.
Exactly. They're trying to keep this thing
it's
as low
just hard
as possible and make it seem like it's not a big deal. So I think across the board, I think that goes for all teams. But what exactly did you learn though? What were you told?
Yeah, I was told that there's nothing to worry about.
Okay, so nothing to worry about.
No, that there was some soreness in the ankle, and that's how they were treating it. They were like,
but we didn't get like for sure it's an ankle sprain, because I think the morning news reported that it was a sprain potentially.
Well, and some people are like Ian Rappaport, Todd Archer, foot. Is it ankle? Is it foot? Maybe it's just maybe it's sort of semantics there, but. I don't know. It's definitely a little bit weird. When I first saw it, I'm thinking, okay, is this a picture from like 3 years ago?
Yeah, because we don't know when it was taken, and Cabo and the Cowboys have not seen eye to eye over the course of history here.
Right,
if you go back to the Romo before the Giants game. But our buddy Todd Archer did say, courtesy of ESPN today, that Dak is no longer in the walking boot. So
I was told,
he acknowledged he didn't know. It was unclear when that picture was taken.
Ankle soreness is what I was told.
Okay,
right.
That's what I was told.
Ankle soreness.
So, I mean, again, I'm just trying to help you folks out there. If you don't, I understand. You're mad at the organization. You don't want to believe anything they're saying, and it's the same organization that told you Leighton Vander Esch, nothing was wrong with him.
I mean, but think about like ankle soreness. Like that is weird. Like you're just waking up and having ankle soreness. You're having that in July.
Well,
so when you're running around in August in Oxnard, why would I expect something not to get sore again? If you're being sore in July,
I think this has to do, and I didn't dive into it completely with this guy, but I think it has something to do with his surgery that he had. I think this is something, the older you get, something he deals with.
Which I would believe 100%. And I think there's always going to be soreness, some type of soreness. When you're playing sports and you're constantly like wearing and tearing on those joints and those muscles and the bones, like, he's going to have to just be playing through that probably the rest of his career.
Yeah, I mean, there's a part of you that would feel better if you found out that every so often since he's had this injury, even when playing and starting over these last few years, he finds himself in a walking boot just because, or things flare up a little bit and he just needs to settle it down, whatever. That makes you feel better if this is the first we're discovering and this is something that's been going on since the injury, and we've clearly seen he's a more than capable quarterback since the injury, so this is fine. If this is a new thing and all of a sudden, for the first time since the injury, all of a sudden we're dealing with some soreness, or I don't know, then you'd probably be a little bit more concerned. But I think it is fair to have a lot of questions and a lot of what the heck is going on when you see your quarterback in a walking boot and everybody just wants to say it's sore. He woke up and his ankle was sore. Nobody wants to say how. Nobody wants to say why. No one wants to say, oh, this is always a thing. Maybe at the tight end camp he rolled his ankle that he was at a week ago.
Hey, and that could happen. You know, I mean, you step wrong and maybe you do roll your ankle. I mean, I guess if we were to go out to Oxnard and we're on the tennis courts and we still have an issue 3 weeks from now, then I'll perk up and be like, okay, we got a story here.
I'll buy everything you just said if we get out to Oxnard and he's walking around in a boot out there. Or he's not practicing.
I guess right now I'm not going to overreact to it yet.
No, yeah. If in 3 weeks' time we get to Oxnard and he's missing practices because of his ankle, then I'll buy everything you just said. That's me.
All right, shall we sports hodgepodge it?
Yeah, let's do that thing. And we have another sports take that probably needs to be critiqued next year in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
But I didn't realize they did, and call me crazy. Did you know they did the Nathan's Lemonade Chug too?
No, I had no idea until I saw Badlands Booker. 21 seconds. And then we had the one guy that was projectile vomiting.
That was hilarious, dude. Those clips of that dude.
Yeah.
That dude with
the crowd, bro. The crowd was giving them
like,
the, oh!
Some of them, like, they want to be in the spray zone for that. Like, they're there to try and get puked on. It's weird,
that is
right?
the weirdest.
I don't want to be there for that.
That has to be weirder than mosh pit guy.
I don't know, man.
To be
like, I want to get
spray zone
beaten up,
puke guy,
or I want to get puked on.
I don't want to get puked on.
No, I mean, because you're a rational, normal, common sense wielding human being.
Or that Rage of Machine cover band with the old lady, she gave him a whiz. Remember that?
Oh, that's
you remember
right.
that?
Yes.
Yeah. Top of the line right there, bro.
Holy crap.
That's fan love right there, bro.
That is just, I mean, it's absolutely foul. The idea that someone would say, I want to spend my July 4th getting puked on by a dude with a blonde mohawk. And you're right, the sound of the crowd watching him, and then he pukes everywhere. Oh, but a gallon chug of lemonade in 20 seconds or whatever.
God, the amount of sugar in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, the box scores are always incredible after something like this. When you look at how the box score of consumption.
Oh, yeah.
Are you about to bring that? Are you going to have that? Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah,
oh, hell yes.
The nutrition facts on that.
The Friday game will be, you guys are going to have to identify if this is true or false on eating. The eating, the number of, or the poundage of.
I mean, it's like lifetime's worth of sodium consumption.
How many toes does Kobayashi have left?
Yeah.
Eric.
There's
true or false?
He's got all 10. There's no way he's got all 10. I believe he's got no toes left before he's got all 10.
Goodness gracious.
So that and Joey Jaws, by the way, raising over $100,000 for military families in the process.
That's
yesterday.
awesome.
So he had
he continued.
He had 50-something hot dogs in 5 minutes.
Yeah, dude, 57.
I mean, he might have been on pace if he had it done the Nathans this year to break his own record.
Yeah, I wonder when it really starts to become super challenging for him in the midst of it. You
Yeah,
know,
I
because
think-
he's obviously breezing through. I
Yeah.
mean, 57 dogs in 5 minutes. This dude is like, it's not even getting to
Do
a
they,
point where he's
do they
struggling.
have with the military guy finished or gal finished second? Was there
Ooh,
like
now that's a good
8?
question. I do know that they had like 19,000 viewers on the YouTube
Yeah.
watching him, like watching him live or whatever.
The soldiers ate a combined 49.
Okay, so it's combined.
Yeah.
All right.
So no one even stood a chance, which is to be.
I wonder how many soldiers
expected.
they had.
That's crazy.
Was it like a group of
Probably 5 dudes.
5 dudes?
I would guess 5.
So they could have added more, and it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Just wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, they would have needed like 10 dudes to probably stand a chance versus Joey. And he was probably just having a good time too, like not even taking this super seriously like he would the real competition.
So it was 4 Army soldiers.
4
at Fort Bliss, yeah.
They could have added. They could have doubled that. Probably.
Yeah, they needed it. They needed 6 at minimum.
Yeah.
My gosh.
The
That's
thing,
incredible.
The thing about it is, though, it's funny. I was doing a podcast, and guy I was with said he would like to see the Nathan's hot dog deal where they introduce the guy, and then he takes his time. He breaks out like ketchup packets, and
he's just eating them like one at a time, like pure enjoyment.
Yeah, he just like just puts the
Just
ketchup.
urinating on the establishment.
Just
that is
like,
the Nathan's
they
hot dog
introduce the
franchise.
guy, and he comes out, and he's like waving and all that, and then he just breaks out the ketchup packets and puts it on.
Puts
real
like
slow.
a bib.
Yeah,
Know,
just
gets
real
himself
slow.
like all
He's
fine
eating
dining.
it with a fork and knife.
Yeah, it's great. I do got to give love to Swaggy Booties though on the Twitch. Made a great point about Dak and the walking boot. He was like, well, if he's hurt, get that $60 million a year, $80 million a year ready. If he wants that contract, that's kind of a good way to go about it.
He's going down the path.
Swaggy.
He's going down the path of like being hurt and getting the extension kind of a thing.
That is great, Swaggy.
Yeah,
Nice
okay.
call, dude.
Good call.
Because the track record here for the Cowboys is if you get hurt and the more catastrophic the injury, the better, you will get the fatty boom bah. That's what happened to Dak. That happened to Jalen Smith. That happened to Michael Gallup. That happened to Terrence Steele.
Diggs last year.
Just get hurt. Yeah. Well,
he got hurt
I guess
afterwards.
He got hurt
just after he got paid.
But in their minds, that made them feel even better about the contract they just gave him after seeing him go down that way. Congratulations to Angel Reese. Not a full-fledged congratulations yet because I don't think this has been solidified 100%, but like the most obvious endorsement deal ever. Angel Reese and Reese's Pieces.
Oh, dude.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups
Yeah.
coming
Hell
together.
yes.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing
Good
that
for her.
her and Hershey's are in talks, and that's just, I mean, how have we not already done that? That should have been an NIL deal when she was in college.
Should've.
That should just be carrying over to the WNBA. But that will be fantastic. Reese's Pieces are wonderful. That's the 1 seed for movie theater eating in my mind. Throw that into the popcorn, and now you're just really dominating the situation.
That's delicious.
And Horizon, dude, isn't that the next movie on the list that we all need to go see? Is Horizon, the Kevin Costner Western?
Yeah, I don't know anyone that's gone to see it yet. If you
Did he? Is it up? Did it have a good weekend? Because I heard the first weekend it took some L's.
Oh, did it
I
really?
think it finished like 5th at the box office.
See, I've been around to see Kevin Costner, and he is not really good at those passion projects. Waterworld, he dumped a whole lot of money into Waterworld, and he got crushed.
He got crushed.
This one right here, he stepped away from a fantastic series to as a passion project, and it looks like he's getting crushed. He even mortgaged a house to finance this right here, bro.
Oh, dang, dude.
Yeah.
He's going to punt on Yellowstone to make a crappy movie. That's going to be disappointing.
Yeah.
Into the Pimp Cup we go for a Friday edition.
That you have to see this movie twice, right? There was
Yeah,
one
there's part
release.
1, and then part 2 releases in like 3 weeks or something
Ouch.
like
So
that.
if part 1 ain't running, part 2 is going to look crazy in the box office.
Bad.
Oh, my God. Kevin Costner, I see what you did with Waterworld, bro.
That was a terrible movie.
What are you, man?
Yeah, I pulled in $11 million. It finished 3rd this weekend.
Okay, it's climbing back up a little bit there.
Okay. It's inching closer and closer, but still,
But
that's not
I mean,
good.
in comparison, Bad Boys Ride or Die in what? It's been out a month. Was it 10 million?
See, boy. Is that karma for what he did to what's old boy's wife?
Cal Ripken's?
Cal Ripken. Is that
the same?
karma?
Wait, did he do it to Cal? Oh, yeah, he did, allegedly.
One of those guys that look like him.
Yeah.
It's this doppelganger, basically. He slid up on old boy's wife. Had that man just unfocused out there on the field.
How long has that Eddie Murphy movie been out for? Axel.
It came out on the 3rd yesterday.
Oh, it came out yesterday?
Yeah, it came out yesterday. It came out on the 3rd. Well,
I saw it on TV.
Day before yesterday.
So it's already out. Like it's in the theater.
It went to Netflix first. It was a Netflix movie.
Okay, that's
Beverly
why I
Hills
saw it.
Cop.
Yeah, they brought back all the old dudes.
Yeah,
Paul Reisner and Judge Reinhold. They brought them all back.
You fired up?
I saw it.
Oh, you watched it?
I actually watched it last night.
I thought about watching it too. Was it good?
I watched it last night. It's pretty good.
It's the same kind of angle.
It's nostalgic.
His daughter's a badass.
Yeah. What you mean, the real daughter that's
No,
in the movie?
the fake daughter. Yeah,
his real daughter's the one that arrested him when he first got arrested.
Okay.
That's his real life daughter.
Okay, the two cops then. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
yes. The girl that played his daughter, she's in a movie called Lola. That's a great movie. Lola's a good movie if you're into that type of vibes.
Yeah.
All right, 3 texts that came in. I'm sorry, Lucius, about Horizon. None of them said it was good.
Damn, Kevin Costner.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
Punting on Yellowstone for 3 hours of
Hear
nonsense.
that, bro? I hate to hear that for you, man. Should have streamed it. All right, our Baltimore old head that says he will not move into the senior living facility because he has too much sauce is our winner of the G-Bag of the day so far. I do not know how many days it is because the schedule's been changed.
I think it's just one.
Okay, so this is day 2 right here?
Yeah.
All right, well, shout out to all the Tolos that have a little seasoning, got some experience. They've been around the block a few times. Is this you?
In the senior building, everybody got to be together. That. I'm not wearing no khakis. I'm be the only motherfucker in there, young G, with the young on and trying to turn them around. You know what I'm saying? You want to be young, you got to do what you got to do. Right. But I ain't trying to be old. Do what you got to do. Be old as you feel. Right. I don't need no bag and a pill. You understand? When I get mine before you get yours, shame on you. Right. That's all I got to say. You got something nice to drive, you keep it nice just like a woman. You can get in my truck, you got to take your goddamn shoes off. You understand what I'm saying? Shoes. I'm a player. Going out as a player.
You got to do what you got to do
Going
with
out
the
as
shoes.
a player. Yeah.
Going out as a player. I ain't wearing no damn khakis.
Yeah. Hey, got my mojo working, baby. Let's see here. Shout out to the holiday weekend because yesterday felt just like a Saturday, not a 4th of July. It just felt like a Saturday.
Sure did.
It sure did. Let's go to my Broadus. Broadus, come on up to the front of the congregation. We got a clip for you here, sir. Broadus gets fired up about grilled cheese hot dogs. Real fired up about grilled cheese hot dogs he's seen online.
I spent like 14 minutes watching this guy.
Grilled cheese hot dogs?
Grilled cheese hot. The guy was, and this is what's psycho about it. He was doing it on a flat top.
Yeah, that's the same one.
He put the cheese on top, so he kind of packed it a little bit onto the hot dog in the bun, and then he put the cheese face down.
Oh, to crisp it a little bit?
Yeah, that's the grilled cheese, dumbass.
Shots fired.
That was a little harsh.
Wow.
That was a little harsh.
Dude. An easy right. He just has to sit down and do right.
That was a little harsh.
Nah, man, that's good, yo.
Good. I've thought about it plenty.
It's the grilled cheese, dumb A.
Yeah.
Just fun.
Yeah, call it out, man. Let's see. Let's go to another one right here. Hey! Texas Rangers first baseman and Gilly the Kid's white doppelganger, Nathaniel Lowe.
Dude, I can't unsee that now that you said that.
Looks just like him.
He does.
Looks just like him.
Wow.
$1 million worth of game host.
Yep.
Gilly the Kid looks just like our first baseman. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he does.
He nails Eric's troll question. Now, y'all, did this happen before? Because I've never seen it since I've
Sean
been here.
McFarland got it. The
Rangers beat writer.
Okay.
Did get it like kind of before the season started a little bit.
I must have been on vacation when it happened because I've never been sitting here and somebody nailed it.
But the players, I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is the first teammate player to actually just nail this thing. It was awesome. I have a 3-second clip of your podcast partner, Jared Sandler, giving some analysis about one of your teammates, okay? I want you to guess which teammate Jared is talking about here. Is that cool with you?
All right, let me have the clip. You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive. Is he talking about Wyatt?
Yes! Wow.
Nathaniel
No hesitation, man. He nailed
No
that.
hezzy. No hezzy. That's a guy who
Come
knows his
on.
teammates.
Yes.
Nice work, dude.
Come on. Come on. His laugh made that,
I
too.
do love that laugh.
It's like he was like prepared. Like you did a great job of explaining. Like
because I screwed up. You screwed up a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and so
like,
now you took it upon yourself to come up with a really good.
I need to make sure that doesn't happen again.
You were really detailed on that explanation.
Explain this to you like you're 5 years old here.
Yeah.
This is the game we're playing.
Dumbass.
I do love how we've all learned just once Lucius fires off the clip, it's just a layout. And just see how these guys take that in.
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
Okay, some fan checks on here is upset about that. I'm gonna get mine. You got to get yours, Vibe, from the old school.
That was my favorite line in the whole thing. It was hilarious.
Somebody's mad about that. Oh. I feel you, dog. My man is mad. He is jealous of her little old rabbit. What is that noise in there? Is that get that rabbit out of here? I said. He doesn't like that.
Yeah.
He feels that is competition. You guys ever heard of the streamer named Neon?
Yes.
Okay.
Neon. Oh, he's like is he like nerdy dude that?
Yeah. And he'll wear like a nice button down shirt, and then he's wearing like basketball shorts.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
And he's a troll.
He is very much a troll. He tried to troll Nate Diaz at the fight presser.
Oh,
and
no.
we all know Nate Diaz is not the one to play with, bro. He's not.
When you do get knocked out, are you going to retire?
Who said that? So I know who you are.
Yeah. Or
That
if,
little bitch boy, you fucking little
if you do. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to be watching. I'm excited to see both sides, but
I'm gonna kick you in your fucking leg, man. He said when you get knocked out. Hey, P.S. You.
I have a lot of respect for everyone, man. It's just I want to see a great fight.
You.
Jeez.
When you get knocked out, right? It's little kids like this little bitch talking in this motherfucker that is like changing the times. Need your little ass whooped. I got little girls over here that'll you up.
He's not lying.
He sounds punch drunk.
Be careful. He's got ears up here.
Well, and they tried to go after Neon afterwards.
Yeah, I've seen that.
He had to run.
My man was running and apologizing at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
On live stream.
Running a
he was
4-6.
bad.
I'm sorry.
And I saw a video of him like sitting in his car afterwards, like, I can't even go to the fight now, dude. Why did I do that?
He's hating himself.
Oh, yeah. Trying to run them numbers up, bro.
Dude, it's not worth it always, man.
Cloud chasing.
All right, let's vote on this bad boy.
These
One-time
are
champ.
all good, man.
Is it the Baltimore Boomer? Is it Broadus?
That way, $1 million worth of game with Larry June dropped. It was dope. Yes, I love Larry June. Appreciate it, fam.
Broadus and the grilled cheese dumbass dogs. Is it our guy Nasty Nate Lowe knowing his guys, or is it Neon
Dumbass
versus Nate Diaz? This one's tough, man.
You sit down and shut up and eat.
It's the grilled cheese dumbass.
Oh, man. I'm going to go with Nate, but this is a tough one for me. Lucius, what say you?
Ooh, let's see here. I'm going to go with Nathaniel Lowe. Nathaniel?
All right.
Nathaniel.
2-0, Wolchuk.
I'll vote Broadus.
All right, 2-1, Broadus.
Nate Lowe.
Nasty Nate Lowe, friend of the program.
Stop
and
messing
now
around.
Cheapbag Nate
Dumbass.
All right, we have a Krusty's Corner on a Friday. This has been set with high expectations.
There's a lot of expectations. Let's see if my guys can play a little true and false. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is a partial nosebleed seats takeover. Eric Chiafalo sits in with us. He'll join us for best and worst of the weekend, and we will recap Rangers and Rays. It's a Monday on the Fan.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $6.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Together, let's drive.
Choppy, our 2024 Firehouse Tour rolls on.
That's right, Sean. My manhood will be tested again by our local firefighters.
We're going to be in Glen Heights, 1938 Southampton Road on Friday, July 12th.
Enjoy free food from Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Plus, we're giving away Sean and RJ stainless steel drink coolers while they last.
Thanks to Palmer's, as well as Firehouse Heating and Air and Chill Boys. Friday, July 12th. We'll see you in Glen Heights with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We got the NFL news of the day coming up on the other side. Cam Newton's been speaking. We'll get some audio from Cam. And then we got Biggest L, Biggest Dub coming up under an hour from now as we party on a G-Bag Nation Friday. But right now it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Dumbass, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Wooly Boy. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this. Appreciate you guys as well. All right. Man, I've given you guys a lot of grief about this hot dog eating contest thing.
You were.
Yeah, because you were excited to see the greatest.
You wanted to take Patrick Mahomes out of the NFL.
Yeah. Yep.
The greatest American
Just
eater.
watch everybody else play.
I wanted to watch a game of Andy Dalton and
yeah, you did.
Yeah, dude. Andy Dalton versus Geno Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted a 16-12 game, didn't I?
Yeah. You wanted to watch a bunch of field goals and turnovers on downs.
I apologize to you guys for that. By the
It's
way.
okay. It's all right.
All right.
We did get a puking lemonade guy.
Yeah, puking lemonade.
Hey, wait till you hear the sideline report, if you will, after this dude wins. It's the greatest interview you've ever heard.
Oh, Badlands Booker?
Yes.
Let's go.
All right. I did some research. We all know there's like a professional eating league, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they travel all over the country and having these different eating contests. And I didn't know how many there were. There are a ton. There are a ton of these
Well done.
Just anything you can think
It's like
of.
once a week we got a major league eating contest.
Yeah,
going on.
A ton? You said there are a ton?
There's a ton. There's a ton of eating. Ton of eating contests.
The athletes themselves.
And so I came up with a true or false game for you guys.
Sweet.
I'm excited, dude.
Speaking of sweet, all right, I'm going to read you off something. It's an actual event, and I need you guys to tell me if is it true what this person's consumed, or is it false what this person's consumed?
Okay.
Got that? We good?
Yeah.
Speaking of sweet, I'll start with you there, Wooly.
Okay.
The National Sweet Corn Eating Championship took place in West Palm Beach, Florida. Our girl Mickey Sudo won the event with 56 ears of corn in 12 minutes.
Ears?
Ears of corn.
So are these going to be like the full cob?
Full cob.
We're eating 56 cobs.
56 cobs
Wow.
in 12 minutes.
Wow.
Did in fact Nikki do that? Is that true or false?
I'm going to say true. I believe that she did. I mean, just seeing what she did at the hot dog eating contest, she can put them down.
How about you there, Chieftain? 56 ears of corn. Nikki, 12 minutes.
Man, the technique on this would be interesting. I've never seen one of these, like trying to. You just,
I'll say this.
You wind it.
If it's false, it's because you're underselling the number. She might have been able to do more.
You never know what I'm trying to do.
But I'll
yeah,
go
that's
true on
true.
this.
He's trying to ball stack us at every turn.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go false, just for the funsies of it.
Lucius, Mickey Sudo. She won an event, National Sweet Corn Eating Championships. She consumed 56 ears of corn in 12 minutes. True or false?
False, because I've never heard of sweet corn on the cob.
Damn it.
That's your final answer?
Yes.
Actually, that's true.
Damn!
Nikki consumed 56 ears of corn in 12 minutes.
Wow.
I thought sweet corn was the after process.
Oh, me. All right, here we go. I'm off to a good start, I think, here. In the 2024 inaugural Eating Uranus Fudge Galactic Championship.
Wait, what did you say?
There was a specific word in there.
It was Uranus.
Is this a solar system bit?
Yep.
You're eating
Uranus. The 2024 inaugural Eating Uranus Fudge Galactic Championship took place in St. Robert, Missouri.
Fudge Intergalactic Fudge Championships.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff happening with this one, man.
We should have done a live remote show for that.
All right. This guy named James Webb. James Webb won the event by consuming 13.5 pounds of fudge in 8 minutes. Is that true or false?
Oh, my God.
I'll go to you, Lucius.
Oh, my God.
True.
Chieftain.
13.5 pounds?
13.5 pounds of fudge in 8 minutes. James
Wow,
Webb
he is backed up.
at the inaugural Eating Uranus Fudge Galactic Championships.
This whole thing sounds like a bit. You have made this up in its entirety.
I just love listening to him say it, though.
Yeah. One more time. What is this called?
It's called the inaugural Eating Uranus Fudge Galactic Championship.
See, it's the inaugural because he's making this up. It's the first of its kind because this is a Brian Broaddus concoction. This is as false a statement as I've ever heard.
601, I pass by this Uranus Fudge place all the time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
817, I've been to Uranus Chocolate Factory.
I'm looking up Uranus Fudge.
I'm just wondering the 13.5 pounds. That's a ridiculous amount of fudge. I'm just going to go with true, and it's against my better judgment, but I'm going to stick with true.
Look at this. They have a great neon lit sign. Sideshow Museum, Fudge, Uranus Factory.
That is crazy.
Did everybody get their answers in?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I'm
Lucius,
farting
you're in?
on this.
Yeah, I believe true.
True?
Yeah.
Is everybody true or
No,
false?
I'm
Eric's
false on
false.
it. I think you're ball sacking us.
James Webb won the event. 13 pounds, 5 ounces.
Dude,
So he did it.
He did it.
13.5 pounds?
13.5 pounds.
So much
What?
fudge.
In 8 minutes. That's true.
That's bigger. That's almost twice the size of like a newborn baby, dude.
Yeah.
Like that
still weighs more than Eliza does right now at 4 months old.
Okay.
Yeah.
He ate, wow, bro.
13.5.
13.5 pounds of anything is insane.
That's nuts.
Wooly.
Yeah.
The world famous St. Elmo's Shrimp Cocktail Eating Championships.
I love shrimp cocktails.
This was at the Big Ten tailgate town. We did this. It's in Indianapolis, Indiana.
It's like the only thing they're known for.
Jeff Esper.
Yeah.
He ate 16 pounds of shrimp in 8 minutes. Jeff Esper at the world famous St. Elmo's Shrimp Cocktail Eating Championship.
Okay, question about this. Are they peeling their own tails, do you know?
They're-
Or are these just
I
ready
think they're ready to munch.
Ready to munch. Okay.
16 pounds, 8 minutes.
I'll true that. That seems easier than 13 and a half pounds of fudge.
And I know Esper's a real guy. He's competed in Nathan's, so I think I'm going to go true on that too. I'm going to stick with the trues.
I feel like shrimp's one of those things that like
You can easily
just
put that
never
down.
get full on.
Just mow down on
It's like chips.
Lucius?
False.
Lucius is the only one saying false here, is he? Lucius is wrong.
Oh,
16 pounds of shrimp.
Yeah.
That's a lot of shrimp, bro.
Jeff Esper.
Got iodine poisoning.
Jeff Esper ate 16 pounds, and you've never been to the combine, right?
No.
Okay,
It's a
that's
bucket list
St.
item. Maybe
St.
next year we
Elmo's
can-
has some big old.
They're
shrimps.
known for it.
Yeah,
dude.
they're known
and their
for
cocktail sauce has a little kick to it, right?
Yeah, Jeff Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, almost died eating it one time. We forgot to tell him how much horseradish it had in it. He literally fell out of his chair. Like
Oh
that,
my
like
goodness, it's
his
that
face.
bad.
The horseradish hit him. His face went completely flush, and we're like, "Oh my god, we just killed the owner of the Eagles."
Look like Will Smith on Hitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, when his eyes like clearing up.
Yeah, it's like the bad guy from Dumb and Dumber, and he falls over, and they put a bunch of those peppers in his sandwich or whatever.
Gosh.
Okay, the last one here.
My Elsa.
Last one here.
Yeah.
I'll go back to you, Chief.
Yep.
The World Slopper Eating Championships was held in Pueblo, Colorado.
Well, that's crazy. That is wild.
The World Slopper?
Eating competition.
Yeah, the World Slopper Eating
That is
Competition.
wild.
Slopper spelled Slopper.
Thank you.
Slopper.
That is wild, bro.
Would you like to know what a slopper is?
Yeah, please. I'm going to guess it's a fish.
Sounds like a spring break Miami competition.
It's actually a burger.
Okay.
Served open face with green chili sauce and fries on top of it.
Okay.
I gotta look at this, man.
Like a really
Slopper burger.
Slopper. It's known in Pueblo, Colorado for this. All right, our guy James Webb's back in action here.
Damn, James, you're crushing.
James Webb had 28 of these in 8 minutes. Burger with the green chili sauce and the fries. He ate 28 of these in 8 minutes.
It was a slobber knocker.
Slobber knocker. Is that true or false, Chief? Did he eat 28 in 8 minutes?
I'm gonna go false on that. I mean, I'm trying to find. There's some inconsistencies in the Google images of what this looks like, but I'm getting the idea of it.
Yeah.
And he had 8 minutes.
He ate 8 minutes. He ate 28 of these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna go false on that.
Wooly?
This is going to be a tough one because I don't know that you can do this by hand necessarily. But I'm going to just rock with true because so far it's been all correct.
How about you there, Lucius?
Fart.
Good answer, Lucius.
James Webb. Actually, it is false. He had 32 of them in 8 minutes.
Oh my gosh, you had 32?
It was even better.
That's still crazy.
What?
I should only get half credit for that false because I thought it was still the under.
Oh my gosh.
Just punishing sloppers.
32 sloppers in 8 minutes.
That is unbelievable.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank
for your
you.
time.
That
Appreciate
was
it.
very educational, and I can't wait for more of that. Thank you very much. Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40-ish right here in the nation. All right, let's do some NFL news of the day. The
Sloppers,
best
man.
dual threat quarterback of all time. Would you take Dak over these quarterbacks? And a headline you don't see every day. That's next on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on one.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
C Sports Station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, and we are 2 months away from the first game of the NFL season. The reigning Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs taking on the reigning MVP, Lamar Jackson, and the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, we can smell the footballs. We'll be in Oxnard in less than 3 weeks, man. This is going to be a blast as football is right around the corner. About to get into some NFL news of the day. We'll go around the rim. Coming up on the other side, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and you. Shout out to Gavin Dawson. Back on Monday as he is enjoying vacation with the family. I do have to say a very happy birthday to Zero, former producer for us on the Nosebleed Seats. Love you, Zero. Happy birthday, my friend. I know he's having a great day. Talked to him earlier, and you're looking at me like maybe we got some Zero sound.
Well, at 5 o'clock, we will revisit one
There's
Zero moment, and it coincides perfectly with today's football's finest. So I look.
So
forward
5
to
o'clock.
That. 5 o'clock.
Okay,
5 o'clock.
perfect.
Be there.
Oh, I think I know what this is, and I don't want to spoil it, so I'm going to keep that to myself. But that's hilarious. You don't want to miss that. Also, want to give a big thank you to Tolo Kim, who wrote every one of us here at this station a very heartfelt letter. We love you. We love all of our listeners. Thank you so much for making us a part of your day. And if you want, we are going to be out on Monday at Moxie's in downtown Dallas, the G-Bag Nation, a live show from Moxie's. And we've got special Stella glasses that are G-Bag Nation written on them. Etched on there. Yeah. They look really, really badass. Now, we're only going to have a certain amount, so it's while supplies last. Right. But make sure you come on out there, get your hands on some of these glasses, thanks to Stella Artois and Moxie's as part of Restaurant Week. That's going to be a lot of fun. We'll do the full show out there Monday.
We'd love to hand you a glass for listening to the show all the time.
We would. We want true Tolos or true turn it on, leave it on listeners. Come on out and party with us. All right, Cam Newton, been in the news. He came and made some points about Dak a couple months ago, called him a bus driver right on his podcast, and that kind of went viral. But Cam went back and forth talking about quarterbacks that he would take Dak Prescott over, or would he take this quarterback over Dak Prescott? Let's hear Dak on his Cam on his 4th and 1 show. Do we agree? Would he take Dak over these quarterbacks? Here's Cam.
Do you see or think of yourself as the greatest dual threat to ever play the game?
No, Lamar Jackson.
What? Why so? Why Lamar?
My bad, bro. That's
No,
the
no,
wrong,
you're
that's
good.
the wrong Cam. No. I'm about to play.
Because I'm going to play that one as well.
Okay.
So either way, it didn't matter. But let's hear this
say
one, and then we'll
Cam.
go back to that one because I do want to hear that what again because that's hilarious.
Okay.
I would prefer Dak Prescott over Kirk Cousins. I would not prefer Dak Prescott over Patrick Mahomes. I would prefer, Deshaun. I prefer Deshaun over Dak. Kyler Murray, I prefer Dak over Kyler Murray. Jalen Hurts, I prefer Dak over Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson,
We're going
Lamar. Justin Herbert, Dak.
I'm going with Dak,
Jared Goff, I'm going with Jared Goff. Joe Burrow, I'm taking Joe Burrow. Trevor Lawrence, I'm taking Dak.
Dak, yeah.
I think he really nailed this. Besides two, Deshaun Watson has not been good for the last. I mean, since his suspension.
That's the one. I thought he was going to go down a bad path.
Yeah.
there, and he kind of rallied.
I don't think you can take Deshaun Watson over really any of those quarterbacks.
Hey, run for your life.
and hey, I don't know if you saw the most recent pic of him with his supermodel girlfriend. That was after he had the hand on the booty cheeks. I mean, I don't know if he's still doing the massages or what, and that's how he roped her in there. But Deshaun's been
Is this
bad.
still the same girlfriend he's had for a while?
I don't know. That's a good question. I didn't even know that he had a girlfriend, to be honest with you. But
She posts a lot.
I think there was a soft launch here from Deshaun, but I don't know. I don't know that I could take many quarterbacks, Deshaun over really many quarterbacks right now. He has not played well.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think he would probably be. I think if we were doing a quarterback draft, he would probably be my Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah,
I thought it was interesting he took golf.
So and that one was the other one.
Let's rattle off these names. It's Deshaun Watson.
It was Watts. It was
Goff.
It says
it's
he'd take
Hurts.
Mahomes, Watson,
Burrow,
Jackson, and Golf is what I got.
And I agree with all. Goff, I think the numbers with Jared Goff under pressure are pretty damning.
Yeah.
And if you compare
Cold
that,
weather, too, not good for him as well.
And if you compare that with Dak's numbers, under pressure, Dak's are far better.
Yeah.
Now, you can make the case Jared Goff has played in a Super Bowl and has gotten a team to an NFC Championship game. He's had more postseason.
Actually, a couple of them, yeah.
He's had more postseason success. If that's one you want to go with, because really that's the knock on Dak now. Like, we know Dak is a winning quarterback. He's very, very good. He was MVP runner-up. But for whatever reason, him and the entire team seem to just fall apart in the postseason. And that's been a reoccurring theme for the last 30 years for the Cowboys, and Dak has now followed into that script. But I don't know. I mean, if you're just going head-to-head, I'd probably lean Dak over Goff. I mean, you could say Goff lost in that game at AT&T Stadium. He was so inaccurate in that game. He missed some wide-open receivers that probably would have had them winning that football game, and it wouldn't have come down to the declaring eligible for the offensive lineman.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think that would the Lions have still made the conference title game if they swapped out Dak and Goff?
I would
past
lean
season?
yes.
I would lean yes as well. Would the Rams that year had still gone to the Super Bowl with Dak instead of Goff? I think there's a fair chance of that. I mean, Goff clearly, Dak's never been in a situation like Goff was with the Rams or like Goff just was with Detroit, just like legit from top down, your play caller and your players are outstanding. So he's the one quarterback who's had like some postseason success that I would still probably take Dak over.
Yeah. The rest of them, I agree. Like, I'm taking Burrow, I'm taking Mahomes, and in fairness, I'm taking Lamar Jackson because I think Lamar is just creating so much more havoc for a defense to have to prepare for because of his rushing ability.
Yeah.
And I think their postseason success is pretty comparable.
Yeah.
I think both have won 2 playoff games.
Would there have been a time where you've taken Murray over Dak?
Yeah, I think
a time.
Only based on the hope of what he could be.
Yeah.
Never anything that he's actually really done in the NFL.
Yeah,
but
I think
Kyler coming out.
Like that 8-week sample size where they went 8-0 and Kyler Murray was taking over the NFL, and then they completely fell apart. But for those 2 months, I think we were all looking like, holy crap, I think Kyler Murray is about to become the face of the league.
See, I don't think you could say that I don't think.
No, now I'm taking
it's Dak over Kyler.
Yeah, well, we know about Kyler Murray now as far as the work ethic and things like that.
And I was told by a Cardinals player that played with Kyler, just everything that we've heard about Kyler is true.
The one that's kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit is Herbert.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to talk about because that's the one that I think is probably more interesting. I think, Walchuk, you'd go Dak over Herbert?
I'm going Dak over Herbert. I think Herbert has also just not done anything in the way. Like, if you're talking about who throws the football better, I'll go with Herbert. But Dak has done considerable more winning than Justin Herbert has done. Herbert really hasn't won a damn thing.
Where are you, Broadus?
I'll tell you what, there was a time that I would have taken Herbert all day. I don't think I'm there anymore. I think there's some things there's when you watch ability and all that, I think Herbert clearly early in his career, I worry about him right now. Like, he's going through coordinators. They're going now. Maybe the skill players haven't been the absolute best for him, but man, I think I would take Dak. I'm going to take Dak over him right now.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you extrapolate it, like, do you imagine Justin Herbert over the next, like, what he's played? He's been in the league for like 4 years.
So you're saying if in Dak's first 4 years or Justin Herbert's first 4 years? Is that what you're saying?
And Dak's were probably better, but I would say now the sample size is large enough on Dak to kind of come to your conclusion. And with Herbert, I think there's still enough hope. And now, I mean, he's been with the Chargers. The Chargers are like they're known. They're a laughingstock with how they just lose games, and they like. Even with Phillip Rivers, they're always down 4, and they got to go the length of the field with no timeout.
Yeah.
Their coaching disaster.
No doubt. We still acknowledge Rivers is a good quarterback, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And Herbert's still just hasn't reached that level yet.
See, I would disagree. I mean, I understand that we're talking about Herbert hasn't done anything in the postseason other than surrender a huge
even
halftime
getting
lead
teams to the
to
postseason.
Trevor Lawrence. I get that, but when you're in the division with Pat Mahomes and you've got whoever the hell his coach just was for the last few years, whose name Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a laughingstock coach. And this is still Justin Herbert, who I think is kind of scratching the surface to some extent.
Would you not say Jason Garrett was? I mean, that's who Dak had the first 4 years, right?
No, absolutely.
And Dak won a playoff game. Herbert hasn't.
I understand that. I definitely understand that. I just think now that you have Herbert with a legit coach and a legit situation here, I mean, he was trying to do it with Kellen Moore the same way Dak was. For me, it's just I think that there's still some level of hope of what could be.
Yeah.
And that's why I was down to pay Dak his first contract. It's like there's still more time to figure this out. I'm not just going to bail on him after 4 or 5 years. Same thing with Trevor Lawrence. I get you haven't seen a ton from him yet, but you're the Jaguars going, hey, is there still some hope that he can get something going? The difference with Dak now is, hey, we've seen for the better part of a decade.
No, you're right.
We know what we're going to get. For me, it's just there's still questions that are left to be answered for a guy like Herbert or a guy like Trevor Lawrence. And for Dak, to me, it's like they've been answered. We know what this is now.
It's funny but they both played for the same offensive coordinator, though, right?
Right.
With Kellen Moore, that whole thing.
And Dak had more success.
A lot more success, but maybe he had to overcome some of the things with Kellen Moore, and Herbert wasn't able to overcome.
In the 2-on-4, Herbert hasn't won a damn thing. He in the postseason. I mean, his team blew one of the biggest leads in the history of the playoffs in the NFL to Jacksonville.
Right.
Dak's won 2 playoff games. I get it. Dak has not won a Super Bowl, but he's done more winning than Justin Herbert has done, which is why I would just lean Dak for right now.
Yeah, but
Herbert.
you're just assuming that Herbert won't win 2 playoff games over the next 5 years to match Dak on the timeline. Like Dak's won 2 playoff games. Yes, he's had 8 years to try.
I think your argument is really good on the number of years, though. He's 4 or 5 years now. I think that's a good argument. With Dak, he's this is going to be ninth season.
And Dak can't do anything about that. But if you're taking first 4 or 5 years, Dak versus Herbert, Dak was more successful.
Right.
But yes, with Harbaugh, I do believe Herbert's going to have a chance at much more success. And we'll see if he does. I hope to his case he does, because he's been kind of anointed as one of these like next up and coming guys and has fallen very, very
I would
short.
rather have Herbert than Lawrence in Jacksonville.
Okay, yeah, like that's a super
they're pretty
interesting
close
one because they're right there on the
Yeah,
same
they are.
timeline,
Yeah,
and
they are.
I think I'd probably go Herbert over Lawrence as well.
Yeah, that's I'd have to think about that, but that's a good question. Now, who's the best dual threat quarterback of all time? This was a question asked to Cam Newton.
Do you see or think of yourself as the greatest dual threat to ever play the game?
No, Lamar Jackson.
What? Why so? Why Lamar?
Well, Lamar's style is a little different than mine. He got big play, any play.
Yeah.
Yes, he got speed that I never had, and he's just electric. And then, like, I play the game more powerful.
You're gonna run through you. They might run around you.
Yeah, I can run, but I'm going to probably get caught. Vic, Lamar, they ain't getting caught.
Yeah, but to me, I still think like the goal line and short yardage threat that was Cam Newton. He's the greatest goal line short yardage back and probably in the history of the sport, certainly for the quarterback position, but you could probably argue as a running back too. Like just runner of the football in a short yardage situation, Cam Newton is scoring the touchdown, he's getting the first down. To me, that's super valuable. Yes, it may not be as highlight reel 70-yard scampers to the end zone, but even Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick aren't doing that every single game.
Yeah, I think Lamar. It's Lamar or Vick for me. Like I grew up with Michael Vick, and so I've always just leaned like Michael Vick's the best dual threat quarterback of all time.
I think the thing with Michael Vick, he didn't throw the ball well enough. Where he got you was his ability to make people miss. To play in space that way. Greatest dual threat quarterback I've ever seen is Roger Staubach. His ability to run, and when you start to talk about the throws that he was making, and they didn't pass the ball a ton, a lot of running in that day, but his ability to elude rushers, scramble, find open guys down the field and stuff like that. His numbers aren't great throwing the ball. Michael Vick's numbers aren't great throwing the football either. Lamar Jackson's gotten better at throwing the ball. Kyler Murray, I bring him up again. How many times have we been scared of Kyler Murray running around? How about Russell Wilson early in his career? You start to talk about the ability to run around and move and stuff. But when I think about dual threat quarterbacks that have had great success in NFL history, Roger Staubach is my number one guy by far.
I thought you might go Randall Cunningham in that conversation as well.
Randall Cunningham, yeah, they won games and stuff, but I'm talking like the championships, Super Bowl.
No, that's a great
point
because I don't think a lot of people.
Fran Tarkenton, I know you guys never got to see Fran Tarkenton play when he was with the Vikings and the Giants and stuff like that. He was another one of those guys that has huge yards running and throwing the football. So I mean, his list, Lamar Jackson's fine, but I kind of feel like that to me, when you start to talk about championships, winning seasons, winning divisions, all those things, Roger Staubach was that guy for me.
Roger with almost 2,300 career rushing yards in the regular season and 20 career rushing touchdowns.
Wow.
So, that is pretty dang good.
Yeah. That is. That absolutely is. All right, let's get into some rim talk, shall we?
Yeah, let's go around the rim, man, featuring the Don versus the Freak, Team USA, and Psycho Coach Alert next here in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Out of Granbury, Texas, we've got Blood and Honey at 7% ABV and Blood and Honey Light coming in at 4.5% ABV. It's time to choose your side. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
The Rangers welcome the Tampa Bay Rays to town to begin a 3-game series tonight in Arlington. Hi, everyone. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of this evening's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
About to take you on a trip around the rim, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on a Friday. We'll get you biggest L, biggest dub coming up here in about 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. And the Frankels are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Broadus has something to say.
No, did people mention Steve Young?
We got some texts about Steve Young.
Okay, I didn't
Dual
see
threat quarterbacks all time,
Yeah,
Steve Young.
I know. Okay, yeah, we'll circle back on another
And
day.
then we got text about Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes.
There you go.
And, I mean, look, Mahomes has definitely gotten it done in big moments with his legs. But he really doesn't run a ton.
Yeah.
That's
a very
Josh
good,
Allen certainly as
that's
well
a good
in that
discussion.
conversation.
I just want, I had a friend text me Steve Young, and I'm thinking,
absolutely.
he's not wrong about that. All right.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to you got to try and figure out what's the barometer to qualify as a dual threat guy.
Right.
You know, because Mahomes, he's absolutely mobile and he will steal first downs on you, but you obviously don't look at him like you look at Cam or Michael Vick or
like
whatever.
Lamar
So,
Jackson and Michael Vick were,
yeah.
they're setting history with 1,000-yard rushing seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you'd have to put a real barometer on what that would be. I'm trying to see here the rushing yards for Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes in his career has rushed for just under 2,000 yards. So, yeah, I mean, he's somewhere around 300
a year,
300 or 400 yards a year.
And Allen's got 3,611.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It's fair because now, with the way the sport's being played now, to some extent, every quarterback is some level of a dual threat, you know? But, yeah, that'll be, might have to kick that around a little bit more with some of these dudes. But I think Josh Allen is absolutely in that mix.
I think he certainly is,
My
too.
goodness,
I
'cause
agree.
He's got some of that Cam Newton.
Physical,
for a
yeah,
first
the
down.
physical side of it, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so unfortunately, if you feel the same way as I do, Luka and Slovenia actually won their game the other day.
Yeah.
They clinch a semifinal spot in the Olympic qualifying tournament in Greece. So Luka actually had a really nice game, and they beat New Zealand. He goes 36-11-10. They had to win by at least 10 points, and they win 104-78. So Luka's Olympic hopes are still alive, and now he goes to Greece to take on the Greek freak, Giannis.
Yeah,
and this
That's
is
a pretty cool matchup.
This is a winner-go-home situation. Yeah, I'm bummed that we've found ourselves here because I want Luka to just kind of get his body healthy and go on another Mavericks run. But I will definitely find a way to try and watch this tomorrow. I don't know what time of morning or night they play these
It's
things.
3 a.m. I have no idea.
So I won't watch it live if that's the case. But, I mean, Luka versus Giannis, both, fighting for their country, and you're in Greece, which is obviously the home of Giannis. So, I mean, dude, come on. This will be fun, even though weren't you hoping that Slovenia would have just lost yesterday? And so he's not playing anymore?
I was not going to be upset about it, but a triple-double, and he balled out. But it is kind of cool to get this Giannis versus Luka matchup. And I was also seeing LeBron's going to be starting for Team USA.
Okay, so
Paris.
This was surprising that this was even a report.
I just assume LeBron would be starting. When's LeBron ever come off the bench, right?
Why would LeBron? Yeah, you get the Joe Varden report from The Athletic, Team USA unlikely to bring LeBron off the bench during the Olympics. I'm of course. What are we talking about
probably
here?
The captain of the team? I don't know.
Now they're saying he's expected to start and play point forward and have Steph Curry play off the ball. So I guess a little bit, but that's kind of what LeBron's always done too. Maybe, I don't know about in the Olympics if he's always kind of been the guy running the show, so to speak, playing that point guard spot. But we all know what LeBron is. He is a point forward.
Yeah.
And he was the guy that really started the entire idea of that even being a plausible situation. So the quote here is, James coming off the bench probably won't happen. I spoke with 2 USA basketball sources. Both cast serious doubt on the idea. LeBron, the sources said, will likely play more point guard and kick Curry away from the ball. Maybe he's a little bit more catch and shoot style, whatever. But yeah, I'm okay, that's a no-brainer. LeBron's going to be starting Team USA in the Olympics. So now that is something I do love. I do love watching Team USA. And if Luka was playing for Team USA, would I be more interested in him playing? I don't know. I'm in my mind, I'm trying to figure out, would my Mavericks bias still override the Team USA bias in that scenario?
No. I think if you're hurt, I really don't want you playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think. If you what you know about Luka right now, you can honestly care less about the Olympics, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, you're you're
even if he was playing for Team USA, I'd be hey. The Mavericks are more important here.
Yeah, the Mavericks are far more important. So to me, yes, I'll sacrifice a chance to win the medal if I could get Luka healthy for the year. That would make me feel a lot better.
I'm with you 100%. The year was, there was a lot of questions surrounding what was going to happen with J.J. Redick's staff in Los Angeles. And
got a couple of veteran guys.
Well, there's a lot of swing and miss when it comes to some of the guys that he wanted that it just, for whatever reason, didn't work out.
Terry Stott's on this staff now? Terry Stott's?
The only ones that I saw were Nate McMillan.
And Terry Stott's, I believe.
It was Scott Brooks was the one that I saw.
Scott Brooks. Scott Brooks. Okay.
Who was the head coach for the Thunder when they had the early iterations of KD and Russ and those guys.
Didn't McMillan and Brooks, don't they have a beef?
McMillan's got beef with somebody. I
think it's Brooks. I think they went after each other in a game one time. Like, I think Scotty Brooks, hard foul, like it kind of benches emptied kind of a thing.
Yes, okay. Yes, I see Western Conference semifinals from 1993.
Yeah.
Sonics versus the Rockets, and it's Brooks guarding Nate McMillan, throwing elbows.
He hacks him, pretty good. And McMillan went after him.
And then Hakeem steps in and throws Sean Kemp to the floor. Wow, okay. Look at this. Now,
I think there's a little beef between these two guys.
Well, at least there was. This is
we
like.
still have Steve Kerr as the coach, right?
What do you mean?
For the U.S. men's team?
Yeah.
Oh, for the Olympics? Yeah. Yes.
I was just wondering. I forgot who, because it was like Coach K for the longest time. I was like, who the hell's the coach now? It is Steve Kerr. Okay.
Yeah, Scotty Brooks and Nate McMillan.
Maybe they start fighting each other on the sideline or something again.
Well, I would imagine they're both just completely over the situation.
They've just moved on.
Maybe they've just laughed about it. It's like 30 years ago.
That's wild.
But
still might be a beef.
People don't forget. That's true. Maybe have a little animosity
your pants
there.
Again.
Scottie Pippen was the original point forward. I'm getting called out from the 817. I mean, I'll take your word for it, 817. I will, because you're probably maybe
you saw Scotty.
Maybe you watched a little bit more of him.
I got the twilight of Scotty's career.
George Karl, though, continues to be hilarious. Former Nuggets coach, and he's just like an old. He's like. He's just tweeting and taking shots.
A lot, yeah.
He just takes shots at people.
So he's not working with it because he was on ESPN for a little bit, and I haven't seen him pop up anywhere.
No,
I don't know if he's podcasting.
The only time I see him pop up is when one of his tweets go viral for ripping somebody. Oftentimes it's Carmelo Anthony.
Him and Melo had a recent beef.
So there was a report a couple of days ago from Dave McMenamin who said Dwayne Casey has withdrawn his name from consideration for J.J. Redick's coaching staff. So George Karl quote tweets the report and just says, "Friends don't let friends become assistant coaches for these modern Lakers." So I'm sure there's plenty of old guard coaches that look at the J.J. Redick hire and think it's absolutely laughable. And I can understand why a lot of those guys that have done a lot of winning and put time in climbing the ranks of coaching, looking at that like, no, I'm not going to go be your assistant. But Nate McMillan and Scott Brooks are down. Also, one of the smaller moves that I don't think moves the needle for this team, but it is something that takes away from a competitor, free agent Kyle Anderson with the Timberwolves, the dude with the weirdest looking, slowest looking jump shot you've ever seen, the guy that the Mavericks were willing to leave open at every turn in their playoff versus the Timberwolves.
Yeah, he got paid.
He got paid 3 years, $27 million. He's going to Golden State. Golden State's also getting in a sign and trade Buddy Hield. So they're trying to recover from the situation of swinging and missing on Paul George, losing Klay Thompson. They bring in Buddy Hield. There's your three-point replacement, I guess, for Klay Thompson. And then you bring in Kyle Anderson. But just taking away a little something there for the Timberwolves, trying to just strip them of their parts a little bit. Nice one of their bench and role players there. He actually had a little bit more of an impact in that series versus the Mavs than I was anticipating, so he won't be there anymore, and I think that's probably pretty good news. Now, the other story I wanted to mention here was a story about Joe Mazzulla and the Boston Celtics. There is a report here where, one of the biggest keys to Mazzulla's success has just been his devotion to the sport, his passion, his ridiculous, hard work or whatever. So there's a little anecdote here, and I didn't even realize, but God Shamgod Jr., son of our guy, God Shamgod here with the Mavericks.
Wonder if he's got excellent handles.
I would imagine he does. his son was a part of Fairmont State's coaching staff, which is where Missoula was the head coach before going to Boston.
Oh, damn.
So God Shamgod Jr. knows Joe Missoula quite well, and then actually came to Boston with him to be one of his, on his support staff or whatever. So Boston Globe, Dan Shaughnessy, his new tidbit here as he interviewed Shamgod Jr. Missoula watched so much game film that Shamgod and the other assistants began to have concerns about his mental health. Oh. So they convinced him to sit down with them after long days of work and watch an hour of regular television.
What?
Never heard of this.
We just need to get you not watching basketball right now.
Somebody should have done this
You
for
need a mental break.
Like a million NFL coaches over the years that are sleeping on their desk as a pillow and waking up at ridiculous hours in the morning, putting in just crazy amounts of time in the film room and at the facilities. I'm sure Missoula is not the first one to be overly obsessive coach, but they were so concerned about him that they forced. I want to know what's the regular television that they chose. What's the show that they were like, hey, this is the one that you got to watch every day? Is this just like kind of a background noise show? Are you throwing on like King of Queens?
Cheers.
Are you throwing on an old school Cheers?
Yeah.
Or are you getting into the weeds on one of these like House of Dragons, Game of Thrones kinds of things? Like if you're concerned for somebody and you feel like they don't watch any television and they just need to relax a little bit, like what are you throwing on there for that hour?
I bet you they went with that guy that probably did documentaries. something like make him interested.
It wasn't like Hey Arnold or some cartoons or something.
Yeah, I mean, you would think it needs to be something like that. Like just, hey, completely.
Something fun.
Yeah. But we're gonna have to try and get to the bottom of what it is they're doing. Yeah, well, maybe it was. Maybe that's how he became so obsessed with that movie. He apparently watches that movie 4 times a week. That's ridiculous. All right, there's your Rim Sesh here on a Friday. Biggest L, biggest up, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the Nation.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is a partial nose.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
The 94th All-Star Game from Globe Life Field. Our fan All-Star coverage is proudly presented by Whataburger and Bogey Bros Golf. You know where to go for your World Champion and All-Star Week coverage. It's right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Boy, nothing gets the text quite riled up like a good old quarterback debate, huh? Let's do more of that on the other side with some C-Note. We'll talk some Dak over-unders, shall we? And some more Cowboys conversation. But right now, it's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? I'll tell you what, we got a big Monday dub coming up. G-Bag Nation live at Moxie's in Dallas.
Hell yes.
And we got some awesome chalices.
Chalices.
I've never heard that word before.
Etched chalices.
It's like super cool glasses.
Just the coolest glasses you've ever seen.
A chalice. Everyone wants to get their hands on a chalice.
And then they got a nice little etch in there.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett song.
Yeah, G-Bag Nation.
You weren't here for that run where all the rappers and everything had those chalices, those pimp cups?
Yeah.
See, but pimp cup, you know,
Okay.
but I guess that's the more classy, highfalutin way of
the
calling
kings
a
and
pimp
queens
cup
just
a pimp cup.
drink out of their chalice.
Yeah.
The chalices.
Well, I'm looking forward, man. Moxie's on Monday with the G-Bag Nation. Cannot wait to see some Tolos, give them some free chalices, and just fellowship and booze it up, dude. I mean, that's what the summer's
free
about.
chalices, yeah.
Etched. I love it. Etched chalice.
Etched.
Shout out to Stella
Stella.
for supplying that for us.
Still a good beer.
Yeah?
It is a delicious beer.
I do like
Had
Stella.
my first Stella in Israel, actually. Tasted a little better.
Bragging.
I was sipping
I
on,
am.
the
Flexing.
first time, a little Victoria yesterday. You guys have a little Victoria
No.
beer? And a
Canadian?
Habiki. My brother brought the Habiki whiskey.
What's your brother doing?
He was like, dude, this is the smoothest thing you've ever had. And I was like,
And it
unfortunately,
was?
I've been to Jerry's party in Oxnard, and
Yeah.
so this isn't the smoothest thing I've ever
You're
had.
hoping you get
but it's
invited
pretty
back,
close.
right?
It's pretty close. Yeah,
Although
but
we have
invited
switched
back.
over to that tequila.
That
That
1942.
Oh my gosh, that
Oh
stuff
my
is
goodness.
divine.
Yeah, you guys did partake in that a little bit.
We did.
A little bit.
We're hanging around.
Can we get a Mardi Gras Broadus appearance at the Jerry party this year? Is there any possibility that we could?
Okay.
Like a Mardi Gras Broadus, because you've been on your best behavior the last 2 years there.
Okay, twice, right?
Yeah.
Twice.
Year 3.
So, year 3 of us all going. Every time I've taken you guys to the party, but we haven't all gone home together.
No,
Yeah, because you like to get to bed at night.
You have
I
left
took
early.
Sean. I took Sean home. Sean was all liquored up one time. And then he's like, "Oh man, give me a ride back." I'm like, "Well, I got to wait for my guy." Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them.
I got to get up at 3:30 out here.
And I think that's when you guys rode back with Corey, maybe, or something like that.
It was me, Choppy,
and Corey.
Wolchuk, Corey.
Yeah.
I think that's when
So
Corey
I think
gifted you
I
that
always
sweater.
stayed maintained because I wanted to be able to give you guys a ride back. But you guys closed the thing down.
Yeah.
Every year you've closed this thing down, right?
Yeah, we don't leave until the lights turn out.
Yeah, until
And
they're
we're
like,
okay.
You never know when they're going to break
One
out
more?
the dessert on you. And
Yeah.
those desserts are low-key actually delicious.
It's incredible, man. It really is.
that table of goodness out there.
It is like everything about it is just awesome.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's a good time to have a good time. 574 biggest L was my car battery dying whenever I was getting ready to leave to do work on our new house. Knew it was coming, so I had a new battery out for delivery that morning. Only issue was my tools were at the house, so I didn't have a way to unhook the old and hook up the new. So he had to borrow a wrench from the neighbor, hook up the new battery. The next day, he blows the tire on El Dorado, and nobody was open yesterday to get new tires. So within the last 3 days, he's out $750 on the car, new battery, new tires, trying to renovate the house. Everything's ridiculous. Thank God for savings accounts. Thinking about you, 574. It's definitely big money problems right there.
That is.
214, biggest L. Tried to get my work done yesterday to get today off, but my boss gave me more work to do. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a bummer.
We do have.
That's why you got to tell the boss, hey, still super slammed. You know, I would grind it out today at home and then come up for air tomorrow on a Saturday.
We do have some good Tolos over there at Discount Tire.
Oh, I love Discount.
Preston, my guys over there, a Park over there.
Okay, yeah, I hit my discount.
Literally, I've been in there, and they have 105.3 the fan on, like making.
Those are some good people
Dude,
right there.
Those guys,
Hell
yeah,
yes.
Fantastic.
So if you're ever in that area, did I just get in trouble for doing that?
No,
I don't
think
But these
so.
people, they're great. Look up Preston over there. He's a really really good dude, and but they have our station on while you're sitting around waiting.
940, biggest L, getting a divorce. Biggest dub, getting rid of a cheating wife.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, dude, you got to rid yourself of stuff like that.
Yeah, sometimes you just come out a better man.
Yes.
4th and 8, get a punt.
Yeah,
Send
totally.
the punt team on.
Well, it sounds like
Punt
there was a turnover situation.
There
and
was
now
a turnover,
He's back on
yeah.
the sidelines
Yeah.
trying to regroup.
Yo, how
for
did
the
you
next
catch
series.
her, bro?
Yeah.
Put that on the fan text. How'd you catch her? Because they're so damn slick.
Good job.
They're
Thank you,
so
Lucius.
damn slick.
Yeah, let's
Are
advance
women
this story
better
a little
cheating
bit.
than men?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they brag about it too.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brag about being better liars than we are.
Yeah.
We're just good at it.
And they have this sixth
wow.
sense too on you. Like they can just you could feel like you're acting totally normal about everything, but they just they can sniff it out.
Do they not feel guilty at all? Do women not feel guilty about cheating?
That I can't tell.
I
you.
don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like they've got a heart, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think
they'll find a way to flip it back on you every time.
Every time.
That's for sure.
Or
they'll blame you.
Oh, it's
They'll
because
blame
you didn't hold me enough, or you didn't show me enough attention.
The
and he was
best
so
is when
nice.
you've got an idea and somehow it becomes their idea, which maybe is better because then it'll get executed. Because usually if you've got a good idea, it's like, oh, that's stupid. But then
Yeah.
they'll circle back and be like, actually, this sounds. Now once it's her idea, then it's right.
Yep. They have that way about them, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting the details on this.
Sound personal.
It's very.
I didn't really know what to do.
I felt
there.
therapeutic for Wolchuk.
Actually, guys, thank you for being there for me. I needed to just say that real
You
quick.
just want to send us the $150 an hour right now for that?
No, absolutely not. I don't have 150 to send you.
We did determine though, anytime money hits your bank account,
It's gone, and it happened again yesterday. Here you
flies
go. Here's
right
bills. Go ahead and pay them all.
It never seems like.
Honey wants to go to Florida. Here you go. Here's for the plane tickets.
Oh, no. At least you're doing a plane this time. I guess knowing
Dude,
you
it
guys.
sounds like
the
a
way y'all
freaking
travel,
nightmare.
it sounds like you guys are going to join the Mile High Club.
Yeah, that's true. But we're gonna have the
y'all's
baby
track
this time.
record for travel.
Yeah. Well, there's no cruise involved this time.
I know.
You guys are taking the baby to Florida?
Because you're spicing
Yeah, she
things
wants
up.
to take the baby to the beach. She wants to just get that one damn picture of the baby on the beach. And everything that I've heard about the travel aspect of this with the car seat and then the stroller, and it sounds like it. I'm very worried about how this is going to be executed.
Just check all that stuff when you get there.
Yeah, I think it's once we get to the gate is when it gets checked. I don't know. I'm just following directions, man.
All right, we got an update.
That baby is how many months old?
She will be close to.
update.
She'll be close to 6 when we go.
Oh wow.
We got the cheater wife update. You guys ready?
Okay, yes.
Go ahead. Go.
Quite simple. He found her texting the dude on Father's Day. I hope they don't have children. Because her Apple Watch kept going off while she was getting her nails done. So if there's no way they have kids together, because if on Father's Day she's getting her nails done while her side piece is texting her, that's
I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know. I think you're
nails
assuming
done on a Father's Day.
I think you're assuming. I think you're assuming something.
It's for you.
Yeah.
No, it ain't. Not in this scenario.
You know what?
It's for you.
It sounds
Are
like
you kidding me, dog?
Sound like my man might not be wearing the pants in that family there.
Oh, damn, brother.
Are you really going to kick this guy when he's down?
Come on, bro.
Well, he's divorced now.
Maybe he needs a little
he
tough
got a
love.
get out of jail free card.
Kicking that man's back in.
I'm just saying though, if
He's
it's,
a big winner.
If
He's
it's
getting a big
Father's
dub.
Day and he's got kids
Yeah.
and she's getting her nails done, you guys want to circle back and apologize to me?
Yeah.
He said they've got a son.
Bro, that's what I'm telling you, man. They will do they do whatever they want to do.
That's what I'm saying. I've been divorced twice.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running up them numbers.
Yeah. You're right.
They do whatever they want to do.
But he
They
said
have
he
a
had
great
a son.
excuse for doing it too.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry, bro, but you got to get out of jail free card.
You sure did.
Use
Yeah.
it.
Well-
Just say no, but make sure you take care of the kid. Just make sure that you guys, whatever you have to do, take care of that kid together.
Yeah.
You know, that's the most important thing.
Still got to wrap your arms around the dad duty aspect.
Yeah, don't be a slacker on that.
Is the other guy going to be stepdaddy now, or is he going to dip? I hope he dips.
I'll tell you.
God,
Yeah,
I hope he
Best.
dips.
That's the best.
Hope he dips.
Let me
Like,
ask
wait,
you
all of a
this.
sudden now I'm your main? No, thank you.
All right, listen. Okay, she maintains relationship. Do you
With the guy?
with the guy?
That's a blessing.
Okay,
She found something better. Hey, live your life.
okay. Son's involved. Is son staying with mom or son staying with you?
Court is going to make the son stay with mom if mom is
Okay, now
healthy
do
and
you
not on
want
drugs.
cheating dad or do you want cheating guy in like being around your son?
No, you don't want, but you can't help it.
I would
As long as the
fight-
mom
I
is
would
okay, there's nothing you can do about it,
I would
says the courts.
fight with every bit of fiber in my body not to let
I
that
would too.
I would not
too.
want
I'm sure
let one
that
of you.
son, depending on the age, like probably hates this dude anyway. Wouldn't you think? Like if that were me,
I wonder how young the kid is
I'd be like,
because
screw this guy.
yeah.
I don't know, man. He's probably got like season passes to the Rangers or something like that.
He buys his
Great
love.
guy, Dad. Give him a shot.
We just went to Six Flags, Daddy.
Sitting in the Lexus Club. All you can eat.
Oh crap! You're probably right.
Gosh, that does suck.
I just kind of feel like though that I wouldn't want some guy in,
Yes,
in
which-
the house.
Oh my
like,
gosh! 940 follow up. He said, "I'm assuming he's going to dip because he dipped on his wife and 3 kids."
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh my goodness!
Welcome proof.
The layers to this story. This is juicy.
It's always good, bro.
I saw a video the other day where this lady who she found out her husband was cheating on her with a lady who was also married, and so the husband and the wife that were both being cheated on just figured out that they were going on a date together. So they got a reservation at the same restaurant, and they
playing
like
games.
just wild situation.
They playing games. They might as well go ahead and crisscross that situation. They swingers now. We one big family.
Lean all the way.
Cookout's going to be amazing.
Hey, can we just play this sound here, Lucius? Because I want to play this dub. This is the Nathan's Lemonade Chug as the guy just breaks the record, a gallon of lemonade. Only God knows the amount of sugar he just consumed. He breaks a Guinness record yesterday while chugging this thing, and then listen to the sideline interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, Badlands Booker, a new world record. 21 seconds, a new world record. 1 gallon of Nathan's famous lemonade.
That's
1 gallon.
interview. The guy just growls into the microphone for a second and tries not to belch and vomit all over the microphone. So huge dub for him, though. I mean, breaking a Guinness World Record on July 4th is pretty dang cool.
Yeah,
in front of a crowd of people. I didn't
I
even
don't know
they
if
did
I'd
the
want
lemonade chug.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted it on the lemonade chug. I've done something else.
Something cooler.
Something cooler.
Yeah, I mean, this is his wheelhouse, though. You know.
Yeah.
And big dub to the local stud, the wide receiver out of Duncanville, number 3 overall recruit.
Yep.
DeCorian Moore.
Going to Oregon.
Quack,
He
quack.
spurned Texas, LSU, and
Oh.
Ohio State.
Bum. No,
number
I'm just
one
kidding.
wide
Congratulations,
receiver,
kid.
number one wide receiver now committed for 2025 to Oregon, and he's a Duncanville dude. So salute to that guy. All right, that'll be it for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. What do we got next year, Will Chuck?
Let's see noted. Cowboys news of the evening. Where are the Cowboys? The NFL rankings for teams under 25 talent. Let's do some over-unders for Dak. That's next on The Fan.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
silver and taste the difference. Available at your local Heineken retailer or for delivery at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and up to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly, y'all.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Where do you think the Cowboys rank on this list of under 25 talent? They were very, very high on it a year ago. And let's do some Dak Prescott over-unders. The big story that happened yesterday, there was a picture that surfaced, Dak Prescott in a walking boot. And we've been told that, indeed, he's not in a walking boot anymore, according to Todd Archer of ESPN. The source from Brian Broaddus was it was ankle soreness. We also know that Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram talked with Dak, and Dak said he's great. So, as of now, I don't think anything to worry about. Doesn't seem like there's anything to worry about. We'll see when we get out there at Oxnard. We'll get eyes, boots on the ground.
Absolutely. If he's out there, and, Eric brought up a very good point. It's something you just don't kind of wave off or anything like that. And I agree with him. So if he's out there missing practice or he's not been able to practice all week, heck, it might actually be a pretty good thing because Trey Lance will get all the reps.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm like, I don't really need Dak out there practicing. I don't really care.
Yeah, if Dak's not out there throwing it around, maybe you get a full day of Trey Lance throwing it around.
Yeah.
So, we'll see how it goes. But, yeah, if they go out there and he's missing practice and missing time because of soreness of his ankle and all that, then I'll be happy to say, well, everything they talked about in this boot and all that and not being nervous about it all, it's a bunch of BS and stuff like that. But kind of feel like I worked over there for 14 years. The guys and gals I know over there have been pretty reliable to me on this kind of stuff as well.
Yeah. And especially if he's not in the boot anymore, probably not really a need to be worried. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Forward.
We'll see.
Now, Bill Barnwell, every year at ESPN, along with Aaron Schatz, ESPN writer, they come out with their ranking the NFL teams under 25 talent. Okay? So the standard is number of starts made by players under 25, number of snaps played by players under 25, the quality of play by those players, value and length of player contracts, draft value added in this past year's draft, expected key starters, and then, of course, they'll factor in significant injuries or suspensions that will affect their availability for the upcoming season. So with what you know about the National Football League and some of these teams and maybe some that have a good amount of young players, who do you think would come in as number one among teams under 25 talent?
The only name that really jumps out to me was the youngest team in football last year, the Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers, and yes, they were the youngest team in football. They are on this list at number 9. Dang. Last year, they were 17th, so they have moved up considerably. Their blue-chip player is listed as wide receiver Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have Jordan Love, Christian Watson, or their offensive tackle Zach Tom in this anymore. They have graduated. So that's probably why they're not.
I'm going to give you one.
Yeah.
Houston Texans.
Ooh.
Texans are number 1.
Yeah, it's good.
Texans have C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley.
They had a lot of draft picks. That's why I did this one.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tank Dell.
Yeah.
One of those. And then, of course, who they just drafted this year, John Mechie's one of those guys. Blake Fisher, who's a right tackle out of Notre Dame, we liked quite a bit, Brian. Mm-hmm. He's going to be part of that group. So, yeah, the Texans come in at number 1 among the most talent that is under 25, followed by, it is an NFC team.
Chicago?
Not Chicago. Bears are 5.
Seattle?
Not Seattle. This team was in the playoffs last year.
I knew Snyder was trying to revamp his whole.
Seattle's 10. Seattle's a top 10 lineup.
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon, Charles Cross.
Carolina.
It's not San Francisco.
No, I wouldn't say
it's a playoff team.
Oh,
Detroit.
playoff team.
It's Detroit.
Detroit. Okay.
Lions come in at 2. They got Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Samuel Porta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch. They just drafted Terrion Arnold. They're loaded with young talent. I could argue the Lions, it's probably the quarterback puts you over the top at 1 with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But my goodness, the Lions seem like they're ready to rock. And how about the Ravens being at 3 with Kyle Hamilton, Zay Flowers, Tyler Linderbaum? pretty. And then they just drafted Nate Wiggins, Roger Rosengarten, the Washington tackle that you liked quite a bit, Brian.
Yep.
Tight end Isaiah Likely, who I think's ready to break out at any minute. Atlanta's at 4, and then the Bears rounding out your top 5. Now, knowing that, we've pretty much given you the top 10. The Rams are another team in there. The Jags are in there. The Cardinals. Cowboys not listed in the top 10. How low on the list do you think they are?
Man,
16.
16. All right, last year they were 2 on this list, just to add some perspective.
Oh, okay.
Is Micah older than 25 now?
Yes.
And so is CD.
Micah, CD, Deron Bland, and Jake Ferguson all graduated out of this list.
Jeez, even Ferguson?
Mm-hmm.
I think they could be in the 20s then.
21. Tyler Smith is their only listed blue chip player. Now, this can change if you get a good season from Tyler Guyton. Cooper Beebe wins a starting job. Then you're adding your offensive line, throwing in their under 25. But on defense, DeMarvion Overshone's listed, coming back from injury. Mozzie's 23, but he didn't give you much last year. Damone Clark just turned 24. Is he able to get better with Eric Kendricks? And then they drafted Marshawn Nealand in the second round. So
yeah, that's not really moving the needle.
The Cowboys, were go from 2, now you're down to 21. Now we're talking about, okay, these guys are now 26 instead of 25. It's not like you don't have young talent with Micah, CD, Bland, and Ferguson. They are still in the prime of their career, so you shouldn't be really worried about it. But, like, as a team builder, is that an issue for you when you're looking at all of a sudden, crap, now we're not up there amongst the teams with elite talent that's under 25 and younger?
Yeah, it's a little bit arbitrary when you have a bunch of, like, 26-year-olds that are legit.
You go from 2 to 21.
Yeah,
I get it's a fall, but I don't know. Like, I don't think I'm panicking about that just yet, because I do think Cooper Beebe is going to be good, and I'm very hopeful that Tyler Guyton, considering their track record of first-round picks, is going to come in and play well.
Yeah. If you're like a repeat offender 2-3 years in a row and you're a bottom third kind of team on a list like this, then you're going, okay, what have we restocked our own pond, so to speak, roster-wise? But 1 year like that, especially when you have a bunch of guys that could potentially be blow-up kind of candidates, like a Tyler Guyton this time next year, you might be like, dude, holy smokes, he's a left tackle that is on his way to dominance. So
Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, Deuce Vaughn, certainly, the jury's still out there. But it doesn't really
not an issue.
bother
Not
me.
an issue.
No.
All right, let's do some over-unders, Dak Prescott edition, shall we? Courtesy of Blogging the Boys. They're setting these for us. You going true?
I'm going true.
All right, you thinking over under Dak Prescott 4,050 passing yards next season?
True. Yeah, I mean, he was 4,500 yards last year.
Threw for 4,516 last year.
In the first 5 games, he was throwing it inches at a time before they figured out how to play football in 2023. So
Lamb signed?
I would assume CeeDee Lamb is signed, yes.
Yeah, that's.
Do you think if CeeDee's not, he would hold out into the season?
I wouldn't put it past anybody. I mean, like I said, Dallas, if you're a player and you hold out, you generally get what you need. But the problem is the problem. What's that?
I was trying to think of is Emmett the last Cowboy that did that? Like held out into the season?
Into the season, I would think, yeah.
Zeke seemed prepared to, but they gave Zeke the deal prior.
Right. See, this is going to be when you watch practice and CD's not out. Well, hopefully they get it done, but it is going to look like before that Amari Cooper trade a little bit out there.
And that's part of the reason why Lamb is like, dude, I would totally hold out, because now
I hold the leverage.
You're going to go to practice and you're going to be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
we're throwing to our number 2 wide receivers like Jalen Brooks right now.
I will say he throws for over 4,500 yards just because I don't think they'll have a running game.
I think that's the point right there. Because right now, they still had Tony Pollard and what did not seem like a great rushing attack go for 1,000 yards. Are we confident they've got a 1,000-yard back right now?
Probably don't.
I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely not.
So it might turn into Dak having to throw the ball 35, 38, 40 times a game.
Yeah.
Right now, if they don't have a running game, for sure. Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is when it comes to the yards, like even in the Packers game, you were getting dominated, and he still ended up throwing for 400 yards.
Yeah, the stats looked good.
Like, it was an awful, awful game, but you still end up with 400 yards. I think the yards is the
easiest you think over when it comes to these over-unders for him?
Yes, I do. Because it's 4,000.
Yeah.
You're talking about 4,000.
And that doesn't even hit. I mean, his career high is 4,900.
Yeah.
Which he hit in 2019.
He's going to this offense is going to have to be on his back.
No doubt.
I just think the running game is not going to be. It's probably going to be non-existent unless they trade for somebody. But they're going to. And people out there driving around or listening to us right now are saying, "Well, what's the difference, Brian? They put it on his back every year anyway." So yeah, I think that
the only way he doesn't hit the number of yards is if, like, for instance, this ankle issue is actually an issue where there's an injury where he's missing games. Because if he's playing 16 of the 17 games, he's hitting that.
Yeah.
Okay, over under 29.5 touchdowns.
This is where it's a little bit more difficult. The touchdowns is
threw for 36 last year, but then 23 the year before.
But then it was like 37 the year before that.
Yeah, which was his career high.
It can kind of go.
It's been very, very volatile for him.
Yeah, the touchdowns are a tough one, man. I mean, you're definitely going to need CeeDee Lamb for this one.
Well, Cooks had 8 for him last year.
Yeah.
So he got some touchdowns from Cooks that he probably didn't expect.
Is Zeke going to be a touchdown vulture? Do you buy that?
I mean, so that's apparently what they missed. You know, that short yardage, goal line stuff, which we know when you go into the analytics and the numbers, the stats tell you Zeke isn't that great when it comes to short yardage, but the eye test seems to tell us differently. I don't know.
I just kind of feel like that. I'm going to go under on that.
Under on the 29.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to lean over, but it could be like 30.
Yeah.
But it's just because of everything we talked about. Like, if they're going to have any success on offense, I think Dak is going to have to be where he's dragging this thing down the field.
How many quarterbacks threw for at least 30 touchdowns last year? Like, if you just had to guess a number.
I'll throw out 6.
I'll go 8.
It was 4.
Wow.
4 quarterbacks. And then you had Josh Allen and Tua sitting there with 29.
Okay.
Dang, I would have. Well, I guess they did run for a lot of touchdowns. They're like Raheem Mostert, I think by himself had damn near 20.
Yeah, they ran for a ton of touchdowns, no doubt about it.
I was surprised that Tua didn't hit that mark.
But like the quarterbacks that hit over on the yards, I mean, over 4,000 yards, which is basically the line for Dak, you had 10 quarterbacks hit that number. So hitting over 4,000 yards is much more doable than hitting the 30 touchdowns, generally speaking. But, I mean, even and it wasn't like the Chiefs and Mahomes had a great regular season last year. They kind of limped into the postseason. But even Mahomes, we're talking about 27 touchdown passes last year. Like, getting to that 30 number is a nice benchmark. But with the offensive line issues and just the weird volatility of scoring touchdowns, it could be like who scored the touchdown that day. Maybe Dak had a great game, but they ran in the 2 or 3 touchdowns or whatever. So I'd probably go under as well.
Go on the under. Okay, the last one is the interceptions, which was the talking point this time all last year. 11.5 is the over-under on interceptions for Dak. Now, 2 years ago he had 15, and that's when everybody lost their minds. But it's worth noting that he's only thrown more than 11 interceptions twice in his entire career.
I'm going to say over, and I'm not saying it because I'm a hater. I just think he's going to have to throw more passes.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I since I've gone over on the yards and the in touchdowns for that same reason, I'm going to say over as well. He's just going to put himself at risk because of the amount of attempts.
It's going to be they're maybe behind in games and they can't establish any type of a run, and or they've got to keep a lead, so I just think there's going to be. You throw the ball more, there's more possibilities and more chances to throw more interceptions, and it might not be his fault. Like we learned a little bit, when he threw the 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not the biggest indictment on you. Josh Allen had 18 interceptions last year. You had Patrick Mahomes with 14 last year. Tua had 14. There was 10 guys that had at least 11 last year. And I guess I'd probably go on the over there as well. I like what you guys are doing.
All right, there's the Cowboys news of the evening. I agree.
Just on the volume.
The number of attempts is going to rack that up.
Just on the volume.
And we don't think they're going to be that great of a team. How many times are they going to be milking leads this year as opposed to chasing points in the fourth quarter?
That will factor into it as well. All right, let's get into the top 10. It is the summer of sequels. We talked little movies to open up the show. What are the top 10 movie sequels of all time? And is there a movie you wish they made a sequel for? We'll do that next on The Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Collecticon.
The nation's largest trading card and pop culture convention is returning to the DFW Collecticon this Saturday and Sunday at the Fort Worth Convention Center with more than 900 vendors and dealers. Get your tickets now at collecticonusa.com. That's collecticonusa.com.
About to get you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. Appreciate you hanging out with the G-Bag Nation on a Friday. 1 hour away from what you drinking, what you thinking. Eric Nadell, the Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers, joins us as well. Segment here in the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. We'll get you around the bases in 15 minutes, but right now it's time for the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day.
Thank you very much, Eric. It's been a summer dominated by the movie sequels. If you look at the top of the box office, it's been the Bad Boys sequel, Inside Out 2. Now you've got Despicable Me 4 that's coming out. So sequels are dominating, and really that's kind of how it's been in recent years. 877-881-1053. What do you think is the best movie sequel? But to take it a step further, what's a movie that you'd like to see a sequel made for? Not a Fan 1053. Our guy on the Twitch chat said Grandma's Boy would be a good sequel, or Strange Wilderness. Two elite comedies. Those would be good sequels.
Two that I haven't seen in quite some time.
Man. Very, very good movies. We also got some texts in, like I Am Legend 2 would be really, really good.
I think that's on its way, right? That's on the way out, right?
Ooh, you might be right.
Yeah, I believe he's doing one.
Ooh, let's go. I would love an I Am Legend 2. 682 said best sequels, Hangover 2, The Dark Knight, Godfather 2, Road Warrior. 214 best sequels easily, Terminator 2, Short Circuit 2.
Johnny 5, alive.
Need a Bloodsport sequel. We got a lot of Terminator 2s. The Program should have a sequel. The college football movie, Joe Kane edition, 469.
Yeah, dude, I Am Legend 2 is real, and it's got Will Smith and Michael B. Jordan.
Oh, hell yeah. That's going to be amazing.
That will be. That was an awesome movie.
I Am Legend's really good.
Gosh.
Really good movie. You guys had to have seen Hancock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of Will Smith.
Dude,
I would have loved a Hancock sequel.
He doesn't get talked about enough as an awesome superhero.
Hancock was an underrated movie. I thought that was really, really good.
I haven't seen it in forever. When did that come out?
I think it was like around July 4th weekend, 2010 maybe? 2008 is when it came out, directed by Peter Berg. But Hancock was good. I would not have minded a sequel to Hancock. Some of the other movies that I've seen
Broadus, I don't think has respect for Hancock.
You don't like Hancock?
I saw like little bits of it. Is this the one? Do you have a dog?
That was I Am Legend.
Is that?
That's the I Am Legend one.
Then I haven't seen Hancock at all.
Hancock.
So you haven't even seen bits of Hancock.
No.
But you do love all the Mission Impossible.
There it goes again. I've seen bits of it. Yeah. How is that possible?
Yeah.
How every time somebody says that, I've seen a little bit of it here.
You know, no, seriously.
How?
How is that possible?
I'll tell you how.
You flip it through the channels. It's on for 5 minutes. You watch it. They go to commercial. You flip the channel.
I'll tell you what. The Laker series.
Yeah.
About that
time.
TikTok is what got me started.
Okay, so you guys clips from TikTok.
You guys were talking about it, but there's like clips that they play, And I felt like I've watched Yellowstone that way, too.
Yeah.
You know, there's always like
There's
always clips of I feel like I've watched Yellowstone
Damn.
that way. Yeah.
I will say Yellowstone's not a show I've watched, and that's one where I couldn't like. It feels daunting now because there's so much of it that I haven't seen. Maybe eventually I'll go back and watch it.
My mom just skipped the Franklin injury attorney's text line.
Went straight to the source.
She went right to the source. She says she'd like to see Salt 2.
Oh, okay.
The Angelina Jolie vehicle.
Yeah.
She thought the first one was awesome.
Well, did you guys see Wanted with Angelina Jolie?
Yes, where they're bending bullets and stuff or whatever.
I think that's an incredible movie. I love it.
That was a good
really
movie.
good.
That was a good movie.
I wouldn't mind a Wanted too.
See, I'm always afraid when Bobby sends us a text because I think he's.
What the hell did Bobby say?
That's good, Bobby. I'm glad you could text back Broadish. You can't. Oh wait, no, he did. He put us on the group match. I don't even know what this is.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Logan Lucky. That's a good call, Bobby. Logan Lucky's.
I didn't know if he was like kind of ball sacking us.
No,
on
that's
that
a good
one.
movie.
Let me see about Logan Lucky here.
The Book of Eli 2 from Tovash. Absolutely. Lucius, you have any sequels?
Oh,
that
it
you
was
love?
already mentioned. The Dark Knight.
Yep, absolutely.
Godfather 2.
Those are classics.
And I sure would like to see a remake. Well, not a remake, but a part 2 of Boys in the Hood. Whatever happened to Trey? He went off to college. What happened to him? Did he come back and give back to the community? What's going on with Trey?
I think they made Mummy sequels.
They did make Mummies.
Oh my gosh,
A lot.
Tom Cruise.
I think
has
we've got
one.
like 4. Rush Hour. Oh, they're going with that's their favorite sequels: The Mummy 2 and Rush Hour 2. There you go. Interstellar should have a sequel. Toy Story 2 is the best of them all. We need a Hawk Tua, the sequel.
I'd like to see like a Days of Thunder.
She's wanting one too, believe me. Pretty soon that Hawk Tua steam gonna run out.
You think she's gonna run out?
She's gonna need something else.
Dude, I saw she was saying that she's not the one making money on any of these.
Yeah,
movies.
that's what I'm saying. She's gonna better do something. She said
Yeah.
she's gonna stay away from OnlyFans too. Tell you what, when that Hawk Tua money getting running out.
Said she wants to be a comedian.
Yeah,
That's gonna be tough.
Hey, dude, she's gonna get a chance though.
Yeah, she will.
I mean,
She's absolutely
the door's open there for her.
She absolutely. Lucius, did you see Dread with Carl Urban? Came out back in 2012.
I don't think I have.
That movie was badass. I would not mind. And I think it was a reboot. Like it was an old movie that they remade with Judge Dredd. I would love to see a Dredd sequel. That movie was actually under the radar good. Some of the honorable mentions, we've got John Wick Chapter 2.
Watched a little John Wick the other day.
How'd you like that?
I like it.
It's good.
I like how they have like honor and stuff like that. Like,
yeah,
if you get to the hotel, they can't do anything to you
until they do. Now you.
But there's like, then they get to like.
What's the word for it? When you're like kicked out now. There's a good funny word for it.
I don't know what
they say in there.
I just know
somebody
that,
will text in 877-881-1053.
I just know like when they talk about the duel and how many paces and what they're gonna do and a lot of honor in that. It looks like
excommunicado. I think that's what it is.
Oh, there you go.
He's excommunicado.
Yeah.
Memento Part 2. Memento's a hell of a movie. Top Gun Maverick is an honorable mention. Lethal Weapon 2. Rocky 2. And Deadpool 2. And we got Deadpool Part 3
do you guys
coming
feel like that we're not very creative anymore, that we're having to make sequel movies?
sure. Yeah. For
That we're
sure.
not, we don't have.
Well, we are very creative, but the people that's putting the money up for the movies
we're lazy?
are like tech bros and venture capitalists.
Yeah.
So they're just going to go with wins.
Okay.
What rings ears.
Okay.
And they're not really wanting to take a risk on being creative. Or
So we
things
can't
like
make
that.
any more creative movies anymore then?
Yeah,
Well, they're just
done?
you gotta like search for them. They're not just gonna be in the theater for you.
They're
You
not
gotta
getting all
go.
the money.
Yeah.
Right. Like
$8 million budget.
Yeah, like A24 was one of those studios that would pump out a lot of those. They started winning Oscars, Academy Awards, and now they've even become a studio that's not really funding for the smaller, low-budget movies that are going to be artsy and creative.
Yeah.
Now it's all about
Give me
the
a part
superhero.
2 with a big name in it.
Yeah, it's a superhero genre.
That's all they want to do.
Constantine would be a good one. Yeah, 304. Back to the Future Part 2 is 11, just on the outside.
I know this.
So good.
Caddyshack 2 sucked. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I was going to say, there's some of those movies
Like
that.
The Sandlot 2, not good.
Really?
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not good. Jaws 2, Equalizer 2.
Jaws, there's another one.
Equalizer.
Whiplash 2 with J.K. Simmons would not be bad. Whiplash is such a good movie from the 214. Number 10, best sequels of all time is Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. Khan!
Were you a Star Trek guy, Wolchuk?
Not really.
Yeah.
I lean more
I
Star
watched
Wars.
it.
But I
Yeah,
saw
for a
some.
little
My
bit.
dad liked Star Trek.
Yeah.
Dr. Spock.
Bits of it, right, Lucius? Bits of it.
Yeah. I've seen a little bit here and there.
Live long and prosper.
I'll tell you what, I knew one thing. If you're one of the dudes that was wearing like the red,
you're a badass.
And you went red jersey down to the planet wherever they were going, you were going to get killed.
Okay. That was the tell.
Always those dudes got wiped out.
It's like a
Security
rodeo
dudes,
clown.
Yeah. Like, nobody else of the main cast. It was always a dude in the red shirt that got wiped out.
Crap.
Yeah. You're going down there, you're going to get something bad's going to happen to you.
9 is Spider-Man 2 with Tobey Maguire. It is a fantastic.
It's funny because Walchuk's wearing red today.
Maybe I'm the guy that's going to get whacked.
Yeah.
8 is Toy Story 2.
Hey, somebody on the fan text says Harlem Nights 2. Yes, Harlem Nights 2 would be amazing, fam.
They need a Dirty Rotten Scoundrels 2.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Yeah, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is good. Blazing Saddles 2. Blazing Saddles is fantastic. 7, Captain America the Winter Soldier. 6, Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. I'm surprised that's not higher. 5 is Aliens.
Hey, you better be careful what you say about Lord of the Rings. Wolchuk will come over that studio.
More so Harry Potter, but Lord of the Rings is
That's
freaking
true.
epic.
There you go. You feel bad now? You didn't even get it right.
A little bit bad.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, Return of the King, the only film that's ever had a clean sweep. People love their Lord of the Rings, man.
Oh, wow.
You never seen it?
No.
Dude, what's wrong with you?
A lot.
4 is The Godfather Part 2. 3 is Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
That's been texted in.
So it seems like it's everyone's number 1 on the text line.
2, is that with the liquid guy?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Can't
that
get
was
rid
fine.
of liquid guy.
Nah, he was intense.
Yeah.
Yes.
We were shooting like big missiles through him and stuff.
I didn't think they were going to win. 2 is The Dark Knight, which would be my 1. But number 1 is Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. It's hard to argue that. That is a fantastic one.
Yeah, those first couple are phenomenal.
Yeah, the first 3, the original 3,
so good,
are really fantastic. They really are. There's your top 10 of the day. Coming up, let's do Around the Bases, shall we? Brought to you by Uber Eats. A look back at the All-Star Game in Arlington, which maybe Brian Broaddus remembers. And what's the reason you ever quit playing something? That's next in the Fan. But let's talk Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst, shall we? Zach Wolchuk just wanted to show some love to Hiley Mazda. They're Tolos, just like you. They're really, really great dudes. My friends Mark Welch and Matt Lero over there. Go say, hey, what's up to them? Zach sent me. They have been family.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Honey Patriot Packs, available in retail now. Scan the QR code on the box to donate today to make a difference.
Go to revolverbrewing.com to learn more. That's revolverbrewing.com.
Tolos, it's another one-of-a-kind G-Bag item to give you this Monday. While they last, one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation etched Stella chalices. These things are sweet. It's part of DFW Restaurant Week's Reservation Day. Happy hour at Moxie's, 100 Crescent Court in Dallas. Come hang with the G-Bag Nation and Stella this Monday afternoon at Moxie's in Dallas. Get your etched G-Bag glass and enjoy some fellowship with the Tolos right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. About to go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats, and then we'll do a little football's finest. Maybe a shout-out and a happy birthday to Zero during the finest, our former producer with the nosebleed seats when we were on at night. We got the Hall of Famer Eric Nadell coming on with some what you drinking and what you thinking as we enter the expressway as well. We take you till 6:30, leading into Rangers pregame as they take on the Rays. We just had a final in the quarters. France is advancing on PKs as they knock off Portugal. What a couple of matches we were able to enjoy today. Earlier, of course, it was Germany who ended up losing to Spain, and that's the host nation in Germany. So now both host nations out in the Copa with the United States, and then Germany out in the Euros, but France and Spain both advancing today to the semifinals in the Euros, which will continue tomorrow. But do have some Ranger news for you. Dane Dunning is going on the IL. He's got some right shoulder soreness. That's according to Kennedy Landry of MLB.com, who's, of course, out there. Josh Smith is out today. He's out with glute tightness, same thing that sidelined him for a bit in June, though he hopes it'll only keep him out a day or two. So not in the lineup. It'll be Jonathan Ornelas who will be taking over at third base today for the Texas Rangers, as Michael Lorenzen is on the bump. So it'll be Simeon, Seager, and Lowe, second, short, and first. And then Ornelas, who'll be batting ninth, will be playing third. We also had Josh Spores is back in the Rangers clubhouse. He is going to be activated with Dane Dunning going on the IL. So Sporsy is back, made 7 minor league rehab appearances with Round Rock. Sean McFarland noting that his velocity isn't quite where he wants it to be, but he feels good, likes the shape of his pitches. So your World Series hero, Sporsy, back. Dane Dunning on the IL. Josh Smith out tonight, but hopefully not something that will sideline him for an extended period of time. So here's your Rangers injury updates.
Looking forward to seeing Sporzy back in there. He's our guy.
He is our guy.
And watching Josh Smith play defense has been a real joy.
It has. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy that can play every infield spot. He's played left field. I mean, the utility.
And it's like highlight reel plays.
He's unreal.
Like
he's unreal.
Any spot you put him in, he's good for at least one sort of defensive moment every time he's out there.
He has. Marcus Semien back in the lineup after a day off yesterday. And as I mentioned, will be leading off for the Rangers. Now, we found out earlier that Alec Boehm will be entering the 2024 Home Run Derby from the Philadelphia Phillies. So it's him and Gunnar Henderson. However, Juan Soto of the Yankees has said he will not be participating. So his teammate Aaron Judge, we already knew, would not be participating. I wonder if Vladimiro Jr., who won the Home Run Derby last year in Seattle, will say, I'm interested, but we've got the new format, which we've told you about. So right now, just 2 players committed. We know Shohei's not going to be playing. Yordan Alvarez is not going to be participating either. So we'll see.
Would it be entertaining, fun, funny, or just sad if we tried to do a old timers baseball home run derby?
Huh.
I was thinking,
like, if these guys don't want to really do it,
like we bring back like Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Adrian Beltre out there.
Do you bring in the outfield a little bit, or
that's
is it
what I was
regulation?
Wondering. I was wondering.
Hey, that's a fair question. I'm open to all suggestions, but I think watching
I'm here for it, though.
swing it, I think might be
I
kind of
think
cool.
I think it'd be kind of cool to have dudes that don't hit home runs try.
a bunch of
guys.
leadoff hitters.
A bunch of just like, if you hit a home run, it's a surprise.
The blooper derby,
the worst of the worst.
The bloop single derby.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're
the line drive derby.
Yeah, you're hitting line shots, but then all of a sudden you're, oh wait, he got that one. It just barely gets over the fence. Some kids out there like scaling the wall, trying to bring it back.
I mean, any way to put a little twist on this thing might be kind of cool. But that just kind of dawned on me.
I think the old
Bonds out there.
I think the old time derby would be better than mine that they don't hit home runs.
Yeah,
I do too. I think there'd be some enjoyment. Now, some of these old schools guys would not like to see Barry Bonds or Mark McGwire or Sammy Sosa because of the steroid usage. So they might be out of this thing. I don't know. I personally would not care. Go ahead and have them out there and take swings.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine if you don't want them in your Hall of Fame, if that's what you want to do.
But they hit home
I would
runs.
disagree with it, but fine. But we're just here to have a good night for
A-Rod.
the home run throwback derby.
And let's juice the balls. I'm with you.
Yeah, juice them,
Juice
man.
the balls.
Put lead in those bats.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cork those things.
Aluminum. Let's go with aluminum bats. I want to hear it. Ping!
There you go. Yeah.
Bing. Yeah, there's something fun about that.
How about then just go pitching machines?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Just go pitching machines.
Just batting cage style?
Yeah, just straight down the middle every single time.
Look, no disrespect to Tony Beasley. He hasn't had a great showing when it comes to being the pitcher for these.
You just call out the third base coach of the Rangers for doing a poor job.
I don't think I'm the only person that has.
I think it was warranted, Broadus. I got to say.
Whoa.
I'm going to let that stand.
Didn't give our guys a good chance out there.
Man.
And maybe we get Mike out there. Let's let Baskey go ahead.
I think the first thing I'm going to do.
He can throw a fat meatball. He's pretty good at it.
Barry Bonds shows up for the old man derby.
Yeah.
And Bassett
Dude,
goes
how
to the
amazing would that be? Mike versus Barry for old time's sake?
That would be cool.
That'd be awesome.
It'd be extremely one-sided, and I'm here for it.
I would love that. Now, shout out to Bo Jackson. He is finally getting a Hall of Fame induction with the Kansas City Royals. He will be inducted into the Royals Hall of Fame during an on-field ceremony, which I believe will be tomorrow between the Royals and the Guardians. So he spent 5 of his 8 MLB seasons with the Royals. In 1989, he was named the MVP of the All-Star Game. And congratulations to one of the best just overall athletes that we've ever seen.
And he's been cleared of his everlasting hiccups as well.
Yes.
That's a nightmare.
Did we find out what the cure was?
No, I don't know. He had the surgery.
Damn.
Okay, so it was surgery.
So the surgery worked.
Yeah, he had a surgery.
He was doing outlandish things.
And you know what? I probably would
Stunts
too.
butt and everything. Some crazy stuff.
I think it might have been porcupine.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude, a
I'm
porcupine.
Serious. Porcupine rear end. He was whiffing away at it just to, anything. Who wouldn't? If you had a years long hiccup thing and somebody comes to you with a suggestion, you're going to be like, sure, I will try it.
I just want to go around the room real quick. You have the hiccups as bad as Bo Jackson did.
Yep.
To get rid of them, you have to swim in poo water.
Oh, come on, brother.
Wow.
You have
that
to
is a really
swim.
tough one.
You have to swim a lap. Like, you just have to go one lap
in Paris.
In Paris poo water to get rid of your hiccups.
I think I'm going to. There's risk of death involved with the poo water. I'm not dying because of the hiccups.
What's the distance here?
You got to go up and then back.
Yeah, but the river's like extremely long.
Like pool, regulation
like
pool.
yards.
Regulation pool.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know that the distance matters.
I would
Like,
say
there's a
that's-
reason it's illegal to swim in there.
I would say we're talking about roughly 5 minutes worth of swimming.
Yes, and you get rid of the hiccups.
And you get rid of the hiccups. I do think I would get to a point because I had hiccups like a couple of weeks ago for the first time in a while.
They do.
They wear you out,
They
bro.
do,
Yeah.
dude. They do.
But it's just the fear of everything else that
Wait a
can
minute.
come from all of that poop water.
Okay, you're out.
I think I'd be out.
You go lifetime supply of hiccups over 5
or
minutes of
potential
poo water.
death of the poo water.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I
Like
hear
that,
you.
there's massive
Yeah.
risks involved with that.
Lucius?
Yeah, I'm purifying myself in the pool for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Bo Jackson ever imagined he would let people try and scare him, or he would hang upside down for hours at a time, or smell the ass of a porcupine. But when you're sitting there with
I do all those.
ridiculous chronic hiccups for well over a year, you start to reimagine. what
10
you're
minutes
willing
of
to do.
hiccups is unbearable.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It
saying.
stinks.
So a full year, I bet I'd get a week into this thing, and I'd be like, "Broadus, bring the poo water. I'm ready to go for a dive."
I get the fear. I get the feeling that Lucius fears the hiccup more than anything.
I do, yeah.
The hiccup
I'm not
is a
fan
pain
of
in the
hiccups.
butt.
Like, he sounds like, to me, he will do anything not to have the hiccups.
Okay, 2 and 4 says people have died from exhaustion from hiccups.
Yeah.
If there's death involved with hiccups, maybe I would. Either way, there's a risk of death here. If I could die from the hiccups, then maybe I'd jump in the poo water.
And at this point, Walchuk, you've sort of built up an immunity to any sort of skin rashes. So at least
Yeah, I've done a
that
good
element,
job
like,
really
you don't-
weathering that storm.
You have.
Is your back
Except for the armpit stuff. Like that was all you. I don't know what you did to get all the armpit rashes. I
I'm
never had to
serious
deal
about
with that
one.
area.
I'm very serious about that one, dude. Lucius, you ever had a too much aluminum in your
Yeah, 100%.
deodorant,
Yeah,
and your armpits literally burn
Uh-huh.
and itch and sting?
What is that? Was that right guard?
Yeah.
Right guard to tear me up,
Is
bro.
that- yeah,
I don't
that
mess with that
specific
anymore.
brand?
Yeah. Set me on fire.
Don't put that Gillette under your
Walk
armpits
around like
either.
this, like you're half buff, you know what I mean? But really, it's just because you don't want to put your arms together.
Yeah, you just need to air them things out.
Watch out, man. We jack.
I can't wait till tomorrow's reads and Lucius. I'm here for right guard. Lucius.
It's the best. I love it so much.
I don't want to stink. But hey, right guard, get some.
Yeah.
I'll take a rash.
Later, bye.
Yeah, you want to smell like 8th grade boy? Right guard.
Get you some right guard. Woo. We got the latest MLB trade rumors. Mets are focused on buying at the deadline.
Are they?
Surprising, I know.
All right.
Angels are listening to offers on some of their closers. Now, there is a name that we've thrown out there for the Rangers.
I watched them today against the Cubs. They didn't look too
It
good.
didn't look good. Would the Rangers look to sell this piece? Here's Ken Rosenthal with more on Max Scherzer.
First person to ask that question would be Max. That's the guy we would have to ask that of because he has a full no trade. I'm not sure he wants to be deadline fodder again. It's happened to him multiple times in his career, but at the same time, he knows he's nearing the end, and he knows there are only so many opportunities to go win. So I don't know that it can be ruled out. And certainly the money with him is interesting because the Mets are paying almost 3/4 of his $43 million salary. So you're essentially looking at a $13 million player, and by the deadline, it's a $4 million player. Teams can generally take that kind of money. And on top of all that, he's come back and he's pitching well and he seems to be healthy. So this is a question that is going to come up. I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm not sure what Max's feelings are, and I'm not sure what the Rangers' feelings are. But certainly he is an intriguing name right now.
He is, and he's pitching well. I mean, in his 3 starts for the Rangers, he's looked really good.
Yes.
And he is a free agent after this year, right? We were talking about the weight of like, all right, well, how much, if you're the Rangers and he's hurt, and if you're Max, it's like, am I going to go out there if I'm not? That is an interesting. If the Rangers end up taking offers and fielding offers, I think Max Scherzer, Kirby Yates, these guys that are impending free agents, those are the kind of guys that you're going to list as, all right, if you're interested, these are the names.
Yeah. If you're going to be sellers and you're kind of chalking the season up to didn't quite work out for you, I think Max Scherzer would be at the top of the list of dudes you'd be trying to flip because for all the reasons you just mentioned. But his no trade clause makes it a little bit more interesting on how you could try and pull that off. How picky is he going to be? you're assuming anybody that's offering on him is a win now.
Yeah, like the
you know,
Orioles
postseason
or,
kind of
name fill in the blank team. Like last year, he waived it for the Rangers.
And if you're Scherzer and you're thinking, hey, I'm only going to be here for a few months anyways, like maybe he already kind of sees the idea that, hey, the Rangers aren't bringing him back, so he's going to end up having to relocate anyways here in a few months. I mean, maybe he'd be open. I don't know.
He's getting paid by 3 teams.
A lot of money, too.
Dude, he's like the second highest paid on the Mets right
now. The
Nationals
are still paying him. The Mets are still paying him, and then the Rangers are paying him.
And the Rangers are paying him the least at $12.5 million.
12.5, yeah.
The Mets are still paying him $30. I mean, he's making a ridiculous amount of money. It's crazy. But
if you're him, he won the World Series last year.
Yeah.
Do you just say no? I want to ride this out.
I think that he might.
Yeah,
I think
very real.
I think after winning the World Series last year, I think he rides this thing.
And I wonder if there's a chance that he'd say, yeah, I want to come back here. I mean, Bochy teams usually do end up winning the World Series again in the other year.
Yeah.
It's like win one, miss the playoffs. Win one, miss the playoffs, win one. And I'll take that trade-off. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, maybe you flip him here at this deadline and then you trade back for him again at next year's deadline.
You just re-sign him. Oh, yeah, you could do that too. Yeah. That'd be fun. Shout out to Sebastian Walcott. He has been selected to play in the 2024 All-Star Futures game.
How old is that kid?
He's like 18.
He's playing some good baseball
here
as of late as well.
He's 18, 6'4". He's been crushing the ball. He really, really has. So that'll be fun to see him in the All-Star Futures game.
Did we not pay attention to him when we were there for training camp?
He was always on the other. He was
probably playing the 2 game.
Yeah,
he never was in front of us that much. Huh?
No.
Okay.
Baskey would go over to the B fields or whatever and watch him and give some scouting reports, but he never played like right in front of us.
Okay.
There's Around the Bases brought to you by Uber Eats. Coming up next, let's do some football's finest, shall we?
Yes, sir. A former Cowboys receiver has some CeeDee Lamb critiques. That's next here in the nation. But first, let's get you on over to Platinum Ford. That's the #1 Ford dealership in all of North Texas. Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Getting closer and closer to quitting time, baby. We'll talk with Eric Nadel, your Rangers Hall of Famer, then get into a little what you're drinking and what you're thinking before L.A. Live. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafardo. Wow. We're going to have to pull that one. Wow. I just said Eric Chiafardo.
I think that was...
I am sorry.
That was...
How long you guys worked together?
That was unintentional, and I think that's the first time I've ever done that one.
I think it's the first time I've ever done that. And
I've never said Fardo.
I think it
And
was
I'm surprised now.
Was it
Freudian?
fraudulent? Does Eric stink today or
I think it was
something?
Freudian.
I mean, you look just
Fardian.
like you've been sweating a little bit.
Freudian slip.
Maybe
Yeah.
I did. I
Hey,
just don't even know.
I told you, 7 hot dogs, 5 burger patties.
The meat sweats.
So
my guy, yep, I
think,
hear you.
I think it was called for.
Eric Chiafalo and Lucius Alexander, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Gavin Dawson will be back on Monday. I don't know if I will. But right now, let's do a little football's finest, shall we?
Well, Chuck, I know you're going to be back on Friday because you're going to be at Moxie's in Dallas partying with the Tolos, drinking beers out of awesome
see those-
chalices.
those
Dude,
glasses
We're
are
about to
amazing.
pump them on social media right now.
Pump them, dude. Pump
Man,
those
those
things.
things look
We're going to
awesome.
pump the jam.
Okay, so we need to address the Dak Prescott walking boot. Broaddus, you got the
Yeah.
source. Not looking like a big deal here. Not
That's
looking
what-
like a
that's
big
what-
deal.
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Maybe a sore ankle.
Yep.
And should already be out of the boot. So the photos that we saw of him perusing a boating dock in Cabo are nothing to be concerned about. At
No
least as
issues.
of now. Once we get to Oxnard.
Once we get to Oxnard, if he's walking around in a boot, then let's all be concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we'll be
practices.
panicked. We'll
then
be panicked.
then
about
we'll
it.
all like Eric Chiafalo, insider.
I think it's Chiafardo.
Chiafardo.
We have a name
You know,
change.
you know what? I tried to say it right. I was really like concentrating, like not to mess
Well, now
it
that
up.
you've heard it, it's kind of tough
Yeah,
not to say Fardo.
Yeah, it's going to be Fardo
Yeah.
for a long time now moving forward.
I'm so sorry.
And I can thank Wolchuk for that.
That hurricane might get to us.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see anything on the internet yesterday? By the way, that disgusted you from a cookout standpoint? Was there anything that was eyebrow raising where you're like, man,
I was
you should have just
surprised.
kept that photo to yourself?
I was.
'Cause
No, I didn't actually.
Did you see?
Then that means you didn't see what I saw, Wolchuk.
I don't think I did. Do you see what I see?
Broaddus might vomit when I tell him what I saw.
No, go ahead because I think Sean retweeted a picture of a guy doing some brisket stuff, and usually if it's kind of dry looking, Sean will rail.
He will call you out.
He was like, "Huh, what are you gonna do? Use that for a doorstop?" You know, he'll give you one of those.
Yeah.
But he retweeted it, and you know, like I say, the brisket was okay looking. Wouldn't say, but I was surprised Sean.
Felt like he got the Sean stamp of approval,
Yeah,
and it didn't get the Brada stamp of approval.
I felt like that Sean kind of was in that mode where he maybe one got past him there. You know?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. He was probably in the bag yesterday a little bit.
Oh, he talks about that. No. This morning on his show, he was complaining because he didn't get the day off.
Yeah.
He gave himself a 3-hour window to have fun. And then it was, and then he was
3-hour fun window.
Well, because that's
he was
tough.
done.
The quick
Yeah.
turnaround
Yeah.
makes it tough. I would have had to do the same thing. I woke up this morning feeling like I got hit by a train. Like, I cannot believe we have to work today. I was so exhausted, but
it was a little concerning.
I saw deviled egg hot dogs yesterday.
Deviled egg hot dogs.
People are, by way of a condiment on top of their hot dog, putting some type of deviled egg concoction over it, and it is just
And we've determined
as
that you would,
off-putting of anything I've ever seen.
and then we determined that you would scrape the inside of the deviled egg out and just eat the white part.
I have been
That
prone
was
to
one
do
of the
that.
funniest things I've ever heard.
I have been
Like,
prone to
why
do
even
that.
bother?
Just scoop out the little mayonnaise, paprika bit.
Sometimes people do mess that up, and it's not good.
Just hammer home an egg
hear ya.
white. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I would probably
But
try
I get
this.
the ragoons right today, though, right?
You did. The crab ragoons were delicious. Thank you very much.
I went for the real crab too.
You did, and that to me that made all the difference.
Yeah.
You could tell because sometimes you'll get a crab rangoon and it's pretty much just cream cheese.
Yeah, see,
But you
that's
could
the thing.
taste the real crab.
I feared imitation crab was going to be in my mouth, and that was real.
No, I reeled it up for this. Yep. I just think that if you're going to do it the right way.
No, you did.
Yeah.
And the homemade duck sauce is pretty good.
That duck sauce.
I spilled some on myself.
Tell you, normally I go sweet and sour, but I might have to transition to Brian's homemade duck sauce in the future.
I've always been more of a yum sauce.
I'll tell you
I
what,
know you are,
had to
yeah.
use a Tide pin for the first time in my life in my scouting bag.
Because you got duck sauce all over
So,
it?
yeah, I looked down and I was like, oh, damn. Kind of a deal.
Look down, there's some duck
I
sauce.
mean, I've had to throw away skivvies because too much duck sauce.
I was standing next to.
You sure have.
I was standing next to
Had to buy a whole new
Chuck at
set
the
of
urinal
underwear.
there, and I go, oh, damn! Look down at my shirt, and I carry a Tide pin. I actually had to use it today.
Had to use it on my duck sauce.
Well, Chuck, I just DM'd you the disgusting deviled egg hot dog if you want to lay your eyes on it and
All right,
still
let's-
tell me that you would eat it.
I'm
Let's
not
take a
even
look at
looking.
this.
You didn't do it to me, did you?
No, I'm not going to make you sick over there.
You know what?
That's going to be a no for me, dog.
I'd probably pass on that.
Yeah, as you should, because otherwise you'd be
You
passing
should pass on
gas
deviled eggs to begin with.
I don't mind a deviled egg.
Yeah, you do. Don't act like you do.
I know it's they're
No,
okay. They're
no,
fine. There's
no,
nothing
you
wrong with deviled eggs.
Eric's like, oh yeah, I like them, and he's scooping out
No,
the.
I don't like them. I've been on record with the fact that I don't like
Tell
them.
you,
I'll do
my
the
wife
scoop out.
likes them, and the ones that she made, I wouldn't eat again.
Oh, wow.
Shots fired. I'm just being honest with you, honey.
Hey, I respect that.
She
I
must be
respect
asleep.
that.
You're talking big, bro. She must be asleep or
She's
something
probably
like that.
listening,
Yeah.
Lucius.
She's
She's
talking
always
real
listening.
big right
Me and
now.
you guys are married.
I'm
is there
never
anything
safe.
is there anything you've ever said like that? I mean,
Yes, I know there's been.
I mean, have
can't
you?
remember
I would
what
tell
it
that
was.
to her.
Honey, please don't make the lamb
She admitted
kebabs
it herself.
anymore.
I mean, there was something
You know?
wrong with those.
I mean, do you say that? Yeah, don't make the lamb kebabs, and you can't make pancakes worth a damn. Lucius, you ever? I mean,
I tell her don't make anything because you always make a damn mess. Clean up after yourself.
Let me just mess with the air fryer, honey. All right, I got this.
It's like a 12-year-old going in there to cook for the first time. Look at all these forks and spoons. Jeez.
My wife crushes me for that too. I use too much. There's grease everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's like, kind of clean as you go, and I'm like, hey, I got a one-track mind here. Okay, we'll clean up later.
what is
And
wrong
by
with clean
we,
as you
I mean
go?
you.
What is wrong?
It's just I just don't have the mental, the capacity, the wherewithal, anything like that. Okay, so CeeDee Lamb.
You don't have the capacity.
It's just true. If you want to have a halfway decent meal, then you don't want me thinking about anything else in the process. CeeDee Lamb, there's videos of him circulating where he's doing his workouts and he's doing his explosive stuff and he's doing like one-legged step-ups, holding dumbbells, a little bit more of like a new age. He's jumping on boxes. He's doing different things for explosiveness. The video goes on Twitter yesterday, and former Cowboy wide receiver Cole Beasley just quote tweeted it and said, man, just do some heavy squats and power cleans.
Yeah.
So he's kind of watchdogging the CeeDee Lamb regimen here.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Cole Beasley has the ability. I mean, he's punching up in a huge way. We're talking about CeeDee Lamb, who doesn't get hurt and just improves himself year in, year out. I think whatever plan he's on is working for them.
I think he's doing a good job. I'm not whatever CeeDee's doing.
Listen,
you
I
do it.
respect a heavy back squat and a power clean with the best of them. But
some of your best questions have been about weightlifting stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully, CeeDee Lamb's out there this year. Maybe we can catch up with him if he's not holding out. We can
So,
ask him about those.
CeeDee, what do
explosives.
you do? Any of those back squats?
If we get CeeDee Lamb on the show, if he's out there, I will ask him.
I hope
what
we
did you
do
think
get
about
CeeDee.
Cole Beasley saying, "Hey man, how about just some heavy back squats and some power cleans instead of all this cute stuff you got going on?"
I like the cute stuff. I think it's working for him.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I thought it was a little bit funny that Cole, but Cole Beasley likes to get in the weeds. He likes
does.
to talk about everything except for the fact that Cowboys fans females are hotter than Buffalo Bills fans females.
Or just talk about the Cowboys in general.
There was
on
an
a Cowboys radio station.
We know there's always or at least for the last couple of years, there's been that NFL Players Association where they go do the report cards for each team of like their facilities and like their food situations, and they get graded on how good they are from a nutrition and everything standpoint. And we did that back in February, but there is an ESPN article now that is talking about how some teams are trying to change. You know, like you get the report card back, and now you're like, crap, we're
not very good.
We're an F on the nutrition scale. Our players think that we absolutely suck. The lowest scores in relation to the food survey was the Cincinnati Bengals.
I believe that.
It was an F-.
That chili they have out there.
Yeah, they're just serving up a bunch of Skyline.
Yeah, Skyline chili. If you
Well,
serve that,
cinnamon.
that's an F minus.
Well, we got cinnamon.
The Bengals were an F- in the dietitian and the food and cafeteria categories. In 2022, there were multiple microwaves for Cincinnati players to reheat food brought from home. The Gatorade coolers doubled as a fridge where players would store their lunch bags. And, of course, they received an F- for that year as well.
And that crew's about to spend $490 million on a lawsuit. Might get worse in Cincinnati before it gets even better.
Oh, for the Sunday ticket thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's
their
true.
organization's going to have to give up $490 million. You think, and they're running microwaves. Now, what do you think they're going to run later?
Oh,
seriously,
man.
Can you imagine?
It's like going to have to supply food. This is bad.
To keep your food cold, you got to find one of the team Gatorade buckets.
Yeah.
And just throw it in there and hope nobody messes
What
with
are we
your
doing,
with your
man?
sack lunch.
I don't know how you do that for your players. I just don't. I just don't.
Well, one player was asked, and this was a Bengals player, he was a Power 5 college dude. And these college programs are bringing it strong.
Jamar Chase,
They're having to sell players. Yeah,
Jamar
maybe it is
Chase,
Jamar
yeah.
Chase.
Yeah.
He says just diversity of what we had in college, diversity of what you can eat that was catered to you, diversity from a standpoint of having a nutritionist that really could set a certain plan up for you in essence of what your goals were and what catered to you.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing when you get here. It's a little more basic, and most guys don't even eat the stuff that are given. And it just makes no sense why every team wouldn't be up to speed on this. Even the Rams that feel like sort of a new age Sean McVay kind of team and program. He's talking about like, man, because they were graded pretty low over the last few years. They've been really, really bad. And he's quoted and he's like, I didn't realize how much better it could have been until they hired this new nutritionist guy this offseason. And now everything's gotten so much better for him. I'm like, how could you not understand this? This is athletics 101. Every kid growing up is like kind of instilled a couple of things here. Don't drink the soda. Don't do this. I don't understand how these. I mean, it's an NFL, professional athletes all over the place. And shout out to the Cowboys because their situation's incredible.
Oh, yeah, they do that right.
Honestly,
They do.
You go to the Star and you assume everybody's kind of like that, but
it's
it
an
is
A1
not the
facility.
case.
It was bad at Valley Ranch in a lot of ways. And they opened that facility at the Star, and it got so much. They probably went from maybe a D to going to an A. That's how the meals and stuff like
Maybe
that.
a lot of it is these older facilities, like the Rams. I think had to build one.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll get better.
Yeah,
I just think you got to take care of your players and your staff with food. I mean, you waste money on bringing players in for visits. You might as well, if you're not going to do that, spend the money on your food. Now, I remember when I was at Texas A&M at Kane Hall, and this was in the 90s. Had a $2 million food budget for their athletic department for their I mean, and that was 1990. They were spending $2 million a year on food. Come on.
That's legit. That's how it should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Puka Nacua for the Rams, I guess he's a super picky eater, and he's been trying to improve his eating habits in this offseason. So he goes to team nutritionist, the new guy that they just hired, but he had some restrictions for him. Apparently, Puka Nacua doesn't like any vegetables.
Him and Al Michaels.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Al here in just a second, but he's like, I don't do any of those. He replaces the nutrients from vegetables with watermelon and pineapple in the morning to go with his eggs and bacon.
Okay.
He says,
He's a
quote,
fruit guy.
He says, that's how I get some of my fiber and stuff like that because, like, hey, you got to poop somehow. And I'm like, I'm not getting it from any veggies. So
He doesn't want those fiber thins.
Even some great athletes are anti-veggie. And we know Al Michaels, great broadcaster, he's the same way. Here's Al Michaels discussing the subject.
I was born when my parents were 18 and my mother hadn't even read Dr. Spock at that point. So she just let me have the run of the course. And I always pushed the vegetables away. To this day, no. And I guess what I've proven, Chris, is that man does not need vegetables to survive.
But is it just possible that you would like, I'm thinking of one of the more non-objectionable vegetables, a carrot?
Oh, please. Please.
A carrot?
No, a carrot.
Oh,
no,
please.
that's an objectionable vegetable.
I mean, really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
I look at it. I just don't even like the look of it. And I surmise what it might taste like in terms of the texture of it. I think a lot of it probably has to do, it just doesn't look like something that would go down well.
I mean, he's just
not go down well.
It's hilarious, man. But I guess like he is walking proof that you can still be a long living dude and not have any vegetables. To me, this is very exciting news for everyone.
I mean, if you want to look like Al, you know what I mean?
I don't
skip your veggies.
Yeah, I don't
know.
know.
Like you're hanging on by a thread, but you might be 36.
I mean, I guess do your thing. I don't think vegetables are that bad.
All right, speaking of bad, let's play this. Happy birthday to our old producer in the nosebleed seats, Zero. And speaking of food and football, here's the worst halftime report in Dallas Cowboys radio network history.
You won't believe it, but the Cowboys lost the ball on their third fumble, which resulted in another field goal for Atlanta, giving them a 20-point first-quarter lead. Finally, in the second quarter, the Cowboys' offensive engine started up and came in the form of Ezekiel Elliott.
Second and goal at the one.
You can
out
pull
of
it
the
back.
one. Another read option handoff. Elliott banging, broke a tackle.
Banging.
Crashes in, touchdown, Cowboys.
On the ensuing
That's
drive,
enough.
Calvin
That's
Ridley
enough.
found
That's
himself
good.
wide open.
No, let it go. Let it go.
I want to hear it again, bro.
It's the came in the fork.
Came in the fork.
Please.
Hit it.
Giving them a 20-point first-quarter lead. Finally, in the second quarter, the Cowboys' offensive engine started up and came in the form of Ezekiel Elliott.
He's got to
Second
stop,
and goal at the
collect himself. I mean,
can
he
hear
was
him breathing
very
and-
nervous. His
Yeah.
voice is shaking a little bit.
Hyperventilating.
And I don't believe he ever did another halftime after that again. That's
No,
when,
that's when it
they
got
turn
put on
things
you
over to
guys.
us. Yeah.
We love you, Zero. Happy birthday, my
I
friend.
do too. I love you too. And that, I think, was the watermelon kick game against Atlanta.
Oh, the Falcons?
Yeah, Falcon, yeah.
That's a huge one, man.
Yeah.
That's a big
Happy
it was a
birthday,
big
buddy.
report, man. It was a big report. All right, speaking of big and wonderful, let's get to the legendary voice of the Texas Rangers Hall of Famer, Eric Nadel, as we barge into the expressway, commercial-free to the top of the hour, LA Live. And what you drinking, what you thinking, 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
But let's chat Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Returning to the DFW Collecticon this Saturday and Sunday at the Fort Worth Convention Center with more than 900 vendors and dealers. Get your tickets now at collecticonusa.com. That's collecticonusa.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Expressway here as we go commercial free to the top of the hour, capped off by LA Live with Lucius Alexander. It's what you drinking, what you thinking time here in the G-Bag Nation, 877-881-1053. Thank you to the on-time experts for this commercial-free Expressway. But right now, let's go ahead and welcome in the Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers. It's Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George. Eric, happy Friday to you, my friend. Happy belated 4th of July to you. What did you do to soak in the holiday festivities yesterday? Eric? He's not here right now. He's
it's not like I heard him.
Heard a little something.
Hello, here I am.
Hey, there he is. There's our guy.
Yeah. For a while, I couldn't hear you for a while.
No problem.
But you're
problem.
back.
We're back, man. We're back. How'd you do 4th yesterday?
Well, it was great. You know, I did a little baseball game. Exciting game. We lost, but a lot of great plays. And then a little bit of a fiasco in the evening. I had read that there were going to be fireworks at Clyde Warren Park in downtown Dallas. And it turns out there weren't fireworks there, but it was a gathering place. They had all kinds of stuff. The place was packed. People were expecting fireworks, and I guess we were supposed to see the fireworks that were shot off at Fair Park, just a mile or two away, but you couldn't really see them. The fireworks weren't high enough in the sky to really see them from Clyde Warren Park. So there are thousands of people there who were disappointed. It was a bit of a fiasco.
Oh, no. Did the mob elect you, Eric, to go and find out what the situation was? Did the mob say, "Listen, you're the best talking guy we got here. We got to figure this thing out. Go handle this, Eric, please."
Fortunately, nobody recognized me last night. I was just as befuddled as everybody else.
Please tell me you had a couple of hot dogs, though, Eric.
I'd already done that at the game.
Yes.
I took care of that at about noon yesterday.
Nice work. Okay, very good. Now, have you had the pizza dog at Globe Life Field yet, Eric?
I'm gluten-free, so I can't indulge in some of the great things at the ballpark. Yeah, I'm limited in what I can have. The hot dogs and the bratwursts that I have. And by the way, the bratwursts there are very good. But I either have them without a bun or I bring my own gluten-free bread and transfer to my own gluten-free bread, which is just kind of goofy, but I'm learning to survive.
Are you just marveling like we all are watching what Wyatt Langford's been doing since June?
Yeah, it's incredible. And I guess it's kind of what we expected coming out of spring training, but he's added that speed element that, I guess we didn't really see it in spring training because he hit so many balls out of the park. We didn't really see any of these exploits on the bases that we've seen during the regular season. And he didn't really get to make any tremendous plays in spring training. He even had some difficulty on some plays. It's really tough in Arizona with a high sky and the sun and the wind and stuff like that. But now he's showing all five tools. It's phenomenal.
Hey, Eric, I wanted to ask you this, and you've done this such a long time and a great job as always with all your stuff and the championship last year for you as well. But I was wondering when an announcing team has to deal with, do they trade at the trade deadline? Are they sellers? Are they buying? How do you guys kind of hold that in check and be able to kind of do your broadcast and stuff when the team might be scuffling along a little bit, or you don't know if they're going to trade or not trade? How do you kind of manage that?
Yeah, I guess, Brian, the way to approach it is, our job is to be a game announcer.
Right.
And we're there to do that game that day and not be distracted by any of the extraneous stuff, whatever that extraneous stuff might be. I asked the Yankees announcers that, when I started in 1979, it was the height of the Bronx Zoo era.
Right.
And there was all this craziness around George Steinbrenner and Reggie Jackson and Thurman Munson, who was still alive at the time, and all of that. And I asked Frank Messer, who was the Yankee announcer, how do you deal with all that? He said, I do the game. It's not my job to do the rest of it. If I want to talk to people about it afterwards, that's fine. But once that first pitch is thrown, that's what we're there to do. We're there to report on that day's game, period.
We've been talking about the home run derby, and unfortunately we've only got two players that we know of for sure that will be competing. We threw out the idea of maybe like an old-timers home run derby. Maybe we bring back an Adrian Beltre. Are there some players that if we ever did that, you'd love to see come back and compete in an all-time home run derby?
That's a good one. Now some of the guys who I'd like to see are just too old now. I mean, Larry Parrish was always fun to watch. Dave Hostetler, would hit these 500-foot home runs in batting practice. Now these guys are too old now. These guys are, 60s and above. So I don't know that you'd be wanting to bring back, Dave Kingman, to hit in a home run contest right now. But those are the kind of guys who I think of.
Okay, then my idea, Eric, was that we would have guys that don't hit home runs. So it'd be a surprise if they actually hit a home run.
We're really just crapping on the establishment.
Get a bunch of Austin Hedges out there.
We're just bring
back all the backup catchers.
There you go.
I like that. The Hall of Famer Eric
See what Dave Alley thinks about that. Dave probably like that. He might win that.
Eric Nadel, Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers, with us here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Ty Lock George. We're all hoping our guy Josh Smith can find his way into the All-Star game here. He continues to just make highlight reel plays defensively in particular. But I'm curious because that's a pretty like out of left field sort of all-star. Who is the most surprising all-star that you can remember from a Rangers standpoint?
Oh, probably Roger Pavlik. Back in 1996, the Rangers seemed to score 8 to 10 runs every time Roger Pavlik pitched. And the All-Star game came around, and I don't know exactly what his record was. He was like 10-3, something like that, at the All-Star break, maybe even more. He might even have 11 or 12 wins. And even though his ERA was high, back then wins were so valued that he was put on the All-Star team. And in fact, it's